So, it's science in that
epistemology, right? That's gonna go nowhere. Like no matter, like
sure. And you know what? You're absolutely right. It's science though, because you in doing this. Well, okay, from the flat Earth perspective, you are essentially challenging the status quo. You are challenging the current thinking of science, which is how science evolves over time, by challenging thought. Right? So this is science in action right now, no matter how ridiculous it may seem.
No, it's not science.
Why not?
Talking in Discord about how you think the Earth is flat?
So are you saying what I just said right now is fundamentally untrue?
If that's what you take science to mean, then yes. Although...
How?
I said yes. If that's what you take science to mean, then yes, right? But I don't take science to mean just disagreeing with the status quo, right?
Of course not, but it is a portion. It is a pretty critical piece of it. No, I mean there's other. Again, we're drawing a large, broad umbrella, right, of what science is. But I'm sure you would agree with me that is a major component of advancing science, is it not? Is dialogue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And would you also agree with me that in academia, especially when you're going for your master's or PhD in, let's say, atmospheric science, you are, in many cases, required to present and what's called defend your thesis and essentially have it scrutinized. That is a process, right?
Yep.
It's advancing science because you are opening the floor to have your work scrutinized to better advance the science.
Great. Can you tell me what
my disagreement here would be that there is no model that the flat Earth is presenting. They've actually said that. They have nothing they're presenting with any predictions.
I don't remember anybody saying that though.
Oh, it's set off.
Go ahead and
is there a model?
Celebrated even.
So who? Wait, hold on a minute. All right, before you even go down that rabbit hole, I've been in this VC quite a bit, and many of you know that I have been. I have not once heard anybody here say that they don't have a flat Earth model. Who said?
Oh, then can I see the model?
That's been the case for the past several years.
Yeah.
It used to be that people referred to the AE map as the flat Earth model. But ever since, I'd say, Behind the Curve documentary, the tone has switched pretty severely to that of, we don't have a model, so you cannot debunk us. You cannot argue with us.
Well, if that has changed since then I don't know what to say.
I'll say, Brendan, there's one more thing I'd say, which is I think it's inherently against the spirit of science to try and shoehorn observations into a conclusion, right? It should always be that you follow the observations to the conclusion, not the other way around, right? And that is inherently anti-science, in the spirit of science at least, and that is exactly what the conversation is about. It's more about what you want to be true, less about what is.
So can we have since we actually now have someone that's saying that you guys have a model, can I see the model? That'd be awesome. Do you have a model of the flat Earth?
Well, we know that's not going to happen, right? You can put that to bed.
Well, if Brendan says he's heard that, then Brendan, which model are you referring to?
No. I'm saying that I have not heard somebody say that there isn't a model.
Okay, but if you've been in here for a while and you are someone of science and you hear somebody say, hey, we have a model, wouldn't you have known, looked into, what is this? Especially for somebody who says that they are agnostic as to whether the Earth is flat or globe, wouldn't you have looked at it?
I have pressed people on that, yes.
Okay, so what is the model that you have seen?
I have not seen any.
When you pressed somebody on their model, what was it that they were presenting to you?
More of a Gish Gallop.
Okay, so why are you agnostic? If you've been presented no model for you to assess, and you claim to hold science to a good value, I don't understand how you remain agnostic here.
I mean, it's really, I think it'd be disingenuous to pick a side.
Okay.
So can I give you a proof of the not flat Earth, and we'll talk about how it works? We can take any 2 points on that we say, any 2 cities, any 2 locations, and ask how far apart are they? And if we come up with the flat Earth model at one point is going to say these 2 points are 25,000 miles apart, and the globe model is going to say no, they're no more than 13,000 miles apart. So that would be a measurable observation. You can't. You can't. You cannot.
Scott, what do you have to do?
Well, you claim to have seen a flat model.
No, that's my point. There is no way to lay out the points that we know of between that have distances between them that you have that meet the same thing on a globe as a flat model. That's actually the problem with flat maps, is they never match the globe.
They don't match the globe. Okay, debatable.
Right.
Or maybe better said, all distances that we've measured match the globe, whereas any predicted distance from any flat model would not match the observed distance.
It would. It'd be the same concept. You're just stretching the Earth. That's all you're doing.
Okay. So you do not believe in absolute distances in a flat Earth?
Nope.
So space-time bends for you? Okay.
Yeah. That's where the buck stops.
Okay.
So to speak.
So you're saying there's a model of the flat Earth such that there's a plane, yet distances change in such a way that it maps that each distance is relative in latitude and longitude, or latitude, kind of sort of like the farther north or south you go, distances change.
At the point.
But no, I'm just making sure. No, it's not flying. I didn't say flying. I said that we're measuring
in a plane.
On a plane, you're measuring distances from X to Y is going to change based on the latitude you're on.
Dynamic surface. Now shut the fuck up, Rabscuttle. Anyway, but I say dynamic, I mean it has changing dimensions. Yeah, but in conclusion, just because I don't want to get, what's the point in the globe of trying to argue in defense of a flat Earth model? Brandon, I think it's more about philosophy than it will ever be about science. I think the science is more like the dressings that you put on top of flat Earth.
So can we talk about air pressure for a moment?
What about it?
So why is so I just had some ideas in my head that if I have a container in a laboratory or in my room, the air will flow from a high pressure to a low pressure. It will flow from a high pressure to a low pressure. Is that not what gases do? Gases don't flow from high pressures to low pressures?
It doesn't flow, it propagates.
Do pressures, and they would even out in the container though, so that it would be the same pressure everywhere?
Only in parts.
What parts of the container will have a different pressure than other pressures?
It's always going to vary based on the sample. It's not going to be constant.
So what's going to make it... Is it going to oscillate though? Or are we talking about are we talking about just statistical? Okay, so statistically though, if I average over a long enough period of time, am I going to have the same pressure everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so if I average over a long period of time, I'm going to have the same pressure if I'm in my room and I take a pressure inside an aquarium that's a closed box, the size of an aquarium, I'll have the same pressure everywhere over a long period of time. Does that happen at the top of a mountain, the bottom of a mountain? Because I thought the top of the mountain... No,
because that's not a closed system, dude. You're talking about your room.
That's great. So that's not a closed system. That's awesome. So you're saying it's not a closed system, you say. It's not a closed system. What's open about this system at the top? I'm just trying to make sure I understand here. What's open about this system?
Incoming solar radiation.
Right, but I mean, does it end up getting thinner and thinner until basically we're at near vacuum of space? Is that a thing in your... Okay, right. So you and I are in agreement. I agree. The atmosphere is controlled by effectively gravity that's pulling more things down, and we're actually having denser with a column of air. I agree with that.
It's not gravity, though. That's where we disagree.
What is it? It's not gravity. Then why is it that we have... What is pressure caused by?
Pressure is caused by the laws of thermodynamics.
No, it's not. What is pressure caused by? No, it's not. That's what law of thermodynamics makes a higher pressure? That's not in a closed system. Remember, you just said not a closed system. So what law of thermodynamics is going to make this a higher pressure at ground level than at atomic
First law of thermodynamics.
That's not what the first law of thermodynamics, that we're going to have that entropy always increases. Like what?
No, that's not the first law. But
energy is conserved. That energy is conserved is our first law. So how does that make higher pressure? Can you tell me the law that makes it higher pressure at the bottom of a mountain?
It's not absorbing all the radiation. It's conserving it.
That's no. It's not absorbing all the radiation. All the radiation is being absorbed.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're like yelling over me. No, that's what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that the pressure is caused by incoming solar radiation. It's not gravity. Gravity does not cause pressure.
So wait, let's just go over this. If I'm in water, why is the water at the bottom of my pool higher pressure than the water like 6 inches from the top of my pool?
Because of the pressure.
And why is it higher pressure at the bottom of my pool than the top of my pool?
Because it's more dense.
Why is it more dense? It's the same water in my pool. Why is it more dense at the bottom?
Circles, dude.
I'm not going in circles. Why is it more dense at the bottom of my pool?
Because of the pressure.
Why is it more dense because of the pressure?
Because of what I just said.
But you just said pressure was caused by density and density is caused by pressure. You're doing everything you can to avoid saying it's the weight of the column of water above you. Why?
I'm not avoiding it. I'm just literally answering your question over and over.
No, you're not. You're totally answering it in a circle. Right. No, it's not circular. It's the weight of the column of water above me is the pressure I have at the bottom of my pool, right? Right?
No.
Right?
No.
It's not to do with the weight of the column of water. So it has nothing to do with that. So there's no way to calculate the pressure at the bottom of any depth based off of the distance underwater I am due to the weight of the water.
Dude, just measure it.
Can I calculate it?
No, you can measure it.
Can you calculate it?
No, you can measure it.
Wait. So there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way to calculate the water at a given pressure. There's no calculation for that.
You don't calculate. You don't derive it. You measure it.
But can you calculate it?
We have a calculation.
You can only measure it.
Oh my God!
You don't only measure it. We have calculations for it.
Yes, that are bullshit derived equations. I understand they exist. They're not correct. The way to truly do this is to measure it. If you can actually hold on. If you can observe it, and you can
there's always a margin of error. You can't be certain.
Okay, so when you use calculations, your little sub blows up at the bottom.
Yeah, we use them calculations, using them calculators. I ain't trusting him.
Sub blows up at the bottom. Yeah, because of pressure and density.
You said it. No, you said it's high pressure because it's density. You said it's high density because it's pressure.
It's interchangeable. High pressure, density.
So then nothing it's caused by neither. You're not
caused by either or, not nor. It's either or.
If you're saying they're the same and they're each caused by each other, that is the definition of circular reasoning.
No, incorrect.
Then what is causing?
It's called a scientific relationship.
What does this have to do with?
That's not a scientific relationship.
It is a relationship between density and pressure. Yes.
No, that's not it.
What point is being made? What argument is being made here?
So the argument being made here is, look, we understand. So right now, I will tell you, according to my understanding and my model, is that gravity affects things like balls. Gravity affects things like anything with mass, and anything with mass includes oxygen atoms, nitrogen atoms, and any other type of atom. And so therefore, we have the fact that gravity affects both water and gravity affects things like air. Because we have gravity affecting air, we have the fact that gravity is pulling down the air, we have the fact that we have a column of air above it, and that's also why we can actually have gravity keeping in a bunch of air near a surface of a large planet. That's what my model would say. I'm just curious. Gravity is going to be our observed experience, our observed force. We can call it a force. We might as well. It's fine. You guys will get really, all of a sudden, everyone becomes the expert in general theory of relativity for some reason. That's fine. We're going to call it a force between two masses, the proportional force between two masses.
First, you said gravity pulls things down. Then you said theory of relativity. Pick one. Don't go with both.
It is a force. We can go ahead and say it's a force between two objects.
Listen, you need to pick one, not both.
Why? Why can't it be both? We can do it. We can use either model. We can use either model depending on what we're trying to model it as. We can use Newtonian gravity models to say it's the force between two masses
pulling water down. I already debunked your Newtonian gravity.
It's between two. It's the force between two models.
I'm going to mute you while I talk. Then, if you're not going to let me talk, I already debunked your gravity pulling water down into a cup. This with a vacuum chamber. Remove the air pressure, there goes the water. So it's obviously air pressure keeping water down.
Thank you.
What do you mean? It's water? What do you mean? If you remove the air pressure, it's keeping the water down?
I was trying to tell this guy for the last 10 minutes.
The water starts boiling at lower pressures. Yes.
It does. What the fuck? Okay.
Hey, Brendan, I'm. You can believe it, whatever you want, but I'm very fascinated with you in particular. I'm not bothered by flat earthers, really, but I am kind of starting to be bothered by you because I don't understand you. You say you're a meteorologist.
You can jump in DMs or something. You can jump in a private call if you're so fascinated with him.
Yeah, we're having a conversation. You can shut up. All right, dude.
Well, that's nice.
I'll pose it as a question.
Yeah,
I'll pose it as a question.
That's not cool, dude.
Who's that? Dan. You're feisty, Dan.
I'm sorry, I was just being interrupted.
Being triggered. No,
that's okay. Just
you're interrupted.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you can shut the fuck up.
All right.
So, let's hear it. Arguments for the globe.
I just gave one. I've given two.
Did you? What was your
yes.
argument?
Yeah, but sir,
my argument would be if you take all of the cities that we know of and that are period, and look at all the places we know of, and ask how far apart are each one of them, and we lay out that grid. You cannot do that of distances between two different locations. Look at this. The flat map would be.
Is anyone else hearing that, or is that just robot?
A robot.
Yeah. All right, Rob. We know you don't have anything. So distances between cities don't prove that Earth is a globe. That's obviously retarded.
I left for a second. Did he spiral out after he realized that air pressure is keeping water in place?
I mean, he never mentioned that.
Always like that. He'll just talk for fucking 3 minutes straight, bulldozing through any point that's being objected to, and eventually he'll just spiral out. That's what he does every time. These guys and their fucking models, thinking they have a model, which they don't. And even if they did, thinking that would do anything for them.
Well, he said his model predicts gravity pulling water down, and that's when I stopped him. So I debunked his model for him. He doesn't even have to go that way anymore. He's got to come up with something completely new.
I was going to ask him which model he was talking about, but I knew that would go nowhere.
The sixth element, gravity.
Cyclone, let's well, if Brandon's still up to it, because we were kind of waiting for the Globers, to have a conversation, and now everybody's muted. And
well, I'm muting if you think we can have a conversation, but he said, I don't really care about flat earthers. I'm just intrigued about you. I don't really want to hear him fucking try and smoke Brendan's pole.
Yeah, I just wanted to have the end of that conversation. Yeah, you definitely ended it, but just wanted to see if it comes to a conclusion, because Brandon has been in here for some time, and he's been a good sport with everybody in here. So if he wants to continue it, just to hopefully bring it to a conclusion, maybe.
And then Dan, conclude, or whatever your point was going to be.
Who, me? I didn't have a point. I was being rude. I just want to understand Brendan more. Like, I don't understand his perspective given his experience. So I don't know. I don't even really have a question that can be asked.
Because he said he's agnostic to the two sides. That's what you mean? That you want to comprehend that?
What I guess what I'm trying to say is somebody that has that experience should have enough understanding of how the science would work to at least be able to make a call one way or the other. I don't understand, how somebody could remain agnostic with being well researched.
Maybe he's look at the evidence of the globe and he doesn't see that it conforms to reality, and maybe he doesn't want to.
Sure, then be a flat earther.
No, that's you don't have to.
It's because the evidence on both sides to me is inconclusive. That's why I'm agnostic. It's really not hard to understand.
If you're agnostic, surely your base axiom would just be your everyday lived experience, which is certainly not a spinning ball. How does that work? Like, you must operate from some level, and the level that you operate from, I assume, is just observable, experienced reality, since you say you don't believe in the globe. So you're pretty much a flat earther at that point if you're just taking the earth as it is and not assuming anything. So I would say if you're agnostic, if you're off the ball, you're in the same position we are.
The thing is that he saw I think, Brandon, did you saw the 24? I think he was asking questions about the 24-hour sun thing and Witsit and stuff, and he might think that those are the positions of everybody.
Yeah, but Brendan's a smart enough guy. He knows that a 24-hour sun doesn't prove the Earth's ball.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I think he's been a good sport on the whole conversation, but
yeah, I think Brendan's good.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that he has to pick a side.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm not saying
right under this environment. What does FE Earther means, right? Right now, like it's almost like it's all over the place. Unless you actually have conversations in here and you kind of comprehend the actual position.
Yeah, no, certainly nothing wrong with saying you don't know. That's totally fair. But I still think my point was, even saying you don't know is in more alignment with us than it is with the globe. Because the globe is the positive claim of a specific, I know this. If you're saying I don't know that, then yeah, you're not on the globe, I would say. And it's very difficult to get back on it, because when you say, hey guys, I fell off the globe, it started to look a little bit bullshit. Could you give me some evidence to get me back on it? We never get that. Nothing legit, anyway. So 99 inferences and claims, but proof ain't one.
Brendan's agnostic about the globe. Okay. I take it that you're not agnostic about your disbelief of gravity then, given the answers that you were saying to, I forget who was asking, about pressure and density. You do not believe in gravity, Brendan? I guess he's muted. Never mind.
He might be busy. He jumps in here sometimes and have some decent conversations, but he might be doing something else, so that's what it is.
What's gravity? Anyone know?
A fun.
Actually, real quick, when Brandon opened his mic, he was asking about you, so maybe he can ask you the question now. Maybe. Heretic. Well, go ahead. Who was the guy that brought up gravity to Brandon? Now you can answer to a heretic that asks you what it is.
Yeah, what is it?
Dan?
Sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah, if you're asking people if they believe in it, surely you know what it is.
Yeah, the apparent force.
Confused. Wasn't it Brandon who wanted to speak to Heretic?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Shut up!
Like an hour ago.
Okay. Sorry.
I gotta focus back on work. I'm distracted.
Yeah.
Thanks, Britt. You interrupted his answer.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Britt, you're always fucking it up.
Come on, Dan. You gotta forget work.
Do you guys think Santa has to account for Coriolis in his sleigh?
Magic.
Because if the sniper has to, surely Santa does.
You know, one of your biggest skills, Cyclone, is you're really good at baiting Globers. Because when you speak and you're like, oh, they just don't know. They don't know how to deal with it, you know? I'm just like sitting there like gritting my teeth like, oh.
Yeah, I'm the rustler. I'm the globe rustler. I round them up and feed them to Jedi or Heretic or whoever's in.
Absolutely.
You gotta coax you guys out, you know? Gotta get like a little bit of cheese for the mice. Otherwise, very shy. Take a nibble of gravity, why don't you?
Well, I think Ramscuttle is in debate mode, so I don't know if you want to speak to him.
God. He's a bit much at this time.
Yeah, his energy level's a bit too high for a
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Not really relaxing to listen to him spiral. Sometimes the spirals are enjoyable, but these are a bit annoying. But if there's no one else, where is he? Oh, he's not in the chat. I don't know, but it might only be you.
Euclid's around, I think, but I've got nothing to say that's interesting right now.
You know what I find quite funny?
Go on.
With all this 24-hour sun in Antarctica stuff and the way the media is going about it, it's almost like inadvertently they've placed flat earthers on this pedestal where now we're the ones you have to convince. Like, even the flat earthers acknowledge this. We're now like a scientific bar or something. We're the ones that everyone's trying to impress with their globe proofs. Like,
there are still some flat earthers that think Witsit and Jaren are lying. Like, I saw a few of them say that they've been bought and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't really go for that. I mean, I've known Witsit for a long time. I don't speak with Jaren, but I don't see that from Witsit for sure. But it's like you're going to spend $500,000 to prove the globe, but it's only going to be worthwhile if the flat earthers go. We need to convince them. They need to believe, or it doesn't matter what we believe. They'll only be satisfied when we believe it too. It's quite funny.
Oh, I haven't been able to get one person in here to explain to me how looking in the sky from Antarctica makes the Earth curve, or now all of a sudden there's measurement of Earth curve. No one has been able to do that yet.
Yeah, no.
How come they didn't take a laser with them and go ahead and shoot over 20 miles while they were there? I guess they weren't allowed to go that far.
But the irony is that has been done already. That's the irony. The guys that were standing in the Antarctic South Pole, right? They were looking away from the thing in question. And when you hear the description of this region, it's called a Great Plateau. So look, the pole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level, surrounded by a rim of high mountains. The peaks are about 200 miles away, so no one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. A plateau is a flat, elevated area of land that arises above the surrounding area on at least one side. Also, look, this plateau is called the Polar Plateau, or Keene Hakon, the seventh plateau. It's a vast, flat, and cold continental plateau in East Antarctica, and it's also it's over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. So they were standing on a flat land, claiming that it was curving. You see the irony?
Yeah, well, I was saying before they went, I was like, it'd be funny if they went there and as they're doing this, they just do some like belter of a long distance observation and just crush them before it's even a thing. But I think I did hear someone saying that Whitsitt and Jaren were talking about trying to do some long distance observations when they were out there, but I haven't seen anything of that. Don't know if anyone else has. Because it did look pretty flat when McToon was stomping around, ranting and raving like a madman. Are they still out there now? Yes, they are, right? Or are they heading back?
You know how big is 1,000 kilometers in diameter? It's like a huge chunk of Europe, I think. Like, let's get some references here.
Why do Globers come in here just to put their fingers in their ears, aka deafen themselves?
That's them making a principled stand. They're saying, I don't condone this, I won't hear it, but I will sit idle in the VC.
So weird, though.
some people got a lot of time on their hands. They're probably listening on YouTube at the same time, bizarrely. Who is Greater World? What's up, Greater World? You there?
Hey man, if we're living on a globe, like, are we always walking like uphill, or are we always walking downhill, dude?
Well, remember, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when you walk forward, you're actually pushing the earth.
Nice. So does that mean like I'm always like oriented to like the top of the ball, like walking on it like a big circus ball?
Whatever direction you're going, you start a little tiny bit of a spin that direction.
Are you guys turning on yourselves now? You guys turning on each other? Where's why is Alpha Veritas muted? You guys turning on each other? Is there trouble in paradise?
What are you talking about, bro?
Why is Alpha Veritas muted?
Why are you concerned about people being muted?
Yeah, did he point out that you guys got exposed with the 24-hour sun?
Actually, no, he didn't.
Is that why you muted him? Is that why you muted him? Because he exposed him?
You sound a little paranoid.
Is that why you guys are coping down? You guys coping about that still? You figuring out a way around that?
John.
That the 24-hour sun happened?
Calm down.
John, calm down. This is a safe space for you. You don't have to freak out.
Okay.
Oh, he left.
You're fine.
He left already.
He did leave. Okay, got out of his system. That's all right.
If Greater World isn't going to mic up, I got Euclidean for you if you want to speak to him instead. He said he wants to debate Jenna on something.
I'm on the mic, but I was typing in the chat.
Why are you on the mic, Greater World? That's where the action's happening.
My mic is absolute shit. That's why.
Your mic's good.
Your mic sounds incredible.
It's so crisp. It's like
sure?
morning radio.
Yes, I'm not kidding.
If you were to tell me
for all
right
the
now,
best oldies, visit 107.5.
Oh no, you guys see it on my end. It looks mangled.
For all the best oldies.
No, it sounds good.
Well, I'm here. What's up?
Let's go put some miles on it.
What's your thoughts? Are you into this
the Chevy with the engine run.
I don't know how long I've been here for, to be fair.
But this isn't your first time listening to this discussion, or?
To be fair, I'm not really here. Like, I literally join in on these. I literally join in on these just to listen to you guys banter.
Ah, you love our banter.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I do. I kind of just.
What about the banter do you find entertaining? Just the background noise of it all?
Yeah, really. And then I just kind of do work on my PC for a little while.
You know what? Then you're in the right spot, man. We're glad to have you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice to be here.
I'll have some options here. Can any flat earther in here, out of the 15 in here, explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Now, you say that shit in the vegan VC? Oh, I don't know. That takes kind of that.
What's there to explain? What do you?
Well, I'm talking about the
Christian
who likes to listen to background noise.
Well, I can't really talk
for the vegan room.
So I can talk a lot in an hour, but not right now.
Oh no, I'm not. Hey, friendly fire, dude. I'm not talking about you, man. What do you think?
Oh, it's Christian that's asking.
You're shooting blanks here. Okay, well, yeah.
I don't know what just happened there. Did he just ask a question then say he couldn't stay?
I asked how can you explain the 24-hour sun on a flat Earth model?
What do
Go
you
ahead
mean
and present that model so we can go ahead and present that model so we can look at it and help you decipher it.
Which model are you talking about?
Any model you want to give that fits your narrative that fits the 24-hour sun.
What if we don't claim a model and we're just talking about reality, the surface that we have outside?
There you go. Yep.
Well, a model will require predictions, and the globe Earth can use predictions to see foreseeable things that happen years and years and centuries into the future.
Centuries into the future using the globe? What do you mean?
I'm saying we knew about the April, I forgot what day it was, April event back when the last one happened.
What are you talking about? April event.
Dude, calm down and start thinking about what you're asking.
April Fool's Day? So the globe is allowing them to see into the future. Wow.
It's hard for me to talk now, but the solar eclipse, yes. With the globe model, you can see basically events that happen in the future, like how we predicted what happened in April with the solar eclipse back in the 1990s and before that.
Do you think they use the globe for predicting eclipses?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Sorry if it seems like I'm avoiding the question. I just can't really talk randomly. I have to unmute.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
What was your question?
Who told you that they're using a globe model to predict eclipses?
Well, every single modern map is based after a globe model.
That's funny.
Right, but maps aren't really used for predicting eclipses. Maps are generally used for navigation. I don't know if that makes sense. What NASA say they use is a Saros cycle, which was made by the Babylonians, who are flat earthers. So they're using that flat earth science to predict eclipses.
So there should be some type of instrument that's able to predict years and years into the future, as you're saying, as you basically confirmed. Oh yeah, this solar eclipse did happen. It was predicted. What instrument?
Well, it's a cycle. They're on cycles.
Is that? What instrument?
It's not so. It's not an instrument per se. It's a tracking of the cycles. Like the eclipses happen in cycles. So they have the Saros cycle, SAROS. You want to Google that?
Okay, what cycle of the flat Earth map model predicts that or shows that?
The Siemens cycle.
Well, it's not really about the Earth itself in the cycle, although the people who made the cycle, the Saros cycle, were the Babylonians, who were flat earthers. So they created the cycle, accepting the Earth as flat. Well, they didn't create the cycle, but they tracked it.
Send me their model, then we can discuss their model.
Well, I'm not claiming their model. I'm just telling you that's what they're using to predict or to track the eclipse cycle.
Well, there has to be some type of model to predict anything. That's the definition of a model.
They're using the Saros cycle, but it's a cycle of predicting eclipses. It's not really dealing so much with the surface of the Earth, although, like I said, they were flat earthers. So, but no, see, this is where you guys, I say you guys, this is where new people can get confused because they're used to thinking about the Earth in a conceptual sense, right? Like imagining a full globe or a full flat Earth, where that's not reality. We don't have access to that. So we're not here telling stories. We're trying to sell some full flat Earth model. I mean, some people are trying to do that. We're not. I'm not.
I can fully debate you in like 10 minutes. I just can't right now.
Cool. Look forward to it. I'm not really trying to debate, though. I'm just kind of, I don't know, trying to find out why people believe the Earth's a spinning ball at this point.
Radwin, would you be willing to debate in like a mutual setting on a one-on-one?
You're calling out Radwin now. So I'm not good enough.
What am I debating you on?
I guess just the usual, just disagree with everything said, no matter how common sense or logical or factually true. Just disagree for a few hours, call it a debate. I feel like the Globies are now more fucked up after the final experiment than they were beforehand. I think it's confused them more.
Maybe that was the final experiment to really get them all fucking just over the edge at this point.
I think so. I thought they did the final experiment a couple of years ago on them, but I guess they've got more in store.
So I heard that BritNet wants to do a force the line now. They want to make a perfect straight line so they can see how much curves underneath it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought it was
I can talk now. Is anybody willing to go to like a different room so there's no moderation? Because I'm not going to be able to get.
No, dude. We're live in here. You staying in here, or don't worry about it.
Will you mute me?
No, we just had a chill conversation. Why are you acting like you can't discuss it?
I'm not, because yesterday I kept getting muted out of nowhere, so I don't want that to happen.
Today is a new day. Try again. I mean, if getting muted on the internet is the worst thing that happened to you yesterday, you probably had an okay day. Don't worry about it.
This morning or whenever what's his face was on, Nathan? Yeah, that happens.
Oh, he ran into Nathan.
Yeah, and us moderating. So what do you expect?
I'm saying, will any flat earther be willing to go to like a one-on-one channel?
Just present your argument, bro. It's fine.
There's no point.
And then leave.
I'm just listening at this point.
I need to a separate channel to discuss with you.
What was that?
What would I need to go to another separate channel to discuss with you?
There's just like a one-on-one channel in this Discord server that we can talk in, or we can make it public with all these other people in here. But I just don't want to be silenced.
Okay, the question was for what?
Who's saying that? Is it Big Daddy Fleur?
Yeah.
For what? Because I don't like
one of Nathan's panel. But again, I'm just saying, for what?
Because I don't think it's really fair that I would be getting muted when I make a point.
Look, dude, if I ask you why you're going to the store, I'm expecting a list of something, like items. What the hell do you want to go somewhere else to you see what I'm saying? I was very calm. I asked you, I don't know, 3 times the same exact question. What would you like the subject to be? What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the flat Earth. Anything revolving around flat Earth.
That'll be this channel then. That's what this channel is about. If you read 24/7, flat Earth.
I'm just saying, I don't know why I would have to go into another separate private room.
That we'll get moderator muted up and we're going to discuss it here, but I'm not
look at what's happening that you didn't want to happen. I was kind of talking before you were. It's just weird to have to go into a completely separate room to talk about measurements. I mean, it's like, for whatever reason, nowhere else in the world do people argue about, tables or 2x4s or anything with any dimensions. It's not really it's not a 20, hour conversation. Has anyone ever provided you with measurements? Are you lacking? Is that what it is?
Somebody muted him. Me.
I see. Don't prove him right.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's like I don't have an argument. I just have measurements. That's it. It's either you accept them or you don't. I don't know how you wouldn't be able to accept them, because it's kind of why we're here talking about shapes in the first place.
I'll say this. And I've been saying this since like yesterday and the day before that. My main problem with the flat Earth model is that there is a lack of a model, and you say, "Oh, there's no globe Earth model," when in fact there is a globe Earth model that we use for navigation each day. I'll give you an example of a globe Earth model. From going to East Coast to West Coast. Well, I'm gonna look up the definition of a model real quickly and read it out for you.
Wow, you don't even know what it is, and you're talking about models.
I want to read it out. So we both be on the same track, because I know what the definition of a model is, but I don't know it word for word.
And it's a good word to define, because you can have different ideas about it. Go on, define it.
Exactly. So, a three-dimensional representation of a person or a thing or proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale than the original. Okay. So that's what it is. It gets a variable and it explains that variable. That's basically what a model is saying.
I didn't say it was a variable.
Well, that's what it's basically summarizing it into.
Hold on. So you're saying you have a 1-to-1?
Of what? of the flat Earth or the globe Earth? Because I don't have a flat Earth.
Okay, so you have a 1-to-1 then?
On the globe Earth, yes.
Oh, give that.
Okay, so I wasn't done explaining. So the globe Earth model, the variable would be.
Well, you are kind of sorry. You just told us when you read out the definition of a model. So my only question was, so you have a 1-to-1. Then you started saying things that started indicating that you absolutely don't have that. I don't know how much more patience, because I'm being very serious, and it's like, okay, let me not just ruin the conversation. But I don't know, guys.
Well,
it's not really nice interrupting when I'm talking.
Hold on, Christian. Hold on. Technically, Big Daddy, he doesn't need a 1-to-1, but he does need the 1 in order to scale it, like it said in his definition. So, do you have that, Christian, as Big Daddy asked you?
Am I going to get muted when I start explaining it again? Okay, so I wasn't off my question.
Maybe.
So the variable, I'm talking. The variable.
Guess what? You're not talking. You're going to control yourself, or I'm going to control you for you. But you're not about to flex on me, because you're not even answering the things that I'm responding to in a sequitur fashion. So let's just start there. Everything that I've said, you've completely not addressed, because you don't really know what I'm saying. That's problem number 1.
Yes, there is a scale model of the globe Earth. There you go. There's the answer. Okay.
Did you link it?
So I answered that question. Let me continue my point about trying to get muted. If I get muted again when I'm in the middle of a point, I'm going to take that as We have no response.
You see the model? Could you link the model in the chat so that we know what you're talking about?
Yeah, for sure. So we have something to follow along.
There's no point because I just keep getting muted when I try take a point. Then someone interrupts me. If someone interrupts me, I get muted. But when
your premise
I interrupt someone else, I get muted. It's like I can't win in this conversation, so I'm just gonna stop talking. If anyone wants to go on a 1v1, I can make a channel called 24/7 Globe Earth, and we can discuss it there.
Nobody wants to go
into a room. I'm not willing to keep getting muted over and over again. When I make a
Has
valid point,
anybody muted you in here today?
Yeah,
I'm talking. I'm talking.
Yeah,
I'm talking.
in my fucking house is what you're
Nobody
doing.
wants to go into a room where you can just avoid their questions and overtalk them. No thanks.
Although that would be a good experiment.
My question is a yes or no question. Oh, you answered it. Big Daddy Fuller, since we're discussing, is there a flat Earth model depicting accurate distance from, say, North America continent and in Greenland? Because on a flat map, Greenland is not bigger than North America. So is there an accurate
It's called the celestial sphere. It's what everybody uses for navigation on the Earth.
Do you have a model depicting?
Yeah, it's called the celestial sphere. Look it up.
Can you send me a link so we can be on the same page?
After you send the link for your scaled globe, dude.
But he's too. I mean, he's not gonna. I don't even know what the point of me telling. I mean, he's asking for a model. Then he says, "Well, here's my model." But no, that's my model because that model is built from elevation angles to Polaris. So suck it. Now, I don't know if you want to Google that and find out that that's also true. But again, it's like I don't really know what we can do with this guy.
I posted mine in chat.
He wants to use a computer program where cars drive around and map the roads. Did you know that your Google Earth shows that the Earth is flat? From each point that you put on there, if you go across the ocean, you'll get the flat abyss of the ocean. It doesn't curve. It doesn't curve in the elevation view. There's no curve of the Earth in the elevation views.
Well, every single modern map that is quote unquote flat, as you say, is based on a globe Earth model. Because there is no such thing as Greenland being larger than North America on a typical flat Earth model. That's just not a thing.
Just told you the same thing. And basically what I said was that globe model that you think you have was built off of elevation angles to Polaris. Fam.
Really just posted Google Earth as your model? Come on, dude.
No, Google Earth uses sea level.
Destination, so
sorry, I was just saying something. Google Earth uses sea level. But
yeah, but he's talking
about
the scale that where it turns into a ball.
People want to make these things super complicated. It's not. Oh, Google Earth. You mean the one that uses sea level as a reference?
So I was talking to Hendrix for having a good discussion. Why don't you accept that model, and why can't you provide like a model similar depicting? This is the model I'm after for any flat earther in here. I'm after a model depicting the distance between the East Coast of the United States and the West Coast of the United States. Then on the same model to scale, depicting the East Coast of Greenland to the West Coast of Greenland as well to scale. That's what I'm after in this group. And I believe I significantly gave that to you by the Google Earth model because it's significant and it can be verifiable, like you guys say, by driving from the East Coast to the West Coast on either one of those continents, even though
over a flat surface.
I'm asking Hendrix, since he seems to be one of the most logical people in here, answer my question if he can provide me that for a flat Earth model. Is he still in here?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, he is.
You mean Heretic?
Heretic, sorry, my bad.
Heretic, he wants to speak to you.
He just wants to avoid the answers he was already given by others?
No, I gave you the model of driving from the East Coast to the West Coast in North America.
This has just been on repeat for a day now. Did you hear Big Daddy's response to that?
Big Daddy, what did you say? Because honestly, I'm just drowning like 10 people out because I have like 3 people talking to me in here at one time, and it's not a good debate forum to be in. So, Big Daddy, what was your answer? I'll mute myself.
I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. Heretic, what was you following that last exchange?
He just repeated the same claim that he made about Google Earth again, or Google Maps, and just
I made it completely
bypassed the answer that you gave him about it.
Oh, okay,
I said, can you provide me a model that accurately depicts going from intercoast that goes from the East Coast to the West Coast of the United States to scale, doing the same thing in Greenland, going from the East Coast to the West Coast. I'm saying, can you provide me a 2-scale representation of travel distance that would take on a flat Earth model? I believe I could on the Globe Earth model that I put in chat for Google Earth because it is accurate. People drive it every day, and it can be verifiable by driving it. So,
if it's all flat there, when you're on the map, are navigating on the road, it's a flat map it's using. Using a ball.
Here's the thing, son. Is a mile a linear distance or is it a curved distance? Just make it.
I can answer both this in the same one. The reason why we use linear distances for walking is because the Earth is massive and we're going slow. But when we go greater distances, like in an airplane, airplanes use non-linear to make it as short as fast possible. So they go up and around to do it. But to deny that claim, you would have to say every single private company that charters people privately is under the conspiracy. Oh, we go in a straight line to point A to point B. We don't go up and around it to do it. So to answer your question, yes and no at the same time. It depends on distance and depends on
you know how as far as flying a plane. Do you know what altitude is? You probably don't. It's how high you are above sea level. Well, actually, it has to do with pressure more, but it's sort of the same when it comes to elevation. And there's a subtle difference, but whatever. One has to do with pressure, other has to do with. Anyway, the bottom line is both require a plane of reference. I don't know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about, but it's. Guys, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you know how one card trumps another. That's the thing. Like, he's saying something, but what I'm telling him is trumping that, because the first thing you need is a plane of reference. In the sky, on the ground, in the water, it's all the same.
So why is it that pilots fly over it more than in a straight line? Pilots don't fly in a straight line because it's not optimal to get there quicker. They fly up and around. But when you're driving, the quickest way is driving in a straight line, to say, because of your perspective, like you said. So why is it that pilots use a kind of a curve?
No sense.
How does that make no sense?
Because what you're trying to talk about is a great circle. You don't know. You read that. We learn that. You think that that's just the truth. You don't know what that means. But you contradict yourself by saying the motion you're going to make along the ground is going to be, for whatever reason, different than the one in the sky. That's dumb.
So every single private pilot's under the conspiracy that they don't fly around.
Everyone who flies is under the impression that they understand the manual for flying planes because that's what you need to know before you actually pass the test and become a pilot. So I'm pretty sure they all know that.
That we all know how to fly a plane? Yeah, usually that's what we do.
What's your name? Who are you?
That's me. I'm a dum-dum.
Well,
so we agreed that pilots fly planes.
I know, it's such a weird thing to say.
Well, this guy seems to be of the impression that they fly in massive circles, but doesn't have any evidence for it.
Who, me?
No, the other guy that was talking.
Oh, okay.
Because there seemed to be like the implication of the truth of the assumption in the question.
Are you talking to me or him?
Whoever said that pilots fly in great circles?
Wouldn't it make more sense for a flat earther to say that they do it in a straight line?
You never said
spiraling already.
So he never said that.
I never said pilots fly in circles.
All right, check this out.
Pretty sure you did, but that's cool.
That's why I said he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I know. I said pilots fly at an arc to get to the destination quicker. That's not a circle.
Right.
No, they don't fly.
An arc is a part of a circle.
In an arc, that's what pitch data is for. Pitch data shows that there is no arc. There's just, like I said, horizontal flight. Other than your ascension and descension. Now, that's actual physical data versus what you're saying. Now, you think that because the Earth is one thing, and that because you have this depiction of it that you're flying around a great circle route, but you're not.
I got a kind of far off question for you. How do you know the Earth is not a cube?
Here we go. He's just
because I don't know that it's not. I don't know that it's anything other than a continuous curving shape. Because, at least for the surface, it measures exactly what we've been saying it does. Now, what the shape is, no one in here is claiming that. The only people in the world that do claim that are people like you. And that's the one thing we do know it's not.
Sorry if I go on mute for a while. I can't talk again that long. I'll be able to in like 30 minutes.
Where's the guns?
Same place where they keep the T-shirts that they wear when it's minus 20 out.
That was one of the very first things I noticed, was the way that they were dressed for sub-zero temperatures. And then seeing other videos of other people, National Geographic and whatnot, in Antarctica, bundled to the frickin'
In order to go on the cruise that I want to go on, you have to buy your jacket, which is like, I don't know, $1,200 or something. And I think you keep that, of course, but you have to have a special jacket to wear there. So I don't know where they were at.
I looked up the temperatures and it ranged from. Matter of fact, let me look it up now so that I'm not, because it was like a week or so ago.
At that time of year, it can range from 0 to -15. It just depends on the wind. So I've got a couple of mates that have worked at the Antarctic mission, but through the Australian government, but they've been T-shirts regularly, especially when they do their summer.
If you work in that environment, you'll get used to it. If you're from Florida, you won't just go there and wear T-shirts.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Here on AccuWeather, it says that it can range anywhere from, I'm seeing 30 degrees to -22.
So yesterday I pulled it was -20.
Was it -20 where they were, or specifically?
Yeah. I went to the website, clicked on it, got the coordinates, and got the weather.
I mean, don't some people do that? Like, those people that go ice fishing, you'll have those guys that are like out there super red and buff from the extreme cold. I'm just trying to,
That's fine. I'm just telling you from experience. I think you live similar to me. You live in New York.
New York.
Mm-hmm. So it gets pretty brutal. You don't walk around in a T-shirt. You know that. Not when it's -20 outside.
Well, not when it's not even when it's when it's hitting 17. Like, yes, you can't play around.
17 is it. You better start putting a winter coat on and maybe find gloves.
Yeah, once it's 17, the cold is nipping at your bones.
Yep.
You have to be layered. So I don't know.
Is that Fahrenheit or Celsius?
17 Celsius is light work. That's like a nice day.
32 degrees, 0 Celsius for you guys. 32 for me in Ohio. I can go outside in a T-shirt, probably stay out there for maybe 10, 15 minutes. Be cold, but I can deal with it. But it's different when it start getting below that, and it starts getting right through you.
It hits your bones immediately. Like 17 degrees will, I mean, because in New York, 17 degrees with the wind chill will feel like 6,
Yeah, but that's without wind chill, though. Like 17 normal.
Well, 17 is still cold, bro. All you got to do is stand, like I said. It's nipping at your bones.
Because 17 Celsius is light work.
Fahrenheit.
Okay, then I don't know what that is in Celsius.
It's cold. It's very cold. Like I said, if you don't have mittens on, your hands are gonna hurt just by standing outside. Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, they looked like it was around 40 degrees wherever they were.
-8.
Able to stand outside and run around and do shit. You got to be around
40 degrees is easy.
Going outside.
17 Fahrenheit is light work.
You can still mess around. You can still mess around in a T-shirt for a little while at 40 degrees.
Mess around in a T-shirt with 8
Yeah.
-8 degrees.
My bad. fixed it for you. It was the shadows for me, fam. Like,
did you have the flat Earth belief?
It was the shadows for me.
What about the shadows?
But specifically one that went from like what looked to be like 3 feet to 7 feet.
Are you familiar with like an affine projection?
No.
Oh, okay.
Were you gonna tell me, or
this is
a secret?
No, I'm pretty sure you can model the sun, or so I shouldn't say pretty sure. You just can. You can model the sun as a transformation of your figure, a projection from 3D to 2D, right? Because shadows are 2D projections. It's a very simple type of projection. It's a particular transformation called a orthographic projection. It's very interesting.
Okay, what's the relevance?
The account of shadows in the globe view is essentially the same as the account of shadows in the flat Earth view. They're both orthographic projections.
Okay, that's a non sequitur to what I was saying.
Yeah, sorry, this is not first year of college geometry. This is like second year of college linear algebra, but I hear you.
No, that's non sequitur to the point I made.
I was responding to someone in side chat, a moderator, but what's up?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was non sequitur.
Well, you can blame the person in side chat. They were making commentary that wasn't so relevant.
Yeah, we don't have to be 5. I don't care. I want to go back to the point.
Well, I mean, I used to be 5, but I'm no longer. Are you 5?
Oh God! Oh my God! This child is acting like a fucking 5-year-old. Shut up and grow up, dude. What the fuck?
Okay. So what's different?
Out my mouth.
It sucks that. I mean, because I just mute them as they say dumb stuff, and then you might be able to get under. I don't care if it's 10 of you. You all get muted by me. I very mute trigger. Okay. It just is what it is. So back to the shadow that, they're just walking in daylight, and it goes from 3 to 7. I mean, obviously, I don't know that. Sure, hold on. Let me go ahead and get Terry Crews up out of here as well. There you go. What'd you think about that, Ravlin?
I was walking around, couldn't really hear.
What do you think about the shadow going? You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't get to watch everything yet. I'm kind of waiting to see what all gets compiled first because I don't want to waste my time. I tried watching the live stream and there was no live stream, so I was disappointed.
And then there's the divergent shadows. So it's like these things are like all, and then the t-shirts, again, it's like all things that are like obviously, it's like the movie that you watch where they want you to think that that's the killer because they're doing like obvious weird stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all this stuff is so odd. I kind of want to look beyond it. I mean, looking beyond it, the truth really is there's really nothing to talk about because the moment you try to put this into an argument, this observation, it's immediately affirming the consequence.
I just want to say one thing about when I saw, I don't know who it was, I can't remember who it was, out there in the snow, not dressed for Antarctica, according to what I've seen and read and know what I have to take. When I first looked at it, I said, I know Whitsit's from Florida. There's no way he's standing out there and it's just not bothering him. So how are these other guys just standing out there? I don't know where they're from. Don't care. I'm from Ohio. Like I said, you can't just stand around and go la-di-da-di and do all kinds of shit. Have cameras running that are obviously on batteries that shit's not going to work in a certain temperature anymore. So I wanted to know. I kept asking for the coordinates the whole time. Nobody would give me their coordinates. I asked them for the temperature the whole time. Nobody would give me the temperature. I had to go find it later. So I want to know these things. They should have all that documented. That's what I'm waiting for.
If you wanted to know, you should have signed up and gone.
It's just a dumb thing to say. It's just a dumb thing to say. So I guess we got a few detractors. Maybe we want to, I don't know, direct some pointed questions to them. Since they're going to be in the chat, may as well make them useful, right? Let's see. I wish I had my other phone.
So do I.
What, for my headphones?
It's a bit bubbly.
I just need my I'm looking for just any screenshot. Oh, you know what? I have a few here. All right, let me go ahead and read this here. Question to Perplexity AI. And the question was, one last question, AI. The shared baseline of 180 degrees, no matter the distance measured in nautical miles or statute miles, is identical to a radius line from a circle of equal altitude, which is also a 180-degree straight angle and cannot bend. Answer: yes, you are correct. Enjoying this analogy. The concept of a shared baseline of 180 degrees is indeed similar to the idea of a radius line from a circle of equal altitude in celestial navigation. Here how these concepts relate. Shared baseline in both artillery targeting and celestial navigation, a 180-degree shared baseline refers to a straight line or plane from which angles are measured. This ensures consistency and accuracy in determining distances and trajectories.
It's not a curve they're standing on. Any Globers in here know how miles are measured? Are they linear or are they curved? Like straight? Or are they curved?
Ruminating. Wait, you just muted him back. Okay. Well, I guess that's it. When you start talking about the real stuff, goofies they stay quiet, I guess.
I guess that's nothing new, Jedi. They always go quiet when I start pulling real shit, huh?
Yeah, I was wanting for people to speak up. There's a couple of people muted. If you want me to unmute them.
Yeah, sure.
You weren't expecting people to admit when they're wrong, were you?
Nah.
I want to give everyone a fair shake, but no.
Man was just gonna come here and say,
"Oh, thank you, Jedi."
You're right. There you go, Eli.
That smug tone.
What's that, Crypto? And thank you, Jedi.
Oh, the guy that Jedi just unmuted. I recognize that smug tone.
Of course you do. Hello. No, but seriously, thank you, Jedi. I was being ignored. People were ignoring me. They weren't unmuting me. I feel so ignored.
Oh, no.
What's a shared baseline?
Poor thing.
I measure from tangents, Elijah.
What's a shared baseline?
I don't know.
Oh, right. Probably because you can't have that with the tangent, right? It's totally non sequitur.
That might seem to follow. Yeah.
Exactly. Just wrecked yourself.
And shared baseline, assuming I'm assuming that means nothing is curving. It's not higher or lower than each other. That's how they're shared, right? Because you could have
No, incorrect.
So the baseline is curving?
No, you said, what did you say after that?
No, I said it's not curving in a shared baseline.
And then you said what else?
And then I smugly asked, it is curving then.
Oh, okay. So seeing is that all you said was it's not curving, then yes, that's correct.
Okay. I agree, it's not curving.
He did say something else correct as well. He described it as smug, which is true.
Yeah, that's true. But
well, he said higher or lower.
No, I said it's not higher or lower.
Right. But see, with a shared baseline, like for example, in celestial navigation, it could be at different heights.
That's true.
You can be in a plane. I can be on the water. We'd still get the same elevation angle in the sky.
Celestial navigation is not my thing. That's like you're gonna have to ask Bacon about that one.
For what?
I don't know how to do it. I've only done meridian passages before. I don't know anything else.
He's not going to agree with shared baselines either. Unfortunately, he'd be wrong.
I don't think he would disagree with that, actually.
Well, he would have to.
I mean, he doesn't disagree that
because the same presentation that I pulled that screenshot from was actually about diverging zeniths, which in practicality isn't a thing when it comes to celestial navigation. But he seems to think so. So, yeah, this would wreck him too.
I guess it's been so long since I've heard Bacon speak. It's really sad stuff, you know?
Yeah, you can talk about how sad it is you haven't heard your boyfriend's voice. But the fact of the matter is the shared baseline wrecks your belief, son. No disrespect.
I wouldn't know if it wrecked my belief because I don't know anything about celestial navigation, so I'll concede.
That's fair enough. You know anything about artillery? Wait, what do you know? Your name is Euclidean trigonometry, man, fam.
Yeah, I don't deal with curves.
Yeah, you're a bullshitter, aren't you?
I'm a Euclidean geometry.
Bullshitter, aren't you?
I don't. No. Do I sound like I bullshit you?
Yeah, the moment, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
I'm a dumb flat earther who has no fucking has no classical education as far as college goes. You guys just come in here. It's like, what the hell is going on?
I haven't been to college either. Don't worry.
All right. Well, fair enough.
To be fair to Trigonometry Man, he is well versed in the ways of sarcasm.
And smug.
And when you call him smug, he just goes, "Yeah, I kind of am," instead of getting all butthurt about it.
Yeah.
But it's like this is the best us living on a globe has is sarcasm.
That's all they got.
Sarcasm until bacon gets here, huh?
Yep. Gotta wait for my boy. Should call him right now.
Yeah, you should. Have him do his demonstration live so I can ruin it for him again when I have him put his eyes to the ground and then try to get the elevations.
Wait, what?
Never mind. It went over your head. It went over your head. You don't understand celestial navigation.
I didn't. I know what an elevation angle is, but I don't know what you mean by putting your head in the ground. Why would you do that?
But you don't know what a shared baseline is?
No.
What does it sound like it means?
Sounds like I don't know, maybe the baselines are doing communal housing? I don't know.
The baseline is shared by multiple things. The observer and the target within the artillery demonstration that Eli's going to give you. Everything is on the same baseline. The observer, target. Sorry, mate, carry on.
Most artillery, it's like 35, 40 kilometers away, unless it's rocket assisted. So, I don't know.
But Perplexity AI even talks about 150 miles. So it's still a shared baseline. Doesn't matter how far it is. Bottom line is the fact that there's no curvature at all is the point. Because you can't get these angles for these accurate locations to these targets.
Are there any dumb-fired artillery projectiles that can shoot 150 nautical miles? I don't know if that's the thing.
I don't know, but I just told you what I told you about Perplexity AI. Perhaps you can ask Perplexity AI. I don't know. You know, Perplexity AI is just it's just a glorified search thing that scours the internet for all sources out there. It's not like magical AI thinking and doing anything. It's just so there's a citation out there somewhere talks about these things that I'm talking about. Perhaps because in practicality, the Earth is used, measured, traversed, fought fires on, flown over. It's a flat and stationary plane.
Do you think the engineers over at SpaceX do that when they're, landing ships downrange on drone ships?
I mean, how's that sequitur?
They said that they treat it as flat and stationary, but that's practical purpose. They land those.
Well, I mean, you're talking about SpaceX. I don't know what they do, so I mean, they're gonna have to treat the Earth the way everyone else does if they are doing anything for real, right? They're not going to treat it. They're not going to treat it for fake. They're going to have to treat it exactly the way everyone else does, right?
Yeah,
that would make sense, right?
That would make sense. Yeah. So I have a few where there's a really good demonstration of drop over distance from the most recent Starship flight, where the booster is coming down to land in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's like 30 kilometers away, and like 50 meters of the first stage. I'll just send the GIF. I'll just send the GIF inside chat. I don't know what the explanation for this one is. I'll send the short version and the long version. I can source the video as well.
You ever have something that trumps something?
That trumps something?
Yeah.
So are you gonna bring up measuring it as flat?
I mean, that is a fact. So it's like you're saying, well, how about SpaceX or this other source, whoever they may be? showing drop over distance. And ultimately, my whole point is, does that make what I said not true? Because if it doesn't, that means that something is triggering a law of non-contradiction.
Well, if we want to talk about elevation angles, I mean, those.
I didn't. Hey, you brought it up. I didn't.
No, we're talking about treating the surface as if it's flat. Yeah,
yeah. So I'm asking, what do you deny that or something?
Well, tangents are flat, so I would agree that we treat it as a flat baseline when we're doing celestial
navigation. That's kind of not what I asked, and you don't use tangents in celestial navigation. We just went over that 10 minutes ago. But you think you're a Jedi or something?
What? No, Jedi's the other guy.
I'm content. I'm feeling like Muhammad Ali right now. I'm gonna go ahead and mute and eat some of this delicious food that my babe has cooked for me. Some
ass buddy. What are we talking about?
I don't know. Brit Nat is scared to talk to Elijah because Elijah will eat him alive, and he knows it.
Well, Big Dad's really, really dumb. He can't wrap his head around inductive reasoning. So
he didn't seem that stupid when I was talking to him.
Oh no, he's stupid. When I talked to him, he was being stupid.
Wait, are you a Glover?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
All right, what's your best proof for the Earth being a globe?
We just have a picture.
Okay. If it's from space, it's over.
If it's from space, I think that's probably the most optimal way of taking a photo of it. Yeah, it's from space though. If you want to know.
Okay, so I mean, even I can debate this. What makes you would have to assume so many things for it to be true? I mean,
no. Wait, sorry to cut you off. Just to be clear, it doesn't seem we actually have any reason to believe that they're editing it or using some filter. So I'm choosing the most parsimonious line of reasoning to deduce that it's just a sphere.
Okay, so a picture from NASA, therefore a globe, is your...
Yeah, I'd say if we have a picture of something, we can see the shape of it. And if we're trying to deduce what the shape is, the picture's going to tell us. Or a video.
Yeah, well, I can get a picture of a lot of things that you probably wouldn't consider are real. And...
Yeah, but I'd probably have a good reason to believe it's edited. If you showed me a picture of King Kong, I'm yeah, I already know it's fictional.
Well, you are aware that there's a lot of conflicting images within NASA. There's concave horizons and it's not all the same images. I mean, even the globe changes from year to year, you know?
Yeah, I do know NASA does have
so which
I don't know, some issues, but I don't know if they're actually issues though. I'm still agnostic on those type of matters. I'd have to look it up.
So which one is real, the concave NASA photo or the convex NASA photo? Which one are we going with today?
I literally don't know what it's called. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I'm talking about the horizon. So it's a bowl shaped, and then it goes to look like a globe again.
Let me see. Wait, are you referring to the one that Into the Break sent?
Yeah, well, that's actually from the Russian space program.
I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Is that the Earth, the water, the ocean?
Well, that would actually be. That's not concave Into the Break.
What does concave mean here?
Concave would mean that we're inside the Earth, I guess, or
No, concave, like a skateboard deck. It's concave, and if you flip the skateboard deck, the underside of it, then it's convex.
I'll just look it up myself.
Yeah,
having an outline or surface that curves inward like the interior of a circular sphere. Okay.
Yeah, Into the Break. The stuff to the left is the Earth, so that's not concave. That'd be just regular convex.
To the left.
Just on the idea that it's the believability in the first place that then informs your believability. You understand how circular that is?
Wait, what did you just say?
Well, you said that I know King Kong's already fake, so when I see a picture of King Kong, I know it's fake. That's circular reasoning.
No. If I know it's the case because we have a strong case for it. What are you talking about? I know it's fake because I can just go into how it is fake with like CGI and shit, and they already agree it's fiction.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Wait, so your reason for thinking it's fake is that it could be edited? That doesn't make any sense because
No, I know it's
proof with the
edited.
pictures from NASA. They could
No,
be edited
yeah.
too.
Oh my god, hold on. We have a strong reason to believe it was edited. Since I go into detail about how they do the CGI and everything, they don't do that with NASA, so we don't have a strong
What?
reason to
They
believe
do.
it was edited.
Yeah, they do.
They do. They do.
No.
Yeah, they do.
They
Wait,
absolutely do.
with what? What are you referring to?
I mean, they
Robert
composite
Simmons?
them.
No, I think this is
They shop them all the time.
I
Change
don't
the
know.
contrast.
Wait, I don't know what compositing is here. I don't know what
They
that
take
is.
multiple images and stack them together.
I just look up why they do that. I still there's still be like a lot of different things on how to explain how something's
So you're
fictional.
going to shift the goalposts as soon as you find out that they edit.
What are you
these pictures,
talking
you're gonna
about?
Shift the goalposts.
Wait, sorry.
Well,
how
I'm
am I
sure they do it
shifting
for
the
good reason.
goalpost?
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly.
wait. Just tell me how I'm shifting the goalpost.
No, I'm waiting for you to shift the goalposts.
Wait.
It's just about to
Just
happen.
tell. Wait, so you agree I'm not then? What?
Well, no, your
Am I
standard of evidence
sorry,
before
am I
was.
shifting it or not?
Yeah, your standard of evidence before. Yeah, no, I'm still talking, dude. Your standard of evidence before was that it's not edited, and everyone here knows
No,
that
that's
those
not what I
photos
said
are
at
edited.
all. What?
Yeah, yes, it
Things
is.
can be edited and still be real. They're just levels of editing.
Right. So your subjective line, where you say, "Oh, this is too much editing and this isn't enough editing,"
That's not
what
a
defines
refutation.
real.
Yeah, it's not a refutation. Huh. Oh. No, it's not going to be like a refutation, unfortunately.
Not coming off too small, dude.
Radwin, what is that from?
You're a flat
I've
earth
posted it for like months. What is that? What is with the tapir
Yeah,
running on the moon from?
Showing you the scale size of that RC car in the background.
What? No, I'm saying, what is it from though? Like who? Obviously, that's not.
We cannot divulge all our secrets.
I want to know the source of the video.
What even is it?
Barbecue sauce.
It's funny. I want to know the source.
I'm hilarious. What about Worcestershire?
It's pretty good. Fermented anchovies, you know?
I want to know if any Americans can actually say Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Me too.
There you go. You got one.
Worcestershire.
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 Nearly. That was close. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
No, not Worcestershire.
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 No, not war.
Worcestershire.
There we are. That wasn't too bad, actually. Sorry, I completely derailed. Carry on. We're talking about this guy's complete lack of evidence for the globe. Did I DC or has everyone just stopped talking?
Sorry, bro. It's all you. You gotta hold, run the conversation.
Damn. Yeah, I listened to a song earlier that has 5 different genres in it. It was quite cool.
Yeah, what song was that?
I don't know if you guys have heard of Watch the World Burn by Falling in Reverse.
Yep.
It's a very strange song. It's good though.
I listen to weirder music.
It doesn't matter how weird the music I've listened to is. I've never known a song to have like 5 different genres in it.
Yeah, clearly you've never listened to what is it called?
To who?
I'm trying to think of the genre. Did everybody just die or?
Yes, shush.
Yeah.
Hi, Jetty.
What's up,
Jetty
mate?
Jedi.
How are you?
We're taking
I'm
a moment of
alright. How are
silence for
you?
the globe.
Very well, thank you.
I'm glad you're still around and alive.
Around. Yeah, I'm still here, mate.
I genuinely thought that this server was gone because I couldn't find it.
No, we're still here, mate. We're still here.
Why are you playing 315 hours of North Korea Simulator? What is wrong with you?
You never stop playing it. What do you mean?
I guess so.
Have you ever played North Korea Simulator? Have you ever played North Korea?
You sound familiar. Did you go by a different name or something?
No. I've always been this name.
I feel like you're gaslighting me.
Well, what's my name?
Something a gaslighter would say.
Say my name, say my name.
My name is Owlish. Owlishness. It's always been Owlishness.
My name Jeff.
If you don't know my name, there's nothing more I can do for you. My name has always been Owlishness.
Oh no, not owlishness. Oh dear.
Well, if you've read my name, then you would know. It's literally there, right there, in front of you.
Yeah, no, her name's been that for a while.
Yes, exactly, it has.
Okay, you can quit with the voice changer alt account to try and gaslight me harder. It's not going to work.
Cannot take it. Who is that? Who's saying
I wouldn't worry about him. Reality gaslights him every day.
I just like, where's the point of what you're fucking saying right now? Excuse my language. I just don't get it. What is the
I can't excuse your language. It sounds a lot like English, which I think is what
I
everyone is.
know, but I don't like. Yeah, I don't like just playing like just F word here and there. Yeah,
Notice how they don't talk at the same time?
She prefers owlish to English.
we're the same person.
Yeah, voice changer trying to gaslight me. I get how it is.
Yeah, because that would be really useful in my life to like spend my time doing that. What are you talking about, dude? I don't get it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. To be honest, I do. I have heard Alish. I've seen her around, and I do know that that's been her name. So,
If you want to wind up trigonometry, man, just tell him that the government is necessary.
Yeah.
And just say nothing afterwards.
Yeah, roads. You need
What
government.
part
for
of the
roads.
government?
Roads.
Any part of the government.
Well,
so is nobody talking? So no one's talking about the actual like the final experiment thing here. I'm surprised. Maybe you guys exhausted it.
What was,
And
I
missed
heard about it. What was the experiment actually?
I don't know. Like, so I know very little about it. What I do know is, I mean, probably what you know, right? Is there was a group of people that went to Antarctica to take different measurements and things, right, based on different models of the shape of the Earth, right? So, am I the only one that knows about this? Come on.
No, I know.
because we've been talking about it.
So why are you playing secret? Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So the question would be, the question would be, what is an experiment? Do you know what an experiment is?
What?
Why? QE if you ask that 3 times.
Yeah.
What is the
Just
question?
saying.
What is banned here?
The question
What?
is, what is an experiment?
No, my question is, why is no one talking about this right now?
What? No, you
We've been
just said
talking
what
about
is
it
the
all week.
final experiment. You asked what does
No,
everyone here think
no,
about the final experiment. I asked
Yeah,
you what an
that's the-
experiment is.
That's
because
the title. That's the title. That's the title of the whole thing, right? Of the Endeavor. Is it?
so a
Is
better
it not
question-
the title of the Endeavor?
it is, but a better
Okay,
question would be
so
what
then
is an experiment?
Get over it. Okay, so now I'm wondering why we're not talking about it, or did you guys already exhaust it and I missed all of
Already
it?
exhausted it like the 3rd time. We've been talking about it all week, so it's not.
Okay,
not
that's what I.
like that.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Okay,
No.
I figured as much.
Yeah, we're not avoiding it. It's been the topic of conversation all of the time.
So what's an experiment? Please answer my question.
I know you're not talking to me.
Well, yeah, I'm talking to one person, which is Alish. I know, I already get it. So we can get past it.
That's kind of like creeping me out. How you keep saying that?
Sorry. Okay. I won't do it anymore. I promise. Okay. What's an experiment?
Because it's not Alice. Allison's voice is so much hotter and she has a better personality. But
Okay.
No, it was not. No. Also, two, I am not the same person as that person. Just because I fucking have a female voice. I mean, jeez.
I mean, you obviously sound different. So anyway,
I recognize
sorry,
that.
I'm eating. I'll say
Yeah.
hello in a second.
Hi. Okay.
Sorry, were people talking about me? I was elsewhere. Okay.
You know the statistical improbability of having two women in a Discord call? Like, it has to be one person.
What is a woman?
Well, I learned at quite a young age that there are no females on the internet.
Exactly.
So these two are clearly males.
Yeah.
There are no women on the internet. What are you talking about?
I learned that from a young age.
Right. You're correct. There are no women on the internet. I don't know what you mean.
I guess if there's lasting power. If you make it and you can handle all of this, what you guys are doing right now, then yeah, you might end up running across one because they can handle themselves just fine. I don't. No, okay, so part of me just came in here to see about if you guys were talking about the final experiment thing, but I don't. Yeah, I understand that you guys probably talked about it ad nauseum. Not trying to jump in, but yeah. Hello.
Did you have a question about it?
No. Yeah, I do have questions, but I feel like I shouldn't just come in here and demand that you explain things to me that I haven't. I feel like there's a background noise. I feel like I shouldn't come in here and just demand that you tell me every single thing that they measured and stuff like that. I should look at it myself first, right? So,
the only thing that they saw of relevance was the sun in the sky for 24 hours.
And what is that? So then my question would be to you, like, what is the relevance to you specifically?
The phenomena is fascinating, showing that there are two rotational points throughout the season of the sun. Doesn't change the Earth being measured flat.
Okay. It doesn't change the what? Sorry.
Doesn't change the Earth being measured flat.
The Earth being measured flat. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have any questions at this point, other than I would be like, tell me and regurgitate all the information, which is not fair, and I wouldn't do that. So, but I just want to say hi to Amish. Crit is here. Elijah, I see you. Fe Gemsy, hi. Heretic, it's been a while. Jedi, hi.
Hello.
I can't God, so many people. It's been so long. That's it. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you for entertaining me for a bit and letting me, whatever. Waste your guys' time.
Are you a globber?
Have a good night. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am heading off. I'm actually starting. I'm going to open a channel, so I have to head off here. But I just wanted to say hi to people because I saw familiar faces. All right. Also, Plum Bob. Yo.
Hey, real quick, to the observation of the 24-hour sun, they did it from a great plateau that is over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. It's called the Great Antarctic Plateau, and it's flat. So the way they were standing is not curving; it's flat, as described by the explorers and the people that discover it and the people that measure it and observed it. And these guys went to observe the sun to claim that the Great Plateau is curving when it's not.
Yeah, I think topography is nothing to do with the shape of the planet, right? But what do I know? You can ask the other people about it. But love you all. Bye.
Yeah.
Jedi, what do you think? They went to the Great Plateau of Antarctica, and it's flat.
Everything they did just showed that the Earth was flat. The place that they went, how they got there, the measurements that they took of the sun being above the horizon. Yeah, it's all flat. I like the Arctic Plateau, though. Was it 1,000 miles in diameter or something?
Wait, is this the
1,000 kilometers in diameter.
Here's my argument. Here's my argument against Christianity. It's like the Trinity.
You're in the wrong room,
collapse.
You're in the wrong room,
The
dude.
Trinity
You're in the wrong room.
because my omnipresent stages.
Yeah, okay.
It also contingent as a relational identity.
Oh my God,
That's my
schizophrenia general.
Yeah.
What?
Did someone get him? All right, cool. Fuck's sake.
Oh, dude.
I'm sorry. Did we change the channel to argument against Christianity or?
No, this is BPD diagnosis room now.
It's what?
Does anyone here know what a scientific experiment is? Come on. I want to LARPus QE. I want to LARPus.
Yes.
You can't LARPus QE unless you use the same insults. So let me hear you say monkey ball, tard ball.
What's your proof for your
Whatever.
globtard, kid?
Oh, that's good. Okay. No, you have to be,
Rayon Muncher.
you have to be
Rayon
angrier.
She enjoyed that a little too much.
All right, what's
have
the
to be a
scientific
little bit-
experiment? Alish.
A scientific experiment is
As defined by elementary school science class, 5th grade science.
fifth grade science. Okay. It is a thing that has a dependent and independent variable and a hypothesis.
What's an independent variable?
It's a variable. It's all by itself. It's independent.
What? Not the answer I'm looking for. Try again.
You have to be
You've got to call her
meaner.
a numpty dipshit.
Yeah, you have to call me a numpty dipshit
No,
But
I can't.
fucker or whatever.
I feel bad.
Independent, dependent variable, and a hypothesis. A dependent variable is a variable that is controlled.
Let's get back to
An
the
independent.
independent variable is the thing you change.
Yes, an independent variable is the thing that is changed in the experiment. A hypothesis is a part of the experiment in which you formulate a y answer, a yes y answer, whatever it is.
He
How many
really
times
had
have you
to
heard him say this?
Yeah.
I feel like we need to give you like 100 hours of QE, just listen to him and then come back. Like
For me?
homework.
I don't need 100 hours.
Well,
I
10
didn't-
hours. Whatever.
Yeah. Does he do debates anymore? I haven't heard him in a very long time.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
well,
he's always on Nathan Oakley's channel, as far as I know.
he has his own channel, doesn't he? Every Tuesday or something, he has his own show.
Maybe Tuesdays and Saturdays. Yeah.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, Tuesdays and Saturdays. He does Tuesdays and Saturdays, I think something like 2 p.m. EST
Wow.
on his YouTube channel.
Imagine doing something like Saturday, it's Tuesday.
I'm just telling you what it is. I've never been able to really listen in because I have work, like most normal people.
Lamau, imagine working.
Yeah, I do that. I have to support myself.
We need more. It's good.
Force the line. What are we going to do, force the line, Jekyll?
We need more conversations like this. This is good.
What is this? The
Conversations.
plateau is flat, elevated. hold on. I was pinged in this.
It's important for everyone to understand how absurd the idea of a flat Earth is. We need more conversations like this.
Now you're just poisoning the well.
It's just an opinion.
So who were the people that went to Antarctica? Like who does anybody know exactly who they were?
YouTubers.
Anyone specific or?
MC Toon, Jaren, Whitsit, some guy called Will Duffy, a random girl called Elizabeth, a few others.
Who was the first one?
MC Toon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know.
Does anyone know if he actually MCs? Does he have a DJ kind of duo?
No, I don't think so. He likes to shout at Snow a lot. I know that.
Hold on, I have to get the video now of him.
Oh yeah, I know this. I definitely know this guy. This guy does TikTok lives a lot, I think.
I hope you guys have seen this video. I'm sending it in the side chat. This is the best video I've ever seen.
Best video you've ever seen.
This seems like a.
Why is it not loading? It never loads for me.
This seems like a virus. I'm not downloading.
I need to make it so it loads inside of. It's basically just McToon screaming, saying that he wishes flat earthers' children would get taken away from them, and yelling at flat earthers, saying they're the scum of the earth.
He seems like a reasonable person.
Just upload it to YouTube.
I was just frustrated.
Upload it to YouTube and then post it.
Do you think a flat earther stole his girlfriend?
Maybe. Yeah, look at that
How can you
posture.
post a photo?
I don't think he has a girlfriend. If you
How do
look
you
at the
post a
last photo I
photo?
posted of him.
But how do you post a photo that says it looks flat with mountains in the background? That doesn't look flat at all.
That's a posture of a man for sure.
My God.
You can't say it looks flat when there's mountains in the background. That's not how that works. You can't say
Well, yeah, that's what McToon says. He says it looks flat. That's how you know it's a globe.
It looks so flat, you know it's round, as they say.
You can't, but you can't say that when the point of view is obstructed by an
He's on
entire
a
fucking
1,000.
mountain.
Well, you just got the information from Gemsy. He's on a 1,000 kilometer plateau that's flat. So overall, the
Okay, where's the
ratio
yardstick?
is flat.
How do I know it's 1,000 kilometers? Where's the measuring stick? Where's the measurement?
Checkmate.
Touche.
What are these things here? Those are not theodolites. What are those? Cameras? They look like sound devices.
Tripod.
They're tripods, yes, but they don't look like they're not theodolites.
No one's interested in measuring the snow. They're more interested in the sun.
Yeah, there was
Why would you
cameras on
measure
it.
the
This was after. That was during
That's the plateau.
his rant with he actually went on to one of Nathan Oakley's live streams and was yelling at him, screaming to the sky for Nathan Oakley to be there. He was really mad that Nathan Oakley wasn't there holding his hand.
So you wouldn't be measuring the snow, you would be measuring the permafrost because the snow wouldn't be significant.
Yeah, so not the floor.
It's summer. It's summer, technically.
Al, nobody's measuring the floor here. Everybody's looking at the sun. Gemsy just pointed out the topography earlier. It's a 1,000-mile plateau, measured to be parallel and horizontal to the mean sea level. Not interested in the mountain, sweetheart?
Right, so you say that it's flat 1,000 kilometers, but where's the measurement of that? All I'm seeing is a picture.
Gemsy posted it earlier.
Let me see. Oh, are these the photos? Lovely. What part of Antarctica were they in? Like which base?
Nowhere.
Well, they had to be at a specific base. They just don't let you run around.
I mean, we had to be a specific place as human beings, I'm sure.
Right. So, which specific place, which specific base were they at?
I don't know. Jimsy, no, not Jimsy. Radwin kept asking for. Well, does anyone have coordinates? I remember Witsit giving coordinates in one of his videos, but I mean,
I'll figure it out on my own.
Isn't it ironic that the bottom of the ball is flat for thousands of kilometers?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, it's not ironic.
No.
The bottom of the ball is flat for 1,000 kilometers. Is that so you can put it down on the table so it don't roll away?
If I were to guess, it would be due to polarity, right? I mean, the poles switch every 10,000 years or whatever it is. But in general...
Does that make it flatter every 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Awesome.
These people are going to run the country someday.
These people have got driving licenses now.
Owlish!
What's up?
Good to see you, girl.
Good to see you. Hello, how are you? I genuinely thought this place was gone. That's why I haven't been here in so long. Like, I thought it was gone.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder what happened to Owlishness.
I disappear for... I got a new job and my hours changed, so I had to adjust.
All good, all good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Just to answer your question, Alishness, you asked what's up, and it's not the ground.
To answer your other question, where they went is Union Glacier.
Oh,
if you know where Union Glacier, yeah.
I'm about to find out where it is.
Shout out to Jardo in the chat for them.
Union Glacier, let's see. Oh my gosh.
I was just replying to your what's up question, and I said not the ground.
Yeah, the ground wouldn't be up. I think in your case would probably be the ceiling of your house or current residence.
Ding ding.
Oh, wow. So that's quite in the middle. Wow.
20C is what? Well, it's negative 20C.
That's like...
That's cold.
5 degrees? No, wait. 32 is 0.
Yeah, well, negative 4. You just had to flip the sign. It's pretty
Yeah.
good.
32 is 0. 0, 0.
Well, yeah, 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I know. What I use Fahrenheit, just use 0.
So it's like...
Minus 18 is 0 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. It's actually kind of warm.
Next, you'll be telling me it's soccer and aluminum.
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Again, not bad effort.
Aluminium.
Say Worcestershire again?
Worcestershire.
Well, win some, you lose some.
Worcestershire.
It's not terrible. It's actually not terrible.
Have you ever had it before, though, Alish?
Probably. I live in America. We use
Don't look
spices here.
Don't look at the ingredients, though, if you don't like fish.
I do like fish. I eat fish sauce.
Oh, well, there you go. Same thing, basically.
Basically, fish sauce.
Yeah.
I regularly eat food from many different cultures. I like fish sauce, fish flakes, eel sauce.
Fish flakes? What are you eating? Fish food?
No, like fish flakes. Like if you're
Bonito
eating,
flakes.
yeah, bonito flakes, exactly.
Fish food is objectively the best Ben and Jerry's flavour, by the way.
I'll take your word for it. I haven't tried it, or maybe I have.
If you like fish, you probably like Operation Fishbowl.
I don't know. What is that one? Operation Fishbowl? Ah, right.
You are the fish in this one. You're inside the bowl.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know why people are so freaked out about these. What is it called? The drones and the what are the things that everybody are seeing?
UAPs, drones, things in the sky.
Yeah, the things in the sky. The
orbs.
The orbs. Yeah, I don't know why everybody's so surprised about seeing orbs in the sky.
Who said we were surprised?
A lot of people are yapping about it, and it's not surprising. It's not surprising since we've had a lot of solar activity lately.
Hey, you guys, look at the look at the text chat real quick. What they sent me in my they tagged me in X.
Alpha Veritas, where are you? Are you like in the sky somewhere? Because you sound like you're.
What's up, buddy? Sorry, I'm at work, dude. I got my Bose headphones on.
You got your boat. Are you working in like the middle of a airplane factory?
He's inside the engine of the airplane.
So there's been a lot of solar activity lately. A lot of solar storms lately that basically resulted in the Northern Lights being seen as far south as like
America.
Virginia. Yeah, as far south as like Virginia, Pennsylvania. So like I don't know why anybody's surprised that they're seeing these what are they called? The
orbs.
The plasma balls that people keep saying.
The orbs.
Yeah, the plasma orbs. Yeah, so people have been seeing a lot of plasma orbs lately, which, in my opinion, is completely unsurprising considering the solar storms that have been happening lately.
The plasma orb?
Yeah, plasma orbs. Plasma orbs. What is a plasma orb?
Mm-hmm.
So a plasma orb is essentially a collection of plasma that is directly produced from either solar activity or by lightning. And solar activity.
Lights.
Do they what?
Do they flash red and blue lights?
Of course they do. They flash all sorts of lights.
Okay, cool.
I mean, you've heard of blue sprites and red sprites?
Yeah.
I almost thought you were going to say they're a bunch of plasma in a ball shape. I almost thought you were going to say that.
Well, I mean, they have been in a ball shape, but usually that's how plasma. Well, it's called a plasma orb for a reason. Orb generally indicates circular shape. There's been many solar storms lately. I mean, literally, there was an aurora borealis that reached as far south as Virginia, like I said, or Pennsylvania. So it's unsurprising that having an aurora borealis that reaches as far south as Pennsylvania in the States would produce plasma orbs. It's not aliens.
Yeah, we're being invaded by aliens. Watch reels on Facebook and watch YouTube. You'll see.
I don't really use Facebook anymore.
It's the Mexicans.
What's the difference between drones and orbs?
So the plasma orbs, well, drones are obviously man-operated. Plasma orbs, or the plasmoid, or whatever they're calling them, are basically just balls of electricity or plasma that can be produced by storm clouds. They used to be called like sprites or plasma balls or just anything. But there's been an increase lately over the past 3 or 4 months of solar activity. A lot of solar storms, which has produced a lot of visible aurora borealis.
Are you reading this from something?
Am I reading this from
everything?
Chat.
Bro.
Chat GPT Earther.
All I see
This isn't Chat GPT. This is literally called fucking science. I'm sorry, you guys don't like science.
Oh, it's science. What was your independent variable?
What was my independent variable? The fucking sky. There you go. The sun.
You changed the sky? Wait, what?
We changed the sun. Yeah, we had solar activity, increase in solar storms.
This is getting boring. Not gonna lie.
Independent variable, the sun. All right.
The sun. Okay, we didn't change anything. The sun changed itself. It's called solar storms.
So it's
right?
not an independent variable. Yeah, it's not an independent variable then.
We can't change the sun.
So it's not independent variable?
You can go outside and close your eyes, and there's your independent variable. You change the sun because you can't fucking see it.
Not how that works.
Okay. That's a good independent. I agree, Alish. That's a good one. It's a good one.
Okay. There you go. So there's your independent variable. Your dependent variable is the fact that the sun never fucking changes because it's always there.
Doesn't change. What?
Yeah, that's science for you.
The sun's...
The sun is supposed to be independent and dependent variable. It does not change.
The opposite
No, well, you can change the sun by going outside at night, or you can go outside with your fucking eyes closed and you can stare at the sun.
The sun by going
Where's the sun at night?
You're trolling,
Where's the sun at night?
Are you trolling? Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
She's a comedian or something.
Do you guys know that under the sun, plateaus are also known as high plains or tablelands?
Sorry, Jamesy.
Tablelands. Oh my god. That's crazy.
Oh dear.
Okay, but you know that there's been an increase in... This isn't even like something to do with flat earth or whatever. This is solar storm.
We know.
It's an increase in
know.
solar activity.
We know.
It's definitely got nothing to do with us.
No, it's not. This is not arguable. This is... You can literally have seen the aurora borealis as far south as Pennsylvania, Maryland,
That's
Virginia.
the fourth time.
Right.
I took
And I'm
pictures of
telling
it.
you,
I took pictures of it. You don't have
right?
to tell me.
This is the explanation for the plasmoid activity.
Goodness gracious.
Plasmoid activity.
I thought they were drones.
The drones are
So,
investigating the plasmoid.
My plan is to disable my running lights on my drone and get a high intensity 100,000 lumen flashlight and launch that thing up and turn it on and let the people over here in Ohio think they're being invaded too.
You don't need a flashlight. You just need to fly your drone up.
No, we all have drones around here. Mine, you're not going to see running lights. So you're just going to see a light. It'll be a magical orb in the sky.
No, you need to find the plasmoid, and then you need to take your drone. You could be like the one person in Pennsylvania who took their drone up to the plasmoid, and then the plasmoid ran into the drone and it knocked it out of the sky.
Oh my God. You are such a believer in outer space.
What do you mean? There's literally a video of it. There's literally...
Please make me a video.
There's a
of your
video.
light. Here's your video, sir.
Yeah, there's literally a
Okay,
video.
I will tell you.
Guys?
Since you want to know, I will tell you what it is. And it's supposed to be a secret, but I'll tell you. We launched the drones because we're searching for a missing nuclear warhead. We don't know what it is, so we launched the drone so we can find it, and we haven't found it yet. Do you know where it is?
Yes.
Yeah, come to my garage and I'll show you it. Okay, it's W84, 200
No.
kiloton yield nuclear.
So let me
Right.
tell you guys something.
That's what it said on the side.
This is not anything new. Obviously, the military is doing experimental flights over these parts of
military and what they're doing. They just announced he's not nowhere around. Nobody knows where he's at. So
He's literally at the White House. What do
That's
you
not
mean?
a surprise. Dude has no idea where he is either.
What do you mean?
Literally
He doesn't know
did.
where he is. They literally announced the other day that he canceled his trip back to his home so he could go back to the White House. They literally know where he is.
He doesn't know
They
where he
literally
is
know where
either.
Government today. No Biden present to plead and beg people. Nope, he's gone.
He's literally at the White House with Kamala.
Kumbala?
He's literally dead.
Kumbaya.
Yeah.
Literally there with Kumbaya, okay?
Yeah.
With Kumbaya
Joe Biden's literally
Harris,
dead.
Joe Biden, and Kumbaya Harris.
Joe Biden is dead.
Or at
Joe
the
Biden is dead.
Joe Borgen and Kumbaya Harris are at the
Joe Biden, Joe Obama.
are at the White House, okay, and they went there in an emergency. They canceled their vacation, so no Christmas for them.
Do you say the White Hairs or the White House?
Both. They're in the
He was
hearse
grabbed-
and the house.
The White
Joe
Hairs
Biden-
were grabbed at the White House.
Joe Biden is in the White hearse.
White House.
Kumbaya Harris is in the White House. And
That's definitely her name from now on.
Elon Musk is the president.
And Kamala will have white hairs if it wasn't for paint, pharmacy paint.
What?
Just like
Paint? No, she doesn't have white hair.
paint.
Yeah, she eats leaded paint, don't you know?
Everybody
Biden has
eats
white
leaded paint.
Yep.
If you were born before 1980, you have lead paint brain.
Well, Biden certainly does. He doesn't know where he is. That's why it was such a shocker when you told him that they don't know where he is. He doesn't.
Literally, anybody born before the year 1980 or 1987 even has lead paint brain. Your brain is full of lead paint. Nothing you
That's
can do about it.
offensive. I'm so offended.
Lead. You have lead brain. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you, but you're full of lead. Unleaded or the leaded gasoline has been seeping into your brain since like 1980.
Well, you said that you eat a lot of fish, so you have lead.
No, I don't have lead. No. I don't have lead. Mercury. Thank you. I have mercury.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's you.
get it right. Mercury, not lead.
Aliens in your
Also, you've been led to believe.
Yeah. No, mercury. I've been mercuried to believe. Okay, get it right.
Oh, this is getting boring now.
I don't remember what we were talking. We were talking about like the plasmoids and the. Oh, right.
We were
So
talking about
over the summer, I want to say it about July,
about flat Earth.
maybe even June, July. There were military planes. There were military planes actually all summer.
Thank you. Because I'm about to be like, this is not the server for that. Love you, Alish. Not the server for that.
We was talking about flat Earth until you came along.
I thought we were discussing conspiracy theories. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's not
Okay,
what
go back.
the Blue Room is. Go back and read it again.
Read what? What am I reading?
Title of the room.
The title of the room, doofus.
24/7 flat Earth. Okay, so okay.
I mean, did you forget?
Yeah.
She searched for us.
I thought we were on a different topic. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't search for
No,
us by
these
looking for
motherfuckers eating lead paint.
conspiracy.
Can't remember what fucking room she in.
Okay, well then bring up a topic. Okay.
How about plateaus? Plateaus.
What about
plateaus?
What about
plateaus?
Good topic.
Not
They're also known
plateaus.
as high.
Plateaus with a P.
Yeah, they're also known as high plains or.
What specific plateau do you want? Do you want to talk about the salt flats or what?
The one that
There's
they
a lot of those, and they're all
the one at the
flat.
bottom of the ball. The one at the bottom, the South Pole Plateau. That one.
Right. So what about it? The plateau. Okay.
It's a flat ball. It's a ball that is flat.
So right. So how do you feel about them? How do you feel about them proving the 24-hour sun? How do you feel about that?
I think it's
That's
awesome.
not really a big deal.
Why is it not a big deal when previously it was a big deal?
Well, the sun came from the wrong direction. Boys went to derive an elevation angle to the sun. You need a flat horizontal baseline to derive an accurate elevation angle to the sun. And still, it stands that things in the sky are not going to tell you that the Earth curves. They're not going to prove to you empirically by any stretch of the imagination that the Earth curves. So that's 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out. Back to the drawing board we go.
So if we are proving that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is on the southern half of the globe, why am I able to get a sun in the northern part of the globe, on the East Coast specifically?
Because you could still see it.
Why would you be able to see it, though?
It's
Because
just changed tropics. That's all it's done. It's moved. You're not too far enough away. If you were more north, say in the Arctic Circle, you'd be in 24 hours of darkness because you're too far away from the sun.
I mean, I'm pretty far away.
Yeah, but you're not far enough away
What is far enough?
where you don't see the sun for 24 hours and it's darkness. I just pointed that out to you.
But why does it change?
Because the sun moves.
But why? Why does it have a specific path that it takes?
Owlish, I'll answer, but don't be a stupid cow. It's recorded and measured that the sun moves between the tropics. That's what the sun does. It's not hard. We measure it, we're observing it. It's observable for 24 hours in the winter in Antarctica, Northern Hemisphere winter, because if you go far enough north, you won't be able to see the sun. You'll get 24 hours of darkness. Yeah, it doesn't change the Earth's measured flat. We just now know where the sun is.
So previously, we were under the impression that it was a time lapse. What changed? That we have proof that it's not, or?
No, we still have the time-lapsed images, but now we have what we would say maybe more reliable source that shows multiple streams of it being 24 hours. So that doesn't change the altered images from before, does it?
It does.
No, it doesn't, because they were already altered. You haven't come forward 7 years and unaltered those altered images.
So how far is the Antarctic Circle from, say, the
Antarctic Circle is 60 degrees southern latitude.
Okay, so how far is that from the United States, and why do we not experience?
Because it's too far away.
So we should be experiencing 24 hours.
Why?
Of darkness.
Sorry, you're not a continent that the sun's circling around. Why would you expect to see a 24-hour sun when the sun isn't circling your continent? Antarctica, a continent that the sun circles round.
Mhm.
America, the sun doesn't circle around this continent, does it? So you're not going to see the same phenomena, are you?
But wouldn't there be an equal amount of sun to every continent?
What? When the sun changes where it is throughout the year? This is what we measure, the sun moving between the two tropics. Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. That's what the sun does.
But why? Why does it move
Why?
from...
Why?
Yes. Yes.
Don't know why. We just observe and measure it. We don't know why. We just watch it.
So, like, what would be your guess as to why it circulates?
What?
Right. So, like, what would be...
Why have I got a guess all of a sudden? There it
No,
is.
I'm just
It's
asking. What would be
beautiful
your
thing in the sky.
guess?
Why have I got a guess? We're
So,
observing it
because
happen.
I'm asking for a
Owlishness.
logical...
You keep talking through me. It's becoming fucking annoying again. Giggling in the fucking background. It's an irrelevant question. You're asking me why we observe it happening. Maybe you should listen instead of giggling half the time.
I'm not even giggling.
You are. Getting ready to ask the next fucking question. You're not even letting me finish my answer yet. You're asking me why. Don't know why. We just observe and measure it. For 60 days in the south, the sun circles Antarctica. For 60 days in the north, the sun circles the Arctic. Okay? And?
So, why do that?
I don't know why. We just observe it.
Listen, there's always a method. The reason I'm asking is there's a method to why something happens. So, like, for example, you can explain, why does a car go? Because the wheels spin, because the engine makes it go. You can have a specific explanation to why it happens. I want to know what the methodology is behind why the sun would spend 60 days in one place and 60 days in another place, right? I just want to know, like, I know you can't exactly explain why, but, like, what would be the path of the sun? Why would it be taking such a path, right? So, like,
don't know why. So stop fucking asking why. But you can make the measurements yourself and figure out where it is. Quite easy to measure the location of the sun.
you don't have to measure the location of the sun. You can tell the location of the sun.
Yeah, exactly. We can tell the location of the sun. We can measure the location of the sun. Don't have to ask why. We could just measure it. What the sun appears to do from different locations.
So it's always lower in the sky in the winter.
In the winter, yes, because
Well,
it's further away from you where it's winter. Like, it's winter for you now, right? In America, North America, same for me as in the UK. Yeah, the sun is rising and setting very low in the horizon in the sky. It doesn't rise up high in the sky. In another location, in Antarctica, for example, it appears quite high in the sky. Around the Tropic of Capricorn, it's directly above your head.
Sorry, it's not actually winter until tomorrow.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm just telling you the winter solstice is tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's what you're thinking about. You're not thinking about what I was said. You just got this. It's not actually because I'm just going to be a bitch. So it's not winter until tomorrow because I want to be accurate, even though it's got fuck all to do with the conversation. I want to make myself sound smart. You're an idiot.
No, I'm autistic.
Just fuck off.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Stop being an idiot then, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you actually diagnosed with autism?
Yes. Yes. But I'm wondering how that affects the the star systems, because if I refer back to my celestial navigation chart, it still begs the question of why we have a difference.
We've got
in
2 rotational points in the sky, haven't we? Have we just figured this out? One in the north, one in the south. One where the sun circles round in the north in the summer, and one where the sun circles round in the south in the summer. Same as we've got the 2 rotational points around Polaris in the north, around Solar Actatis in the south.
It wouldn't be the south, it would be the north to the south, if that were the case.
So, what?
So it can't be just in the south.
What do you mean
because
it
in the
can't be
summer,
in the south?
because
we
basically
see it in the south.
Right, we see it in the south, right?
Where's the south?
During the summer,
Where's the
because the
south?
sun is lower.
Where's the south?
So if I were to describe the south, it would be Antarctica, because that's south to
Bingo.
me, right?
Yeah, bingo. So we're
Right,
above Antarctica.
so it wouldn't be in the south during the summer, because in the summer it's higher in the sky, therefore it would be in the north. So it would be
Exactly.
in the south.
So throughout the year it changes. Just told you this.
Yeah, but you said it's in the south. It's not in the south. It is in the south during the winter. In the summer, it's in the north.
Thank
so we
you.
have to.
It is in the south during the winter. Yes.
Mhm.
You need to listen better. I've told you all of this.
So I'm asking about the other celestial changes. So if you refer to the celestial chart for celestial navigation, you have a difference in March through September than other times of the year. So if you're navigating by celestial navigation using a sextant, your altitude correction table, you have a difference between October and March and April through September for your altitude correction. How does that work in correlation with the change of the sun?
It's just the changing of the sun throughout the seasons, dude.
So it doesn't have to just do with the sun. It has to do with Venus, Mars, other celestial bodies. Venus, Mars is specifically listed.
Do you even understand the question that you're asking at the moment?
Yes, I am. Yes, I do.
Okay, so formulate it simpler then.
You want me to say it more simply?
Yeah, because at the moment you're just talking about measuring angles to things in the sky at different times of year, which is all that we're doing. Seasonal changes with the sun, north of the equator, south of the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Okay.
No, so if you're using celestial navigation, using a sextant to navigate, right?
Yes.
You have your altitude correction tables using the sun, stars, and planets. So you can use the sun. However, between October and March and April and September, there is a difference in the upper and lower limbs in the altitude correction. Here, let me post the chart for you.
Yeah, I'd seen the chart. What's the chart? What are you correcting for?
For the location.
There you go.
So why is there a difference, though?
Change throughout the year. Sun's
right, so it changes, but the sun doesn't. The sun changes. However, why do the other planets change as well?
The sun is transiting, right? Moving across the sky. Also, the sky is kind of looks like it's tilting during the year, so the sky is also moving. So you're looking at hands of the clock or gears within gears. The sun is on its transit. The planets that you just asked are in another transit. The moon is in a transit. The stars, the radiance. So the whole of the sky is moving like gears within gears. But that's why you see different positions. You see different positions of the sun because the sun is moving, and also the sky, the sky that is not the sun, the other luminaries is also moving in a transit that resets.
What is directing them?
God.
I will say, if you ask me, I will say the luminaries are heaven-centric, God-centric. So God is at the center, and God is the one that is driving the machine.
God is the sun.
No, the sun is one of the luminaries. But go ahead. We spoke. You're asking why is the sun looking in a different position, but it's observably so, transiting within those resetting transits that it's doing during the year. And also the other luminaries are doing the same thing, including the stars. That's why you see the sun at different positions through the year. So,
Do you agree that God is both the sun and the sun? The S-O-N and the S-U-N?
That will be the creation. That will be the phenomena that we observe when we label the sun. That will be the designed machine that is in place. That wouldn't be God the designer or the creator.
Right.
The
So
creator
if we assume
created that stuff.
Correct. So if God is at the center of the universe, of our universe, well, the center of the universe in general, we have the sun in the middle. We have the earth going around the sun, God, because God is directing the planets, the sun.
No,
so
the sun is not at the middle. The sun is transiting around another center. So when you look at the sky is not sun-centric. The luminaries are not sun-centric.
Right, so it's God-centric. So if we were going to argue from God-centric...
Heaven-centric.
Right, if we're going to argue from heaven-centric, then the sun, right, is going around its own centric, but the earth is also centric to the sun. Because
the earth is motionless. You don't see the earth doing any movement, or it's not being detected to do any movement. So the movement of the luminaries are the celestials or the heavens above doing those movement across the sky, and we can observe all of that from this reference from the ground. But the ground is not doing any of that movement.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well, we measure
Because
so much the sky, not the floor.
Well, if you were to use a theodolite, we can find a 15% drift every hour, which is what we would expect with a rotation of Earth.
Really? What happens if you change out? What happens if you change out?
A theodolite shows us moving? What's going on
well,
here?
So theodolites actually have a gyroscope in them that's have to be reset every hour.
Seriously.
Oh my God.
Back into this.
Ridiculous.
I mean, this is something that's been measured.
No, we've already done this for you. You went through this with QE. What the fuck? Do you think we forgot?
Yes.
No. Didn't forget.
Yes.
Stop.
But if you think
act like this, you were quite welcome back, but now you seem to be acting like a fucking 8-year-old child. You can either act like an adult or
Whoa, hold on a sec. 8-year-olds aren't allowed on Discord, so let's at least make it 13.
Well, stop acting like a fucking idiot. How about that?
I will try.
Not interested in people who are attention seeking.
I'm not attention seeking. I'm having a conversation.
Oh, good.
Good gracious.
Stop acting like a fucking child.
No, I'm not. I'm having a conversation about theodolites. How many children know about theodolites? That's what I want to know.
I think you measure. We went through this when you read the book, right? The engineering theodolite that we used.
So that was engineering of a gyrotheodolite.
Yeah,
I'm talking about in general. A general theodolite, which uses
doesn't have a gyroscope in it, which doesn't detect 15 degrees an hour drift. Get your technology right. Gyroscopes do that.
Goodness gracious! A theodolite does have a gyroscope.
When it has a gyroscope in it, you can detect the drift, but it's the gyroscope that's detecting the drift.
Why does it detect the drift?
Oh, for fuck's sake! So you're not going to concede that it's the gyroscope then, and not the theodolite?
Yes, the gyroscope is what experiences the drift. Yes, absolutely. This is not contested.
We went through this.
No, right. So the
So we went through this year.
gyroscope. So, like,
You went
why
out.
would it experiences a consistent 15
No,
degrees
it
drift?
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's not consistent. Change altitude.
Well, what's the altitude? Are you talking about, like, if it's at the equator versus being at?
Is that altitude or latitude?
So that's latitude. So that's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
Do you mean,
And I said, what did I say?
you said altitude,
Oh, not latitude then.
right? So you're at the
Right,
top of the mountain
No,
versus
I'm
under
trying to
it.
have a conversation with a brick wall with you.
Brick wall or Brit? Do you say brick wall or Brit wall? British?
He definitely said brick wall.
Oh, all right. He said a conversation with a Brit, and I'm like, yeah, well, you are British. That is what you are, so I'm not contesting that.
I think he's aware.
Really? Good thing. Who is, like, breathing into their mic?
JMC, my bad.
Bro is breathing heavy.
No, it wasn't heavy, but still, the positions of the luminaries and the movement of them are observable, right? And then the ground, it's still motionless, right? You agree with that? Because it's not being detected, though.
So that's why I'm asking about theodolites, which experience a 15-degree drift depending upon where you are. Because if you're on an equator, it would not experience that drift because
But
equators generally.
remember that the other light is doing all of these things, and you detecting some drift here and there, depending on the altitude, is going to give you different readings. But still, the ground locations and the ground positions are in the same place. They're not moving. The theodolite is doing all that, sure, but not the ground.
I don't know what you mean by altitude affecting that. I can you?
Jada point out to you that you said the 15 degrees is it will detect that at some altitudes, but if you change altitude, it will give you a different reading.
Well, I don't
It
know.
wouldn't be 15 degrees.
What altitude is 15 degrees? Is that 0? Like sea level?
You're gonna have to check
Isn't that
the
expected anyway? Isn't that just expected? Like if we were rotating, right? Wouldn't extending away from the Earth like result in that?
A drift?
Yeah.
Well, if you're moving closer, but you're also moving closer to, because you discarding other variables. We observe the luminaries moving, and you're discarding that. So you're saying, oh, if you're moving away from the Earth, it's doing a different reading, sure, but you're also moving closer to the luminaries, and that's another variable that could be affecting it.
Why would the luminaries affect it?
I mean, why will the Earth affect it?
You're saying like the variable is changing, and that's like that's why it's not like valid. When on the Earth, when on the globe model, it would be valid. It's like what we'd expect. It's just like how a moment of inertia works.
The celestial sphere model also will be affecting it. It will be valid.
How would it be affecting it?
How?
Yeah.
Well, it's being detected. You don't know how the Earth is doing it. You're just saying it's being detected, and you're saying it's the Earth. But why you're discarding the obvious thing in motion, the sky? Or why why don't you say that it's a combination of both? Why are you saying it's only one and not the other ones?
Well, there's no reason to assume that. It's like, okay, the
There's
wind
no reason
causes it
to
to
assume
drift.
it's
Why
only
would
the
we
ground is the
why would
ground
we
that
say
is
that?
the ground that is not being detected to be in motion, but you're saying it has to be the thing that is not in motion affecting the theodolite, and therefore the thing that is not in motion is in motion. When you're discarding all of the other variables that could be affecting the motion of it. The reading of the theodolite.
Okay, so you
Because
just don't know
because
that,
that's the
right?
bias that you have. You're saying since it's a globe, it has to be the movement of the globe that is causing the effect that is being detected, and discarding all of the other variables.
Well, you guys don't have an explanation for it. Is the point?
You don't have curvature, so how can it be a globe?
Explanation? We need an explanation for. What do we need an
Why it
explanation?
drifts. I mean, we can work with gyroscopes on the surface of Earth, and we see that they behave this way whenever they're rotating.
Cool. What's the cause?
Rotation.
Okay, and how have you proven that?
It's a implication of that behavior is that it's rotating. It's
Rotation
the
of the
antecedent
sky,
to
you
that
mean?
behavior. No,
That's nice,
the
right?
behavior of the gyroscope is the consequent of rotation, of it rotating.
How do you know?
Because it's inductive. I mean, you guys say that like the atmosphere is contained. It's the same logic.
No, it's not.
Why not? Why not?
Because we demonstrate that to have gas pressure you require a container. That's demonstrated. You haven't demonstrated that
So is
require
this. It's demonstrated.
No, you just say that it fits your model.
Yeah, you have a bias.
What is an example where you have this behavior where it's not rotating?
Not rotating. It doesn't always
Yeah.
rotate in the right direction. What do you mean, yeah? It doesn't always rotate in the right direction, does it? Sometimes it goes backwards. That will be because of a celestial phenomenon known as the Elias effect. When there's a solar eclipse, it will go backwards. Why is that then? Did the Earth start spinning backwards?
Same thing.
Oh, the Earth started spinning backwards
But only for a few minutes.
whilst the eclipse was happening.
So you see the celestial phenomena is causing different effects. Why are you discarding the celestial phenomena as causing some of these effects? Because you're saying it has to be the ground causing it, not the celestial stuff. So you having a bias and discarding other variables. And you don't even have curvature to say that it's the Earth moving.
Account for that.
There's a
don't have
model.
that.
There's a model. How do you make model?
You're saying, okay, we're not accounting for the other variables. I don't see the other variables. Like, what are you talking about? You're
We've just pointed
things.
one out. Just pointed one out. When the rotation is backwards, when there's a solar eclipse, just pointed out the Elias effect to you. It goes the wrong way.
What about all the times that doesn't happen, Jedi?
When there's not a solar eclipse?
No, when the Eliasing effect doesn't happen.
I don't know, Miz.
Only has happened once.
I mean, like, if you guys could give an example where that happens, and it's not like rotation that's causing that behavior, then sure, right? But like, if we're gonna make claims like, oh, the atmosphere is contained, even though we don't see it, because induction, right? Because everything else that's pressurized is contained. Okay, well then show me the case where this is happening outside of rotation.
Just did.
Oh, you didn't.
I did. You just ignored it.
Jedi, you've ignored all the times that people have tested this aliasing effect during a solar eclipse and it not happening.
You're ignoring all of the times that it does happen.
So sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Awesome. So sometimes
Do we
it
think
doesn't,
it's
sometimes it
because
doesn't.
of the solar eclipse, or do you think maybe all these inconsistencies hint at something else happening?
I'm still trying to prove that
This
it's
is
a
a very,
rotation.
very,
Still
very
trying to
unproven
prove.
effect.
Still trying to prove that it's the rotation of your model. You can model it. Well done. Can you prove it?
So, what is your explanation for Foucault's pendulum again? Just wondering.
Here we go.
Yes, here we go. So,
What's the Foucault's pendulum show?
so the Foucault pendulum
Precession.
shows. Yes.
Which inductively has how many reference frames and what we demonstrating?
Okay, so we're not talking about frames. We're not.
We are.
We're not.
We
Okay,
are.
we're not playing video games. We're not like 32 frames per second or
Right, this
64.
is why we can't talk to you.
Okay,
So
well,
what we're talking about, we're talking about two separate reference frames, right?
I mean, if you don't want to talk to me, it's fine.
The Earth and the pendulum occupying two separate reference frames, demonstrating what some people call the Coriolis effect, right?
Not really, because if you change the location of the pendulum, it changes how it processes.
Changes location, what?
If
Where?
you change the location of the pendulum, it changes how it processes. Meaning, if you get closer to the equator, it processes not at all.
And what causes it?
That is caused because the closer you get to the equator, the less rotation you would actually detect, because around the equator, you can't really detect much rotation because basically you're at the equator, the center. But the further north or south you go, the precession would be more, because it's like what?
North or south of what?
The equator.
What's the equator?
What do you mean, what's the equator?
What's the equator?
That would be the center, right?
Center. No, it's an angle measurement, isn't it?
No, it's not an angle measurement. So if you were
Yes,
to take
it is. Sorry, yes, it is.
So when people say, I'm heading to the equator, they're heading to an angle measurement.
Yeah, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, yes.
Oh, is it now?
Yes, it is. You're talking about longitude and latitude, 0 degrees.
So you're talking about no, that would be the maximum. That would be the maximum measurement then, wouldn't it? It would be 90 degrees.
No, that would be at the poles. Max.
No, if that would be
Minimum elevation angle 0 degrees to Polaris. That's where the equator is. 90 degrees north, directly underneath Polaris. 90 degrees south, directly underneath the rotational in the south.
What about negative 23? What are we measuring an angle to then?
Negative 23.
Yeah.
That's southern latitude.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
How do you get southern latitudes?
Rotational point in the south, same as you get with the north.
We measure a negative angle to it, do we?
No, we don't measure a negative angle to it, Mez. What the fuck?
Oh, so why is it negative?
Because it's below the south. Below the equator.
Below the south?
Yes. Below the equator.
Below the south what?
It's the way that we express this measurement. Positive above, negative below.
Well, I thought you said the equator was just
0
not a
degree.
measurement.
Yeah, it is.
Why is it 0?
Because it's the minimum elevation to both poles.
But why?
What do you mean, why? That's what we measure. Again, you keep asking why. I'm just telling you what we measure.
I understand. I understand what you measure. However,
So it is just a measurement that requires a horizontal plane to get when you start invoking this contraption is at different latitudes.
Right. So if you're at different latitudes and those latitudes change depending upon the time of year and what, so I don't quite understand how these things proceed. Process? Yes, how these things process.
Okay. You don't understand?
Do you understand?
No.
But you assert it's correct?
What? Correct.
You assert that the procession is correct, but you don't understand it.
I assert the possession is correct. What? You're the one who's bringing it up.
No, you assert the procession is correct, but you don't understand it. So you don't know if it's correct because you don't understand it.
Sorry, I assert the possession is correct, but I don't understand it.
Yes.
What are you talking about? I haven't asserted anything is correct. What are you talking about? This is you bringing it up. You're saying that it is correct. Al, you've asserted that this is correct because the Earth is spinning underneath. You're the one who's brought this assertion, not me.
No, you've said that the procession is correct because that's how it is, right?
What?
So the procession is what? During the winter, it's in one spot. In the summer, it's a different spot. So the procession changes. Well, the procession has to change because 24-hour sun in the winter, 24-hour sun in the northern pole in the summer. The procession has to change in order to have different celestial bodies visible at different times of year. Am I missing anything?
A point.
So you assert that is correct, but you don't know why.
No, I haven't asserted anything's correct. This is like the 5th time you tried to do this. This is you bringing this argument. For fuck's sake. I'm going to go make sense.
No, you do say it's correct because you agree with it, right? You said you don't understand how it is, but you assume it's correct. So you have to assume something is correct. You have to agree with that it is correct in order to assert that it happens.
What are you talking about, man? Hello?
Should I explain it again?
I mean, if you
could. No, I'm wondering why you're saying that that's proving something. Do you have evidence?
Alpha, do you have evidence? Thank God that your audio is better. Okay, go ahead.
Do you have evidence of something? Anything?
Do I have evidence of what? So basically what I'm asking...
No, I know, but did you answer my question or are you just going to ask yours?
Okay, let's slow down. So do you want your question answered?
We're hitting the gas. Do you have evidence of anything?
Do I have evidence of anything? So what I'm asking...
do you have evidence of anything?
Yes. So I do have evidence of something. So right now in the winter, there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which we have actually established thanks to the flat Earth people that went to Antarctica and established a 24-hour sun. Right. So we have 24-hour sun in the South Pole, which previously has been...
I'll get to the point.
Accused of being no
one cares. What is it? What is a 24-hour sun evidence of?
24-hour sun is evidence that there is a 24-hour sun in the South Pole, which has previously been denied.
No. You can't say South Pole.
Yes.
What is it evidence of? 24-hour sun.
You're not gonna tell me that the 24-hour sun was not once rejected.
What does the 24-hour sun prove?
It proves the tilt of the Earth is showing the 24-hour sun.
No, that's your assumption. That's your assumption.
No, that's not an assumption. So, why is there?
So the 24-hour sun proves the tilt of the Earth. Go ahead and give me the logical syllogism that proves that. Premise, conclusion. Formalize it.
Conclusion. premise, conclusion. So, if I remember correctly, I believe we were blaming
No, I'm not talking about what we were doing. No, we're not talking about what we were doing. We're not talking about what we're doing. You can get with the program. Get with the program.
So if we're in modern times right now, so within the past 48, 64 hours, whatever, we have established that there is a 24-hour sun in the southern pole during the month of December.
Okay. Premise, conclusion. What is a 24-hour sun? Give us proof of.
Sun.
Go.
How can we see 24 hours?
You're being muted until you tell me. I'm going to unmute you. Premise, conclusion. What did the 24-hour sun give evidence of?
The 24-hour sun gives evidence of the fact that how am I seeing the sun in the east?
No, don't give me a question proof. I don't want your question proof. I want to know how it affirms anything of globe. Go ahead.
I would not be able to see the sun if it...
No, it's not. You're doing it again. Just give me what it affirms as far as the globe Earth goes.
In the summer, there would not be a sun.
No, it's not, and it would not be something. Tell me what it is. Affirm the globe in your statement.
It is the sun in the winter on the southern hemisphere because of the tilt of the Earth.
Okay, so tilt of the Earth. You're muted, so keep an eye on your red mute. You're saying that there's a tilt of the sun. How did you prove that with a 24-hour sun? Formalize it in a logical syllogism. Do you know what that is?
A logical syllogism.
Yeah, make it a logical statement. Okay, let me help you here. Because I see a 24-hour sun, then finish the statement.
Because I see a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere, therefore we can conclude that the sun is tilted, or the Earth.
Okay, so sun, you're getting confused here. Try again.
Okay, I've been muted.
Yeah.
So we experienced so previously we've denied a 24-hour sun, right?
No, we're not talking about what we're previously doing. Focus on the conversation. You get distracted. I want you to focus. Formalize it in a logical statement that because I see the 24-hour sun, then followed by the affirmation of globe. Go.
Man, I love you.
Well, I'm waiting.
Just do it.
You're
Just do it.
Oh, like Nike, right? I got you.
Please. Let's please do it.
So
Premise.
the 24-hour sun.
You can do it.
Go ahead. Go.
So the premise is that the Earth is tilted, right? So if we're
no, that's not the premise. That's malformed if you're saying that's a logical statement, because it's illogical that we're starting with the begging the question fallacy. You can't already affirm that something outside of your natural experience is happening. You don't know that. You're trying to affirm it from this logical conclusion. So you can't start off with the thing that you think it already is. You have to affirm it as your conclusion. Go.
If the 24-hour sun is circulating in one spot and I am in a different spot, how does the sun get to me? The sun is...
That's a question proof. I don't need a question proof. Don't ask me a question. Provide the evidence that it affirms something to do with the globe. Go.
At 8:30 a.m., the sun rises, and at 4:30 p.m., the sun goes down. But in the summer, the sun rises at 8:30 a.m. and the sun goes down at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. We know all of that. Tell us how that 24-hour sun affirms the globe. I'm going to keep doing this until you start making a logical statement out of this. Go.
I feel like I've said a lot of logical statements.
No, you haven't.
I've made a ton of logical statements.
No.
Haven't.
Stop telling us a ton. Just make one.
Sun 24 hours Antarctica, sun 24 hours Alaska. You're
not going to be able to do it, are you? Just tell me if you can't do it. That way I can leave you alone and have you think that the Earth is a globe just because you believe it.
I've said like 44 logical statements.
No, you didn't. You said that the Earth is tilted. You asked me with a question proof. I don't need that. You need to make a statement sounding like, okay, The 24-hour sun is happening. Therefore, the Earth is a globetard. Somehow. Make the connection.
In the summer, Alaska experiences 24-hour sun. Therefore,
what?
The Earth is rotating.
No. 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 First you said it was tilted. Now it's rotating. You're assuming these things that you think the Earth is happening. Do you perceive the Earth rotating or tilting, Owlishness?
Yes.
No, that's illogical. What is your perception that the Earth is rotating? Go ahead.
A 15-degree drift in.
No, you're not drifting. So, do you feel any motion? Is there any motion detected?
Yes.
Where?
A 15-degree drift.
Where? Where do you see this drift? Where do you see the drift?
Pendulum. Foucault.
No, we're not looking at pendulums. That's not naturally observed phenomena. You're not looking at the Earth. You're looking at devices. You're looking at things that are constructed by man, synthetic. We want to know where the naturally observed phenomena is occurring of drift. Where do you see this drift happening? Go on. Where's the drift happening?
Oh, there we go.
Where's the drift happening?
Everywhere. Well, the drift can't be measured unless you have an instrument to measurement. You can't just.
Okay, so you need a device, man-made, synthetic, to infer that something is happening. Nature is not performing anything that you can observe to tell me that you see the drift happening in nature. Therefore, your statement is illogical. I'm not going to stare at something man-made and then infer something's happening just because. Nature has to be doing something in order for me to know that a device is going to capture it somehow.
Do you agree that animals have a...
I don't need to agree with you. I need your logical statement. Do you have one, yes or no, Owlishness, so we can get to the end of this? Do you have a logical statement to tell me what the 24-hour sun has produced as far as affirming the globe?
Animals have a...
One more time, then I'm going to boot you.
Okay.
Be honest. Do you have a logical statement? Do you have a logical statement that affirms the Earth is a globe with the 24-hour sun? Last chance.
No, sir.
There you go. Thank you for playing. You guys can unmute her when you want.
Still makes me laugh.
Hey, Miggy. Yo, man. So the reason she was bringing up animals because a spider hanging from a silk web, he swings back and forth. He'll process at 15 degrees per hour. Yeah, that's what it's observed in nature, man. Spiders. That's got to be it.
What it is, man.
What up, though? Indio?
Oh, what's up, man? Dude, I haven't actually looked at the tweet I made for the final proposition. I'm taking I'm gonna take 2 days off and then I'm gonna dig back into it. I just got my notifications the number, and I know people are in there spiraling. They won't even just watching them try. We even had a Glober in here yesterday. He actually is the only one that tried, even though he kind of used ChatGPT and he butchered it. But at least he tried, right? But he was like, I've been reading that thread, and these Globers, they might be able to do science. I didn't argue with him or whatever. But he says they sure can't do logic. Because it's a train wreck, bro. It's an absolute train wreck how idiotic some of these zealots are, man.
Look at Owlishness suffering, man. She can't get through a logical statement. It's clear.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, before Owlishness, it's gyro, just protection at 15 degrees per hour. they don't even know their own nonsense, right? Alish heard somebody else say that, and she thinks that that's observed. That would only be at one of the poles, Alish. You have to be at the North or South Pole. It wouldn't be 15 degrees at other places. It's supposed to be 15 degrees times the sign of the latitude. The only place that's 15 degrees per hour would be at the pole. Right? So, like, you guys just believe things, right? And I believe you believe it. But you misunderstood whatever you heard, and you believed the wrong thing. Yeah, don't take any of this personal, Alice. But the final proposition is like, there's a reason for it. So I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you the reason I can't. But because this guy said it's the final experiment. He's going to prove once and for all. He's going to end the debate. Okay, to end the debate, he has to prove one way or the other. Flat Earth is false or globe Earth is true. So surely, if that's the case, then he can make a logical proposition that proves one or the other. And that's the challenge. Make the final proposition. Actually live up to your advertising, the final experiment, falsify completely a flat Earth under all scenarios, or prove a globe under all scenarios. And there you go. And then it'll be over. I'll shut everything down. I'll shut it down, man. If you can make a logical proposition, deductive proposition to prove the globe or disprove flat Earth, then
yeah, and it can't be valid. It has to be sound.
Yes, exactly. It has to be sound. It can't have some logical fallacy in it. It has to actually be a proper, formal, deductive syllogism. Now, I'm not saying like, so say you have two premises in your conclusion, your premise can't be an assumption, right? So if you have, you need true premises. And if you have to prove that one of the premises is true because somebody can doubt it, you can use a whole bunch of logical syllogisms to build up to a one true premise. Go ahead, make paragraphs. I don't care. But the final one has to have two true premises in a conclusion that proves a globe or disproves a flat Earth. Now, if you think that's too hard, then maybe you should get on Duffy for false advertising and say this was the final experiment and he was going to, quote unquote, end the debate. Because that's what pisses me off.
Alice, you are unmuted.
Oh. Hey, what's up?
So actually, do you think he should have called it that, the final experiment? Do you think he should have called that, or was he like overreaching?
No, that is not the final experiment. There's like 50 million other experiments to do. You don't call that the final one.
So, like Mickey put the final proposition to you, right? So when I've been doing it to Globers, I actually have a pin tweet on X, a whole long thread of people just going nuts. So typically it goes like this. They'll do it affirming the consequent fallacy, then start calling me names. Every single time. Or the alternative, there's one alternative, is science doesn't prove anything. And then in that case, like, yeah, fine. That's what I thought. And why is it the final experiment? And why don't you get on Duppy? Why are you like carrying his water?
Ooh, I'm gonna follow you on X, and I will not call you names because that's lame.
I mean, you can. It doesn't bother me. I'm used to it by now. It's like duck rolling up a water's ass. Water rolling up the duck's ass. Sorry, too toxic. Hey, have you seen the Duffy video? Have you seen Duffy where he says lying is not immoral? Have you ever seen that?
Lying is not immoral.
I just saw that. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna post it again because it never stops getting old. He said lying and deception is not inherently immoral. He said this in front of his congregation.
Yeah, deceiving is okay. Lying is okay.
So I understand a lot of times why
You're lying about
people disagree with the flat Earth scholars. So because one of the flat Earth scholars said something about how the new moon works, and they were completely incorrect. I think it was Professor Dave, maybe.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, he said he was arguing with somebody. I don't remember. It was like some sort of debate, and he said something completely incorrect about how new moon works. It was on TikTok, and I just kind of swiped because I was unhappy with the explanation.
A local news station where I live, this is back in, I think it was early 90s I saw it. But there's actually a link to it on YouTube. I can actually post it. So the local news went to a Harvard graduation, right, the graduation ceremony, and interviewed every single graduating student at Harvard University. Asked them one question: what causes the seasons? Every single one of them, including the ones that graduated with science degrees, got it wrong, except for one student. So out of like 270 students, one got it right. And that student was a journalism student. This is Harvard, right?
Do you want the traditional explanation? Do you want the traditional explanation of why seasons?
I know.
Why there are seasons?
He knows what the answer is.
I know what the answer is.
He's making a point to you.
I'm making a point that most people, they don't know the globe Earth, including the so-called experts, dude. I mean, you shouldn't let credentials get in your way of dude. Just because you have credentials doesn't really mean anything.
I know, he doesn't have credentials. Professor Dave is not a professor.
Yeah, I know.
We know.
Yeah. We know all about Professor. He's an actor and a failed musician and a liberal degenerate, but we don't need to bring that up.
Whoa! Hold up.
Yeah, all of it's
true. I didn't say liberal. I said liberal degenerate. See, there's two types of liberals. There's a class of liberal. You're simping for degenerates or liberals?
Liberals. We've had this argument before, you know.
No. You see, what this is a qualifier, right? So degenerate is a qualifier. You can be a liberal and not be a degenerate. I assume that.
Oh, heavily disagree.
I don't know. Want to go on a date?
What?
Just kidding. You don't get it.
I got a new job.
There's only one way to find out if you're a degenerate.
What's that?
Give you a glass of wine cooler.
I don't.
I'm kidding, man. Take a joke.
Oh, I will take the joke, but I'm just telling you what I wine.
She's autistic. She doesn't.
Yeah.
So,
shots of whiskey. What's your drink of preference?
Vodka.
Oh God.
Ew.
Yeah, you might be a degenerate. Against you.
Do you know my career?
It involves America. Probably something to do with Russia.
Do you know what? Do you know what my career is to make that assessment?
I mean, oh God, you have to work in the government or something.
I bet it doesn't prove flat Earth or a ball Earth.
No, you're right. I'm a network engineer.
Oh yeah, that's why you're in IT. Well,
yeah, I'm a network engineer, so it doesn't prove anything except for
she engineers networks.
That I'm a network engineer.
Yeah, but that's a broad title, man. That doesn't signify what you actually do.
So I specifically physically install and program switches, network switches.
Yeah, like what size?
9410s, 9407s, 9300s.
Yeah, dude, you're not really telling me anything.
What do you mean? Cisco 9410, Cisco 9407, Cisco
isn't the only company on Earth, is it?
What?
Cisco isn't the only company on Earth.
No, I'm telling you, those are the switches I work with Cisco.
Okay, yeah, so you work with Cisco switches.
Yeah, Cisco switches specifically 9407, 9410s.
You got a Cisco certification, like an IE or? CCIE?
I'm going to get my CCNA soon. I am working on it, but I don't have my CCNA yet. I will be getting it soon.
Disappointing.
It's your company. Well, yeah, because you gotta have the credentials, man, or we can't talk to you about it.
Okay, but like I was hired already.
I'm kidding, dude.
I was hired already because I have experience.
How do you get experience working on network switches? Did you like practice at home?
No, I worked on it in my IT job.
So I'm a network engineer then.
No, I was a network tech doing port resets, and I learned network engineering from that, and then I became a network engineer.
That's good, dude. You got lucky. Do you get paid a lot of money?
I mean, I don't know what is a lot of money.
I'm going to add programming Cisco switches to my resume now as call myself
Well, I don't know. Do you know how to program a network switch? Can you?
Also depends on what you're doing.
All day long. I build OT networks, if you know what those are, IoT networks.
Hold on, I thought you could
Internet of
already.
Things networks.
I can't talk to you if you don't know how to do that. I have to delete you from my friends list.
You just program Internet of Things. So like what? You just hook up things to Wi-Fi?
No. Do the switches.
IoT is Internet of Things.
Yeah, we oversee it all.
Nope. And meanwhile,
there's levels of complexity. It's just you're working in. I don't even know how you would separate that out. Like what you would even call that. But like that's why I said network engineer. That's a vast freaking. You could be doing lots of things, right? You could just be freaking bashing your head against firewalls, right? You could just be doing just that.
No,
Proxy servers and firewalls. You don't do that, but somebody could do that and call themselves a network engineer. You could program switches, right? You could program routers. You could lay cable, right? You could be laying fiber. Because all that's encompassed under that job. So when you say network engineer, it just doesn't tell me anything. You could be doing anything.
I do all of that. I run fiber. I run copper. I terminate copper. I program switches.
Do you use crimpers? Do you use crimpers?
Of course I do. Yes.
Okay, I'm just checking.
I know how to use all of that. I know how to terminate fiber. I mean copper. I've never terminated fiber because that's very microscopic process that I've never experienced. But copper, yes.
Yeah, they have a machine that does all that shit now.
Right. Yeah. I don't do that, but I can terminate copper. I can trace. I install fiber. I install copper. I know how to program switches. I can log into switches. I can do any sort of switch management that you need me to do. So
now, do you work at a data center or do you like work for a company that like install shit on customer premises? Or
yes,
I gave two options and you said yes.
I work on site, physically installing switches live and switching over. So basically, we are refreshing a switch. We take a switch, we decommission it, we install a new switch, and we change over all of the customers to that new switch. So we're basically programming it live.
Yeah, okay.
Have you been tested for autism?
Yes.
And?
Yes.
See, there we go.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we're all a little autistic in here, to be fair. Yeah,
we know what the results of their tests were. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, true.
I'm pretty sure if you work in IT, you have autism. Like, it's like not a question.
More like IT.
No, there's people that work in IT that absolutely fucking suck, and they work in IT because back in the 2000s they said you can make a lot of money in IT. So every retard and their brother decided that's what they want to do.
That's true. There are a lot of really stupid fucking people in IT, and I work with them. But anyway, all the good people.
No, the Earth is flat.
No, all the good.
There we go. Jedi's got it right. Good segue, Jedi.
Thanks, man. I'll try.
I'm sorry. What was your segue?
Flat.
All the smart people know the Earth is flat.
Okay, if we're talking
That's true.
topography, yes, the network topology is quite flat.
Network topology.
Yes, the network topology is quite flat. So you basically have router switches, terminals, workstations. If you're talking about topology, it's a completely flat network.
Well, they've changed. Well, obviously they changed what topology means now, because topology meant something completely different in the end. It meant how your network was actually wired together.
It still
So they
does
used to have,
mean that.
do you know what a BNC cable is?
What is a
Yeah.
BNC?
How networks used to be together before they had routers and switches and any of that shit.
He's showing his age now.
Yeah, I know.
The good old days. BNC cabling. Put terminators on. Don't forget that.
Yeah, so networks, before they had packet switch networks, it was completely different. And they had to invent packet switch networks because it was fucking... If you tried to connect to like a computer, all the computers would be like... You'd get... What did they used to call them? Ping storm or something like that?
Okay, I love listening to this dude talk about like ancient networks.
They tell all the other computers that, hey, I'm on this network. But then all the other computers would respond to it, right? So you could only have a network with like 8 network computers. And if it got bigger than that, you had to add in a, what the fuck did we call it? Not a switch. What the fuck's that thing used to be called?
An interrupt?
No, it's because it's a dumb switch.
What's that clock, sir?
No, it'll pass the MAC address.
Oh.
I can't remember. It was
This is
before
something about a MAC address?
Anyway, that was the token ring network back then. Just
yeah, the token ring network. And it used to be like a token ring network was a topology, right? So it used to be topology. That used to be topology, but not now. It's the term has changed. Like it's kind of mutated.
Okay, so it's like a pass. Is it a pass the token sort of idea?
No.
Token, like not token exchange?
No. All the security things that you're thinking about now, none of that shit existed. There was no such thing. The internet was not made for security. It was
I know.
It was made for like no security.
No, right. That's why I say pass the token. The pass the token isn't
I don't know why they
necessarily
called it a
security.
token ring. I actually don't know why they called it that, to be honest.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I love listening to like how it used to be. So you can like talk forever, and I would just listen. So go ahead.
Okay, so they used to have these things called BNC cables, which kind of looked like a coaxial cable, but a little bit different. So like the connector, you push it in and then you twist, and with like a quarter twist, and it would like lock on. But then each cable, but there'd be one continuous cable that would connect it to all the computers. So they all shared. That's how they were networked. They were all connected to each other. They
like LAN.
They don't like go to like another device, right? So you didn't have a cable that went to a device, then distributed traffic. They'd be all in the same network, all talking at the fucking same time. And that's why they had to make packet switch networks, because it's basically noisy. You know what I mean? You get so much fucking traffic, it gets retarded. Or, dude, the name of the shit's on the fucking tip of my tongue.
Yeah, right. It's like a stack switch. A stack 9300, you use a cable to connect both of them so they can communicate. Even though it's the same network. It's a stack switch.
Oh, but that's what's called a hub. Hub.
Hub.
A hub,
Hubby.
yeah.
Husband.
So a hub is like a switch, except for it passes all the traffic. Everything's broadcast.
A router.
Yeah, everything's broadcast traffic. So
a router? Or a modem?
No, it looks like a switch, but it doesn't act like a switch.
So a router, because that's all forwarding.
It forwards everything. A router will actually filter packets. This doesn't filter anything.
Oh.
There are no ports. There are nothing like that. So basically, your computer's plugged into the hub. Whatever you send into the hub, all the computers also plugged into the hub. They get it, even if they're not supposed to get it.
Oh, that's so messy. I don't like that.
That's how everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how everything was. All the computers got all the traffic all the time.
At least now switching to the subnets built in type thing.
Well, you have to build in the subnets. You just can't.
You can.
They don't.
Couldn't.
There's only, by default on Cisco routers, at least there's only one VLAN. You can program different ones, but
Is this what computer geeks talk about?
Yeah. What we do.
We talk and about this shit, dude. I'm not a network engineer, though.
I mean, I'm not even in full geek mode right now. I'm in historical. I'm in historical mode. Full geek mode is actually talking about the technical details.
Yeah, I was going to talk about Stratix.
I know one time Indio has gone. Indio went so deep one time, and I was like enthralled. I was deeply enthralled in what he had to say.
That did not sound good for people listening at home.
Choice of words.
If you think this is bad, try listening on.
Confirm nor deny.
Shout out to India.
If you think this is bad, try listening to people try to debate the best high-level programming language.
Not gonna lie, Indio. Like sometimes I think about like the things that you said, like after the fact, and I'm like, damn, that guy's so fucking smart.
I gotta shut my mouth. Anyway.
24/7 sun in Antarctica, anyone?
What's that?
24/7 sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, we're past that. We're at the final proposition. We're trying to validate the final experiment with the final proposition.
Why is this the final experiment?
That's Duffy.
They couldn't call it the final countdown because Europe would have sued them.
Yeah, that's right.
But this isn't the final experiment. There's a lot of other experiments to be done yet. So we've proven 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Let's go to the North Pole and we'll experience 24 hours of nighttime. Or, well, in Alaska right now it's 24 hours of nighttime.
And what will that be other than the sun's up for 24 hours?
So we can then map the precession of the sun from one place to the other, and we can kind of ask questions as to why it does what it does. So we can ask questions. We can kind of make a develop a hypothesis. Why is the sun in one position for X amount of days, and then why does it change to a different position for X amount of days? And we can kind of relate that to how the solar system overall experiences that.
What solar system? Where'd you get that?
Why is that involved?
So let's just talk about the moon.
Yeah, hold on. Let's talk about this. Say we all lived on Jupiter, where you think Jupiter is in your. Do you think if we lived on Jupiter, we can make some model that puts
you know what
Jupiter?
they say.
Hold on, that puts Jupiter in the center, and we're on it, and we can make some model that makes all the predictions of all the other little planets that we see with our telescopes in the surface of Jupiter. We're going to put Jupiter in the center.
And then go to Jupiter.
No, I'm just saying. We're going to make a model which Jupiter is in the center, because you think the sun's in the center. There's some people that think Earth is in the center. Some people, but we could put the center anywhere, and we can make a model that accommodates that center. This is why looking at the sky is useless, because we can assume anything. We can assume the center of our origin is 1 million light years to the left. It doesn't matter, right? Because we can make some model. In mathematics, there's an arbitrary number of possible models for any arbitrary number of data sets, right? So there's an infinite number of possible models that would describe any data set that you could possibly come up with.
Why would you say Jupiter or not like Mars, though?
Well, because someone came up with the idea, and I'm just copying them, actually.
But you can't exist. But Jupiter doesn't make any sense because Jupiter is a gas.
Oh God!
So.
Why are you not following? Why are you not following It's becoming infuriating. That's not the point. You can make a model using any of the celestial objects at the center. Jupiter,
can.
Mars, if you like.
You can put we can put your moon at the center.
You can put what?
The moon at the center.
The moon.
Yeah.
If you want,
Okay. Why would you put the moon at the center?
why wouldn't you?
Because the moon controls our tides. It wouldn't be at the
Well, you
center.
don't. Yeah, okay. So you don't know that.
Let's put the tide at the
The
center.
moon is
How about that?
tidally locked.
No, you don't know that either.
We can
It's
observe
fucking
the moon and
irrelevant.
know that it changes.
It's fucking
Ocean
irrelevant.
tides hold the moon in place.
We can see the changes in the moon, so we know that there's something affecting it, right? So we have a
But listen, none of that is proving the moon from the center, though. Okay.
So if the moon
is the
changes-
center- hold on. The moon could be the center, and the Earth could be orbiting the moon. From the moon's perspective, that seems valid, right? If you're on the moon, you'd see the Earth orbiting you, right?
no, because
Yes.
if the moon was the center, then the sun wouldn't also be the center. You can't
Why
have
are
the
you
moon
not
and the
listening?
sun.
Are you listening?
Dude, like, I don't know why you don't comprehend that. The origin of your coordinates, where you put your 0, 0, 0 line, is arbitrary. You can put it fucking anywhere.
But
You're choosing because of the Copernican principle that you believe in, but you don't never even heard of, which is, you got to think that's kind of weird. So the Copernican principle is the Earth does not have a preferred place in the universe. So we can put the origin anywhere. Copernicus decided to put the origin at the sun, whereas everybody else previously had put it at the Earth. But why does the sun have a preferred coordinate? He could have put it anywhere he wanted. He could have put it at the moon. He could have put it at Jupiter. He could have put it at freaking Pluto or whatever. He could have put it literally anywhere, right? Within a 3D mathematical model, he could put it anywhere. And he could have made some model that would have gotten the same result. That's what, you don't understand. This is just geometry. And, it's not me that says this. I can give you mathematicians that are so, that have published books and, are famous and, got mad credentials. And they say the same shit. That the choice of the origin of coordinates, what is at the center, is just an arbitrary choice. You could put it anywhere. It says more about us than it does about nature. Because we're ones choosing. Nature isn't choosing, we're choosing. We can put the origin of coordinates at one of your data centers. Inside the switch. Doesn't matter.
The data center inside of the switch.
Oh, God.
That got
Yeah, that vodka's working. Anyway. You drinking now?
Yeah,
I don't
always.
I won't judge. Oh, she said always. Now I really judge you. I was going to say I was going to judge you, but when you say always, we are. Yeah, no. You drink at work? Tell the
Wait,
truth.
what?
Do you drink at work? Do you drink at
No,
work?
it's like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so what?
It's because I literally wake up and drive to work. It's too early. Oh my goodness.
Look, I've seen people
could
wake up
never.
and make a Bloody Mary and drink it, okay? That
Ew.
doesn't matter.
Ew.
Exactly.
Okay, let's calm down. Let's have Dunkin' in the morning and not Bloody Marys.
Seen people put vodka in their coffee, so, I mean, there's people with
No.
alcohol problems, so I was just wondering if you're one of those people.
No, I have to write switch code. I can't be writing code when I'm drunk. Absolutely not.
Have you tried?
Yes, it didn't work out.
Okay. Just checking.
Might have to change your name to Alcoholishness.
They've tried that.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure, but
Damn,
I don't know
that doesn't sound
because
like me.
nobody's in the main server anymore. So
Yeah, it's just
we're over there.
well, I thought this server was gone. I couldn't find it for a while, so I was
we were
sad.
hiding.
And then yeah, I know you were. So
we were hiding from you, but you
decided-
found us.
Understandable. I took a break. So
We should have hid under the empty vodka bottle. She never would have found us.
Yeah, I bought a new one on my birthday and decided to
There's
find
no
out.
reason to pick up an empty one. Why would you do that?
An empty one? No,
An empty vodka bottle is useless. Like once they're empty, you just never touch it again.
No, it's I bought a full one and I found you under there.
Oh God, owlishness. You're lucky we like you.
Do you?
Speak for yourself.
I mean, in a friendly way. Okay, I'll speak for myself. In a friendly way, you know.
I'm just gonna say I really like you guys. You're nice people. You're intelligent people. Shh. Jedi. I'm saying nice things about you. I like you guys. You're smart people. You're nice people. I appreciate your input. I appreciate what you have to say. So, no, don't say that.
Thanks. We appreciate you too, but my only beef is I wish you'd try harder. Because I think you're capable of understanding. I just think you have a little cog this going sometimes, where it's like you have a mental block. Like you're almost there, but you're like it's like you're like a part of your mind that says no, the Earth's a globe keeps dragging you back from like fully understanding. I mean,
yeah, she prefers not to understand. It's more so.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Especially for a woman, that's a major consideration.
A what?
For women, their social position is.
How socially acceptable something is more important to women than men, is what you're saying.
What's a woman?
Oh God, please.
Women. There are no women on the internet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. There are no women on the internet. That's true.
Especially not on Discord. You guys must be delusional, thinking that there's women on here.
Is that spelled with an I? W-I-M-E-N.
No, it's a Y.
Right. Exactly.
It's W-O-M-Y-N, isn't it?
Yeah. There's none of that. None of that. Don't be ridiculous.
Women's rights, but also there are no women.
Women's wrongs, more like. Hello.
What time you got?
Why are feminists so masculine?
Why are feminists so masculine? I don't know.
Yeah.
Never seen a woman in my life. Don't know about them. Know anything?
Really?
So that's why you're so happy.
Women everywhere.
Look, you're not going to pull every simp in this chat from DMing you just by saying women don't exist, Alice. You're still going to get the DMs.
That's true.
What DMs? I don't get DMs.
You got to shut up, huh?
I literally work in a man-centric field. I've always worked in that.
Yeah, but this is Discord. You can't do anything about sexual harassment here. You can at work.
No, I can't. Not at work. Nope. Microaggression. Can't do anything about it.
Microaggression.
Right. Just how dare you even say that? But you believe in microaggressions. How much fantasy do you believe in? Like, that is like, that's like manifested level. That's how I look at it. That's like reading horoscopes, tarot cards, fucking Ouija boards. That's how out there microaggression. There's no such thing as a micro fucking aggression, dude.
Okay, then there's macroaggression. Okay, it's called literally. I say things and people like look at me like I'm like a fucking idiot, and like literally I'm right about it, but they don't want to listen to me because my voice is slightly higher than theirs.
Yeah, because women are always right?
I was in
No.
fights before.
Oh, you're not a woman anyway, so there you go.
So I've seen real aggression, right? When people hit you first and you don't want to fight, and then like you have to fight, like that's what aggression is.
So I work with a lot of people who feel like they're more privileged than I am in terms of they feel like that they're more privileged than I am in terms of what they do versus what I do. Well, they think that they know more. They think they know more.
Tell us what that means. I don't know what that means when you say someone feels more privileged than you. I don't even. My brain doesn't even
So
comprehend that
basically,
concept. What is feel afterwards? You know, like royalty or something?
So they feel as though they have more experience than I do because they're in a position longer than I am. However, they don't understand that I have more experience than they do due to my career. So they feel as though they know more than I do when they actually don't.
So your combined experience from your previous employment plus this employment is greater than their experience?
Correct.
Have you considered what they did before they worked there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you do have more experience. But I don't think experience is the arbiter of who's better at any particular task.
My experience is more because I've literally gone from basically physical, which is I think you should go from physical to going to the back end. So front end to back end is I think is the best way to go.
Oh, it's getting weird in here, man.
Don't make it weird. Okay, don't make it weird. This is literally the physical network side, meaning cords, cables, fiber, physical installs, to the networking portion, the coding side is the best way to go because you understand how both sides work. And you understand how it works on one side versus the other.
That's great. But that's from your point of view. Maybe if you had somebody else do it, that's done it the other way, do it your way, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it and fucking fuck it up. Right? See, like, you know, as you say, right? Not, but that's you. You're talking about them. The people you think suck. Right?
They don't suck. They're just not experienced.
Yeah, but that means you can't judge them through your lens because they suck, dude. Like the Dunning-Kruger effect. Stupid people think they're smart because they're stupid. Okay, like you have to understand that. People get promoted to the level of incompetence, dude. If they got any higher, they'd freaking fail. So they get just to the, you know, right under the rung from which they'd fail.
How much failure do you think I am?
I didn't say you're a failure. I'm talking about failing at a task, like at a job.
I know. I'm asking you. What amount of Dunning?
Well, you're right, too. There is no such thing as failure. It either gets done or it don't. There's no such thing as failure.
Well, this is the point I was trying to make earlier, actually. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but we were talking about how you can make a model for the Earth and talking about you can make it around sort of the Jupiter or the Sun or wherever. But this is the point I was trying to bring up. I brought it up a few days ago, actually. I was saying that if you're making a program, you're actually programming something, there's like an objective end result to your work. So you can say, well, I think it works like this, and then you run the program, right? And then the program works or it doesn't. Like, what's the equivalent for the model of the Earth?
The equivalent is the program language that you're using.
No, you're not understanding. The verification.
Yeah, I remember bringing that up. Yeah, I remember bringing that up the other day. Like when you said it, I'm like, where did I hear that before? And it was you.
Yeah.
Right, so it depends on the program.
I did a little bit of programming when I was younger, but I wouldn't say that I know how to program nowadays. Like, I did do a Python course recently, but I fucking suck. You know, you see the shit that people make with Python, and I'm like, I can't get it.
It's a mindset, man. It takes a certain mindset to do that shit. I suck at coding, too. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
So if
I
you're
used to be really good, though, when I was younger. But anyway.
It depends on the type of coding that you're using. So if you're programming in JavaScript, then you have to write in JavaScript. If you're programming a website, use HTML.
Yeah, I know.
Or CSS.
The actual task of programming, right? I don't like it. I don't like it.
I just wanted to point something out. Crypto, it's not your fault. It's not you that sucks. Python sucks.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Believe me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, depends on the language that you're using. It has nothing to do with...
You're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. It's not about the language that you're using. What I'm saying is that if you program a program correctly, then the verification for your process is that the program runs. Right?
No, the verification is that you wrote it in the correct script. So it depends on what you're trying to write. So if you're trying to write a website, you use one...
So you missed.
No, because your point doesn't make any sense in the context of what you're trying to describe. So what are you trying?
You don't understand what I'm saying,
to program?
Alex, you're actually making
doesn't matter.
Alex, you're actually making this point because you can write a Hello World program in a bunch of different languages and you're going to get the same output. He said the matter of whether you're right or wrong is you have an output that you want. That is the only bar that you're jumping over. Is this the output I want? Doesn't matter how you get there. Yeah, of course, there's some
it depends on.
or more efficient ways to do that, right? There's more optimal ways to get to that output, but as long as it's the output you want, that's all that matters. In this context, at least.
That depends on what context you're using it. So if you want a Hello World,
the context is we want an output.
Right, you want an output, but like, how are you getting that output? So like,
who
gives
a running the program?
What program?
This is not hard to understand.
I know it's not hard to understand.
No,
I know it's hard to understand.
The 33,000 lines of code Hello World program. Like, it doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, Owl, I'm sorry, but you sound really like not there. This is very easy stuff, very simple concept.
I know it's very simple. I know what you're trying to say. I know that you're programming for a specific output, but like depending upon what program language you're using and what you're programming it for, it requires a different input and output.
Yeah, we know that. But what I'm talking about the verification, of the program's validity, right?
Yeah, exactly. If your criteria is, I want an UTF-8 encoded output that reads "Hello World," who gives a shit if it's in C, Go, Python, JavaScript? Doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
The point is, the verification process is, I have this set of tests that make up the criteria that I for sure arbitrarily choose, and it matches everything. I get all those little green check boxes. Bing bang boom, I'm done. Like, what's hard about that? It doesn't matter. You could write in fucking machine assembly or binary for all anybody cares. It might take a long fucking time, but it doesn't matter. Yes, like how we've been talking about this for 20 minutes. Like, are you really that drunk or something? I've been listening to you guys for like 2 hours now. And Owl, like, I'm sorry, but you seem to be having a real hard time in here with these people.
Okay.
It is my opinion. It didn't take it with a grain of salt, but, believe you me, I know alcoholism.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, good luck.
So, I don't think you understand the point of what I'm saying. Like, I understand you can get a certain output based on the input that you give it. However...
And how do you verify it?
That's the verification for the correct input being used, right?
Right, so it depends on what you're trying to find. So
that's the point then. No, there's no extra. That's the point.
There is extra because
no, it isn't.
You can't really apply... What was
anything you add is irrelevant.
So the point is you're expecting a certain output from a specific input, right?
Yes. Okay. So you've written the code in a certain way, and you expect a certain program, and it runs. It's verified. Done. What's the equivalent for a model?
It's not an equivalent for a model.
Yeah. What's the equivalent?
No, because that's not an equivalent for a model because you don't.
It either works or it doesn't, I think is the answer.
Well, no. The answer is there is no equivalent. You can't run the program. Like, you can't do anything to verify a model of whether the Jupiter's at the center or the moon's at the center or the Earth's at the center. You can't press a button and find out if that works.
Let's take this one step at a time. Let's just take it one step at a time. You'll understand, okay? So, I own a bunch of department stores. We have the inventory of every article of clothing that we sell and what color it is. I want to know the color of every red. I want to know how many red shirts we have in the inventory among all the stores. How would I know if the computer program's operating correctly?
How would you know?
How would I know? What would be the deciding factor? Now, what's my goal? I want to know the number of red pieces of clothing in all my stores from the database of all the clothing that has a red shirt, whatever. Doesn't matter. Any arbitrary thing, dude. Doesn't matter. red shirt. How do I decide whether the program works correctly?
You would have to physically count how many red shirts there were, and then you would have to go back and calculate or ask the program how many red shirts there were, and you have to compare the results.
And as long as it spits out the correct number, hey, I'm good, right?
Well, you have to, like I said, you have to physically.
Why are you adding goals, man? We have one goal. You have one job. We want to know the number of red shirts. And when it does that, that's it. It doesn't matter how convoluted the code is to get there, just as long as it gets there. That's our goal.
Well, like I said, you have to physically verify that there are X amount of red shirts.
Yeah, let's say we did that. We hired a bunch of illegal aliens to count the shirts. Yeah, great. We did it.
From which planet?
Illegal ones. The ones from outer space. They have free travel. They have free travel
but
visas.
Their counting might be different from ours. So.
Well, that's because they got 11 fingers and 32 toes.
Exactly.
But I don't judge.
Exactly. So we have to physically verify how many shirts there are. Then we have to make sure that the program is properly adding. Right. We have to make sure that they're adding in the same base, right? So.
God, I want to smoke what you're smoking, man. No, the point was we have a goal. We have the hypothetical is there's a goal in to know if a computer program is operating correctly or not. You want a particular output, in this case, red shirts. If it doesn't spit out the correct number of red shirts, then your computer program don't work. And if it does, it doesn't work. That's it.
It's not that it does or doesn't work. The program only does what you tell it to do. So, in other words, if you measure something, yeah, I understand that you're measuring.
If I'd have got it, I'd eat it right now.
Huh?
That's overly simplistic, and you know it, right? So, what if there were 17 red shirts, and the person who coded the program just wrote 17, output 17 every time, and just so happened that was the output of the program, and you had 17 red shirts. You thought, hey, it's great, we're done, it works. End of story.
You guys are just the biggest.
Point misses.
No. I debug code all the time. Things can work most of the time. They can work some of the time.
I think
programs in here, dude.
If anything, Mark G is the closer along the line. I think what crypto is saying. You have to have a verification process. You have to test your business. All this stuff. You can't just you get you can't just get the one right result you think is correct and call it a day. No, you have to double check.
Hey, crypto. Imagine if there was two types of people in the world: people that could do hypotheticals and people that couldn't.
Bro, India, what the hell happened to your mic?
I don't know why. Why are you concerned about it?
Because it sounds bad. What's your Cash App? I'll pay you $30 to get a new mic.
Oh God.
You might as well take it. Good. I mean, he's only got $30, so you might as well take his last money.
It'd be cruel to take it.
Then his pretended girlfriend Wafu Pillow won't get a Christmas card.
I literally can't even say it. What he's saying.
He was going to pay that last $30 in taxes, but then he became a
libertarian.
Don't you already have that Yeti? Yeah. India, don't you already have that Yeti? What happened to that?
Yeah, I have a Yeti. That's funny. Like, you guys are saying my mic sucks, but I listened to me, which I thought my mic sucked, but I listened to debating Planet Peterson, and it sounded all right. So, on the recording, I don't know.
Sounds all right.
I've noticed that the voices coming through directly from Discord are it sounds different than listening on the live YouTube. Like for everybody, right? I don't know if they lower the treble or something like that, the highs, and then pass it through YouTube. But from here, it can really fuck some people's sound up. I don't know.
YouTube probably normalizes the audio level, maybe.
Did you say you debated Planet Peterson?
Yeah, Planet Peterson.
Oh my God! How much of a tool was he?
Oh, that day, huge. He even made a video about of the debate that said the most insufferable flat earther ever or some shit like that.
Oh my gosh, I need to watch. So I used to I genuinely
Oh,
used to
me,
like
which
Planet.
I'll take. I wear that like a badge of honor.
So I used to generally like Planet Peterson, but like I've watched him lately, and he's just become like completely a fucking dick. Like the thing with debating somebody is that you need to genuinely actually respect them as a person before you debate them. And the fact that he just thinks that he's just like the hottest shit on earth just like doesn't work for me anymore. Like he thinks he's the smartest fucking person. He thinks he's the
I would
smartest
say
fucking person on earth.
I would say
He's like
that's
an
the
8th grade
problem
teacher.
with, I would say that's the problem with, say, 90% of globes who come in here, though, is that they automatically think that we're stupid. And so that kind of then resolves itself in one of two ways. Either they then just rage quit because they don't really understand the conversation, or they just start blurting out insults. And so you can't really get to a logical conclusion with either of those types of people.
Oh man,
Was Planet Peterson the guy that came in not long ago, India?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You were in here, I think, that day. I think you said something to him too. Yeah, you had to explain shit to him. He's a clown, man.
I'm really so disappointed that I missed a Planet Peterson. Did you like go on his Twitch or his
He was streaming when he came in here, I guess. Yeah.
Really? Oh man, I'm sad I missed it. Damn.
I'll post it. Hold on.
Really? Oh, that'd be great.
Dude, there ain't no shame in this game, dude. I freaking trashed him.
No, I genuinely want to listen to that. Like, so I did used to like Planet Peterson, but like I've listened to him more and more, and all he ever does is like I do not like people who start from the basis that you guys are just fucking stupid, because that's like not true. But I don't like starting with that.
Oh yeah, he changed the title to the most dishonest crybaby flat earther ever. It originally said most insufferable flat earther.
What's that about you?
I don't think you're the most insufferable flat earther, honestly, because we've had a lot of conversations in which we agreed on a lot of things. Like you go off about IT shit, and I'm like absolutely enamored by what you have to say.
Well, I mean, he doesn't. He comes into this topic automatically. He thinks everything we say is wrong, and he doesn't like, especially dealing with a flat earther for his audience. We're the group of people he's not allowed to lose a debate publicly to, right? Like it can't happen, because how can you be the smart guy when you can't even debate a flat earther because they're dumb as fuck, right? So how are you going to do that? So the more I kept pointing him into a corner, the more douchery he got, right? So, you know me, I'm going to go like, okay, you want to be a douche? I'm going to be twice the douche. Like, I'll be any race to the bottom. If we're going to be uncivil, I'll be the most uncivil motherfucker ever. I'll go right down there. I have no problem with it. So, obviously.
You don't look that great, man. I mean, if
Did you tell him that gravity...
Don't care. You can be next, dude.
Did you tell him that gravity was a theory?
You can't be first, but you can be next. What about gravity?
Did you tell him that gravity was a theory?
I don't think gravity came up.
That's so disappointing, because, like, people absolutely lose their mind when even people from around Earth even argue that gravity is a theory and not actually proven.
It went something like this. He tried to come in here and bring up the 24-hour sun. I basically did the final proposition on him, like we talked to you. He couldn't do it. And I said, hey, by the way, I know the globe model better than you. And they don't actually use a globe model. You probably don't know this either. They don't use a globe model to actually predict where the sun is. He said, same thing everyone does. So bullshit, yes, we use the globe model. But if you actually go and look at the equation, there's no globe model. It's an observer-centric model. The same way that I was telling you about, you can put the origin of coordinates anywhere. The prediction from what the sun does, azimuth, elevation, angle, sunrise time, sunset time, all that shit. It's observer-centric, so you're at the origin of coordinates. You're at the center. And the sun is always relative to the celestial equator. And that's all that's in the model. Nothing else. There's no globe. There's no flat Earth. There's nothing, right? You're not on top of anything. You can just be floating around in space. It doesn't matter. That's the model. And when I cooked him on that, he jumped the ships over the horizon. And then I showed him the RC boats, and I cooked him on that, and then he rage quit.
Oh man, that sounds lovely. I'm gonna listen to that.
He said,
I mean, like, not lovely.
And then quit.
Not lovely that like he rage quit, but like I want to listen to that because like I've been talking about this dude for like ever. I've been wanting this dude to come in here and debate you guys. I've wanted to listen to it, but I'm so glad that he did. I can't wait.
That's actually the third time I've talked to him, but I can't.
Really?
The other times were not eventful. This time was good.
Did you ban him? Because I hope you didn't, so he can come back in.
I said he rage quit.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
He shouted, "You can just believe whatever you want to believe," and quit the chat.
Oh man, that's so lame. Just see how
that's actually awesome, I think. But whatever.
Oh man, don't say that. Come on, you just lost saying that. You just believe what you ever want to believe. Like rage quit.
No, I like people quitting because they're just like. It just was like the death blow, right? The last, what do they call it? The death waddle. Right when they're about to die.
The death spiral, yeah, the death spiral.
If you restrain from calling him names, he'll come up like as a greater person. Like everybody will look at you like as a winner. You know, if you keep it under control.
It's called the death rattle, not the death spiral.
I said death waddle. That's the medical term. Yeah.
There is a death. There is actually a death spiral.
It's death
that
rattle.
occurs in ants. No, like, have you ever heard the death spiral in ants?
No. We're talking about when people take
the noise that people make. Right? Yeah.
Right when they're about to die, like the last 3 breaths. It's called the death rattle or the death waddle. So, I'm sure you've never heard of it.
You definitely anyway.
I've heard of this. Let me post it.
Have you ever heard of a hypothetical?
Did your son say anything about the coffee?
Yeah, dude, he loves the Trinity one, man. He's fucking all over that shit.
All over the Trinity?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dude, he was like... Yeah, it's I don't know what you call it, brand? Is that like a brand? No, it's not a brand.
You see the Trinity?
That's the Trinity blend. It's kind of a joke. It was when Owen and frickin' Jim Bob were having fights over the Trinity about, 100% God, 100% ghost, 100% frickin' Jesus, like you can be 3 in 1, all that stuff. So I told everybody that I had the Trinity blend with 100% Colombian, 100% Nicaraguan, 100% Ethiopian, which is kind of a joke because it can't be all 3, but it's actually 2 beans, which is even funnier. Anyway.
Yeah, dude, he didn't drink coffee all the time, but when he popped that open, man, he started drinking like 3 pots of coffee a day. Like, he just started going crazy. I mean, like, pots, right? They're like 5 cup pots. They're not like the giant pots of coffee.
Wow.
That's cool.
No, I'm really looking forward to it. I've been waiting for a shipment for weeks, but Canada Post up here, they went on strike for like a month and a half. So like no mail or some shit, I've been coming in.
It's in limbo. Dude, they're drinking it. They're drinking it at the
limbo. They know exactly what it is. It's at home in the cupboard.
I hope not. I said some really good freaking coffee.
It's good. You ain't gonna be disappointed. Believe me. When you stop drinking this coffee, you drink some other coffee, you're gonna be like, this shit's gross. Like, seriously.
Really?
Yeah, you're gonna like, if you go to like Starbucks, you'll gag.
Yeah.
Like, regular coffee tastes so gross after that.
I'm used to like $20 for a kilo, or 20 Canadian dollars per kilo type coffee.
Wow, that's pretty cheap. I'm used to about like $2,000 per kilo.
Damn, that's cheap. I'm used to about $43,000 for a kilo.
Bro's talking about cocaine.
I wasn't talking about
Bro was talking about cocaine.
Kilo baking soda for 2 G's.
Yeah, I'm talking coffee.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I literally knew you were talking about cocaine.
No, when did you first talk about cocaine at 2,000 a G? Or a
Yeah,
kg.
because it's that
Oh,
expensive.
$2,000 a kilogram. It's way more expensive than that, dude.
Anyway,
Good
paraplegic, I
Colombian, good
would.
Colombian Bam Bam was 115 for freaking like really good freaking all rock freaking fish scale. That was like an 85 though.
Yeah, that was
Go
like,
ahead, I'm sorry,
that was
what
like
did you
3 decades ago.
I was about to say I would buy coffee, but I literally don't have a grinder and I don't have a coffee maker, so it, like, would not.
I freaking have a big ass freaking bun grinder. I'll grind it for you if you wish, but I really would like you to get a grinder just because I hate grinding. I used to love
I don't even have a
grinding at
coffee
Lansdowne
maker.
Bowl on skateboards. Oh, well.
I don't even have a
you don't
coffee maker.
Okay.
Yeah, just send her pre-made coffee in the mail. Freeze dry it.
Get it and freaking share it with your neighbor, and if you have a guy
like
you're
in
interested
Arizona?
in, that's what you do. You give him some paraplegics. Yeah, I'm in AZ right now.
Yeah, you're in Arizona right now. No, I just know that you're there.
Oh.
I just know that you've been between Arizona because you told me like 6 months ago.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just got
you're
here.
getting tracked right now.
It's nice out here.
Yeah, you told me that you're between Arizona and Baltimore, like every 6 or so months.
Baltimore County, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm out here
I
for 3
pay
months.
attention sometimes.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, I would give it. So I would probably give it to my parents. I don't really drink coffee, but
well, you're welcome to DM me, and Are you in Maryland? You're not the one in Maryland, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you're the one that's like we were talking about the seaside a long time ago. Cream of crab.
Yep.
Seaside Inn. Okay, all right. I remember you. All right. Yeah.
Don't recognize my accent. No, I do not have
freaking. I don't like some people. Some people talk about Baltimore, but there are some people from like Dundalk,
Dundalk,
Baltimore.
Don't you guys have like isn't like the coast of Baltimore like a flat marsh, like a giant flat marsh?
Yeah.
How are you going with it, man?
It's a lot like you ever went into Atlantic City and you see Egg Harbor? It's like a lot of tidal flats.
Yeah,
A lot of like cattails. It's the ocean's filter. It really is. That's where a lot of all the garbage gets. I think it really takes care of a lot of it.
Actually, I've never posted the photo that I took when I was at the ocean.
I gotta share what happened to the Key Bridge. I'm gonna share that in chat. Give me a second.
I have those photos as well.
I know exactly what happened to the Key Bridge. I know. Hold on just a second.
I can post photos as well, actually.
Was it 3 planes?
Hold on. I have photos from the Key Bridge.
Anyone in here want to defend the globe?
Yeah, that'd be Ramalin.
Oh, he tried, dude.
Oh, did he try tonight? I didn't hear him.
Oh, yeah, tonight. Well, hold on, let me see. Oh, yeah, I talked to him. It's funny. I found him to be one of the more intelligent Globers, and he admitted himself he doesn't know shit about science, but his ability to just, think logically far surpasses most all you Globers. I'm not even trying to be charitable. I was surprised when he said, "Oh, I don't give a fuck about science. I don't know about any of that shit."
That's Britain had to do.
Well, my thing is, you actually you guys equate intelligence with oh, I know a bunch of. I did some rote memorization of the fucking textbook, or I can fucking punch out equations, dude. No, that is not the fucking. That is not the measure of intelligence, man. You got to be able to critically analyze information, or you're a dunce. What's up,
Bro,
Al?
is that not the vibe?
Britnat, speak up. Come on. It's not
What's up, Al? You say something?
That was BritNet that you're talking about.
I shared it in chat, Alice. It's not Alice.
I did
Who
too.
is this? What's her name?
Owlishness.
Huh?
Owlishness.
Okay, yeah. It's in chat.
I posted mine as well.
Look at the chat. Did you watch the video?
What? What video? I don't see a
Freaking
video.
hilarious. You gotta watch it. It's only 10 seconds.
How'd you get that low to the water?
What do you mean?
You can just go down there, man?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I thought they'd have
Literally-
that all built and shit.
I'm literally on a boat. Oh, whoops. There's a
Oh, you're on a boat. Yeah, okay.
board as well. I don't see a video.
Dude, mine's what's really happening. Dude, it's hold on. It's in there somewhere. It's at hold on. It's at
Oh, okay. I see it.
9:21.
I see it.
It's only 10 seconds. It's freaking hilarious.
Is it a virus?
It's my
if I
freaking
download
black
this?
guy freaking cartoon. No, it's my black guy cartoon that Mountain Bear freaking did of me. It's hilarious, man.
I love that.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Dude, it was me. It's freaking dude. I need to lose some weight. Yeah.
So
Was
these
me.
are these are images
Well, you got a nice
actually
tan.
from the Key Bridge after the fact. So you can see the bridge is no longer there. And a picture of the random fort that somehow got included.
Is this in San Francisco?
No, this is in the Key Bridge that fell over the summer.
Yeah, it just fell.
Yeah, you got
That was
pictures
a
of the little,
dude. That's
the little
one way to
rock
characterize
island.
it.
That's a
Nothing
little rock
smashed into it.
island that
No.
supposedly was. Did they say that was from like revolutionary?
Yeah, that's one of the. It's now a bird sanctuary, but it's one of the old forts back during the Revolutionary War. I can't tell you which one exactly.
Francis Scott Key Bridge, you know, the frickin' flag is still there, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. You guys didn't pay attention in school?
Yeah, that's the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
Francis
would go
Scott Key
to what the hell is the fort? Fort McHenry. And you'd go down and like you could see where they had like jail, like where they would keep prisoners and stuff. It was like there's like bomb shelters and shit, looks like. I don't
Do you know I
though, man.
asked-
It makes me wonder.
I asked like multiple people like that I work with. I'm like, hey, who was the Key Bridge named after? And like people did not know that it was Francis Scott Key. And it just kind of blew my mind. This is people who live in this state, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Each state brainwashes its population with their local bullshit. So I could tell you all about Paul Revere and, Lexington Concord and all that crap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
And,
you're in like Boston or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you actually live in Massachusetts?
Yeah, I'm in Cambridge right now.
Why?
Oh my gosh, you're at the college? That's crazy.
Well, I'm not at the college, but I'm near it.
That's crazy.
Harvard is about, I don't know, 12 blocks away, and MIT is about 7, maybe? No, Harvard's farther than 12, maybe 15. I don't know, it's like a mile and a half up the street. It isn't all it's cracked up to be, man.
I bet it's like smart as fuck over there. Why don't you debate them on like Flat Earth or whatever?
There actually used to be a guy, what was it, Brother Nathan? What was his name that went down there? Brother, you remember?
Nathaniel, is it?
Was he a priest?
Isn't Brother Nathaniel, that's the ex-Jewish Orthodox guy.
Yeah.
Brother Ernest or something, right?
Brother Ernest.
I thought that was his name. So hold on, you asked the question. There was a Brother Ernest guy that set up a table in Harvard Square and used to plat smack everybody that came by. All the MIT kids, all the Harvard kids, all the people that work at MIT, Draper Labs, all these freaking tech companies that are around here, right? There's a lot of crap in Cambridge because of Harvard and MIT being here. They got a lot of these freaking, what would you call them, military industrial complex companies that are like the bridge between the university and the government, is the way I would put it. And they work there. I've spent time in that sector of grift. Grift is what I call it, man, because it's just a grift, dude. Getting paid way too much to do way too little.
So I wanted to post the photos that I took of the ocean from a 12th floor. That was pretty high up. I took a picture of the horizon specifically for you guys, like a while ago, long time ago, over last winter. I forgot to post it, but here you go. Now it's there. It's in the chat at 27 past the hour. Isn't it beautiful?
Looks pretty flat to me.
That is the Atlantic Ocean.
Very nice.
Yeah, do you like it? I think I was on the 12th floor or something of a condo building.
You remember like Archbishop Keogh? You remember that school?
Yes.
On Caton Avenue? You ever watch The Keepers on Netflix?
No.
You should watch The Keepers on Netflix. It's about Archbishop Keogh.
Is it
My
really?
dad had a couple of his students. My dad was a teacher in Catonsville Community College, and he had a couple of the students that were abused there. Yeah, it was freaking crazy. Watch The Keepers. I'm sorry I got off on another topic, but yeah, you got to watch that shit.
I mean, I went to IND, so yeah, Keogh was one of our schools.
Oh, yeah. Literally the house that the apartment that we lived in for like a year when I was like 4 was right across the street from where the nun that got murdered lived.
Boy, do we have any Glober willing to attempt?
Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Hi, Heretic. It's been a minute. How are you?
Oh God, you have to.
I'll take that as a no.
You're gonna make Heretic crash out if you don't start debating the globe soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Heretic, what, how are you about the globe?
How am I about the globe?
Yeah. Yep.
False.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, just wanted to say hi, Heretic. It's been a minute, so I wanted to say hi, but...
You sound like someone just got caught doing something wrong, man. That was so crazy. Like you just got caught with your hand in a cookie jar.
I
was looking for the keys in the cookie jar.
I was. That's correct.
I talked to Planet Peterson after he came here. I was sending him the news. Like, what the fuck is this stupid shit? I'm like, it's Globe News, dude. I go, is it not entertaining at all?
Wait, why am I no longer on the newsletter, Crit?
Well, at some point when people, I feel like they don't offer me anything, it just isn't any point like to send you. Like, it's not even worth a click.
Really?
Wait.
Yeah, so I take people off.
Can you put me back on the newsletter?
Well, can you respond maybe once in a while, like, or give something?
I will. Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
okay, Crit, if you put me back on, I will respond. I'm so sorry. I kind of like lost the thread for a minute there.
Yeah.
But I think it's so funny that Planet Peterson was like a dick to you because like I used to really like him, but then he started just becoming like a huge fucking dick to everybody, and now I don't like him anymore. So
I can tell you when. I couldn't remember that night, but I remember when now. He debated Jim Bob, and he got trashed by Jim Bob. It was atheist materialism versus creationism debate. And Jim Bob tore his ass apart. And I've noticed, like, ever since then, he went off the rockers because that was like a large audience and he kind of humiliated himself in front of.
I kind of genuinely want to not debate him on creationism, but Christian in general, I would like to debate him on, because I think a lot of the ideas that
He doesn't know anything, dude. He doesn't know anything. Dude, listen. Dude is an empty head. Look,
he's
man.
a science teacher.
He is? No fucking way.
You didn't know that?
To what, third graders?
So he was you don't know this? So basically, he was a high school science teacher. Like, I'm talking like 9th, 10th, 11th grade. He was a high school science teacher, and he got on TikTok.
My.
You don't know this?
No.
Okay. So
I'm just a random nobody. I'm disappointed in the education system even more than I already was, which is saying something, because I was already freaking at rock bottom.
Okay, so, like, I genuinely have been watching Planet Peterson since, like, since he first started. So he was a high school science teacher. Like, I think he taught like biology or something similar. So his background is in science, but, you know, like, it's basically
Stop no. Your background is in education. If you become a high school teacher or a teacher in any public school, you have to have a degree in education. You don't have to have a degree in the thing that you teach. You just have to. So his expertise is in education. He probably had a minor in science, or maybe he minored in mathematics or whatever else. Typically what happens is you have somebody, I want to be a physicist. They take the physics classes. They can barely pass. They're like, fuck. Maybe I'll just teach physics. So then they get an education degree, and they minor in physics or science or something else. And then they teach that when they get to, they teach that when they get out of university, right? It's like a filter, right? So the dumb people, have you ever heard the phrase, the saying?
Those who can't.
Those do teach, right? Those who can do teach, right? So this is how it works. At least in my opinion, this is how it works. They can't do it, so they end up teaching it.
I remember the story now that Olish mentions it. Like, he claims that he got fired because of his atheism.
He did. No, he didn't get fired because of his atheism.
Well, he said, like, somehow, like, he was told that he needs to, not, be preaching atheism to the kids, because the families will talk about, religious values. Like, he refused. And he was, like, working somewhere down south, like, where they were, like, in the Bible Belt. And you got this condescending, douchebag talking about, like, all this proves there's no God. And they go, okay, now everybody stand up and say Pledge of Allegiance to God in the cloth, the sky. Everyone pledge allegiance to one nation under God. It's like, dude, you're confusing the kids, right? Just teach the biology and check your ego at the door.
His ego got way too big.
Yeah, there's a video I saw about him on I can't remember, the guy who does a lot of drawings and stuff. Oh, Dark Matter. Dark Matter was like, how come atheists have to stay closeted or whatever.
Oh, he's a funny guy though. Dark Matter he's a good YouTube channel,
How come atheists just say closeted?
Yeah, the guy keep like society.
Jesus Christ.
They think that in their worldview, they are victimized by this overreaching Western culture that is always preaching Christianity.
What's wrong with that, though? Hold on. What's wrong with victimizing them, though? No, I'm saying
deserves to be victimized.
In their worldview, there is no good or evil. There is us victimizing them. It's not bad. They just prefer it not to happen. So what? I prefer it to happen. How can the atheist tell me I should not victimize them? From what moral position?
Challenged on your belief.
You're not understanding. They don't have a moral position. You can't reach a moral position with materialist atheism. You can't get to any should. What you should do. I should do this or I should do that. Right? They can't say we shouldn't victimize them because they have no moral foundation from which to say it. Right? So just by saying we're being victimized in a Western Christian society, the very fact they're in a Western Christian society that recognizes things like victimization, they're taking advantage of it while complaining about it.
Well, it happens Oh, go ahead, Ash.
I was just going to say there is no Western Christian society because you don't have an
Christian
established.
morals is our foundation. What I'm talking about, you can't deny that Christian morals is not the foundation of the Western society.
Right, you should be.
It is.
You should be. Everybody should be challenged on their beliefs, including atheists. So, but
Do you understand what I'm saying? Morality. I'm not talking about religious belief. I'm talking about morality.
Right, you should always be challenged on morality.
Why is murder bad? Why is lying bad? Why is stealing bad? Right?
Yeah,
These things
you
we
should always
consider
be
them bad.
challenged.
Why are they bad?
Right. Why are
Tell
they
me why
bad?
they're bad. Yeah, why are they bad? Tell me why they're bad.
Morally?
Somehow we end up off a flat earth again. Good game.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that everybody should be challenged on their morality, and they shouldn't consider it victimization. That's just how you should always be challenged on your morality,
You're not understanding.
I'm
not understanding. An atheist can't have a moral position because they think everything is just a mechanistic physical universe, and that things like morals are subjective human delusions.
Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to argue.
Because the universe is going to blow up in 90 billion years or whatever, right? None of that matters. Everything is just a chemical process, the result of physics, right? So how do you have morality that's the result of physics? Can I do a scientific experiment and find morality? So it doesn't make sense on it. It doesn't make sense on its face. That's why you can't process it, because it doesn't make sense. If you think the world is just created at the Big Bang and it's just chemical processes and energy and matter and human beings were like all that stuff, like the inanimate matter turned into life, right, through whatever process, abiogenesis, then evolution, and then there's human beings that say, hey, there's things like morality. But they say, well, that's just something we all created collectively to evolve better, and it's just a bunch of chemical processes in our brain, right? It doesn't actually exist out there. It doesn't actually exist. It's just a bunch of chemicals that are doing something that make us think it exists, right? And what is even thinking? Thinking is just also a chemical process, right? So the point is that you can't get to morality because all you can ever have is a descriptive view of the world, right? You can describe what happens, but you never can get to what should happen. Why should you not kill people? You can't never say why, because all you have is a descriptive worldview. You understand? All you can do from that position, materialist atheist, is describe the world. You can never say what one person should or shouldn't do, because it only comes down to one or two things. Utility, it's useful, right? Oh, I think this should happen because it's useful. Or the other one, personal preference. Right? So, okay, if those are the two standards, right? You tell me to do something, I'm not going to listen to you. It's not useful to me, and it's not my personal preference. Go fuck yourself. I think abusing fucking atheists and turning them into victims is useful, and I like it. Tell me I'm wrong. From a moral point of view, you can't.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I think you're wrong too. I got to push back on that. From their
viewpoint. From their viewpoint, they can't tell you what is right and wrong. They can't say victimizing people are wrong because they don't have morals from which to say victimization is wrong. I think victimizing them is wrong. I think victimizing anybody is wrong.
Do you think you have an objective standard?
Hold on, Mark. I think in the 60s, the atheists were persecuted. Like, Nixon's enemies list, and they were going after them. George Carlin had the FBI following them. And they basically won the debate because they said, doesn't your God grant free speech? And the Christian was like, yeah, God is great. God gives you human rights. Would disagreeing be free speech? And I'm paraphrasing, but they're like, well, yeah, being able to disagree requires free speech. They're like, I disagree that there's a creator. So your God is granting me the ability to disagree.
Yep. You see, though, the point is, and this is how you're attacking the point. It's kind of hard to say that because there's no standard which they have that they can point to that is above them in any means. So therefore, you can't really, like, from our point of view, they can say, from your point of view, yes, you should treat us better than you have, but no. But only from our point of view can they come at it. They basically have to steal from God.
Exactly. They have to adopt the Christian Western world that they're complaining about. They have to adopt their morality to say that they're victimized. They can't do it from their own worldview. They basically have to guilt us into treating them like good Christians when they're heathen atheists.
Do you think you have an objective worldview or objective morality?
Yes.
Prove it.
Not all things can be proven.
Well, then you don't have an objective reality if you can't prove it.
No, you can have an objective reality even if you can't prove it. I just can't prove it.
Claim. You have a claim of objective morality. You cannot have
because listen, go down, prove that not all things can be proven. You know this, right?
Yeah, but you have a claim of objective morality.
Yeah, I have an unproven claim of objective morality. I'll accept that. That's not a problem.
It's
That's actually a fact in mathematics, by the way, that not all things can be proven.
No, it's already proven as a self-evident truth, legally defined. We hold these truths to be self-evident. A proof or a truth that doesn't require truth. And if you say, well, I disagree with that, then you're not part of the we, which makes you like, you're not American then. You're something in between.
Yeah, but that sentence, hold on. That sentence, we hold these truths to be self-evident. If they were beyond the need to articulate that, the reason we have to articulate that is because it's something we define amongst ourselves, right?
No,
that we have to agree on, which was
through God. Otherwise immoral, and you had the legal right to defend yourself against the king because you have a self-evident right to your life, your liberty, and your property. The king doesn't own you. You own you. So if you think, Mark, that you are owned by the king, you're part of the group of people who didn't fight. You're a freeloader, a free rider.
What I'm saying that was that at the time that was a very revolutionary idea. Is that they're inalienable rights?
Yeah, that's what that's what came from the scientific revolution through the Renaissance.
Yeah.
Prior to the Renaissance, no one even dared to question. But the scientific thinking came along and said, hey, if I can cause something and I'm the cause of that, that's me. I own that, not somebody else. And that's why they kind of wanted, since then, they saw that science was a powerful tool of unlocking human potential. Then they tried to take it away from everybody. And now it's a noun, not a verb anymore. They got shit scared when France and America flipped and turned into like self-governing, using scientific reasoning to defend it. And now look, you got the atheists who are like, oh, well, I like science and I like powers governing me. He's like, you guys are shit scared. You want authority to tell you what's right and wrong. Whoever's got, in your worldview, who's ever right is the guy who's got the biggest gun in your face. That's the decider who makes it right or wrong.
Yeah, that's not what I think, but I do agree with your analysis of basically Enlightenment, Locke and Rousseau, consent of the governed, all that was revolutionary at the time. But I do think ultimately there is an objective. And what I mean by objective, I mean mind-independent source of morality for humans. Doesn't apply to other animals, but for humans, there's a mind-independent objective morality. It's difficult to know because we're limited creatures, but I think there is one. And I think that objective morality, which is inherent to humans, is what the source of modern Christianity, that morality is actually sourced from. So if you go back, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, the Christian morals were quite a bit different, right, than they are today. I'll leave it at that.
Well, it depends on what church you look at. There's a lot of churches that call themselves Christian churches, which aren't.
Well, yeah, I might say it's a no true Scotsman, but the morality.
Listen, the people in the beginning of Christianity defined what a Christian is. If you don't do those things, if you come after, you're not a Christian. So it's pretty simple.
Well, for the first few centuries, Christians were just Reformed Jews. The whole idea of a Christian didn't come about until centuries. I don't know.
That's like a semantic argument naming somebody. Like, we didn't call ourselves quote unquote Christians, so who cares? Who cares what they call themselves?
Right. But in the Old Testament, there's some pretty heinous stuff that is sanctioned by God. That sort of thing. But so the morality of the Old Testament,
judged on what moral basis? Like,
what do you
mean? How do you know it's bad? How do you know it's bad?
Well, would you sign up for slavery and genocide?
I want you to support what you believe. You guys always do this. You guys always ask a question.
This is an internal critique. Do you think your God would support slavery and genocide? Are you okay with that?
At that time, yeah.
Okay, so you think it's okay to go and kill babies?
No, it doesn't matter what I think. He did.
Okay,
I don't judge God. See, that's the difference between. I don't think that I am good enough to judge God and what He decided He wanted to do. I don't think I'm in a position to judge that, right? Because my judgment will be a derivative of His judgment, and my judgment is based upon what I learned in the time period I live in. Whereas those actions happened in a different time period where things were different. Morality was different, but the whole world was different, right? So it was a different thing.
So you're saying it doesn't sound like it was...
stop the modern world from becoming a place that you could own slaves again.
Well,
that's exactly what
there's more slaves right now.
We already, there's more slaves than there have been.
Hold on, dude.
You guys need to understand that if God was not harsh in the Old Testament, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is the book was written about the times that the people lived in.
Was for the greater good.
No, dude. Listen, if you guys don't understand the Bible, go read about it. Okay? If you don't understand, you guys don't understand Christian theology, but you want to espouse that it's
from an atheist, all right?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these other two. I'm talking about the freaking atheists. So,
well, you're wrong.
You don't understand Christian theology. This shit has been debated, and there have been apologetics since the time of Christ. There's all these arguments have already been had 1,000,000 times. Go back and read the literature. We don't want to have to rehash them again.
Defense of slavery and genocide in the Bible just isn't.
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about Christian scholars.
So what you're telling me is it sounds like the book was a product of the times of the people that wrote it back then.
No. It's not about the book. The book recounts events. So the way God interacted with humanity through those events changed over time because man changed over time. So God's not changing, man is changing.
God
is altering what He does according to the changes of men. Right?
Are you sure it isn't that man was changing? So
that's what I just said. Man was changing over time, his behavior, due to the divine revelations, right? What do you think a divine revelation is? You think everything is static? The purpose of divine revelation is to make man change.
But could it not have been a product of the times?
It could have been Auschwitz standing on its head on top of Mount Everest. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, sounds about as right as somebody writing down stone tablets with lightning or whatever. I don't know how the fucking story goes.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know how the story goes.
The slaves are just people who are that's all.
You have to stay. Well, Dad, he has to maintain his ignorance to keep his worldview. He has to. If he goes deeper into it, he'll change, and he don't want to do that. So he'll stay blind intentionally.
It wasn't slaves that got whipped and stuff. They were just paying off a debt. So they worked for free to pay off a debt. So they were called slaves. It's not like slaves of the South.
Slaves is actually a modern term, and it comes from Slavs, and that really started under the Muslims.
Lie. Some were indentured servants, but some were property. So don't give me that paying off the debt. That is not true.
It's true. Egypt had slaves and stuff, but
no, there were certainly indentured servitudes. Now Jewish people could serve as indentured servitudes to other Jewish people, but if you were a Gentile or non-Jewish person, you could become property and be bequeathed to your children as property.
Why? Why? What made somebody a slave? How did you become a slave?
You could be purchased from the people around you.
The original thing. How did you originally get put into slavery? The original thing.
You could either be captured in war or purchased.
And what was your choice?
I'm sorry, what?
You had a choice, right? You didn't have to be a slave.
Have a choice. If somebody sells you, you don't have a choice.
You could die.
Oh, yeah, you're too well. Yeah, so you could die.
Yeah, so
that's your choice.
Right?
You're okay with that?
Yeah, it's war.
That's your moral God. Thank God. Thank God we have God for morality.
No, that's
you
the
can
way
die,
it
or
is.
you can be a slave.
Well, they could have just killed him in combat.
Yeah, they could have, but I'm talking about they kept them as property to their children.
And they
purchased
life.
Right,
dude, what is it better? You tell me. What is it? No, listen to me.
This isn't sin. This is God laying down the law.
Yeah, you're not qualified to say what
slaves from the nations around you.
Yeah, you're gonna listen, Mark. You're gonna listen. What is worse?
No, when you accept it, what the Bible says.
So listen. Shut your hole. What is worse? Ending someone's life where they have no children, they have no heirs, no nothing, no. That's the end. That's the end of his line. Or let him live in slavery, and he can still continue to have children, have heirs, all that shit. What's worse?
Setting up that proposition is exactly what your God ordained.
I don't speak for God. What's worse?
Oh, you do speak for God, though.
No, I don't. What's worse?
I don't know. Some people,
you don't know. Yeah, Howard, you won't answer because you know
slaves decided to kill themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, then there you go. They thought that was a better option, but they had a choice. They ultimately had a choice. It was two bad choices, two non-optimal choices from that person's point of view, but they had a choice. And it wasn't God that did that. It was men that did that shit.
Wait. Hold on. Take a step back. God ordained this practice. It's in the Bible as a law. It's in the Mosaic Code.
Yeah. Well, what chapter and verse?
It's both Exodus and Leviticus. I don't have it in front of me right now. Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
Exodus,
So
Leviticus,
I want to know exactly what it says. And then I also want to know how they practice slavery.
It defines, who knows how they practice it? I'm talking about what was written in the law.
Yeah, but like the actual practice might not be bad like you're making it out to be, right?
Is that the same Bible they brought to the moon, Mark, or is that different?
Probably that Bible. It's probably that Bible. It's the Bible Bart Sabro had when he tried to get Neil Armstrong. I swear on it.
Yeah. So which Bible is it? Is it the Bible the astronauts use, or a Bible that flat earthers use? Which one are you arguing?
I have no idea. It's a general. These are found in King James and all the modern.
Okay, so which Bible are you arguing against? The one the astronauts use?
Mark, you can't even say slavery is bad in the first place. You have no moral authority to say it.
I'm talking about how most Christians. Most Christians do not think slavery is permissible.
No, atheists think you can.
This isn't a popularity contest. It only matters what God thinks, not what most Christians think. No,
I think slavery is immoral, and I have a good reason to say it's not.
Yeah, so that's the Bible doesn't say what the most amount of Christians do, and do that, right?
I said most. Do you think most modern Christians would support slavery?
Most modern Christians that claim to be Christians don't practice Christianity.
Okay. Well, I know you support slavery, but I don't think most Christians would. So I guess I'm not arguing against you.
I don't care what most Christians think. I don't care what most Christians think. And I didn't say I supported slavery.
Yeah,
that's the
you said
Old Testament. We have this thing called the New Testament, right? There's this thing called the New Testament.
If the circumstances were different, you could support slavery because that was what determined the morality of the slavery. It was a different circumstance.
No. God said, you're all fucked up. See, you're trying to judge God from your viewpoint and saying, this is the morality of the situation. No, God sets what morality even is in the fucking first place. You can't even decide without being a derivative of his morality. So he put in you that slavery is bad. And now you're like, God's bad. But he put the idea in your body that slavery is bad in the fucking first place.
Wait.
You don't even have that idea.
So slavery's bad sometimes, but not others?
Dude, you didn't listen to a fucking word I said, or you didn't comprehend it.
Both.
What I say? Repeat back to me. Repeat back to me what I just said.
You're talking about God put the idea of slavery in me, right?
Yep.
And
that's how you judge against me, right?
So I agree. I don't think slavery is good. And if God put that there, I don't believe in God. But if God put that there, that's why it's there. But then why did he allow it in the past? He not only allowed it, he ordained it.
Because man changed. I explained that to you. The circumstances of reality on Earth and humanity changed.
Okay, so it's the circumstances changed.
Man changed.
How did man? So man changed. How did man change? We're fundamentally different than we were 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
How?
Became more civilized.
Really, are you serious? I really have to explain to you what humans being did in the past versus what they do now. In the way life was in the past, right? When people died of like freaking random diseases, like when pneumonia was like the number one cause of death, right?
Awesome.
So you
it was more brutal.
Your wife would probably die in childbirth. Like your lifespan was you needed this social dynamic for human beings to survive.
Right. So the circumstances were much brutal back in the past. I can't argue that. I think that's true.
But why did I have to explain that to you?
Right. So circumstances.
Disingenuous talk, dude.
So circumstances became more brutal again. Slavery would be okay again.
It might be. It's not for me to say.
I rest my case.
Yeah, because God is static. The only thing that changes is men. I don't know why you can't comprehend that. To rest your case. That's hilarious, dude. You don't even have a case because you don't have morality. You can't even say that slavery is bad. You can sit there and say, from our viewpoint, slavery is bad. Sometimes. So what? It's consistent with our viewpoint. Because in our viewpoint, the circumstances for which man is under God changes over time. So the interaction, the relationship changes over time. So his rules change over time. What's expected of men changes. Right? For you think it has to be some static thing. So is this objectively a true statement? The only thing that doesn't change is that things change. Right? And from your viewpoint, if it changes, it can't be objective. It's idiotic.
All right, so what I was going to say earlier with Planet Peterson and tying it back into Flat Earth, he had said, well, I started sending him the news. Because when I send the news to people, like, why are you sending me the news? And I'm like, well, you came in here, you said Flat Earthers are nothing but entertainment. Or you came in kind of freaked out over Flat Earth, so I'll send you some globe news. And does your view of entertainment change? Because now you've got, this globe news that should be entertaining. Or, like, does this help break your downward spiral over Flat Earth? And now let's talk about the globe. Some globe news here. And he said that Flat Earthers are like going to the zoo, like for entertainment purposes. Like, let's go look at the animals. And then hear now from Alex say he's a biologist. That's even more, or he had minored in biology. That's even more hilarious. So this guy thinks the purpose of a zoo is to go there and get entertained by the animals. I mean, no wonder why he got fired from his teaching job. It's like, hey, kids, you want to preserve some animals and keep them in the zoo so they don't go extinct and kind of mimic their natural habitat and see how they kind of behave? No, let's just go there and laugh at them. That's atheism for you, right there, in a nutshell. Anti-flat eartherism, anti-whatever, anti-zoo. It's like, holy shit, dude, can you get... he thinks he's so better than, even animals. He's better than them. He's just where Jesus was, better than everyone else, but he wasn't up on the hill pointing down, just laughing at people. Like, oh, I'm better than you. Ha ha ha. He helped lift up humanity. Where you get this atheist, if you got a version of Jesus inside atheism, they wouldn't help anybody. They couldn't even help themselves. They'd just be around, just laughing at people. Wow, that's dumb.
Earth ain't flat, idiot.
Another genius.
Yeah, well, he sounded extremely intelligent.
That's like right there, triggered over flat Earth. What is it? The Earth ain't flat. So what's flat mean? Won't be able to say it. There's no way of even. He is shit stupid about what these words mean. Shit stupid. No clue. Will make
ask
random
ask
changes
him.
on the.
Ask him if he can tell you what's flat.
Yeah, what is it, dude? But who was it? Big Bongo? The silence is deafening.
Silence.
So it's not
silence
that,
is
but he
golden.
probably doesn't know what that
Shut
is.
the fuck up and get rich.
Oh, so wait, what?
You said the Earth isn't flat, idiot. What does that mean?
Oh, I did say that. Yeah.
What does flat mean?
Flat?
Yeah.
Two basic Billies have joined the chat. Tell us fucking how life is. Yeah, okay, man named Henchman, Basic Billy. Get rich, ugh. Need horse, need money, need deer. Way to go, man. Keep track of your fucking knuckles.
Well, I guess. Sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't even realize that he just got insulted. He's so fucking stupid.
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, you're a caveman, dude. It's the meaning of life to gain money. Please tell us.
Who are you talking to?
Henchman.
The other guy.
What are you saying?
What are you saying? He said, get out of this fire server, get money. Well, maybe we already have money. Anyway.
About money, but yeah.
You know,
all it said was the Earth was flat.
It is flat.
That's all I said.
Oh, then maybe I heard something else. Yeah, okay, cool. Anybody got a globe proof? Or tell us why they believe in a globe?
Oh,
or how they know it's a globe?
Well, I could try.
Right.
Well, can I ask a question? Just a simple question.
Well, you got first define what the word flat means. What's that? What is flat?
Come on, man. Just let him ask his question, Mr.
Listen,
Go on
by
forever.
definition, if you say, okay, if you're talking about a flat surface, you're talking about a even like horizontal. No, that's not flat.
Topographical plane. Let's not get pedantic, dude. We're not talking about a sheet of paper.
When you take the air out, the beach ball is flat. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I guess if you take the air out and then lay it down, it's kind of flat.
No orientation to horizontal.
True fucking geniuses. Man. Thanks for telling us what flat means, man. Fucking, this is crazy,
well,
dude.
can I ask my question now?
Yeah, what's your question?
What's your question?
Well, can you let me answer, or let me ask?
I thought that was your question when you just asked like what's flat or something. Anyway, go ahead, answer your question.
All right.
Go for it.
Guess who's flat?
So, do you guys? Well, I'm guessing you do, but do you guys believe like every single country is lying about the Earth being flat?
No.
Okay.
No. Why would you have to know what something, right? You have to know the truth and then say the opposite, right? To be lying.
Well, my question is, why are all the governments lying about sending these satellites and rockets up to space?
No, you ask me a question, but why would you let me answer it? Why won't you let me answer the question you asked?
I'm letting you go.
Okay. So you have to know the truth and say the opposite to be lying. You can believe something, and I don't know what you mean by countries think. Countries don't think things, dude. Countries aren't people. People think things, right? So the people in these countries, which you probably talk about the government or the people that run the government, you think that they have to know and then they'd have to lie. No, they don't have to know. They believe the Earth's a globe, and they tell everybody that, but they're not lying. They believe it. They're like you. They're like everybody else. Right? They believe something because everybody else told them X is true. So they go around also saying X is true. They're not lying. They're just a parrot, dude. They're in an echo chamber.
You didn't answer my question.
I did. Your premise.
You want me to ask it again? I can't. If you want.
No, I'm going to tell you. Your premise is false. Your premise.
When NASA, maybe SpaceX, sends a rocket and they have a camera on it and it shows the Earth not being flat, are they lying? And why are they lying?
Hold on. What cameras are those?
The specific exact camera? What are you talking? I'm sorry. I don't know the specific exact camera on the fucking rocket. That's my bad, guys. That's my bad.
Have you ever actually watched one?
So do you believe in cameras? Do you believe in
have
cameras?
you ever actually watched
video cameras?
Dude, they don't show what you think they show, retard. Why are you not listening? Okay, so SpaceX, for instance.
Yes.
SpaceX launches a rocket. One camera shows the flat Earth, the other one shows the curved Earth, simultaneously at the same time. Which one is the true Earth?
What are you talking? Which camera shows a flat Earth?
You're talking about shit you've never watched.
You can go on YouTube and watch it right now. I can't.
Stupid.
There are live streams of them sitting up. What about all the astronauts? Are all the astronauts lying?
They're all lying. Yes, they're all lying.
They're all lying. Why would they be lying? Can you answer my question?
Can I get in? Crypto speaks fluent stupid, so go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I had to learn it from Globes Online. Yeah, dude. So what are you alluding to? What are you talking about? I was definitely talking. You can let me talk. You can talk over me as well.
No, that's my bad.
Because I can tell you right now, I'm not going to put up with it. So you're either going to listen to me or you're going to fuck off.
I said I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay, good. So, what he's talking about is, you know, the Red Bull jump.
I don't.
Okay, so there was a Red Bull jump with Felix Baumgartner. Everyone knows about it, apart from you, apparently. There's two different cameras. There's an outside camera that shows curvature and an inside camera that shows no curvature on the same ship. So how are we to interpret that?
Hold on, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, please do, because that's what he was talking about. And then you were asking him all sorts of stupid straw men and like red herrings. Do you believe in camera?
How are any of those straw mans and red herrings? Can you explain?
Because a red herring isn't something that's irrelevant to the point, right?
How is that irrelevant to my point? My point is
if you talk over me again, I'm going to ban you.
Okay, sorry, dictator.
Well, no, you just need to shut up.
Well, you're a Discord dictator, apparently.
You're trying to move him by looking over him.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you either want me to make a point or you don't, and if you don't, there's no point in you being here. So what he was trying to describe to you was a specific piece of footage, and he asked you if you'd seen it or not. At that point, you then did a red herring. You said, "Don't you believe in cameras?" Right? That's obviously got nothing to do with what he said. What a waste of everyone's time.
No, that does, but I could explain.
Well, believing in cameras, how is that relevant to discussing a piece of footage?
Well, I asked him simply. They have cameras on those SpaceX.
Yeah, he was talking about the footage from the camera. So
yes,
clearly, he
and the camera shows a round Earth.
Yeah,
only one of them.
Hold on, Crypto. And I asked you specifically about the footage, and then I described footage that you've never seen, and then you told me to go watch it. You've never seen it.
I never said that, but okay.
You didn't say go watch YouTube.
I said you can go watch that from YouTube. I never said anything about that.
I described what you'll see when you go watch one of these videos on YouTube. SpaceX will launch a rocket with two cameras on it. One camera will show curve. One camera will show no curve. How do we evaluate that?
I just watched the Red Bull camera.
Obviously, you've never watched them.
I just watched it. I mean, they didn't go entirely into space and saw the whole. You realize the Earth is very big, right? No, I mean,
here we go. It was your evidence, dude. And now you're walking.
What evidence?
Evidence under the bus. Typical.
Okay. Well, let me talk. Thanks for interrupting me. Am I not allowed to talk?
Is there a curve or not?
Okay.
Is there a curve or not? Is there a curve or not?
There is a curve. Yes.
Okay. So why is the Earth's size relevant then? Why are you bringing that excuse out?
Okay. Well, the Earth's size is relevant. If I shrunk you onto a beach ball, what would it appear?
Yeah. No, I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I just answered your question.
Yeah. If you can already see curve there, then why are you bringing that out? That's an excuse for why you can't see it.
What do you? I just gave you my answer.
You don't even understand.
It's
You don't even
perspective.
understand your excuses.
I just gave you an answer. It's perspective.
No, because
it's because the Earth is so big.
But you don't need to bring that excuse out. I'm trying to help you out here. That excuse is for where you can't see
it's not an excuse. That's science.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what you're talking
claiming, this is hilarious.
Okay.
Like, normally this is brought out when you can't see the evidence and you're explaining why you can't see the evidence. Whereas you're claiming that you can see the evidence and bringing that excuse out. It doesn't make any sense.
Can you explain to me why that doesn't make any sense?
Because that excuse is
well, you're just calling it excuse.
See the evidence because it is.
Well, explain to me why.
Why did you interrupt him?
Well, okay, sorry, go.
Yeah. So, dude, normally when someone says, "Oh, it's just too big to see," that's normally the excuse when you're looking out over, say, a river, or not a river. Sorry, you're at a beach and you can't see any general slope and curvature. People say, "Oh, the Earth's too big." But you're claiming, well, we can see the curve. Oh, and also the Earth's too big. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you even bother saying that? You just did.
Said that. No, let me. Can I explain? Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, wait, hold on. Let me talk. You're interrupting me.
Dude.
Let me talk.
You're not going to be able to talk your way out of this, so go ahead and try.
Well, thank you for letting me talk. So well, what about this? So if you think the Earth is flat, I think, thinking from flat earthers, you guys think that we're surrounded by ice walls. Yes, is that true?
You guys
ignoring the point.
No, I'm getting there. Can you?
You just got
ice walls,
on
right?
your own point, and now you're just
I am not done explaining it. You can't just interrupt me every time I'm trying to explain.
No, you're deflecting from the point.
What my question to you is, why can't we see those Why can't we see those ice walls? Why can't we see them? Like, let's say you're at the beach and you're looking out. Why can't you see different continents and ice walls?
Now you're straw manning.
That's not straw manning at all. That's got exactly. We were just talking about perspective. I am not. I'm talking about the same topic we were talking about. How is that a straw man?
Because nobody fucking said there's ice
We were just talking about perspective, and I'm trying to explain to you. If we can't see the ice. Well, I don't know. I think that's what. Okay, well, if you guys don't believe, I don't exactly know what you believe, but let's say you're trying. Let's say, hold on. Let's say you're trying to see a continent. Why can't you see that continent from the beach you're in, or maybe the island or whatever?
It's too small to see.
What do you mean it's too small to see?
Well, you can't resolve it with your eye. It's too small.
Yeah, exactly. That's perspective.
Yeah, resolution.
Yes,
we know.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yep.
So what's that got to do with having two cameras on the spaceship showing different levels?
First of all, that Red Bull jump, that is fucking ridiculous. That was not a spaceship. That was a balloon.
Who cares?
That didn't even bring it all the way out. I think it was the stratosphere it brought it out to. What do you mean, who cares? It didn't see the whole Earth. The Earth is big. It's perspective. You just said it yourself.
But you were saying that you could see it from there, and now you're saying you can't.
The Red Bull, no. I just told you in the beginning you cannot see. I did not watch the Red Bull.
You're bringing out an excuse that doesn't even make sense.
Okay, and you're just lying, but okay.
No, everyone else heard it.
Did everyone here heard me say that I did not see the Red Bull jump? Who heard me say that? I've never seen it or whatever.
When Indio was talking to you, he said, "Have you seen this piece of footage?" You said,
"I said no."
See it on YouTube.
Yes, I did.
With respect to the evidence that was being discussed. Do you remember that? What that was?
Your evidence is what I'm trying to hear.
No.
Is that you can't?
Your
is that
evidence?
What my evidence? You guys, first of all, your only fucking evidence is a fucking Red Bull video, a goddamn Red Bull video. And second of all, he didn't even leave space.
That's just a lie. Yeah, no, I don't care.
Okay. Explain to me. No. Yeah, exactly. You guys don't care about science. You don't care anything. You're in your own fucking world.
Science.
That's ridiculous. I don't understand.
You're so dumb.
I'm so thick. Your only evidence is a Red Bull video.
Do you think this is
where a guy doesn't even leave?
Do you think that? Do you think we're discussing?
What are you talking about?
All right. Do you think we're discussing science right now?
I would think so. I would hope so.
Okay, what experiment?
I mean, you guys aren't exactly.
What experiment is being conducted?
Because you don't have evidence.
What experiment is being conducted here?
I don't know. Explain it to me.
Right. So there's no science, then, is there?
Well, my evidence is from scientists and doctors, or
that's people. We're talking about
the opinions of people who have evidence.
We
you
are
guys have no
legitimately-
evidence.
Okay,
You guys have no
deflecting
studies.
from questions. Stop deflecting from questions. We're talking
How am I
about the
deflecting? I
science
just
that is-
answered your question.
Because I'm talking about science, not about scientists. They're not the same.
Oh, scientists and
understand that?
scientists, they don't interject. That's weird. I've never heard
Yes,
that
you're
before.
deflecting again. You're deflecting again. What science are we doing?
What are scientists then? I'm confused.
What
Why do we call them
science are we
scientists?
doing? What science are we doing?
What do you mean what science are we doing? Do you know
You
what
said we were
science means, or are you
discussing
stupid?
Apparently you're stupid. So you
apparently
said,
okay.
You said we're
well,
doing
no.
science.
Can you define science for me?
Apparently
you define
I'm
science for me?
trying to, but you keep talking over me.
Okay.
What science are we doing?
I bet you can't define science.
What science are we doing?
I
For the
definitely
8th
can
time?
define science.
For the 9th time, what science are we doing?
What do you mean? What science are we doing? You don't know the definition
You
of
said
science, apparently.
you said we're discussing science. I wanted to know what science we're discussing.
I'm saying science as broad. I'm not like
There's no such thing as
I don't
broad
have a
science. It's
PhD.
defined. It's defined. Obviously, you don't know.
I
Because
know
you
what,
don't have a
yes,
PhD.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Yes,
that I
it
know
is.
broadly what science
Do
is,
you
but
even hear the words that come out of your own mouth?
I don't know. I don't exactly know about geology because I've never studied it. Okay, that's a type of science.
Geology. We're talking about
That's
science.
what I'm saying.
So why the fuck are you saying we're discussing science when we're
Because
clearly not?
you're asking me what type of science. I'm telling you I know the
No, I'm
broad
not.
definition
I
of
didn't
science.
ask you
That's
that.
Just what are you talking about? You just asked me what
Didn't
type of
ask
science.
you about types.
No.
The word type
you gotta
never
talk
left
slow.
my mind.
I actually
You
can't.
gotta talk slower, Crypto. He can't keep up.
So
dude.
I understand why
This
you
is
guys
too fast
believe
for
this
him.
now because you can't
What
hear
belief?
yourself.
Because you can't
can't
keep
hear
up
your
with
own
basic
self.
conversation.
Yeah, now gaslighting.
I know,
Yeah,
trust me,
that's the one.
I can. I heard what you
Apparently
said.
not.
That's why I was a little
What science are we
confused.
discussing? What science are we discussing?
What science are we? That's what I. Oh my god, this is.
Yeah, you don't know what science is.
I
you don't
don't know what
science
science is.
Yeah, you
The
don't.
systematic
We all
study
do.
of the natural world and the things in it.
Are you gonna? Are you
Scientific
gonna
method determines cause and relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, we're not doing science.
what do you mean natural phenomenon?
Natural
Can you
phenomenon.
explain? Explain.
He doesn't know what that means because he just Googled
yeah,
it.
sure.
natural
Explain
phenomenon.
natural phenomenon to me. Oh yeah, you don't use Google either. Okay, you're not a Google man.
Wind blowing's a
Trust me,
natural
everyone here
phenomenon.
knows what that means.
Yeah, so wind blowing's a natural phenomenon. Something falling's a natural phenomenon, right? Water boiling.
Your
waves
mic
is a
is
natural
fucking
phenomenon.
terrible. Please stop talking. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Eat my dick. All right.
Well, why don't you stop
Yeah,
eating dick and get a better microphone, bitch?
Yeah, thanks, Mom. Anyway, so where was I? Oh yeah. So I just listed some natural phenomenon, right? So phenomenon, things that happen in the natural world.
Okay, I know you're a little slow, but that's not what I was asking. I'm asking you, what does natural phenomenon have to do with anything science? I'm trying to ask you. Just what do you think?
Science is the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. And you just ask me, what is
okay, can I ask you this? Do we have to see something to know it exists?
Yes. Well, not see it.
We have
not,
to see something to know it exists.
That's the philosophy
we have to be able to sense it with something. We have to be able to detect it with something, right?
Let's have a physical interaction.
We don't use ESP, do we?
So you have to have a physical interaction
relevant
and
to
you have to
science.
see something.
Well, it doesn't have to be sight, right? It doesn't have to be sight. Sight is just one sense. And we can augment our sight with instruments.
Yes.
Yeah. But it has to be physically detectable through one of the analogs to the five senses.
Why it's defined as in the physical and natural world. We're talking about physical things that we can physically interact with in the natural world. And the things that happen, the phenomena of the physical and natural world. And what causes those phenomena to happen. Natural science, hypothesis and experiment.
Okay, what do you think is unnatural science? I don't know why you guys are saying natural. What is your definition of unnatural science?
Unnatural science isn't science. The crescendo to this point, my friend, is at the moment when we're talking about observing things from like the Felix Baumgartner jump, we're not doing science here. This isn't a point of scientific inquiry.
I don't understand. So
I know
natural
Because
No,
you know
what you guys are saying is so stupid. I don't get it at all.
Yeah,
Number one, what you've said is we have to be able to have our five senses to know if
no one said
to
that.
study anything in science.
No one
That's
said
what
that.
I heard.
No one said that.
That's what he just said. Okay, I don't know.
Nobody said that. You're
Yes,
just
he
hearing
did.
what you want to hear.
He says, "Oh yeah, I'm hearing what." That's crazy.
you are.
That's coming
You're
from you.
hearing what you want
He
to hear.
said what natural
that with
science
me, you've done
means.
that with India,
You
you've done
have
that
to
with Jedi.
experience something with your five senses. That is exactly what you just said.
Jesus Christ! No, I didn't.
You didn't say that. Okay.
No, I
That's so
didn't.
you guys just cannot hear
That's
each
how
other.
you're
I don't get it. I understand why you guys are flat
Because
earthers.
there was a whole bunch of
I understand
sentences there was a whole bunch of sentences in between there, and you just picked out 2 sentences you liked and didn't
I
hear
picked out
anything
2
else.
sentences you said. That's what I
Yeah,
did.
but you left out
Because
other shit.
99% of the shit you say is just rambling, and I can't even understand it because your mic is so shit.
Yeah, it's my mic. It's not your freaking pea brain.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. My mic's totally fine. You couldn't hear me either, so.
You couldn't hear Jedi apparently either.
No.
Everybody
Talking about the old guy with the picture, but
Yeah, that's not actually me.
So can I recap this?
I know, I
So
wasn't
what
talking to
you
you,
said was the curve of the Earth. You can see it with a rocket. I gave you an example of a rocket seeing curve and not curve, and then you said,
no, you did not. No, you did not. You said the
Yes,
Red Bull thing. That
I
wasn't a
said-
fucking rocket.
I
you
didn't
idiot.
say Red Bull. I didn't
That was a
specify.
balloon. That was
I
the
didn't-
only example you gave me. I could look up.
Okay, are you done talking? I didn't give that example. Crypto gave that example. You said
Give me evidence right now, because I'm not gonna go through this bullshit without zero evidence.
Falcon Heavy launch. There you go. See, I don't even know why I have to provide your evidence because I asked you
My
specifically.
evidence? That's your evidence.
No. It was your evidence. You
Of
said
somehow a rocket showing the flat Earth.
no. You said rockets show a globe.
Yes,
That's
they
what
do.
you said.
Yes, they do.
And I gave you an example, and I asked you specifically which one. You said anyone, and then I gave you an example of a showing both, and then you play stupid.
You said Red Bull. That's not a rocket, and it didn't
I
even
didn't
leave
say
the
Red Bull.
stratosphere.
I'm talking about SpaceX. I'm not talking about Red Bull. Crypto was talking about Red Bull.
Can you show me any proof? Or are
Falcon
you just
Heavy
gonna
launch.
be talking out of your asshole the whole fucking time?
Falcon Heavy launch. Go on Google, type in SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch. They have 2 cameras. Never mind that it's edited.
I'll watch it, but it's ridiculous. You're getting your stuff from Google. It's ridiculous.
I didn't say Google. I said YouTube.
Like that isn't made by or run by Google.
What does it matter? It was
your
live stream.
evidence
It was-
earlier.
So hold on. You told me go on YouTube and look at any rocket launch, and then I give you a rocket launch from YouTube, and you're like, "Oh, you're using YouTube." You know what? You can just shut the fuck up for the rest of the time here.
I'm a fucking idiot. It's an absolute abject fucking idiot. Wow.
All right, I'm muted so you can explain the Chinese space station. Nah, never mind. It's not going to get any better. I think we hit the high tide mark there.
Yeah, that guy was awful.
You were talking about the 2 types of reactions that people have earlier, Crypto. That was in the tight spiral category.
Yep.
What did you say? The tight spiral category?
Yeah. 2 types of
What was the
reactions.
other one?
Coming in. You can
Yeah,
explain.
that's what I want to know. I want to know the differentiation. I want to hear this.
I can't remember what I said now. I'm sure it was clever. I have to go back and listen. But yeah, no, he was like willfully misunderstanding everything everyone was saying.
I mean, that's the thing, man. Never attribute to malice what can be explained with stupidity.
Is that Hadron's razor?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's hard. Like, part of me wants to go, "Oh, this dude's a moron," but then I feel bad, and I go, "Well, this dude's just a dishonest idiot." But then I feel bad again for questioning their integrity, and I just oscillate between back and forth between this person's stupid, this person's dishonest, this person's stupid. Like, I can't pick.
Yeah. Maybe both. Could be both. Like, who's to
Definitely
say?
can't do that. definitely can be both dishonest and stupid. Well done.
I will say, man, you gotta have some backbone and spine to debate this topic, dude. It's just, oh, mine Donald's. Chances are you're both dishonest and stupid while just projecting it onto others. Another brilliant genius. I got your kid hanging, bro. Is there anybody better than that? Can we get like I don't know, a little bit higher quality apologetics?
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked for high quality. I'll just see myself out. My bad.
I said higher quality, not high quality. I'm like, I'm lowering my standards.
I don't know. What is your higher quality of apologetics?
Did you just hear that guy? It's just about anything. Like if you can piss out a fire hydrant, that would be better than that guy.
Just don't be retarded. Didn't. That's the standard.
Oh.
Don't be retarded.
Ooh. I don't know if I can help you with that.
Ooh, you just got called kiddo, Indio. I bet you're very upset about that.
I am. I would be if I was a kid.
Kiddo. That's the funniest insult ever, because if you actually are a kid, then it's not insulting. And if you're not a kid, then it just sounds stupid.
But it's only kids that get offended by being called kid. That's my test of finding out whether someone out with their ages. I'll call them a kid, and if they spaz out, I know they're a kid.
No.
Oh my gosh, you think this dude is a kid? He's like 45, 6.
52.
45. 52, 6. 52. Like, that's like...
I look fucking good for my age, man. I've been seeing pictures of people that are my age, man, and they're looking bad. Like, holy fuck, man. No fucking hair, white hair, like, just, they look old as fuck. Like,
oh, you mean like your profile picture?
Yeah, but that's from a movie, man. And the guy in that isn't even 52.
Is he like...
No, they look worse than that. White middle-aged man. Like, imagine what, like, the stereotypical American white middle-aged man. Horseshoe, balding, right? Male pattern baldness, fat. Basically Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That's what people my age look like. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes. Yes.
The thing is, though, I think that people only look that bad if they just give up on life at some point. And I have the same as you. Like, I see a lot of my friends that I went to school with now, and I just think, yeah, they could have, if they'd have just been going to the gym for the last few years and didn't drink quite as much and didn't smoke, they'd look way better than they do now, It's kind of basic stuff.
It's like, but people don't realize, like, how little you have to go to the gym. You don't have to go, you don't have to work out like you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. Even if you go once a week, makes a huge difference, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, there's like a curve to it, and I can't remember how the stats break down, but if you go something like 3 times a week, you get 90% of the gains that a guy who dedicates his life to it gets. It's that extra 10% that if you want to be, on a stage, do it competitively, you have to do that, and then you have to take the drugs and everything else. But if you want to be like a competitive guy, but if you just want to look better and be strong, 3 times a week's fine. And like you say, one time a week is about half as good as 3 times a week. So it's way better than not going,
You should see what I
especially
look
if you
like
go
at
that once a
36.
week. Well, hold on. Especially if you go that once a week and kill yourself. You know, you go in and you do like an hour workout and actually fucking kill yourself to exhaustion, right? Like a full body workout. That will do amazing things for people. Just that one thing. Just like, 1 hour a week. Like, and people can't even get themselves to do that.
Shut up! Oh my god.
Yeah, that is suck.
You are. I can hear it in your fucking voice.
Yes.
You should
Go
see
take
what
a
I
lap
look
around.
like.
Go take a lap around your house so I can hear how out of breath you are after taking a lap around your fucking house.
On the internet, you caught me.
You just admitted to being over the age of 50. You're fat as fuck, bro. What the fuck are you even talking about?
We were just talking about that. Like, being fat at that age isn't it's not inevitable. You can choose not to do that. That's literally the topic of conversation. But well done.
Well, that's not what we were talking about just now. But well done, I guess.
Well, no, that
You should see what I look like
It actually
at
wasn't,
the age
but
of 30 years old.
Well, yeah, you could try again, but you're wrong. So
let's talk about how your parents were related by blood, mine. Let's talk about that.
I am 36 years old and I do not look like that.
You look like you're 50?
No, I look very younger.
You don't.
Have you hit the wall yet?
What?
Have you hit the wall yet? All right.
The wall? What is the wall?
You'll find out.
No. Don't do it.
All right.
Don't do it, Diablo.
I'll take a look. How you?
What?
You never heard of the wall, Alish?
I don't know. What is the
no,
wall? Is it like? I mean, that's
the wall of female beauty. The wall of female beauty. So when women hit a certain age, they call it hitting the wall, where there's zero chance of them getting the guy they want to get anymore.
I don't do that, so I wouldn't know.
I'm drunk pump and dump category forever for the rest of their life.
I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. I don't do that.
Well, you're getting close to it.
Why?
Have you ever heard the stereotypes where they say that white women, they don't age very well, but when they make the comparison with Asian women, they'll say that Asian women will look pretty up until they're like in their 60s and then they look like they're old? That's what he's referring to.
Not quite.
Yeah, kind of. That's maybe derivative, kind of, maybe. That's basically like a moving the bell to like a different age range. Typically in women, it's about 40. 39, 40, somewhere there.
I also don't actually think that that's even true, because I've been all around the world and, you see some Asian women in their 40s, they look old as fuck. Spanish women are a good example. Spanish women are absolutely gorgeous until about 35, and then they just become potatoes. And that's true in, say, the Philippines as well, and a bunch of other countries. Like, I kind of feel like there's another undercurrent of just self-hatred that makes people push that kind of narrative as well. Do you guys? People often ask me when they see me and they find out how old I am. They say, "Oh, have you got like Asian blood?" And I'm like, "Why the fuck would you say that?" It's just weird.
I'm confused. Do you guys mean Oriental women? Because that's more specific.
Sorry?
Because otherwise we could be talking about Russian women, many other countries.
Southeast Asia, okay? Does that make you happy?
Oh, Oriental. Yeah, that ties it down to like more like 8.
I'm a white woman. I do not look my age.
Okay, really, it's really just, see, it's not like a comparison against all other ones. It's a comparison against yourself. So when you were 24, you could attract a certain kind of man. But you eventually will hit an age where there's no chance of you attracting that guy anymore. That's the law.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
Really
I've never
equivalent. Like a man's equivalent is being broke and not having a nice car. And so men who have had wealth and been broke as well realize that our age doesn't matter at all to women. Like, women say that it matters, but if you turn up in a nice car and everything looks good and you're in good shape and all the rest, you could be 21 or 51 and women don't care. They're going to like that anyway. Does that make sense?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
I don't have that problem.
What, meaning guys with nice cars? Nice, like, what are you talking about? What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not in the market. On the market. So I don't really care.
So you don't care if men like you. Okay, that's fine.
No, I don't care. But I would be the one with the job, so I especially don't care.
It's because of her spectrum.
The male species thanks you for not being on the market. Strong and independent woman.
Huh? No, I'm just not on the market. I've never.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not.
I know, you should be glad.
Old cat lady. At least I had a job.
I do have a job.
No children. No family.
No children.
Got cats,
I do
though.
have family.
Kids, then.
I have a nephew and a niece.
Yeah, I meant real family.
Well, don't make her feel bad at this point. It's too late. What'd you say? You're 37?
36.
Yeah, it's too late. Like, even if she got it right this instant, she don't have time to repair it.
I don't have children. I can't have children.
You know what I'm saying, like, what you were just being told, right, is like you're going to end up being an old cat lady, unless you change it, and
it's too
late. It's too late. It's too late to change it. You're done. I mean,
yes, I'm done.
You could take the 1% risk, like you took waiting for Chad, like that 1% chance you'd get Chad that you turned down for your whole life. You could take the 1% risk that you can now settle and have kids and all that shit. But it's still a 1%. You have probably like a 1% chance of having.
No.
Like
What's quite amazing is when you watch a lot of these, and I'm sorry, this is very off topic. So if you guys want to talk about the flat Earth, I'm more than happy to change back. But when you watch a lot of these podcasts where you get like one or two guys and they're interviewing like 10 of these women, right? And they'll go around the table and they'll say, what do you rate yourself 1 to 10? Now, statistically speaking, even as like if you had like a flat distribution, only one of those women can be a 10, right? And if you had like a more natural distribution, 1 in 1,000 women can be a 10. And yet they'll go around the table and they'll be like, what do you rate yourself? 10, 10, 8.5, 10. And then one will be like 7, and then they're all like, what do you mean 7? And then like, another 3 of them will be 10s. And it's just like they don't understand that you can't all be a 10.
Well, it's 2 points above average. What?
You guys are being a little bit hard on her. You know,
I'm not talking to her. And I haven't finished.
No, I'm saying if you're in shitty...
I'm finished. Didn't finish.
I'm sorry.
Didn't finish. Right, so he goes around the table and all of these women are like, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10. And it's just this delusion that seems to live within a lot of women that, I don't know, I think men are a little bit more objective about how they rate themselves because we get told no a lot more in our lives. So that's what I want to say.
Now, how mad are you guys about the guy who went to Antarctica?
Oh, super mad, dude. Oh my God, dude, I burnt 3 houses down.
I'm just glad it's over.
I watched a dude who like did a thing on that in this Discord. He was so mad, bro. Because as soon as someone like proves like it's not true, like all of y'all are just like, yo, fuck that guy, bro. That guy must be dumb man.
Who? What are you talking about?
How many times
These are civic. You guys make generalizations, especially about events.
Every time someone proves the flat Earth wrong again, one of you guys who's a flat earther proves
the flat Earth wrong.
Proves the globe Earth. You guys are like, he must be the bad guy.
Yeah.
They paid him millions.
Yeah, great. So no, stop, Alex. Stop. And Gray, tell us how they proved the flat Earth wrong again. How'd they do that?
I've been here enough times. I don't care.
No.
The game is literally the fact that
behind your claim, dude.
Game is the fact that someone did not have an actual what's the thing that you measure things with in your home? The measuring device.
Are you talking about
You guys are just mad there wasn't a fucking measuring tape that went all the way around the Earth. That's all. You guys are just mad there isn't a measuring tape that went around the Earth.
Yeah, that's it. You call us another genius here.
Different, depending on all of the different ways you
like low IQ shit.
You guys are so mad, bro.
Nobody's mad. Listen, this is
You are, bro. You get so mad
the
about it.
best thing that ever happened to Flat Earth. What are you talking about? I've been asking you guys for a week.
It's
hey,
a spheroid,
what's
not
the
a
logic
sphere.
behind
It's a
the statement?
spheroid, not a sphere.
Yeah, you can just chant some more because that's all you can do.
Literally, aviation wouldn't work without calculations required for round Earth.
That's nonsense.
It wouldn't work. And
That's
we've
utter
been here
nonsense.
1,000 times.
That's utter nonsense.
I've been in this Discord like fucking like 20 times.
Just like you are now. You failed before. You're failing now. You're just spiraling, dude.
I am.
Ray, hey,
I'm smiling,
Ray.
not spiraling.
No, you're spiraling.
I'm smiling, not spiraling.
Yeah, you're smiling so hard. Then make a logical statement how a 24-hour sun. It's real simple. You know what a syllogism is, right? Premise.
Which one did
therefore,
which one?
right?
24 hour.
So, Greg Goblin, listen up. Listen. Premise, conclusion. 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's your premise. Premise 2, whatever you want that to be. Conclusion, disproves, therefore, that flat Earth is not true. Go ahead.
Wait, is that in Antarctica? I thought that was in.
If you don't do what I ask in 30 seconds, I'm going to get you out of here.
Globe.
Do you not even know where it was? Are you like making an
I don't know
assertion?
where it was. It must be the Antarctica. I thought it was the Arctic.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, fair.
What do you mean? You think it was the Arctic and not the?
It's a movie with Al Pacino.
Bro,
now you want him to make a
movie with Al Pacino.
I can do it.
Do you literally not know the difference?
No, look, I want to bring something up. That's a perfect example of a globe zealot. Doesn't even know what happened, just heard through the grapevine flat Earth is disproven, and came in here to fucking chant Earth is a sphere.
Yep.
Fucking crazy people.
How the fuck do you come in here and not know the difference between the North Pole and the fucking Antarctica? Like, hello?
Exactly.
What the fuck?
We
Like-
deal with this shit every day.
No, I'm just like asking. No. Unmute him. I literally want to ask him how. Hold on, unmute him.
No.
Unmute him. I want to ask him.
No, this is like debating which is better, Star Trek or Star Wars. And the dude comes in talking about how Captain Kirk was a Jedi. No.
Please, because there's a specific question that I want to ask.
I understand what you're expecting.
Please, I want to ask him a question. Please.
Take it to your DMs, man, because no, man. Come on, man. Don't do that
I
to us.
literally no, please. There's like a specific question I want to ask. Please, let me ask.
Ask him and
unmute him.
Why are you doing this to us?
Did I?
There's a specific question I want to ask, and it
ask him in chat.
has to do with his understanding of the Earth, and I really, really want to know if he can answer it correctly.
Ask him in chat.
Right? You know what?
I looked it up.
Greg Goblin.
Okay.
I unmuted you. Hold on. Greg Goblin, I'm about to unmute you. You're only allowed to do one thing. You're allowed to answer her question. If you fucking deflect or answer a question she didn't ask, you're gonna be muted again.
So, Grey Goblin, on your understanding of the way the Earth works, the way flat Earth or round Earth works, why would you think that it would be the North Pole versus the South Pole, depending upon the time of year? So, what is your understanding of how it
I
works?
rely on what I'm told.
So, what are you told?
So I do believe. So that's the difference, right? So that I do believe some organizations that you don't believe, which is fair, right?
What are
And
you
it
told?
turns out I am correct. It's Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Canada, the North side hemisphere. So those are the ones that have the midnight suns. The long,
Wrong. Well, yes, correct,
the full
and
days,
incorrect.
yeah.
However, no. Hold on. We're
That's why I was
specifically talking
confused.
about
I
the
apologize.
southern. No. We're specifically talking about the southern hemisphere right now. So the southern hemisphere is experiencing 24-hour sun. Why? In the round Earth model, why? Silence.
Don't
No
know.
answer.
Yeah, no, don't know.
You don't know. So you know what happens, but you don't know why. So like, why are you
During the
showboating?
summer months.
He pays
Why- no,
nothing
it's
for
not
him, man.
summer.
He outsources
Why are
work
you
to India.
The tilt of the Earth. Okay, that's fair.
So why are you showboating if you don't understand why it happens?
It's one of those things that normal people don't. They don't put themselves into.
So
it.
you're not. So you're a normal person, but you don't understand it.
I'm a normal person. What?
So
What makes you a
you
normal person?
claim to be.
Is it wrong?
You're in here. You're in here showboating. You're in here showboating, but you don't understand why it happens. Because you're saying, oh wow, there's 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere in Antarctica. Oh well, it might be the North Pole, but it might be the South. I don't know. They just said it's 24-hour sun.
No, I guess
do you know why
it's rotating on us is on. I can actually imagine it in my brain.
So
I can imagine it. No. Think of a globe straight up and down. You have the sun in the middle, right? And then, mind you, this is super crude, right? In my mind, you have the sun in the middle. And then imagine off to the left side, whatever, up and down. You have the Earth, right? So north.
Okay, wrong. You're already wrong. You're already wrong. Up and down.
No, I'm getting you to imagine it, right? Imagine the North Pole is like straight up, like the top of the sun, right?
That's
South is the bottom. What
wrong.
I'm saying, I'm getting to imagine that, and then I'm saying, now imagine pushing it off to the left a bit, left more, like a bunch of degrees, and now it's probably 12, whatever degree, however many degrees to the left of that. Now imagine, now it sits that way, now it starts spinning, and it spins that way, but it stays in that position, and then it moves around the sun. So
what are you even talking about?
So the bottom side,
just imagine,
more sun. So when I say it's tilting, now the bottom side's seeing more sun, right? If you're looking at from the sun, you're seeing more of the bottom side, which would be the Antarctic.
Okay, can you be concise about what the 24
it's
hours?
spinning that way. Now, what I think is it spins, right?
Stop that.
Heretic, imagine him being concise. Just imagine it.
I have to just imagine it.
All right, that was a great explanation. Thank you for your understanding and explanation of how the Earth rotates. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, let's ask him if you can say, just very briefly, what it actually proves.
It just proves what every person on the planet sees.
That's it?
Okay, so
that's really what you're up against here. Every other person on the planet, and then you thinking you're fucking cool. You thinking you're in some super cool little club that thinks you know things than other people.
Yeah, so it just proves what we see, right? We see what we see. That's what it proves. That's it.
Yeah. Don't you see his imagination? Just imagine that you saw what he imagined, and then we all see it.
Put it in a logical syllogism.
You're science hipsters. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You're science hipsters.
Put it in a logical.
Bro, you got the little cap on the side. You think things are cool, and you're cooler than everyone. Figure it out first. Actually, the world's way more boring.
The problem is that you don't understand the nuances of the conversation, and so to mask over that, you're just throwing rhetoric and hoping it goes away.
No, he's trolling.
Right? It's because you don't understand the conversation. So think about that. Hey. We're thick, but you don't understand to our level. So that makes you even more stupid than we are.
You know what the NSF is?
Like that literally
Science Foundation.
You're even more stupid than we are. Think about that.
You know what the National Science Foundation is?
Do you think that we're stupid?
Do you know what the National Science Foundation is?
Do you think that we're stupid? You're not going to win this.
The government organization that gives money to scientists for their research.
Do you think that we're stupid? Do you think that we're stupid?
I work for them, man.
Do you think that we're stupid?
I literally work for and talk to actual astronomers.
No one cares about your lie. Stop lying. No one cares.
And I'm just an IT
care about your lies.
I'm not even anyone special.
I want you to answer my question.
I talk to astronomers.
You know what? Answer my question or get muted. Do you think that we're stupid?
No, of course not.
Why are you treating us like that then?
I don't know. I don't know. You better talk to you.
So let's ask him.
Expected. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to ask him. Any of these astronomers that you talk to, how do they know the Earth's a globe?
I can actually probably ask one. I don't know the actual calculation that they use.
How do they know?
I just know the charts they have up all over their offices.
Yeah, so what? How do they know the Earth's a globe? I'm asking, like, what is this knowledge? Where did it come from? How did they get the knowledge that the Earth's a globe?
Honestly,
don't tell me there's charts.
Of them.
So looking at the sky is
even though I've been here a couple times, I think I should ask one of them. And
you should
find out what information they can give me because I walk through their offices and I see all of everything plastered across the walls, and I have all of the Arctic people who work over there and have to deal with the long days or long nights, which is really tough.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no. I watch all of them. They run all of the missions to the Arctic and Antarctic.
Yeah,
I'm going on one of those, but I don't think I could do that. I don't. Even as an IT guy, which they need IT guys there, I don't think I could do that.
Okay, so try to focus. Ask them exactly what I just asked you. How do they know the Earth's a globe? No. The keyword is no. How do they know that? I don't mean somebody else's knowledge that they believe in. How do they personally know that? Just like I'm going to ask you, how do you know it? Anybody that comes to this chat, we'll ask them.
I don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. And then we're going to talk.
I have to trust that they know that, or that they trust that they know that for a reason.
So how many
you're right.
How many hands across America have trust do we have to have?
Right. I don't have the information on hand.
Yeah, but what if they are trusting someone, and then you're trusting them, and then the people that they trust are trusting someone?
Why would we have billion-dollar industries based on that?
The only thing you're trusting is some YouTube video about flat Earth, kid. Shut the fuck up.
Why would we have billion-dollar industries based on?
You have anything to say that's?
And now I have to figure out the exact calculations so you can be happy.
I didn't have to calculate
billions of dollars in industries based on this.
Yeah, I didn't ask for calculations. Calculations don't prove anything. You can calculate the number.
Anyways,
you want literally the actual radius, or not the radius, the actual circumference of the
I
Earth.
told you exactly what I want already. I said, ask them, how do they know that?
When was it measured? How?
I answered this before.
How are they measured is the same question I keep getting, right? So my answer would be that will be a amalgamation of multiple measurements, which would be both through, over the ocean and over the air.
Awesome. Let's have those then.
So those are on Google though, but you don't like those.
Those are on Google. Yeah, what on Google? If I Google what Google search term do I type in? You want to find the evidence that you used to determine that that was measured over the ocean and over the air. I assume that you looked at some evidence to that fact. So I want to look at the same evidence you looked at. So what search term? What search term did you use? Yeah, what search term did you use? Yeah, what search term did you use? You're not going to interrupt me, dude. I'll just talk over you. So
you just interrupt yourself, man. Shut the fuck up, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the last try.
Okay, so hang on. So he has to measure it himself?
I didn't say that. Why are you straw manning me?
No, like he has to walk around.
No, I didn't say that though. Why are you straw manning me?
No, you're just being an idiot, bro. Like,
I said I said I want to look at the evidence that he looked at. So he said, evidence, shut the fuck up. He said, evidence.
Google it, dumbass. Like,
he said he Googled it, and that he had evidence.
Educational, hold on. It's okay. It's okay. Educational organizations.
So you guys can't stop interrupting, huh?
Or say something like 25,000 miles or.
Okay, how did they measure it?
Right, but that's not perfect because it's not going to be exact.
How do you know it's not perfect? I want to know that. Look, dude.
The problem is because it's a spheroid. It's not perfect. If you look in a slightly different direction around the globe, it will be different.
See how they always deflect from the evidence?
Makes sense.
And go back to the story?
It makes sense.
Together like
Okay.
the series. No, because it fits together like perfect puzzle pieces.
Yeah, it fits together.
And we use it.
Do you know
use
what
it
anchor
for
bias is?
aviation? We
Dude, do you know what
literally
anchor bias
use it
is?
for aviation.
Dude, do you know what anchor bias is?
Every day.
No, you guys are right. Hang on,
No,
you guys are
I'm not.
right.
We're not deflecting from this.
Fucking flat.
Not
Like,
deflecting from
everybody's
this.
just lying
Do
to
you know
you.
what? Yeah, thank you. Do you know what? Thank you.
Yeah, all the governments, they agree on the
Yeah, no,
same thing.
thank you. I was definitely talking before you. Sharp. So do you know what anchor bias is? They both just left.
No, I muted one of them.
Oh, well, two of them.
We had something that Bill was the one interrupting, so I don't know if I should. Do you want to talk to him, Crypto? Since he was interrupting?
I just want to know if he knows what anchor bias is. The original guy, not the.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
I want to know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I know what it is.
Yeah, I've never heard the term before. You probably explain it to me and I'll understand. But
No, it just means that people latch onto the first piece of evidence that they have. That's anchor bias.
No, the first.
Like, literally
it's not really
flat
the
Earth.
first piece of evidence.
So literally fucking flat Earth. Yeah, thanks, Crypto.
No,
moron.
that's not what that means.
Okay, now,
Crypto,
you want me to screw
Yeah,
you?
anyway,
You want me to screw
so
you on
I hadn't. Yeah, so you're wrong about that. So I'm going to explain that. Okay, so shut up while I do that. So it's. You going to shut up?
Definitely trust Crypto.
Don't you think it's so funny how he just tries to make a blatantly wrong claim and then change the subject to like sneak by it? Like, no, dude, you're sneaking by that shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
this one, man.
He was half right, actually, to be fair, but he was wrong with his conclusion. So anchor bias occurs when we rely heavily on the first piece of information we receive, which obviously everyone knows what the people are taught as 3-year-olds here, right? And then that means that you're biasing any further. So it's almost like the opposite of cherry picking in future. So you've already got your piece of evidence that you like, and then any evidence in future that goes against that, you just kind of ignore. So that's what a lot of these guys are doing. They're coming in, they already think that the information that they have is true, and then they just cite the evidence that they already think is true as backing for the evidence that they think is true. But at no point they've actually brought any foundational evidence. So they're just using anchor bias. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, mate.
But just to be clear, anchor bias doesn't have to be the first one. It can be like, so I've heard it used in the medical field. So what'll happen is they'll end up like, someone will go for the same like symptoms, right? And nobody can figure out what it is. But usually it's because someone in the past, it doesn't even necessarily have to be the first one. It could be the second one, and then, or the third one, and like everyone agrees with that afterwards, but they don't reevaluate the patient, right? They just go, oh, they're diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic, and everyone just thinks whenever they come in complaining that there's bugs crawling all over them, that they're a paranoid schizophrenic because of the anchor bias.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's a good practical use of that, actually. So yeah, is this guy is he muted or is he fucked off?
Oh, he dropped, man.
Fair enough.
You can't cheat, he's not going to play.
Now, is it anchor bias, like a ship anchor, and I'm biased to a specific thing?
Yeah, I suppose so. You can think of it like that.
Okay. Because what I was hearing was ankle bias. And that's my audio.
Ankle blinder? Yeah, I heard that ankle blinder.
Yeah. I actually heard that term first from Larry, so shout out to Larry. Very clever guy.
Shout out, Larry, if you're listening out there on your he said he listens sometime in his Uber, so maybe he's listening.
Yeah, I hope so.
If he still does it, I don't even know if he still does it anymore.
Are we going to unmute the Grey Goblin guy?
You know, I've been looking at some of this
every day.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
This principle you talked about just trusting something. You do this every day.
What trust?
The vehicles you drive, you trust institutions to tell you something's safe, or they tell you science is legit.
No, I drive my car.
Question it.
That's how I know it's safe.
That's just an extra institution that I trust.
Yeah, I drive my car,
and it may be
that's
wrong.
why I know it's safe.
Dude, are you like a paranoid schizophrenic? I ain't never gotten in a car and gone, do I trust this car? I gotta trust the people who, like, dude, people don't think that way, dude.
I trust that my car doesn't explode when I turn it on, yes.
I never thought about it.
I trust my food doesn't give me fucking cholera.
Never thought about it.
My water doesn't give me...
I literally never thought about it.
Well, the difference is I just trust one more institution, right?
But trust is an active thing. We have to evaluate what's going to happen. You don't think about it. We don't do everything because of reasons, right? I need to get to work. I'm driving this car. I don't think about whether I fucking have to trust the mechanic.
Do you get really worried and scared when you get on an airplane?
No.
Okay.
Are you a paranoid schizophrenic, dude?
I mean, I would be if I were you, though.
Oh, why is that?
If they really don't realize there's a fucking... The Earth is flat. I think it's like tilted or like as a curve. I'd be worried, bro.
I remember there was a conversation between a guy. So it was a podcast, and I remember there was like an extreme right guy and an extreme left guy, right? And they were obviously they put them together to try and get them to argue about their opinions and all the rest. And then the woman on the left said to the guy on the right, I'm talking politically, not just like where they were in the room, right? I can't, because they were talking about differences in people groups and inequalities and this kind of thing, whatever. And then she goes, I couldn't really think the way you think, because then I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't want to just kill all of the lower intelligence people. She just said it like that. And then he was like, but that's you. That's not me. Like, you're putting that on me. And I've realized that this is what this dude's doing. He's thinking, if I had a worldview like that, my conclusions would be retarded. Therefore, you have that worldview. Therefore, your conclusions must be retarded. And he can't get out of his own worldview to understand that we don't think like him.
We both agree that we have to make a world that works for everyone, including the retarded, right?
No, we don't agree. I don't agree with that.
But that's not even the point of what I'm saying, dude. Like,
do I fit into your world?
You've missed what I've said. You've missed what I said.
Well, you can't understand what you said. You have to look at it from your point of view. We already demonstrated you can't do that.
Yeah, man.
Well, I guess what's your definition of retarded? I guess would be my question.
Well, no, you don't have like you don't have the ability to look at the world through the viewpoint of others, right?
I do. Oh my god, I do.
Apparently not.
That's like my superpower.
You would have demonstrated it already.
No, I do. Absolutely.
You have the anti-version of it. You have like the kryptonite version of it.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated it, dude.
Hold on.
It's the easiest thing in the world to demonstrate is to understand what someone says.
But then I could flip that on you easily, right?
Yeah, talking over someone is definitely evidence that you don't give a shit about someone else's way of thinking.
I thought you were done speaking. I apologize.
Was the fact that I was halfway through a sentence giving you the clue
I didn't hear you speaking when I spoke, but okay.
Yeah, you should probably just wait till people are done.
Good one.
Why do you think you got to go all in? I want to ask it. Like, why do you think you got to go all in on trust? Like, why is it either trust everybody or trust nobody?
Oh, no, it's the exact opposite. Of course not. Yeah, true.
Okay, so why don't we just evaluate claims one by one?
Well, no, right. I evaluate what. First off, what affects me the most, and what is probable to not be true, or what doesn't affect me to not be true. You know what I'm saying? I guess. Like, yeah. So I would not trust. Say something I use that affects that I could like die using.
Well, let me ask you, dude.
More likely, I would be less likely to trust, right?
If I looked up the scientific method, would I find the word trust in it?
You'd have to.
No, answer the question. If I looked up the scientific method, would I find the word trust as one of the steps?
Probably not, but that's
okay, because there's no trust in determination of the truth.
It's percentage, right?
Trust is not a factor. Trust is about human beings.
There is high percentage of
No, you have no basis for saying that. Your trust is not directly correlated to whether something is true or not. That is idiotic.
Then why do you use your shoes? Why do you put your shoes on your feet and trust them not to degrade under your feet while you're trying to run?
That's a pragmatic fallacy.
So you don't like fall over and smash your face on the
car. Has nothing.
Your car. Why do you trust that?
He's not listening. He's not listening.
Yeah, you can't be this stupid. It's so hard. This is the thing again. Like I said, he's either freaking dishonest or retarded, and I really can't pick like which one this is right now. Someone help me if anyone else has a detector.
I must be retarded if you don't understand what my point. If you don't understand my point.
Retarded? How would I not understand if you're the retarded one? Fucking.
Is that your argument?
Shut up, man. No, what's going on? What's in the water today? You say it's I'm retarded, then you don't understand. Like, what?
Oh, no.
That's got hurt. Crypto,
that's almost like borderline personality disorder diagnosis right there, man. That's pretty nuts what I just heard. Think about it.
Sorry, what was that, dude?
Like, just like his answer to some of the questions, like almost, it's almost like borderline personality disorder. His inability to understand the other position, like, at all. And not like in the technical sense, right? Like he can't understand the concepts. He can't understand the relationship, like, of the two people, right? It's just, that was weird, man, on one level. Now I think about it, especially the last thing. If I'm retarded, you must not understand. That's like almost dyslexic empathy, right? But he got the sides backwards. Because he can't possibly be the retarded person or the one not understanding. Like, I don't. That's fucking weird, man. It's actually making me a little crazy.
I'll back in a sec.
Is insanity contagious? Can you actually catch it?
Anybody here?
Yes, we're here. Live.
How you doing? You good?
Hey, oh yeah.
What are you up to?
I just got off a break. What you guys been up to?
Listening to the convo. We got Ghost Bear. How you doing, Ghost Bear? What are you streaming, Ghost Bear?
Elite Dangerous.
Does Ghost Bear think the Earth is a globe?
That's your cute, Ghost Bear. Go ahead.
I really don't feel like talking, but yeah, I do believe the Earth is round. Obviously, I wouldn't be playing a game like this if I didn't believe that.
You can play that game without believing the Earth. That's not sound reasoning, man. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Reasons? Alright. Science, bro. Duh. I want to speak to that guy who was in here. I always joined when that juicy conversation is like left the room. Why is that? Bring that guy back. I don't think Ghost Bear has it in him to have a conversation in here.
It's just been the same spirals tonight, mate. Injo and Crypto are just kicking people all over the place and embarrassing themselves, or embarrassing these people after they'd embarrassed themselves. So it's,
nice.
You've missed a few conversations, but no one of worthy note. Everyone just keeps bringing in like the 24-hour sun. Quite a few people don't even understand what it proves.
Yeah, including
Thought it was the Arctic, bro. Dude thought it was in the Arctic.
Yeah. Oh, you claimed it was the Arctic?
Yeah, he just knew 24-hour sun, and he came in, disproved flat Earth, then said it was in the Arctic.
He's in the wrong place.
You know how they do it. Came in sure as shit, right? Didn't even know where it happened.
I like untangling the mess of their minds. It's fun. They're so sure of themselves. It's great. I love it. Oh, Alice is back. She probably had a few too many daiquiris by now. What time is it? 12:19 my time? Yeah. She's a few sheets to the wind for sure. She usually gets that way around about this time. And then she doesn't start making any sense and doesn't get social cues when people are trying to talk. You know how it is. Right, Alice?
Yeah, she was having a hard time. I mean, I think she wants to understand, right? We talked about it, but I don't think her mind will let her. She's like right there at like almost there, man, to like understand some of the stuff, and then she's like,
Let me ask her. How many White Claws have you had already, Alice?
I don't have any White Claws.
How about what's another crazy drink you guys have? Are you just drinking straight whiskey or what?
No, I don't drink whiskey. I drink vodka mostly.
Vodka?
Yeah, just vodka and whatever I have for a mixer. But
You want your liver
I'm
to just
done drinking for tonight.
really?
Yeah, it's bedtime.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's nighttime. Bedtime, nighttime, as they call it.
Yeah, we put the globe to bed a long time ago. Good idea.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. I really want to take down some more globe heads, but they don't pop in here and want to have the courage to speak. Maybe Billy Bob
I'm
wants
sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I just returned. I started listening to that Planet Peterson debate, and I got the major ick because he started hating on autistic people.
Really? Why don't you
Yeah.
tell him? Could you know him? Tell him to come in here. I'll talk to him.
He was in here like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I've talked to him before. I'll talk to him again.
Yeah. So, well, like I was telling them, I used to watch him a lot, like before he got big on TikTok, kind of like in the beginning, and he used to not have so much of an ego, but like now that he has an ego, he just like kind of does that same shit that what's his name does, that other dude, Professor Dave.
Mr. Dave?
Yeah, he does the same shit that Professor Dave does, where he just says like blatantly incorrect shit, like it's correct, and then just like says a whole bunch of insults, and then calls
What
everyone
degree does he
stupid. And
have?
then Professor
degree?
Dave? I have no idea.
No, Planet Peterson.
Oh, he's a teacher. He was like a biology teacher or something, or a science teacher.
Is that it?
Yeah, like he was like a high school teacher, and he started doing TikTok debates. Like a couple years, like I wouldn't say like 1 or 2 years ago, and then he was fired from his job because he was too outspoken, or that they found his TikTok, and then he's just started doing full-time TikTok debates, and he just became kind of a jackass.
Well, he's making money.
Yeah. He's definitely making money, but like his debates used to be like genuinely like good, on good terms, where he would approach the debate with like some sort of integrity, and now he just like sits there and insults people and just like kind of acts like a dick towards them instead of engaging in like some sort of like intellectual debate.
He comes in here every now and again for some content.
Oh, I don't know.
That's all he does. He comes
But
in
yeah,
for
I'm
content.
sure. Yeah, for his TikTok, absolutely. Which he's going to have to milk now because, well, he also for his YouTube, because TikTok is dying. So
You should go to X. That's the place to be right there. Elon Musk. Guy's the fucking man right there.
yeah, President Musk.
Yeah, soon to be. I'll vote his ass in.
Yeah. Huh?
I said I'd vote his ass in.
Well, he can't be the president because he's not a U.S. citizen. Native.
Man, there's a lot of people like that.
Sorry, he's born in South Africa, so
Yeah.
he can't be
He's got
president.
enough money. He's got enough money to do it. He'll clone an American version of himself. He'll invent something like that.
I don't think it would work like that. He would have to like give birth to himself.
Well, fuck, he's designing AI and shit. He's got that Neuralink and whatnot.
Well, he hires people to do it for him.
You know what? I had a conversation with people about Elon Musk. They think because he owns these companies like Starlink, but X, that he has something to do with like Mars and shit.
What do you mean
think about
something to do with Mars?
Do you think he has any involvement with anything that they're doing within his company? SpaceX.
SpaceX is more or less a government contract, so they are probably doing things outside of his purview. Like
Right. Do you think he's like a sole how do you call it? What do you call the guy at the top that does everything for not CEO?
The top proprietor, like he can't be the guy in charge because he doesn't have the clearances to have these government contracts.
That's what I was saying, though. I was trying to figure out what the name of that guy, the top guy, would be. If anybody knows the name, let me know. The very top guy that would be like dealing with those contracts. He doesn't do any of that. Does anybody know that?
No, he wouldn't be. He would be the person, like I would say, like a silent partner or like a partner to that person, but he wouldn't be the one to hold those contracts because
exactly.
You have to have certain clearances.
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. He's profiting as a silent partner, or maybe the face. I don't know. Who knows? But he's not the guy. There's a lot of things people are getting incorrect about, like what he does in his involvement. Well, what about Elon Musk? What does he think? Like, you know what I mean? They come in here and ask us. It's like little do they know, like he doesn't have that kind of involvement with SpaceX.
No, because they're more involved with Space Force.
Yep.
Yeah, on Space Force, like.
Didn't you work in that sector?
I mean, not
that you can disclose, but
sector.
Not that you can disclose.
I just worked in IT, but I know for a fact that SpaceX has government contracts and that they work closely with Space Force. I mean, it's kind of just logical, but that they've done a lot of good things. Like SpaceX has done a lot of like good work, but like Elon Musk really has nothing to do with it besides giving them the money to do it.
That's what I was trying to tell these globeheads. But they keep telling me that that's not true. They're like, this is just another conspiracy theory. I'm like, bitch, you don't even know anything about this bullshit. And you're telling me that you know that Elon Musk... because they think that he has, like, a hand in, like, getting people to Mars. I'm like, he doesn't fucking have a... He's just a big bag of money. And I've been trying to tell people that. It's like, they're like, no, he knows, like, he's going to put people on Mars. And I'm like, no, he fucking doesn't. He might be rah-rahing about it, like cheering them on. He definitely doesn't know the fucking logistics if that was a thing. He's not privy to that.
You're absolutely right about that. He's only giving them the money.
Then he's just like, you guys are wishful thinking if you think he has any... Listen, even if I was a globehead, I wouldn't think that's true. I would not think Elon Musk has any involvement of why people are going to be going to Mars. What he's claiming, he's like a cheerleader. He advocates for it. He does not. He's not like he's not the guy that's in charge of those contracts. He's not the one making those deals. So it's a lot of bullshit that these globeheads are like on the front face believe. I don't know. I'm just tired of the misinformation.
It's really funny because a few years ago, pretty much every flat earther hated Musk. Because of all these rockets are fake and stuff, and now you guys are all rah-rahing for him.
It's not about Musk, dude. It's not about Musk. Not like hating him for going to space or shit like that. He's just a cheerleader. He's like a similar. He's like one of you guys, basically, but just richer.
Yeah,
he's just richer. That's
100%.
Wouldn't he be one of the people that knows for a fact that Earth is flat and is lying to your face?
No, dude, he's a globehead. He's a fucking globehead, dude. Like you.
Varitus, I got a question, bro.
Wow.
So that picture I just posted in the chat, is that like is that like a depiction of, you know, how the flat Earth situation goes?
No.
Just look at
that. That would be a picture of the firmament.
Serious, dude.
No.
That would be the perceived.
Then show me your accepted diagram of it.
What the fuck?
This is funny.
So I'm gonna hop off, but
Dude,
Just when
the conversation is getting all right, dude, you fucking like what's this shit? You got
so Veritas.
I'm not talking to you, man.
In rudimentary terms,
So, anyways, what were you saying, Alexis? I was going to tell you about.
Say I'm gonna hop off, but I agree with what you said. He's just the money bags behind it. He doesn't know anything about it. So I'm 100% with you on this. But I'm gonna hop off. So
all right.
Dude, let me deal with this real quick. There's no astral projection in flat Earth, dude.
What do you mean astral projection?
I mean, you ain't going outside to take a picture. There is no astral projection being outside looking in. That point of view don't exist. That shit's in your head. That's why you have to draw a cartoon.
That's not a cartoon that I drew.
Well, whatever. Anyone that draws any view of from outside of Earth is a cartoon, dude. It's a cartoon.
That's a cartoon a flat Earth person drew.
Okay,
that's great.
So
great,
dude. What aren't you understanding? You can't take a picture from a place that don't exist.
Well, no shit. But I'm trying to figure out how you view it.
Are you talking about the cosmology?
Go outside, like legit. Go outside.
Are you talking about the cosmology aspect? Like, what do we think of the cosmology? Like, do we think it's
that's
essentially
yes?
Do we
if
think
you guys can't answer something that simple,
yeah, hold on,
ridiculous.
Man. Hey, question mark. Just relax, bro. Are you trying to ask us what the cosmology aspect of the Earth is? Like, do we think it's a giant, pizza in space or some shit in free space?
I'm trying to understand what your accepted depiction of the Earth is. That's all I'm asking. If you can't answer something as simple as that, you're trolling. You've got to be trolling.
Yeah, okay. From where? So when we set up our camera and we want to depict the Earth, from where is the camera?
So what I'm saying is you're making the claim that the Earth is flat.
Listen to what I
right?
said. Listen to what I said.
Not hearing
From where? If I'm going to draw,
bro, you got to mute this Indio guy. You're not going to have an intelligent conversation.
Yeah, because you're not listening. You said, I want to know what the flat Earth looks like. From where? Any image that you have has to be from some perspective place where you're looking at the image from, right?
From the top.
Hey, what is your mom? The top. From the top.
Why are you avoiding such a simple question?
No, I'm asking. I'm answering your question, but you have to be specific.
No, you're not. I'm asking a simple question, and you're overcomplicating it.
If I drew a picture of the ocean, right, with the sun setting on the horizon, that would be a picture of the Earth, right?
All right, use some common sense. How about from the perspective that I posted earlier? How about from that perspective?
That perspective doesn't exist.
So you can't infer. So basically, you're saying perspective is solely based off of. You're saying perspective and the reality of perspective is solely based off of what a human can observe.
Yeah, primary experience, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they call it perspective. From what?
Primary is not why they call it perspective.
It's literally the meaning of the word.
That's not what perspective means.
This guy.
What you mean then? What you mean then? Tell us.
I want him to tell. Like, what do you think perspective?
Perspective can be It can be an attitude. It can be a point of view. It can be an understanding of something.
In this context, asshole.
It can also be a sense of proportion. It does not completely revolve around
in this
human
context,
perception.
Asshole.
So why are you guys avoiding my question?
No, we're answering it.
He doesn't. He already knows. Listen,
I asked you simply.
Wait. You're asking us a question about how the Earth would look from that vantage point. So when he told you perspective, like we can only tell from, and you understood what he meant, but you went on to say, that's not what he meant. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You were asking the clarifying question. What do you mean? Are you saying perspective? Because there's so many ways you could, like, you fucking already underlined what he meant when you asked him.
So what you're telling me is that you don't even know that the Earth is flat. That's what you're telling me.
This fucking guy, dude.
You keep trying to straw man us. We know you came in here with a shtick that, oh, you can't even answer a simple question, Stick.
You really can't. I asked you a simple question.
I did.
I said, provide me a diagram. I said, provide me a diagram.
I did it. Yeah, and I said, from where? From what perspective?
Hey, dude, swallow the fucking saliva in your mouth. Learn to talk properly.
Answer the question.
Stop talking like a little bitch, bro.
Answer
Seriously.
the question. Answer the question, dude.
No, you answer my fucking question, cuck boy.
I did.
No, you didn't.
What was my answer?
I said, provide me with a diagram of how you view the Earth, and you can't even do that.
And, no,
you can't do that.
I gave you it. You're goddamn right. I can't do that. Nobody can do that because you can't take a picture.
Because you're a retard. That's why.
No,
because you're a retard.
You agreed with me. You said, no, you can't take a picture from a place that don't exist. Right? I said, you can't take a picture from a place that don't exist. And you said, yeah.
But you don't know that. You don't know what the Earth looks like. That's what you're claiming.
Now, from that perspective, it doesn't look like anything. You can't take a picture from outside the Earth.
The Earth doesn't look like anything.
You can't go outside the Earth.
Are you mentally retarded?
No, that's not actually an answer or
you sound mentally fucking retarded.
You can't go outside the Earth.
Your parents didn't give you a single fucking vegetable growing up, did they?
The typical spiral.
That sounds fucking retarded.
Your mom drank a lot of alcohol when she was pregnant with you.
You sound retarded, dude.
Wait, so how is it possible? Listen,
you guys can't even provide me with a depiction of how you view the Earth. That is so sad, dude.
Yeah,
that is fucking pathetic.
Let me ask you. If I said, draw a picture of how you have viewed the Earth, that I said, draw it from your real life experience, what would you draw?
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
It took ages for the thing to kick in when he started telling science.
Yeah, it was weird, right? I was trying to mute him too, and I couldn't. It's weird.
Yeah, it took about 30 seconds to bounce him. So, anyways, he was an idiot.
Dude, it's always just Stick, dude. It's never like anything honest. They're like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to make them, I'm going to say, they can't answer any question. And I'm going to ask them a stupid fucking question. Then they're going to answer it, and I'm going to ignore the answer, and I'm going to pretend they never answered the question.
Let me see if, is there any reason why
annoying
Catholic, whatever his name is muted?
Yeah, I'll fix that for you, mate. Hold on. Unmute.
Catholic, are you there?
Yes, hello, hi. I think I can provide evidence which suggests that the Earth is a globe.
What evidence do you have?
Yeah, if you were to bring up, like, for example, a drone or one of those weather balloons, you let it up in the east coast of the United States at night, and you have a telescopic lens on it. If you point it towards England, let's say London, England, you should be able to see lights, and yet when you do such a thing, you can't see the lights.
Let's ask you a clarifying, because you're doing too much, man, right now. Let's get a little bit more easier for you. What would be a drop? Let's ask you a simple question. From about 10 miles, let's not get too crazy with the numbers, right? How much curvature would there be?
Well, I don't know about the numbers. All I know is that if it is...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. You don't know about the numbers. Well, that's how you know how big something is, right? If I told you, how big is that ball in your hand? What would you tell me? Well, it's pretty big.
So you there is a curvature?
Yeah, you have to give a numeric value to the thing you're ascribing is a certain size. Otherwise, you're not making any sense to like how big something is.
Now, do flat earthers believe that there is a curvature?
No, we're not talking about flat earthers. I'm talking about you and your mental state about how you think something is a certain size. Talking about you, not flat earthers.
Oh, well, yeah, I believe there's a curvature because I believe...
I know that. I understand that. Now I'm asking you, how do you know that there's a numeric value to what the curvature amount would be between 10 miles? I'm asking you something very specific.
Yeah, well, I don't know about 10 miles, but I know based on the miles between the eastern part of the United States and England, you would, if you're not able to see the lights of England.
No, we're not talking about your stupid light, dude.
That would mean
we're not talking about. Stop diverting. I let you speak. I let you speak just so that you can get to a certain point of giving me a numeric value, which is the only thing I'm asking for. How big is the Earth, by the way?
You don't know. He don't know anything, Miggy.
Catholic.
How big is it? I don't know the numbers on it.
Really? So then how do you know what the fuck you're talking about when it concerns curvature of the Earth? How do you know any of that?
Well, I just explained that. Because if you set up because if you set up a drone, you should be able to.
All right, so you set up okay, numbnuts. You set up a drone, and the drone goes up to a certain elevation.
If you're going to be disrespectful, then I'll just bow out of it.
I don't give a fuck.
Everything you're saying is stupid.
Doesn't matter.
Look, hold on, Miggy.
So you have a drone go up to a certain altitude. I'm about to dip anyways. You have a drone go up to a certain altitude.
Sorry.
You fucking left. Fucking asshole.
Dude, that you would see the lights from England. Did you hear that shit?
Yeah, he's trying to look at Jedi. He wants to see Jedi and crypto.
Jedi, man, do some Morse code. Like, go to a lamp and like flip it on and off.
He's trying to find England, man. I don't know why. Maybe he's wanting to go
still
there.
on the West Coast waiting for these lights.
I didn't even understand what his point was. I wanted to hear it at least, you know.
No, his point was the reason you can't if you had a drone on the East Coast and went high up or a hot air balloon, the reason you can't see the lights on in England is because of the curve of the Earth. That was his.
I see.
Okay. How do you have deciphered retard yet? You should be an expert in retard by now. Like,
but the weird thing is
crazy statement.
The weird thing is he didn't know how big the Earth is to know how much. Because that's the other thing. It doesn't matter. Okay, you take your fucking. I was going to ask him that. What was the next question? I was going to tell him. Oh, you take your fucking drone to a certain altitude. Good. And then you see across the way. You don't see the lights in England. But then, how big is the fucking Earth to have the curvature that's going to be blocking the way that you can't see those lights? Because you don't know any numeric values of how big the Earth is. How the fuck are you going to tell me that it's Earth curve? That's weird.
Yeah, maybe his drone is high enough where he should see the lights. Maybe he's seeing over the curve, right? You don't know.
Yeah, but dude, like these fucking idiots, dude. It's like they come in here half-cocked thinking that their argument is like their fucking way of like really figuring out reality and shit. It's like they don't know half of the globe shit that they're supposed to know. It's weird.
But the thing that bothers me is that they don't think about what they're saying even for a second, right? Now think about it. Just think about it logically. We have two ships at sea, and remember back in the day they had the lights, right, with the little blinds on them, and they would flash back and forth, and they'd signal Morse code to each other. It wasn't the curvature of the Earth that was the limiting factor, right? It wasn't, oh shit, we can't signal the other ship because the curve of the Earth is in the way. It was the weather's bad, right? There's fog, or it's not clear enough, or some other factor. It wasn't the curve of the Earth that was the factor. So if you just think about it for a second, there's no way you should be able to see lights 4,000 miles away from the East Coast. That's just so... Dude. The thing that bothers me, too, is that they think they got something. He's like, I'm on to something. You'd see the lights from England off the coast of Massachusetts if you had a drone. Dude, serious? This is where we're at? Fucking, I don't know who to blame for this shit, man. Jedi, did you invite these people?
No, I fucking didn't. Don't fucking blame me.
It's very low tier tonight, man. I just have to say that.
Yeah, it has been very low tier. All fucking day.
By the way, Indio, I watched your video about geometric algebra or the dual quaternion thing. It was freaking cool. That was amazing.
Ain't it, dude? It's some fucking... dude, it does some crazy shit. Like, I'm sure somebody... Like I said, like they don't... Graphic chips aren't really designed to use them, but if eventually someone makes the hardware that's like designed for that particular method, it would be like super efficient, right? So right now they're just made for, doing matrix algebra, basically.
Yeah, this whole concept of being able to represent translations as just rotations with infinite radius. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, it's so weird. Like it is. It's. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like cool and weird at the same time. It's like the line at infinity, but it's also a point, and they just rotate shit around it. To me, it's like conceptually, it's just like it's hard to wrap your head around like how that even works, but it works.
Yeah, I need to look more into it because that video was pretty short. I mean, you just took clips out of it, it seems like, but I want to see that whole talk.
Yeah, I think on that channel, either that channel or there's a channel called Bivector. So this is one of the guys that promotes it. So like he's got a bunch of them. But also, if you just type like geometric algebra in YouTube, you'll like there's quite a few videos on it. There's people that have been trying to apply them to like physics generally and maybe AI, and because it's like something that like a lot of people don't know about. So it's like it's one of those things, right? The thing people know about gets the most effort put into it, and like these little things, even though they might be better, it's because you don't have the numbers basically using it, so it doesn't really get implemented in the same type of way. Because if you think like if you have a hammer, right? Like you got to do the job with this hammer. You're going to do the job, right? And there could have been something better, but you didn't know about the better thing, right? So you just did it with the hammer, and everybody just does it with, the hammer, quaternions and dual quaternions, right? And they just keep smashing away at it, and like we got to make it work, right? And if it doesn't work, we'll do some cheap gimmick technique to work our way around it, right? Whereas there's techniques where you don't have to do any of that crap.
So geometric algebra was not the same thing as the dual quaternion thing? That was a separate thing?
No, they're like a subset of it. So like so like dual quaternions, matrix algebra, linear algebra, all these mathematical fields are a subset of geometric algebra. Clifford algebra is like a generalized form of like all arithmetical algebra. It's like a generalized type deal. I'm not like a freaking expert in like it's kind of historical mathematics. I'm not like an expert in this field. It's just something I came across looking at different types of computer graphic implementations. I haven't really dug back into history of like I know it comes from this dude Grassman and Clifford. I know it originated with those two, but beyond that, I don't know too much.
Well, you got me hooked, so I'm going to keep looking at it.
Yeah, there's quite a few good videos on it. It's a rotation thing where it's super useful, right? Because you don't get things like gimbal lock and.
Well, yeah, just for regular quaternions, that's what we use all the time. It was a godsend for 3D graphics. But
what is a quaternion?
It's a way of representing a rotation with 4 dimensions instead of 3. But
cool.
The utility of it is just as Indio said, with 3-dimensional rotations, you get this thing called gimbal lock, where you get locked onto a single axis, and it's like a singularity point. I guess you can describe it as, and it's really bad for animations and stuff. And you avoid it with quaternions.
It's bad in real life gyro too.
Yeah, that's right.
That's pretty cool. I have a question. Is there any flat earthers that work at NASA?
I don't know. Why? Why does that matter?
Well, I think that would be kind of a good idea to apply and like infiltrate. No?
Guys are so
go to college first.
Fucking
for astrophysics.
You think there's astrophysicists at NASA?
I don't know.
NASA's kind of like the way I look at NASA is the same way I look at like McDonald's, right? Everybody thinks there's some McDonald's corporation with a bunch of restaurants and they just sell franchises. So NASA is kind of like their job is to get more government funding. That's really what they do. It's to try and get more government funding.
Oh, that's most government agencies, by the way. not just.
I mean, literally, the one person I do know that works at NASA, her job is in the accounting department. So
No. So what they do is they do a lot of things which have no practical use, but they like go make people go ooh and ah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their job is to enthrall the public so that they can get more money.
Who muted
that whole thing going, right? So it's like a circle. Like we have an enterprise here. We want to keep the enterprise going. Well, how do we do that? We rely on public funding. Well, the enterprise should go to getting public funding. That way, the enterprise never dies.
Who muted Alpha?
Because they're not being rewarded. Like going to the moon didn't give them a reward, right? They didn't get more money. They ended up getting less money.
Okay. So, but I think it would still be a good idea, right? If you believe the Earth is flat, it'd be good to kind of, do a PETA.
I don't believe anything, dude. That's your job.
My job is to believe.
Yeah, you're the one who believes there's NASA people going to outer space. You're the believer, dude. Let's keep it real.
True, yeah. Agreed.
And there's no reason that I should believe it too.
No, I mean, you don't have to believe it. I mean, you don't have to believe the sky is blue. It's your mind.
It's not as obvious as the sky being blue. You think NASA going to space is as obvious as the sky being blue.
Can I ask, India, what do you do for work?
Yeah, why don't you answer my question?
Yeah, I think it is the same. India, what do you do for work?
Then you're retarded, quite honestly.
Okay, great. What do you do for work? I'm just curious.
I'm retired now, but I was in IT.
Oh, cool. Okay. Just like regular desktop support?
No, dude. Desktop support. Yeah, when I was fucking 18, 40 years ago.
They had desktops back then?
Yeah.
Man. Okay.
My first computer was a 386 DX with a Intel math coprocessor.
Oh, cool. What turned you on to Flat Earth? Like, you seem like a reasonable guy. What happened? Like, what went wrong?
Chicago. What do you mean? Why would it be wrong? Now you're gonna make moral judgments about Flat Earth. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Like too much time on YouTube, or what was it?
No, it was actually television news.
Television news.
Yeah, television news. See, someone filmed the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, and the weatherman said it was a mirage. But seeing, I've been studying like geometric optics for about a decade and a half, I was like, that's not possible for it to be a mirage. So how is that possible?
Have you spoken to experts on the matter?
Why do I need to? I am an expert. Why do I need to speak to experts? Well, ask me a question. You don't think I'm an expert?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I dare you. Ask me any question about refraction, and we'll see if I don't understand it.
No, it's fine. I think you're an expert on the matter.
Yeah, I don't. It wouldn't even matter anyway, because just because I'm an expert wouldn't make what I said true.
Oh, so you're saying you're wrong?
No, dude, no. So whenever someone says "so you're saying," a straw man inevitably follows. This is another example of that.
When somebody says you're straw manning, usually they don't want an argument.
No, when someone says straw man, you're actually straw manning.
Yeah. Even I heard the straw man as well, dude. Like, why would you even feel the need to repackage what he said? Why not just answer what he actually said?
Sure. Okay. Have you ever seen a straw in like a glass, like a glass with water?
Yeah.
So just deflecting onto another topic isn't actually.
Yeah, he said ask him about. Hey, Crypto, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. He said ask
tell
him
me to shut the fuck up again, and I'll beat you.
No, you shut up, bro. Fucking retard.
Yeah,
he said ask him about refraction.
Yeah, just ban him. What's this guy's name?
Crypto, suck a dick, bro. Shut up. You're fucking retard.
What's this guy's name?
Right. How do you explain a straw in a glass of water? Yeah, sit the fuck up.
That's caused by refraction. Yeah, so what? What's that got to do with mirages?
Blue. He says blue.
Yeah, I banned him.
Good. These guys come in with zero respect, and we can't like just let them have zero respect for us. It's not.
Yeah, I
not
agree.
Acceptable.
I thought I could get him to act normal, but I failed.
Nah, I can tell he was sneering through his questions anyway.
Yeah,
Come on,
I get annoyed.
I needed.
Crypto, did you
I needed a best time story.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Say again.
I said, did you ask an expert if he was sneering? Because he's not sneering about that.
Yeah, exactly. as we know, not only is your opinion not relevant if it's not from an expert, but also every expert's opinion is automatically true.
Crypto, I needed Indio to lay down the story to this guy so I can go to sleep happy, but you
Bedtime
fucked
story?
it up. Yeah, I wanted to listen to Indio smacking this guy up about the topics, whatever. But yeah, he was kind of just being kind of ridiculous. Not being serious. Anyways.
Wait, Indio, your story about the Mirage, is that the same one that Jaren used to put in every single intro of his video?
I don't know. Oh, yeah. But that's not a mirage.
The news reporter saying, "What you're seeing here is a mirage. A mirage."
Oh, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
But that's obviously not a mirage. Because mirages come in two types. There's there's three types. Even though the Fata Morgana is the Fata Morgana itself is two types. So the superior and inferior, and then there's Fata Morgana, and it doesn't have any of those. Because superior, inferior, and Fata Morgana, they're qualitative descriptions, right? They're not really, they don't say anything, right? When you say, oh, it's an inferior mirage, you're describing what it looks like. That's the name for like it looking a particular way. So the top to the tops, right? So if I see Chicago and there's another Chicago upside down on top of it, that's superior mirage. If I see Chicago and there's another Chicago upside down underneath it, so the bottoms are touching, that's an inferior mirage. So when he says, hey, that's a mirage, no, it's not a mirage. Mirage is a very particular thing. And it's a looming thing, it's bullshit looming, but when they misapply it, looming is a type of Fata Morgana where something is floating in the air above the horizon. As in above the horizon, as in it's floating in the air. And typically that's not even, I mean, a lot of people don't know there is actually controversy as to what the causal mechanism for mirages. But that's not what it says in the textbook. They know what it says in the textbook or what they Google. Mirages are caused by refraction. You see a diagram, but if you actually look carefully at the diagram is actually not right, and it couldn't possibly happen that way. But, whatever. But if you look in the literature, the academic literature, there's actually alternative hypothesis, and they've demonstrated. I think this is kind of funny, right? So if you look at what the cause of mirages are, and you look in the literature, and you can go back like 100 years. Oh, it's refraction. Light goes into the cold air freaking layer, and then into the hot layer, blah, blah, blah. But there's like no experimental evidence for it. Like there's no experiments of anybody replicating it. Then you get to about the 80s or 90s, and then people start coming up with alternative hypotheses, but they have to do experiments to debunk the previous dogma, even though the previous dogma actually had no experiments to back it up in the first place. It was just like some shit that just went along word of mouth.
What were the alternative theories about it? Do you remember?
Well, that they're caused by reflections, right? So you're seeing double images because of reflection layers, right? Total internal reflection. So in the case of inferior mirage, like there'll be like so it's because you have a small shallow angle of incidence, what you're seeing is you're seeing a point where like past that is the critical angle, right?
What,
so it's
a mirrored Fresnel? Is that what you're basically saying?
No, just a mirror, just regular reflection.
Well, you're saying the shallow angle of incidence, right? That's sounds similar to Fresnel to me, but you're saying it's mirrored, like it's just reflective.
The critical angle is the critical angle is for total internal reflection. Mm-hmm. So that's not. There's two things. So there's that total internal reflection from a surface layer, and then on a rough surface, right? If you are looking at a rough surface at a shallow enough angle, because you got to remember, where are people seeing mirages? They're seeing them way up into the distance, right? Yep. Where the angles to everything are very narrow, and the effects of light, very obliquely hitting surfaces changes, right? What the consequences are. They don't get refracted; they get reflected, right? And the same thing, you can have light from a more dense medium hit from a less dense medium hit a more dense medium. It doesn't get refracted if the angle is shallow and it's past the critical angle. It'll be reflected. It'll bounce off. But people think, oh, low density, high density, light refracts no matter what. No, at a shallow angle, it doesn't refract. It reflects. So there's these things. These are alternative hypotheses that's like I said, in the literature with experiments, them demonstrating rough surface reflections and experiments showing things disappearing because they're in a surface layer and the light that is coming off the object is in basically a duct from which the light can't get out of, right? It's being totally internally reflected in this duct and doesn't have a path to, let's say, the camera or the eye or whatever, right? So say I have a surface layer that's 1 foot off the ground, and anything in that layer is totally internally reflected into that duct, right? I won't be able to see it. I won't be able to see it with my eye because it'll never reach me because that light gets reflected down. So if I look up into the distance, and with the place they tested was a desert, I'll look up into the desert, I'll see sand. Even though on the desert floor, they had a mirror that was reflecting the sun at the camera. And I'll just describe the experiment, well, almost all the way there. So they took a mirror, right? And the mirror is like at a 45-degree angle. They put it 1.6 kilometers away from the camera. They reflected sunlight to the camera, and they had a vertical tree with thermocouples, right? 16 of them that measured the temperature gradient, the humidity gradient, right? Because they had a theory. There's an old Chinese theory about the what would you call it? According to cosmology, the ground breathes, okay? And they were trying to, even though they did research that technically they're trying to quantify desert mirages, they're actually looking for evidence of this, but because it's considered pseudoscience, it's hard to get funding to test the theory, so they had to come up with some other thing to test so they can test both things get data for the thing they actually wanted to test. But that's not neither here nor there. And the reason I know this is because they wrote another paper about this and then cited that experiment. So I'm like, and it was the same people. So I'm like, you guys just did that experiment to do your other experiment. But whatever. The point is that so they, over the course of watching this mirror, the mirror disappeared from some site. And so they look at their data when it disappeared, and they found that when there was a high temperature humidity gradient, and then they calculated it all out, that the gradient right at where the mirror is like a foot tall. So for 2 feet, there was a high temperature and humidity gradient, and that's for that, there was a spike in it, right? So there was a value over time, and then there was a huge spike, and then it went back down. So that's basically what happened when the gradient went high, the mirror disappeared, and then when it went away, the mirror reappears. But it can't possibly be refraction, right?
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they were saying? What causes the tides? That theory that you said that the Earth is breathing. I heard of that before. What you just said.
I don't know. I might look into that though.
Used in the tides. There was a video about it. Anyway. Anyway.
Whatever's going on your microphone sounds like somebody's dying. What the hell?
Yeah, he was sawing people in half.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe both are happening, right? It seems pretty straightforward, the refraction explanation. Hell, you can see light bending in a gas chamber on a video on YouTube, right? We know it happens.
You mean the sugar water? But the gas chamber?
Oh, I guess it's water. I guess I haven't seen it.
Where was the gas chamber? Where was the gas chamber?
Right. You're right. You're right. It's water, but still the same principle, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, whether that's an equivalent experiment. Yeah, we're not denying refraction happens, but they're claiming it happens in a very specific way for very specific reasons, right? Terrestrial refraction, it bends up over the curve because of some gradient. Well, it's not that simple. No model that they have ever made, if you look in the academic literature, can actually predict anything accurately. It can't. And they'll say, well, the atmosphere is too complex, it's chaotic, it's a non-deterministic system. So we can't. Then why do you even bother making models for 150 years if you know that you can't make any prediction in the end, right? So when people just hand wave and they say, "Well, it's refraction," well, there's actually no experimental evidence for that, and there's no there's just nothing to it. It's just a claim that has really no evidence for it. If you look into it, which most people don't want to do, right? And I understand it's a boring topic. The only reason I know anything about it, because I was looking at this before I was ever in this topic, and because I knew about it and then saw the shit, I'm like, that's fucked up. That can't be what they're saying. It can't be that. Because you ever hear of metamaterials? I bring this to metamaterials. So metamaterials are materials that are man-made, and they create a negative index of refraction. So that's interesting in of itself, because you can have super resolution, you can make telescopes that can see way beyond the diffraction limit, power amplification, yada yada yada. I'm not going to get into all the crap that it could possibly do if it's ever figured out exactly. But in the course of studying all this for probably a decade, right, from about 2010, since the first one was ever successfully made. It was first written about in 1969 by a Soviet scientist named Victor Veselago, but it took till 2010, and some Americans found, because all the Soviet shit's in Russian and it isn't kind of publicly available, they found the paper and they're like, hey, let's see if we can actually make one of these. So they went, and Pendry's from the University of Oxford, I think, and they actually made it. And because they made it, then it became, oh crap, you can actually make this shit. This is what it should do, according to theory. So, in the course of studying this, I know all about geometric optics, refraction, how it works, reflections, all this shit, right? The transmission, reflection, absorption, all the shit that goes with the propagation of light through a material. And then dude's just like, that's a mirage. No, it fucking ain't a mirage, dude. It just ain't. And the air is way more complex than that. It's actually not spherically symmetric. It's more like it's full of inhomogeneities of freaking hot and colder air and moving air and all sorts of shit. Just like the hand waves say that's refraction. That's silly. It's just silly, dude, to me. If you
I wonder what it would take to actually do the experiment. Is the experiment hard to do just because the gradient is by nature of being gas just so big? How tight of a gradient can you experimentally do in a lab, right? How small can you make a significantly differential gradient out of?
Well, they've done it outside. Oh, I mean, that wouldn't even be my problem, right? So that would be their problem. The people claiming that's what's happening. Why do I have to go? Shouldn't they already have the evidence for it before they claim it? Shouldn't they not be going, oh, refraction is the reason you see too far?
Oh, the first place my brain goes is are you sure that there wasn't?
Well, because the Earth's a globe. That's how you know you're seeing too far. That's how you know there's refraction, because that's the only reason you could be able to see too far, right? What's the other reason? I'm seeing too far. Why is that? Refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Because you're seeing too far. It's circular logic. There's no actual evidence for the terrestrial refraction claim. That's my problem. Where's the actual evidence?
Even if that were true, you would still have to. The evidence for the globe wouldn't be that the fact that there's refraction. There would be other evidence, and this would just be a way of explaining the observation.
It's not explaining. It's called an ad hoc hypothesis with no evidence. It's an ad hoc hypothesis.
If you're right about here.
Okay, say we suck the air out of a fucking 30-mile stretch, right? There's no air. There's no way it can be refraction. And we see 30 miles, nothing's blocked. Would that falsify the globe? Would that falsify the globe?
That'd be pretty good. Yeah.
Probably.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
Probably. Because you just say that's a flat spot. That's you guys always. It's just a flat spot. You found the flat spot. Yeah, dude.
No, that wouldn't work over water because over a globe, obviously, level has a curve. But I mean, I think the idea of falsification is not. It's an imperfect idea in the first place, but more or less it would be falsified. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a modified version of Jaren's original laser experiment, except for no air.
Jaren didn't use a laser, by the way.
That he was going to, and then he ended up using a flashlight. And is that what happened?
Yeah, he melted the laser because he had a collimator and he left it on. So what do you think happened? Fucking melted.
Isn't the LIGO place, isn't that vacuum? Or is it not?
Yes, it's a vacuum, but it's not very long. So that's
a mile in each way, right? Or a kilometer?
Yeah, it's like 1.6 kilometers, yeah.
Should be enough.
I mean, it has like it's like a freaking 4-foot tube, right? So I think the drop in 1.4 kilometers is only like 2.4 feet, and the tube is freaking wider than that. And it has something like a 21-inch tolerance or something. Though people will go, hey, it's surveyed freaking to be curved, but then when you look at the actual, they had all sorts of problems surveying, let's put it that way. They hired one survey company, and then it didn't, when they actually started doing stuff, then they had to get another one, and then they got another one, and then if you look at the civil engineering drawings, they shows that it's concave, and then it's hard to figure anything out from that, because it's just they had a lot of problems building it. That's all I can say. So there's a lot of fudging and shit.
I imagine.
They're probably trying to incorporate the curvature of the Earth. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, that's what I think, but, what do I know? Because basically they're trying to make a planar coordinate system on the surface of a sphere and maintain the, geodetic coordinates, right? But then, they have to survey it in, and then, you're doing transformations between coordinate systems. And, then you have to include the tolerances of the LIGO and the accuracy of the surveying and the imprecision there and, all those things. So it turns out to be, I don't know.
It makes me wonder how they did it, though. I mean, that's got to be, to my mind, probably the straightest thing that humans have attempted to make at a distance, at a significant distance.
Yeah, it should be. That's what they should have been doing. They should have been running around going, this is the straightest thing human beings have ever made. That's what
people claim that, though. Zanuck comes in and claims that all the time. It's it's so straight that it's unlevel. No, I'm sorry. No. He that
it would have to be unlevel on a globe, right?
Exactly. That's the whole point. He's just it's so straight that it would be level in one spot, but then you go to the other side and it's unlevel.
That's right.
All right, but he's been saying that for 4 or 5 years, but he's never done it. Nobody's ever done it.
Well, I don't think they just let you onto the LIGO property. What do you mean? You just walk up to the experiment, into the tubes, and with the level.
How hard would it be to inquire? Have a school field trip. Disprove the flat Earth. It would be so easy.
How could you test how flat it is? That's what I'm wondering. How did they make it so flat?
If the spirit level or whatever you do is different on each end, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, how did they make it so flat? They couldn't use a level, right?
That's what I'm saying. I want to know how they made it. That sounds super interesting. Let me see if AI knows the answer.
Oblivion.
AI.
It's just look. They'll just say it's just another flat spot. Just another one. Lots of flat spots make a ball.
A flat spot.
Another one. We found all these flat earthers. Flat earthers are experts in finding flat spots on a ball. Every spot we find that is flat, it's still a ball, but that's just a flat spot.
But Geo though, I hear what you're saying, but do you understand the difference between what they say is straight versus level? Level is a line perpendicular from the center of the earth, right? On every point from the center of the earth, perpendicular is level. This is, LIGO is straight though. Therefore, it goes off in an infinity straight.
Okay, so it's 4 kilometers in length, and the vertical drop would be about 2.5 feet. Interesting.
Yeah, it's very small. It's like almost not. It's hard to say because the tube is huge, man, and like the tube is wider than the measurement, right? So it's like either way. If someone said approved flat Earth or globe Earth, I wouldn't trust it. It's too close. I won't trust anything that's like within an order of magnitude, dude. To me, that's like not even worth arguing over. I want one way or the other to be blowing the other side out. So no one can say, well, we measured wrong, or like, read the tape measure wrong, or imprecision, or uncertainty, or someone, didn't carry the one, or I don't know. I don't want it to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, would you rely on that if LIGO, they were like, LIGO proves the globe and it's only like a 2.5 foot difference, but the tube is fucking 5 feet wide, right? Like, like, come on, man, it's so long, right? A little, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would rely on that. Just me, myself. In the way they made the tube, right? So the tube itself is not like a sheet of metal. It's, so what they did is they took steel wire, and they wound the steel wire, like as they're winding it, they're welding it, right? So they have like a machine that's welding the wire together to form a tube, right? So it's basically a long ass spiral. So that thing's flexible. It could bend, it can do whatever.
Yeah, it says they support it, and they manually adjust the supports along the entire length to calibrate it.
Yeah, and if I remember right, they have a side tolerance of maybe it was 10 centimeters. It's a big. It has to be so far away from the side. Plus, they got what they call optical baffles, and they have a bunch of stuff inside. But it has to be so far from the closest stuff inside, right? They have a tolerance. But like if you try to look up the surveying, hold on one sec, Jim. If you try to look up the surveying stuff, you'll find stuff that looks like it confirms the globe. But they released other stuff afterwards, corrections to all that stuff, right? So addendums to all the original stuff, where they're like, oh, that didn't actually work. We have to do this, that, and the other thing. We had to hire 2 more companies. They had to fix this. That type crap. Yeah, what's up, Jamesy?
Yeah, hey man. Talking about finding flat spots on a sphere, the South Pole has something called the Antarctic Plateau, and it's also called the King Hancock Plateau, and it's a vast, flat, and cold continental plateau. So they went over there to a flat plateau. They call it the great
in the globe sense, or
the great plateau of Antarctica, and it says right here, a plateau is a flat elevated area of land that raises above the surrounding area, right? So yeah, they went over there to observe the 24-hour sun, and they were standing on flat lands while looking at the sun. So that's ironic.
I just don't think they mean flat in that sense. I mean, they call Kansas flat, but they don't mean that it's flat. They mean it's level all across.
Yes, they do, flat and level.
Listen, the Atlantic Great Plateau is 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Over 1,000 kilometers in diameter.
Yep.
Of flatness. He has mountain peaks. They say the mountain peaks are about 200 miles across. There's many mountain peaks very far from each other, but across the landscape, what one sees is flat plains. So, and now you're saying no, they don't mean flat, but they describe it as flat, but they don't mean it. So, is it like a language barrier or something?
They measure it as flat.
I'm not sure if my point is being conveyed correctly, but when anybody that believes in the globe says a place is flat, I don't think they're meaning it in the way that you are taking them to mean it.
That's the way they're measuring it, though. They're measuring it this way.
So let me ask you this. So say in your worldview, the big chunk of abyssal plateau broke off and went floating in space. You think it would form a bowl?
I don't know. Apparently, they say
it needs to have a ice bowl you fill up with Kool-Aid, right, and then drink out of it with an intergalactic straw.
Sounds fun. Sure.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't fill it up with Kool-Aid. Maybe pina colada. Do it to make a giant pina colada. That would be awesome. Where you can get the giant pineapples, though? And the giant coconuts. We understand what you're saying. Level means flat in you guys' worldview. You guys just think everything is like flat is just a euphemism or something.
But level does mean flat. That's what they've been arguing against the whole time. Is level equals flat?
Yeah, but level means curved, which also means flat.
Right.
I mean, a Glover would say level means perpendicular to the pull of gravity.
So when you go bowling, you go play bowling, you grab the bowling ball, and you're like, oh, this ball is so flat.
If you blow it up big enough, maybe.
So that begs the question: if you're measuring, you're not actually measuring the Earth, though. If you're just measuring perpendicular to gravity, right? You're measuring direction of a phenomenon perpendicular to that.
You're what's the opposite of normal? It's tangent. Yeah.
Well, they're like the plumb lines in the globe aren't actually normal to the surface. They're all over the place. But that's not the point, right? So you wouldn't be actually measuring the Earth if you're measuring level all over the place, and level is just perpendicular to gravity. You're not actually measuring the Earth.
If somebody is saying that a place is level all over the place, they're not. I agree with you.
But there is something called self-leveling cement. You ever use that? And believe me, when that has set, it's completely flat. It's not curved.
I mean, you know what the drop would be over the distance that you use self-leveling cement. It would be in the order of what? Sub-millimeters? So how would you be able to tell?
Yeah, India, when they label it flat cement, that was just propaganda, just to sell it so people buy it. It's actually curved. It's Home Depot's conspiracy to sell more cement, so don't buy into it.
Designed just for the flat earthers.
You actually could tell. You could use interference patterns to see if it's
really at a scale of your living room or your kitchen.
They measure like I don't know how small tolerances. They use them in for precision machining.
Right.
Yeah, so they're measuring to see if something is flat or smooth within a super high tolerance, because if you have a curved surface, the interference pattern will be distorted compared to a flat surface, right? And because you're doing stuff at the wavelength of light, it's easy to see.
Yeah, in principle, I think you're right. I just don't know how you would set that up to give you that interference over a large surface like that. Like, are you just saying you would shine a light at a singular point on your...
No, you'd create an interference pattern on the surface between two lights. Right? You would interfere the light. You'd have two light sources, you would interfere the light. Or actually, you'd probably interfere it with yourself. Basically, do the double slit onto a floor. You could do... That's one way you could do it. Or you could use two light sources. Well, the thing is, because when there's an interference pattern... The little, the constructive and destructive interference lines, the spacing. The spacing has to be like whatever the wavelength is.
It is how the laser gyroscopes work and all that.
Yeah, so the spacing has to be like 550 nanometers. So you can tell, right, if it's warped or not. But you wouldn't even have to, like, you could use other techniques. But that's how they do it actually in, like, when they're trying to precision machine a smooth surface, I'll actually post some shit about it. They actually use interference patterns to measure their tolerance. Now, what I was thinking you could do is you could use the phenomenon called iridescence. So, like, you could, like, you know how you get gasoline on water?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it looks all chromatic?
Yeah.
That's because at different angles, right? Because the gas tries to get the uniform thickness, right? So if it's a uniform thickness on the surface of water, then each ray will reflect off at a different angle, and you get a different color. Anyway, that's not the point. If the surface of that water's giant curve, right? The way those angles, right? The iridescence will have an irregular pattern. It won't look like the same pattern as you would have on a flat surface.
Yeah, it's a cool thought.
There's all sorts of ways you can test these things, dude. There's like, it's available to us. But like, people want to go around and look at the sun in Antarctica. Like, I don't get that shit.
To be fair, I would love if people did more tests like that, but I don't see anybody doing it. In fact, I get the opposite whenever I talk to people here or elsewhere. People seem to say, "Yeah, we don't need to know. We already know." In fact, I think you said that the other night. We already know.
Look. I think the solution, I think it's already solved. I think we already know it. We've done a lot of tests. What do we think? So I'll give you an example. The Lake ISO laser test. That was the culmination of 5 different laser tests that happened over a 5-year period. Right? So they did a laser test. Glober said, "Oh, you didn't do this. You didn't account for this, blah, blah, blah." Second test, "Oh, you did this wrong. You did that wrong. You did this wrong." This one wasn't far enough. Blah, blah, there was an excuse every time. Okay. So that one, the last one, was a culmination of, quote unquote, fixing all the complaints. But even when they fixed the last complaint, right, all the possible things, they just ignore it. And they straw man it. They say, what they'll say is, "What about the laser test at Lake ISO?" And they'll frickin' post some debunk of FE core laser test that was about one of their old laser tests, right? The Lake Balaton laser test, and they won't even talk about the one you're talking about. All we get, or like if we try and talk about that particular one, is just a bunch of we get deflections, gimmicks, copes, all sorts of shit. No one will actually talk about what was actually done.
There was one done after Lake Balaton, because that's the last one that I remember before I kind of went AFK.
Well, I mean, Balaton was the last one, but like, what's the gripe about Balaton? There was one after Balaton. They did two at like ISO. So like ISO's so it used to be part of the ocean, and they blocked it off, and it's an inland saltwater lake. It's still like the only thing separating from the ocean is like a bunch of rocks. It's not like freaking super separated, right? It's like a freaking, they basically it was like an inlet. They blocked up the inlet and made like an in-water or inland lake. I assume it's saltwater. It might be freshwater by now. I don't know. But it's probably saltwater. Anyway, they did it across that, and they did it 2 weeks apart and got the exact same result. And that was like, that was 41 kilometers, which is 25 miles. But people have done... There's one that was done on land, right? So there's a 21 mile at Salt Lake. There's another 21 mile at Salt Lake, not in the water. Now, when I say Salt Lake, there's Salt Lake, but then there's Salt Lake Desert, right?
Yeah.
So one was done at the Salt Lake, and the other one was done at the Salt Lake Desert. That's 30 miles over land, and they got all sorts of fucking outfit. They even got people like driving around with the laser like 30 miles away, and they can see it. Like in a different direction. They did some observations like in one direction, like across, like I think it would be east-west. And then they had someone like drive out in the middle of the desert like 30 miles away with the laser shooting at them, and like the north-south direction. So like they got all sorts of observations. So it's
the problem
like,
that I tend to have with these laser over, close to the surface, horizontal to the surface tests, is that both sides, and you mentioned this just earlier, just a few minutes ago, that both sides acknowledge that refraction occurs, but we have no one has the proper methods to be able to say what the conditions of the refraction are at any given experiment, right? You would need to know what the refraction is down the entire length that the laser traveled, which is just inconceivable to even try to set up.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where the Globers will always say, "Oh, refraction to support my argument," and the flat earthers will say, "Oh, refraction because it supports my argument." Whatever way it makes sense to them. But there's other things besides that I'd be like. I'll tell you the thing that I'd be most interested in right now, at this very moment, if I was a flat earther, to me the sun thing would say, well, shit. How do distances work now? It means that every map that we've ever had presented to us is wrong. What is the actual layout of the world? I would want to figure out distances.
Well, every map is based in the coordinate system of latitude and longitude is based upon the celestial.
Well, I'm not talking about coordinate system. I'm talking about distances. That's different.
Yeah. What makes
the one unique property that a flat Earth has is that distances are absolute.
What are you talking about? Why are distances absolute? I don't get that.
Well, they wouldn't be changing based on latitude, right? There has to be a way for all the distances to correlate with each other.
But this is the problem. You guys think we have measured distances when we don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be the thing that I want to learn.
When I say we have measured, I'm talking about all humanity. I'm not talking about flat earthers. I'm talking about everybody. So if I want to know the distance between New York and LA, how do I know the distance?
I mean, there's lots of fudgy ways,
what they do is they take the radius and use a Haversine formula to calculate a distance.
I mean, there's travel distance. You have really large margin of error ways of knowing ballparks. Like, for example,
we can know within 10%, maybe.
Yeah, but that's huge when we're talking about a freaking Earth, right? Like, we have one stake in the ground right now that says, okay, well, the distance between where they landed in Antarctica and where they took off from in Chile is, we know that distance within some relative degree of certainty because of how long the flight took. So that pins those locations. But how does that correlate with the distance to Antarctica from Australia?
Yeah, but that doesn't work with airplanes because there's ground speed and airspeed.
No, I get it. I said margin of error, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, any distance measured, I would say it's like a 10% margin of error.
You can learn a lot even with 10% margin of error.
Yeah, well, listen, I understand where you're coming from. And people bring this shit up all the time. Hey, make a map of the flat Earth. Yeah, give me money. Who's going to pay for this? So they spent freaking 1,000 years saying, hey, we're going to look up at the sky and use that as our coordinates. And then flat earthers got a note with no money. It's just to come up with an equivalent. How are we supposed to do that? Where's the money? That would cost millions of dollars.
I don't know, man. You guys got your George Soros character. Get Will Duffy to pay for it again.
He's not our character. He's on that side.
I don't know. Anyway, he's willing to pay for a lot of flat earthers to do stuff. So
no, he's not really. He's not. He took donations. I'm not getting into that. Anyway, even if say we not even going to collect our own data, right? If we're going to just look at the data that already exists. We're going to transform it under a new coordinate system. We're going to eliminate the sky, and it'll be just a terrestrial-based coordinate system. And the thing is, it's not that I just believe that if you measure the ground and compare it to the sky, it's different. I know for a fact that this is what happens from the 1927 North American datum. We know for a fact because their origin of coordinates was a point on the ground in Kansas, and they surveyed out from there. The other surveys used an astrogeodetic coordinate and used that coordinate system. And those surveys don't match each other. And
all coordinate systems reference the North Pole, right? Like we use magnetic, not magnetic.
Yeah, when you say North Pole, but that's the celestial North Pole. They don't actually reference the ground. Right? No one measures.
My point is if you believe in if you wanted a useful coordinate system, even on a flat Earth, if you have a magnetic pull towards one central location, then that would be a really good reason to use a polar coordinate system similar to the globe.
But that's not actually how magnets work, though. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, actually, can Jedi take over? Because I got to piss, man.
Magnetic poles and celestial poles are different. We use a celestial coordinate system. Yeah, the magnetic north, south, east, and west are relative, but we have to declinate depending on our latitude to find celestial north. That would be in the rotational point in the north.
I think my point still stands even if you're using celestial north. The point that I'm trying to make is if there is a central point, it is a very useful standard to use a polar coordinate system from.
This is where you start running into trouble, because if we're using celestial, we've got 2 celestial rotations, right? Depends which one you use.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the south and the north?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends which one you use.
Well, I mean, I don't have to state the obvious that that's the thing that makes most sense with the globe. but yeah.
because every time we're going to measure to it, we're going to measure up to these things and describe them in azimuths and angles. Those horizontal and vertical reference frames, right? Up from and across, horizontal angles and vertical angles. This is how we're going to measure them. So every time we measure the rotations of things in the sky, we measure from the flat Earth. The ball comes after this measurement. When you project the ball, Earth, terrestrial, out into the celestial sphere, which you're using to make these angle measurements, like a protractor in the sky. But you'll measure from a flat Earth to get this coordinate system. That's what it is.
How do you figure that?
It's because it's measuring angles, elevation angles from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is mean sea level. That's why it's zero.
Measuring from a horizontal plane, that horizontal plane can be derived from just the vertical tangent to the.
No, we're not doing tangents. No, we're not doing tangents because both the person making the observation, one point of the angle, and the ground position of the object, whether it's a terrestrial object or a celestial object, must be on the same horizontal plane, and they must be on the Earth.
Wait, how do you figure that?
Because that's what we're measuring. The ground distance between us and the ground position of a celestial body. For example, Polaris is ground position on the surface of the Earth. Direct line between ground position.
What's the ground position? What do you mean by that?
Geographical position of any object where above it is, like the ground position of the sun, like at solar noon on the equator equinox, or at the ground position of Polaris, where you're standing directly underneath the object. The object in the sky is 90 degrees above your head at your zenith. So this is the ground position of Polaris, the North Pole. When you're making observations, you're standing on the Earth, measuring an angle up to it. For example, if you were to move southwards away from being underneath the North Pole, but measuring an angle up to it by still facing it, that angle will be taken off a horizontal plane, and the angle of the deviation from the horizontal plane, from the imaginary line between you and the thing you're observing, Polaris in this instance. This gives you your latitude coordinate. If I measure 45 degrees elevation of Polaris above the horizon, 45 degrees is my latitude. It's an angle measurement on a horizontal plane. Both you making the measurement and the ground position of the object must exist on the same horizontal plane. They must exist on the Earth.
No, that doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. It's an angle measurement. You want to know the ground position between you and it. It's a horizontal line distance.
For a coordinate system, I don't think you need to know the ground position. You just need to know the heading.
The coordinate system is based on an elevation angle to something in the sky.
No. What I'm saying is you actually don't need to know the elevation angle. You only need to know the heading.
Yes, you do. Your heading, that's your azimuth, north, south, east, or west.
No.
360-degree protracted circle around you, the observer. A horizontal azimuthal angle. An angle, again. Both you and the object in question, the ground position of the star, or say a lighthouse or mountain where it meets the surface of the Earth. Yeah, horizontal line distance. You want to figure out your distance between you and it. You want to navigate. You want to know how far away from you it is, whether that's the ground position of a terrestrial or celestial object. You want to draw a circle of equal altitude or a straight line bearing through that point where it meets the surface of the Earth.
Question for you: if you did ignore the elevation angle and only concerned yourself with the cardinal direction, do you believe that they meet at a central point? Like all headings would meet towards a central point?
Yeah, if there was just one.
Do you believe there is just one?
No, there's two. You have two celestial rotations in the sky.
I see. If you're only considering the northern one, obviously that okay.
So if your bias is towards the northern one or a southern one, and then what you do after the minimum elevation angle towards either object.
But you're right. I don't know how to do a bipolar coordinate system on a flat Earth. I don't see how that can ever work.
Why? Got two rotations.
I can't imagine it.
Two rotations above the surface of the Earth, and they rotate in counter and clockwise manner. And
the only way that I can imagine it is the way that it's presented on the globe, which would be that things would be wonky, right? Like you would have the southernmost latitude be all places around a certain radius.
No.
I don't know how you have two to describe a flat.
Two rotation points in the sky. Yeah, that's what it is. One we've just discovered, well, we've known for a very, very long time, but was confirmed by a 24-hour rotation of the sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, I feel like we're talking past each other. Maybe your point is that you cannot use celestial observations as a ground coordinate system. Is that what you're saying?
No, we do.
Oh, we
we measure them in angles, and that angle is taken from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is the Earth, mean sea level.
That's what I mean. That last part I would just reject. It's not taken from the surface of the Earth. It's taken from a horizontal plane, but there's no requirement that it be the surface of the entire Earth is on the same horizontal plane. There's no reason to.
There is, because we're measuring.
That it needs to be the same.
We want to know the distance to the ground position of the object that exists on the same horizontal plane as the observer.
Mm-hmm.
So we measure an angle.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And how does that follow?
We want to know a distance to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the curve?
How does that follow? How does it follow that it needs to be on the same horizontal plane? How do you get from one to the other?
Because it's an angle.
No, how do you get? Sure, but how do you get from
you to a ground position of an object and your angle deviation between the thing that you're standing on and the other thing that's got a ground position? You exist on the same horizontal plane because you're measuring an angle up to that thing. Both you, the observer, making the angle measurement, and the thing in question, its ground position, must exist on the same horizontal plane.
That's an assertion. I'm asking you to justify that assertion.
It's the basis of celestial navigation. It's the basis for cartography. Angle measurements from the surface of the Earth up to things like mountains, lighthouses for navigation when doing things like running thick seas down coastlines, celestial navigation that angles things in the sky. We're interested in the distance between the objects and us.
I mean, let's imagine for a second. Maybe this will kind of get you to understand. Imagine for a second an alternate universe where the Earth is round, right? I know it's a crazy idea. Imagine you're on the North Pole looking up at Polaris, and you move down south. Is it impossible to have any idea of your position based on your measurement of the position of Polaris?
You won't be measuring an angle if your baseline is curved.
You measure based on a tangent to the surface of the Earth. Like, remember, we're in a world where gravity exists, and you can measure.
Where do we measure to? Where does our tangent go from? Because it's
From
not
the surface of the Earth.
From the surface of the Earth. So from where you stand, a plane diverging from a sphere from where you stand, a tangent plane from where you stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you don't have both objects, you and the ground position of the star in question, on the same horizontal plane. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course not.
So it's deviated from that horizontal plane.
Sure. But that doesn't really, what I'm saying is that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to measure an angle to it because it's below a horizontal plane. It's now another curved line.
What? Okay, so I don't know if you're just imagine this scenario. Are you saying in this scenario it's impossible to judge your position based on your measurement of the position of Polaris? That's all. That's my only question. I don't care about how you do it. Just that's the only question.
I mean, yeah, but you'd have to know things like the size of the radius of the thing that you're on. If you're saying it's curved, you'd have to know that.
Sure.
On tangents, and it's a curved surface, apparently. Not that you're measuring it. You were just saying in an imaginary universe. Yeah, possibly, but that's not what we do here on the Earth. It's not the practical application of the method that we use. We measure angles from the surface of the Earth to things above that horizontal.
Sure, but that's, I mean, how is that? Where's the difference there?
What do you mean, where's the difference? You can't have an angle off of a curve or a tangent to a presupposed ball driving off to imaginary land, something that we don't measure when we utilize this method.
What? Say that again. Why can't we have that?
Can't measure an angle from a curved line. You have to draw a tangent to a presupposed size of a ball that you think doesn't matter. What we actually
you do
angles off of a horizontal.
You do that, yeah.
Yeah, but what
I just don't see the problem with that.
Because you're always going to be measuring off of a horizontal plane. You just invoked a tangent, not the surface of the Earth, apart from where you stand. So both you and the object aren't on the surface of the Earth when you measure to it. It's on a tangent plane, according to you.
I mean, so what we're talking about two different things. I mean, the issue with what you're saying is if this were true, you would be able to measure the exact height of the stars just by walking around and seeing what their angle is from where you're standing.
Difference between terrestrial objects and celestial objects. No matter the altitude that you're going, your angle's not going to change to the celestial object. But we do know its ground position.
I mean, you can. I mean, I guess that's a different can of worms. But
we're interested in its ground position.
But I don't think you've. I mean, I don't think you've shown the problem.
That's what we're interested in, right? That's what we draw on our charts. A circle of equal altitude or a bearing line straight through our position to it. That's what we do because we're interested in its ground position. So the coordinate system's measured. You're invoking things that we don't actually measure, we don't actually utilize. What we do is measure angles.
Well, just remember, you're making the claim that it's impossible to do this over a curve. I mean, you're the one, we're not invoking, I mean, you could say we're not invoking a curve or anything about the shape of the Earth.
You haven't given me curvature yet, you've just invoked a tangent for some reason.
Well, that would be that would be what we. That would be how it's interpreted. But I mean,
what we do, yeah.
But that's not necessarily. I mean, you could still do it without necessarily knowing that's what's going on.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have to invoke this idea in order. The point is, you don't need. You're claiming that this is impossible on anything but a flat plane, and that's just not true.
I'm claiming that this is what we measure from a flat plane. You're the one that's invoking spheres, and I'm saying that's not what we do.
No. I'm not invoking anything. I'm saying
Kind of
it's
geometry that
possible.
possibly it could be done.
I'm saying it's not only possible in flat plane. That's all I'm saying.
I'll let you talk a lot. And you're no doubt going to ask me to repeat myself because you haven't heard what I've said. But yeah, I know what we do. I know where the navigation system comes from. I know where the coordinate system comes from, longitude and latitude. I know where your ball comes from, but it all comes from a horizontal plane reference angle. It's always measured from a horizontal.
Sure.
Your curve comes later.
None of that matters. That doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it does. We measure it. It's horizontal.
We measure it from a horizontal, but how that horizontal correlates with the shape of the Earth, it doesn't. There's no assumption about that.
Horizontal's not curved.
You don't need to make any assumptions about that.
Curved. It's horizontal curved.
No,
of course not. So
the horizontal is not necessarily the shape of the Earth.
Why? We use mean sea level as a horizontal reference datum. It's where we get altitude, elevation, and depth from, and angles, like 45 degrees above the horizon, for example, when we're measuring our latitude to Polaris, 45 degrees, right? All utilises a horizontal plane. No curvature involved here.
Sure, but there's no flatness involved either. You don't.
It is.
There's no.
It is.
You don't need to make any assumptions about the
distance
of the Earth.
The straight line distance between you and the ground position, ground on the surface to ground, because we're referencing the Earth. This is why we do things like height of eye corrections when using sextants to take us down to a mean sea level reading, 0. So both you, the observer, and the ground position are on the ground that you're referencing because you're measuring a distance along the ground.
Sure.
Which
but it doesn't say anything about the shape of the ground.
We're navigating from one point to another, right? We want to know our distances.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Straight line distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've clearly finished, unless you want me to repeat myself. It has everything to do with the surface of the Earth.
No, I don't think you've shown that.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? We're navigating across it.
Yeah, we're navigating across the surface of the Earth, but there's nothing about this whole system that says anything about the shape of the Earth.
No, this whole system is measuring angles, 2 straight lines. This whole system is mentioning nothing about curvature, because you can't measure angles if one of your lines is curved. It's all measured angles from a horizontal plane.
I never said any of our lines are curved.
Just elevation, dude. What are you talking about?
What does elevation have to do with this? I never said anything about elevation.
Of an angle of a star.
Yeah.
When you measure it, it's elevation.
Yeah, it's going to be over a horizontal. Yeah. There's no requirement. There's absolutely no requirement that horizontal be the same shape as the surface of the Earth. In fact, it's not. I mean, you say that the Earth isn't even flat. It's topological. How does that work? How can you navigate if the Earth is topological?
Yeah, that's all elevation and depth taken from mean sea level. What are you talking about? We say it's topological. Yeah, elevation and depth from mean sea level. Mean sea level being the horizontal reference datum. Not my fault that you don't understand.
All right. But
trying to divert away from the you clearly don't understand either.
There's no requirement that this horizontal match the surface of the Earth. You haven't shown that.
We're mapping the surface of the Earth. We're navigating across the surface of the Earth.
Yes.
This is the direct. This is what we do.
Yes.
We make angles from the surface of the Earth.
So how do you get from that to the horizontal is the same shape as the Earth?
It's not a shape, it's a surface description, an orientation kind of horizontal. Not making a claim to shape. It's a surface description.
Sure.
What do you mean, sure? You understand, right? Or are you just being facetious?
I mean, if you don't want to use the word shape, that's fine. I mean, that's a little bit nitpicky, but
about shape.
That's fine. My point remains the same.
What? That when we're navigating across the surface of the Earth isn't important.
I'm saying we don't need to. This process of measuring our position based on the stars doesn't need to make any assumptions about the shape of the Earth.
No.
There isn't.
It's a measurement of the surface of the Earth. What are you talking about?
The measurement. What is it measuring?
It's a distance between you and the ground position of an object in miles or kilometers. Yes.
It's not measuring.
Yes, it is.
It's not measuring whether it's flat or curved.
Yes, it's horizontal and it's a straight line distance. What are you talking about?
No.
No.
No, it's not saying anything about that.
Yes, it is. What's the straightest line? Straight line or a curved line?
What was that?
What's the shortest line? Straight line or a curved line? Meeting at the same points. Which one's shortest?
I mean,
are they different? Are they different? Are they?
It's going to be a straight line. But I mean, if you're over a spherical coordinate plane, it's going to be
distances, aren't they? Yes. So it's very important if the surface is horizontal or it's curved. If we want to navigate this horizontal or curved surface, the process that we use.
I don't know.
Oh no!
I feel like this is. This is. I mean, I don't know if this is a failure of imagination or bad faith, because you have to be able to imagine in a world where the Earth is
you go
round.
out there and check reality. This is where you keep breaking down. It's
You're not understanding,
because we're not imagining. We are measuring reality.
You're making a claim about what's possible on a globe. So you have to be able to imagine what's possible on a globe.
We go outside.
You're making a claim.
You shoot a line to the celestial. That's it. It creates an angle. Ta-da!
Sure.
Done.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's you that's got this
I'm
idea
fine
in
with
your
that.
head that it's a ball underneath it, not us.
Hold on. I never said anything about that.
That's what you keep imagining.
Not you specifically, but Jedi claimed.
Imagine.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to have an aversion to that word. Jedi was making a claim about what's possible on a globe, and I was saying,
Why would Jedi
you're
make
wrong.
a claim
It's
about
not
what's possible on something he doesn't believe in? I find this interesting.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he made that claim. I was just responding to it.
That the surface description is flat?
No, he didn't. That's not
interesting, dude. That's definitely like you haven't listened.
The claim was that celestial navigation is impossible on a globe. That's the claim I was responding to.
No, we were talking about
if you want to give up, if you want to say,
we're making maps around celestial rotation points. I was telling you what we're going to do is we're going to measure angles up to them. That's physically actually what we're going to do. The ball supposition comes after the physical measurement of the surface of the Earth when we're making maps.
So, just to clarify, are you or are you not claiming that celestial navigation would be impossible on a globe?
You're going to need a flat plane to do celestial navigation if you invoke a celestial sphere model, but you're still going to make a measurement from the horizontal. So you're still going to make a measurement from a horizontal plane. But like I'm trying to been pointing out to you, that supposition comes after you make a angle measurement. You're saying that angle measurement isn't on mean sea level, that we don't utilise the surface of the Earth. I pointed out that both you, the observer, and the ground position of the target in question must be on the same horizontal plane because we're navigating to them in a straight line distance. The curve comes after it. There's no measurement of curvature.
Sure, but are you saying from all that celestial navigation is impossible on a globe?
Impossible? No, you can use a celestial sphere model, which is a globe. But you'll make the measurements from a horizontal plane.
Yes. So there's no problem with celestial navigation on a globe. That's the first thing I want to do.
On a globe, you can use this celestial sphere as a navigational tool because it's not necessarily the surface of the Earth. It's the curvature in the sky that you get your circumference from. The arc of perspective between 0 and 180 degrees, where 90 degrees is directly above your head, where the star in question is at your zenith.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I was saying you don't need to make assumptions about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's not the surface of the Earth. That's the celestial sphere.
Yeah, I understand that. What I was saying was you don't need to make assumptions about the surface of the Earth in order to use celestial navigation. That's all I was saying. Do you agree with that?
You can use. Yeah, I've agreed to you 2 times. Yes, you can use a celestial sphere. All measurements will be taken from a tangential plane. I'm just pointing out where we don't actually do that. There's no measurement of curvature involved because we're always taking angles from planes. The curvature calculation's in the sky, not on the floor. But anyway, I digress.
Sure. So then the issue would be looking at the stars and looking at the fact that on a flat plane, they seem to be, there's no, we can't imagine, we can't say that the stars are revolving around us in a similar way that they're revolving around us, that we can say they're revolving around us if we're on a globe. So,
how do you mean?
What was that?
How do you mean?
What I mean is, on a globe, if you're in a particular position, stars will rotate from one horizon, one side of the horizon to the other, and that is interpreted as once they go over the horizon, they're actually on the other side of the Earth. You can't imagine that on a flat plane that the stars are kind of underneath the Earth in some way.
You guys are dumb. Who said the stars were underneath the Earth?
Well, so the issue, once you get, well, the first thing there would be, it's often claimed by flat earthers that they don't make any claims about the sky, but claims about the surface of the Earth necessarily entail claims about the sky.
What do we observe in the sky?
What was that?
What do we observe in the sky?
We observe all kinds of things.
Okay.
Stars, sun, moon, planets, and so on.
Okay. What do we notice about that movement?
What was that?
What do we notice about their movement?
We notice that. We notice lots of things.
Specifically,
what do you want to ask about specifically?
To the rotational poles that you think that we can't imagine, or is impossible to imagine on a horizontal plane, where you've got 2 rotational poles up in the sky that appear to be going clockwise and anti-clockwise. Okay, like cogs in the sky.
It's not impossible. I mean, just like it's not impossible to imagine, like, that if we see too far on the Earth, that it's because of refraction. That seems like a crazy idea because you say that we haven't observed any kind of, or any refraction that's of that kind where you can see over some kind of obstruction. But when we look at the stars and they're moving in these weird ways, we haven't observed any mechanism by in which this can happen.
We just observe the phenomena in the sky, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we observe objects in the north and objects in the south, kind of converging like cogwheels, going clockwise and anti-clockwise from each other, coming from the east and going to the west, and then rotating around in those directions, right? Like opposite corkscrews. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. They're not like opposite.
They're not opposite.
I mean,
depends on which
I'm
reference.
not sure. It depends on what you mean by that.
Depends what reference frame that you're talking about, doesn't it?
Sure.
If they're coming from the east and going to the west, or going clockwise and anti-clockwise, depending on where you're observing these things to happen from.
Not necessarily. I mean,
yeah,
not really. No.
If you're going to describe the directions that they're going, they're going to be more or less reference to you, the observer, making the observations. The stars appear to be coming from the east and going to the west, for one example. But when I face north, there's a rotation that is going counterclockwise. When I face south, there's a rotation that's going clockwise. But they're still going east to west. Yeah. So it's going to be dependent on where you're observing this as well. Whether you're inside or outside one of these cycles of rotation. Or between the two.
But they're...
Like on the equator.
I guess that the issue is we see the stars going under the horizon. We see the sun going under the horizon.
What's the horizon?
The horizon is where the Earth meets the sky in our vision.
Okay. Now, is the reason why we can't see the sun or the stars because the curvature of the Earth is in the way?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that horizon must be at its geometric, mathematical, calculated distance. If we know the radius of the sphere we are standing on, then the calculation between our eyes to where that tangent meets the surface at distance is 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. 1 foot observer, yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Nobody would say that. Except the flat Earth.
It's the premise for Earth curve calculators. The distance to the horizon and the prediction of when we should and shouldn't see things. Like your prediction. The sun, we can't see it because the curve of the Earth is in the way. That's just a tangent from the height of eye above that curved surface to where it intersects that surface at distance. Tangent. We're talking about in a moment.
I mean,
just geometry, dude. You can Google Earth curve calculator if you want, and you can find that calculation within there, based on the radius of the Earth, the height of the eye of the observer, and the hidden height of objects beyond that curvature that is causing physical obstruction.
Yeah, well, that doesn't take into account refraction.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we both.
So we don't measure that. Then the reason it is going to be.
But you're kind of.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily trying to. I was talking about the how this doesn't make sense on a flat plane. We can talk about
on the flat plane. Okay.
So if they go if the sun goes over the horizon, where's it going?
Going away from you, the observer. The horizon being the limit of your observation of the horizontal surface. The sun has gone downward because of perspective, because it's with your above your eye line. It's the basis for a celestial sphere model, based on the observer and the protracted view of that observer.
So if this were the case,
okay.
So if this were the case, then the angular size of the sun would shrink, and the sun would not, rather than moving over the horizon, it would get smaller and smaller and closer to the horizon until it disappeared. But that's not what we observe. So this isn't an adequate explanation.
Sorry, we observe lots of things with the sun. It's not only your cherry-picked example. Many things happen with the sun. Sometimes the sun does reduce in angular size. You can measure this with solar filters.
That's not true.
It's also going to depend on the clarity of the atmosphere high altitudes and crisp, undensed conditions, for example.
Sure.
Right, the sun will do lots of different things.
But its angular size will remain relatively the same.
No, I just pointed out that when you measure it with a solar filter, you can measure an angular size change.
Can you give me a citation for that?
I'll see if I can dig one out for you. But anyway, you're making the claim that it doesn't. Then where's your citation?
Yeah. I can find one.
Yeah, exactly. So we're making lots of observations of the sun. We just have to understand, first of all, that the reason why it appears to go downwards is because it's based on you, the observer, and things above your eye line going downwards towards the horizon. Like things ramping up below your eye line, like looking down a corridor. You get this example, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the horizon's the limit of vision of that horizontal surface, we call this the water, from the observer. You can't see any further than that limit because it's based on your aperture, your eye. If you were to increase the optic, binoculars, zoom camera, maybe change the spectrum of light from visible into infrared, the horizon and distance you can see is much, much, much further.
But that's not what we actually observe. You can't zoom into the sun and suddenly be able to see it.
No, I'm not talking about the sun, I'm talking about the horizon. The thing that you're claiming is obscuring the sun and trying to explain to you the thing that you don't think is possible, it happened on a flat surface. Trying to get you to understand from what's actually going on what the horizon is. The limitation of view of that horizontal surface based on the observer's aperture and height of eye. If you go higher, you can see further. You increase the angle across the surface, the horizon moves further away. It's not the curvature of the Earth. It's based upon your limited vision or the limit of vision of any optic when looking across a surface. You're asking why the sun in the sky has disappeared beyond the horizon. That's because, one, it appears to sink downwards towards the horizon because of your perspective. 2, atmospheric effects are at the horizon. And 3, the horizon already being an angle that you can't resolve. The sun is setting into that angle that you can't resolve, so you can't resolve it.
Well, if this were true,
we should be zoom in and make the sun rise again. Yeah, we do that.
Yeah, we should be able to, and we should be able to look at the sun, and it shouldn't disappear bottom up. That's another thing, and its angular size should shrink.
I mean, bottom up. It's setting on the horizon. It's setting on the horizon. That's the bottom. What do you mean it shouldn't disappear bottom up? It's descending into that angle that you can't resolve, the horizon. The surface still exists beyond the horizon, but your aperture, your eye, can't resolve it anymore. The angle's too narrow for you to resolve. So the horizon
so the angle being too narrow would mean the angular size of the sun is too small. The angular size of the sun would have to be too small.
No, the angular size of the sun in the sky is setting into that angle.
Oh, I mean, for that to happen, the sun would have to be crashing into the Earth. I'm not seeing.
It's just perspective.
This is not how perspective works. There's no other example you can show me that works like this.
What are you talking about?
Like there's nothing on Earth that works like that.
Of an object depends on the angular size of an object beyond the horizon. Like a mountain. Can't see the bottom of that mountain. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's in the
sure, because things cover it up.
Beyond the horizon.
It's not because it's at an angle you can't resolve.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
What's the horizon then?
Earth is not flat, and I can prove it.
What's the horizon then?
The horizon is it's where the
horizon is an apparent line you.
Yeah, the horizon is where the Earth meets the sky in our field of view.
Do we see things in angular size? Do we have an angular resolution limit? Do things get smaller with distance?
Yes.
We were talking about this earlier. Yeah. We measure this in angles, don't we?
Yes.
So the horizon is the limitation of your view based on angles that you can and cannot resolve. This distance you can no longer resolve. The angle is too small.
Sure. Sure, that's fine, but that's not what the sun does.
No, I'm talking
if
about
the
what
sun
the
were-
horizon is.
Sure, that's fine, but that doesn't have anything to do with what the sun does.
I'm gonna talk to you, fucking hell.
Because if that were the sun, when you're talking about an angle we can't resolve anymore, that's you're talking when something goes so far away from us that we can't resolve it anymore. Its angular size is smaller than we can resolve. That never happens with the sun, not once, ever.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Again, you're talking about sunsets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which part of the sun appears to touch the surface first? Is that the top or the bottom?
At the bottom, I guess, definitionally.
Which bit do you think is going to disappear first? As it keeps going further and further away from you, but its angular size is so big that you can still see it, but it's already descended upon the horizon. What part's going to go missing first?
Okay, well, I have two things to say about that.
Sorry.
There wouldn't be any side that okay, this is what I'll say about it. There wouldn't be any side of it that would disappear first
Which
unless
side's touching the
there was
ground,
something.
the top or the bottom? Use your brain.
Hold on.
Stop sidestepping. Just
Let,
answer.
let me finish. There wouldn't be.
No, we don't
my
want to
answer is there wouldn't be any.
You to answer the question.
Neither side, unless
So you've already
there was
told us
something
the bottom's
covering it.
touching the
Unless
ground
there was
first.
something. Unless there was an obstruction.
You've already told us the
There
bottom's
neither
touching
side.
the ground first. So which way is it going to disappear from? Top down, bottom up, left to right, or right to left?
I don't think you're understanding me.
I don't think you want to answer the question. It ain't rocket surgery.
It's not gonna it's not gonna disappear bottom up or top down if the sun is just getting further away from us, unless there's an obstruction. That's how perspective works.
You just don't want to answer the question.
No, I'm just explaining how
Exactly.
perspective
No,
works. That's my
what
answer.
we thought.
It's not going to disappear bottom up or top down. That's my answer.
So why won't it disappear bottom up when it's already touching the ground in your view?
It will, in my view, it will, but my view is not that it's.
So as it gets
getting further away
it's already
from us.
touching the ground, so it's going to get further away, it's going to continue
No,
pushing into the
that's-
ground and appear to disappear bottom up.
That's not my view.
Well, that's what happens.
It can't be, because that's not how
It can't
perspective
be, but
works.
yet every one of you tell us the
No.
sun disappears from bottom up. Boats disappear from
Yeah, the sun disappears. I say the sun disappears from the bottom up, but I have a different view. I think the Earth is round. I think that's possible.
and
on
you've never seen curvature. That's awesome. You've got a belief
that's
system, not a view.
that's a different subject. That's
no,
a
it's a
different.
belief system.
I'm not. We're not talking about the curvature of the Earth. That's what we're talking about is the movement of the sun.
So the sun moves away from you due to angular size, gets smaller and
Mhm.
smaller and smaller as it gets further away. As
Right.
it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and goes into a single focal point, as all things do at long range, because of its size, it will appear to touch the horizon. Yes or no?
If there is an obstruction, yes.
What fucking
but only if there's an
obstruction?
obstruction. Well, if there's not an obstruction, then it doesn't happen. It depends on whether there's one or not.
So it doesn't appear to touch a horizon.
I mean, it would shrink into the horizon. I guess if it.
No, you're on mute. 1 second. No, you had it right, bro. The question actually is, What is the horizon? Jedi asked you. He's asking you. What's the obstruction, bro? I want one singular word. What is the obstruction in your view?
He's all yours, mate.
In my view,
one word. What's the obstruction?
We weren't talking about my view.
One word. What's the obstruction?
I never claimed there was an obstruction.
Yeah, you did. If the sun is going off in the distance and it's disappearing from the bottom up, what's the obstruction?
Oh, the Earth.
Right. So what's the horizon? Same thing, right?
Sure. I don't see the point
Okay,
of this.
it's the same thing. Yeah, there's a point. It's the same thing. Because when you're saying things are going beyond the horizon, you're saying, well, that's Earth curve, right?
I'm saying that the Earth is.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking for you to affirm what I'm saying. So the horizon is Earth curve, right?
Are you gonna keep muting me?
So the horizon is Earth curve, right? That's what I thought. See, that's the thing, man. You guys let them dick you around about shit that doesn't. That's the appropriate question. It's not. I mean, why are we talking about anything? Okay, obviously you think the horizon is Earth curve, so let's talk about that.
It's the first
right?
thing I asked.
I know, but they kind of want to get away from what the only answer is, and then that's why the conversation never gets anywhere. Because he's trying to indirectly say with a question. It's a question proof. It's like, well, why can't you see forever? Well, why is the sun doing that? It's
Every
like,
time
well,
he's been
I
in
mean,
here, he's been like that. It doesn't matter what question you ask him, you'll get 6 other questions and 14 different answers, and yeah, you'll take 4 hours to find out what his name is. It's absolutely amazing. I can't believe someone hadn't booted him out already.
Yep. It's crazy that like you can hear them not answering the question, especially when you are able to just mute them and say, "Damn, that's not what."
Good.
Because it's like, why leave? Why get upset? It's like you want to say all this extra stuff. It's like, no, look, I heard you talking for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like, you're the one insinuating that the sunset is because of the globe. It's like, okay, so we got to unpack that. Is that because the horizon is Earth curve? Well, I'm not talking about curvature. I'm just talking about the sun. Yeah, you can't say that because that doesn't make any sense. In your mind, they're all interlinked. So when you get caught out there, you can't just dick your way backwards. Anyway, continue, y'all. Just rolling up some weed.
Are we live?
We are live.
We are live.
Hey, so
Fuck.
what's happening?
Hey, man, we do it live, man. Fuck it, we do it live. Why y'all quiet? Sitting in here quiet for?
We just fucked someone else out the door.
Oh shit! Oh damn! All right. Well, listen, I'll be tuning in and out a little bit. I got some work. People will probably come and grab me here in a little bit, but figured I'd tap in, throw some headphones in while I do my side work here. But what's good, chat? You know what's crazy, bro? I just gotta call up my boy Britnet. Man, I feel like we're trying to get along IRL. I feel like we probably get along in real life, but like, dude, this bro is here, and he's here more than me, bro. I'll be logging in, dude's always here, dude. So awesome. Glad to have you, man. I'm glad you like this place, dog, just as much as we do. So shout out to you. All right, who else is here with us? Oh my God, last night was crazy, bro. I forget the people we were talking to last night. Even earlier today, it was crazy. We talked to Kip, and he was like, "Of course, it's been measured." And we're like, "Okay, well, where's the measurements?" Well, here's an Earth curve calculator. Like, well, that's not what we're asking you for, dude. Oh man, it's been Glover's has been taking hella L's lately, dude. Crazy L's. Matrix, what's new? Did I miss anything today?
Nothing really overly exciting.
Exciting.
All I'm looking forward to is tomorrow, our longest day, so I can get a clean run of doing some more light measurements. So yeah.
Is today the solstice?
21st today for us, so I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. So the days are going to start to get longer now? Hold on.
For you, yes.
Okay, so they're getting longer for me?
Yep.
Bet. The days have been short, bro.
The sun's
Kinda
fucking
like... Sorry, I'm rumpusing, my bad.
No, you're all right. The sun's fucking off again. It's coming back to us.
Okay.
With all a couple of hot days we've had, I wish it would fuck off.
Oh, really? Has it been hot? I guess it's your is your summer there?
Are we in the summer yet? Yes, we are in the summer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my first West Coast winter. It's very, very interesting. I am not hating, bro. It's nice. I was at the beach like 2 days ago, bro. Shit was lit. It's like mid-December.
Your neck out of shit walking down the beach.
What do you mean?
Oh man, you'd look like one of those. You know when you go to the circus and in the sideshow, they got those little clowns that turn their head left and right, and you put the ball in their mouth. That'd be you at the beach.
Why? What'd I do, Matrix?
Walking along, checking everything out with your mouth open.
Oh man, no man, I'm the attraction at the beach, Art. I'm that dude.
It's probably too windy then.
Oh man, bro, man, don't make me throw you on the Don't make me throw you on the Barbie, man. Don't make me cook you, man. I'll cook you, bro. I'm chuck a prawn on the Barbie.
But just
it was great.
Today, 93 degrees today.
Wow.
Yep.
Holy, that's hot.
And it gets hotter. Yeah, next month, another month it'll be
Damn.
worse. So.
Damn.
Yes, indeed. Good fun. So now I'm all prepped up. Got myself some new batteries for me light meter. Got me spreadsheet ready. Got me compass ready. It's all happening.
There we go.
Sounds exciting. Some people are just going, "What the fuck?"
We got people piling in. Dan Fessler is in here. We got Hal 9000. We got Lulu here.
Broken ass computer, isn't it?
Oh shit! What is that from a movie or something?
Oh, you don't know.
Nah, man, I'm so bad with movies, bro. For real.
All right, Google it. HAL 9000.
All
What
right,
movie it's from, and you go.
let's
Oh,
see. Oh, my God.
kids these days.
Oh, Star Wars. Wait.
What?
Hold on. A fictional AI character Odyssey series.
Yeah.
Oh, a Space Odyssey. Wow. Okay.
The Earth is not flat.
Oh, wait. Let me take this. Who said that?
Man, it's a stupid ass channel. This.
Maxim.
Maxim. Can I just ask him a question, guys?
What?
Yeah, bro. He's all yours.
What? So when you say flat, what do you mean?
Like what the Quran says, flat as a carpet.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know.
Gross.
That's what most flat earthers say.
Most flat earthers say. Could you put this flat earth in the chat? Like, can we take a look at it so I can see what it is you're saying it's not?
I'll show you.
Yeah, let's take a look.
There you go.
Because I went to ChatGPT. Hold on one second, guys. One second.
No, I just sent it a side chat. That's not what it looks like, dude. Here, bro. What is this channel about? Are you guys trolling? Like, you guys actually believe the Earth is flat?
No one believes the Earth is flat, dude.
Nobody. Oh, okay.
We know the Earth is flat.
Bro.
Incoming low-hanging fruit.
Dude, this got to be the weirdest art, dude. How can you prove to me that the Earth is flat?
Measuring it.
Measuring it? How do you measure the Earth being flat?
Well, you understand that water's a horizontal reference datum, right? Water. You understand that 73% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water, right? Oceans and seas, lakes, bodies of water.
Yeah, the Earth is covered a lot by fucking water, yeah.
Water is observed and measured and used as a horizontal reference datum.
Doesn't that kind of debunk the Earth being flat?
No, because
because one of the force of gravity pull objects towards the center.
Yeah, but then the water would be curved and we wouldn't use it as a horizontal reference datum.
Right. All right. Even if we give you gravity, bro, why is it making the water flat?
Because of the constant force. That's
You're supposed to say not because. You're not supposed to like flat water is an L for the globe. So if you're going to claim gravity does things to the water, well, if it is doing anything, it's making the water flat, which is an L for you guys. So you can say, well, it's not flat, it's something else, but it is flat though, isn't it?
What? No, it's because of the gravity.
No. So why is gravity making it flat then?
The gravity.
But why is it flat? I'll give you the gravity, but it's flat though.
Yeah, it maintains.
That's not good. That's not good for you. That doesn't work for the globe, dude. Because you've seen pictures from space, right?
No.
What does the water look like?
No.
Is the water is curving, dude.
You're assuming so many things. There's so many.
I'm not assuming shit. You said, yeah, gravity does make it flat. Blah 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 blah.
Because of water cycle, ocean currents, wind patterns.
Yeah, but the water is.
Do you understand what mean sea level is?
Gravity probably is the biggest argument to prove how the Earth is not flat.
Do you understand
not really.
Yeah. You know why it's a good argument? Because look at how you're attacking the position. You're literally.
No. We brought up the water, and you're like, yeah, but gravity though. Even if we give you gravity, it's the water is flat, dude.
Dude, what is this guy proving in side chat? Like, what is it, bro? This does not prove anything, buddy. Like, I'm sorry.
He's not offering proof. Like,
you know, yeah, you do realize that water is
focus. Water is flat.
You do realize that water from oceans and lakes evaporate
have
in the
waves.
atmosphere?
That's
in the
nothing to do
atmosphere.
with curvature, dude.
Yeah, no,
Like focus,
gravity, gravity calls it to fall back to the Earth's surface.
Dude. We're talking about the surface of the water being either curved or not. Evaporation doesn't have anything to do with that. Focus, please.
Yeah, gravity causes it.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the point.
Gravity is literally responsible for pulling condensed water.
Cool, but it's making the water flat, even if we give you gravity. So that's an L for the globe. Period.
Oh my gosh! Like you're just gonna repeat
How do you not
yourself?
get this? How do you not understand? Pictures from space show curved water. If you're saying, yeah, it's flat, but gravity, da 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 da. Well, it can't be both. Can't be curved and not curved at the same time, dude. You have to pick one. If you're going to say gravity curves the water, that's fine. But then we'd have to be able to go to the water and find this curved surface, but it's not there. So you got to make up your mind. Either the water is flat or not. Gravity, you can have your gravity, but it's about the surface of the water.
I think you just don't understand how gravity. And I just think you don't understand how the gravity
of water. Do you understand that the water can either be curved or not?
The flat
So which is it?
appearances. Yeah, the flat appearances or over short distances. You know that, right?
No.
No, it's all distances.
Sorry.
Yes,
Hold on.
like on a large scale, water's still level in the sense of
still level.
Yeah, it's still level. Yeah, it's still level. It still seeks the lowest point due to gravity, which is, by the way, the essence of what I'm talking about. Gravity is the main reason why the Earth is now flat. It debunks everything about it.
But the water is flat, dummy. How do you not understand this?
It's not
over all
totally.
distances. What are you talking about? It's over all distances.
All of them.
Satellite images literally prove you wrong.
What are you talking about, dude?
Satellite, yeah, because short distances it looks flat, but if you look at it at a longer distance, like there's satellites, for example, it debunks you. Or airplane flight paths, or the horizon, like all these curvatures.
You're gonna have to stop talking.
I just
making a lot of claims, and each one, I promise you, is going to lead to a flat Earth.
Bro.
What? You just brought up airplanes.
I never.
It's a good one. It's going to prove a flat Earth. Why do you keep talking?
This for hours. Right. I studied this less than 5 minutes, and you're already looking bad.
Really? What did you study?
Everything.
What did you study? Everything.
Yeah, my 5th grade.
For example, pitch data from an aircraft.
You think it's fake?
Do I think it's fake? No, I'm asking you if you studied a particular piece of information.
Yeah, you do realize that the circle route. You do realize that the circle routes are based on the Earth's
you a question. Why are you trying to divert? I'm asking you. You said that you've looked into everything. Have you looked into things like the pitch data from an aircraft? You need to answer that question. Not go off and ask a question of your own.
The fucking what? Pitch data of aircraft?
Yeah.
The pitch data of an aircraft.
Yeah, you said you looked into it.
Are you talking about the angle?
Yeah, angles, yeah.
Oh, you're basically saying how the pitch affects the aircraft?
You're going to have to negotiate curvature, right?
Okay. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that... What are you trying to say?
It's an actual rotation around a ball. It's going to change pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you studied it. Of course not, because you haven't studied it. So what else have you not studied?
Bro,
I don't even know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I believe him.
Studied everything.
I don't know what you're trying to say with the pitch date. The pitch date of the aircraft. What is this guy talking about?
You can have him, CB.
Yeah, he's slow, dude. He's kind of slow. This set's a little high level.
38 minutes past the hour, Maxim. In text chat, you will see a white box with lines on it, and inside that a blue box. Those lines represent aircraft data, or data, however you choose to say it.
Oh, dude, this is so funny.
Plane speed, plane's elevation, plane's pitch.
Yeah, dude, if the Earth was flat, there would be an unchanging pitch angle on the level of the aircraft, which, by the way, changes. I don't say that. Your
I want you
argument
to
says
look in
that.
Shut up and stop talking. I want you to listen very carefully. If you look in that highlighted blue section where the orange line goes across, that's pitch data. 2 hours of
they
line,
literally.
flat, and level as you requested.
But is it consistent? Is it constant? No, it's
What do
not.
you mean consistent? It's flat. It's a straight line. It's
Dude.
consistently 3 degrees above horizontal.
No, when the aircraft
Yes,
flies.
don't say no. The data's in front of you.
When the aircraft flies, okay, what actually happens in reality is the pitch, the nose, goes up and goes down. It maintains a constant altitude.
You didn't even know what pitch what meant 2 seconds ago.
That graph that's there.
Oh, I did.
shows
I just
you
didn't
what the
understand
pitch
why he
data
brought it up.
Is doing.
Now you're an expert on it.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't work because if the Earth was hypothetically flat,
Nothing would change, bro. It's just the same where Earth it's always been.
it would be unchanging. And it's not unchanging. That's the whole point why your argument falls apart.
Come on.
So
It takes
you're
3
telling
seconds,
us
dude.
A
It
flat,
takes 3
straight
seconds.
level pitch data means flying around the ball. That's what you're saying.
There's no such thing as an unpitched data of an aircraft. What are you talking
There's no
about?
such thing as what? You broke up, sorry.
There's constant adjustments in pitch, dude.
Yeah,
Show it.
have a look at
Show
that
it.
image.
Show it. In
All
the
right.
data that shows the pitch, show the correction you've just claimed.
What the fuck is this
Pitch,
image?
please. Man.
Yeah, I'll literally just give you like a 14-year-old website explaining to you how pitch control
No
works.
need explanation, bro.
You know how pitch control works.
Yeah.
Look at the correction.
Dude, you're literally out of your mind, dude.
No. You
this is
said
like-
aircraft. You said aircrafts. We've got the data. You said
Why,
the
but why, okay, well,
We're asking why are you talking? Are you scared?
it's a curved path because the Earth is fucking curved, idiot.
Excellent. I'm glad that you've tried to prove again what you think you live on. If that is the case, the pitch data would show the plane pitching down to go around your ball.
It goes.
Forward.
First of all, it goes down or up.
No. A plane flies 3 degrees above horizontal. Most planes do that.
Yeah, but
in order to fly around a ball, it must pitch below horizontal. It doesn't do that there.
Out.
I don't even know what your argument is, but again.
Yeah, I
You
believe
don't
him.
want to listen.
My God. I don't even you studied this.
On the oceans, dude. It's not curved on the ocean, so.
Okay, we'll go back. We'll go to kindergarten level. I'll bring another picture up for you so you can have a laugh. Here's picture number 1. And up. Here's picture number 2. And up. Right. So, at 43 past the hour, you can see the first picture there with the 2 planes. One on the top of the ball pointing to the left, one at the side of the ball pointing to the left. If your plane on a ball doesn't show below horizontal pitch data,
There's no horizontal.
plane would look like.
Dude, there's no horizontal pitch adjustment. What are you talking
What
about?
are you talking about? There's no horizontal pitch adjustment.
Yeah. Okay, let's use common sense here. You talk about kindergarten.
What do
just
you
come-
mean there's no horizontal pitch adjustment?
When an
Your pitch is
aircraft,
up and down.
dude, calm down. When an aircraft adjusts its nose position, it vertically keeps up and down consistently as it flies along the Earth's curved surface. The Earth is curved because the Earth is curved.
Data that you're just missing,
because
that's
it's-
what that data tracks.
The ocean's
that's what
not.
that data tells
Because
us.
the Earth is curved. That's
The
why
oceans
it goes
aren't.
up and down.
The oceans aren't that.
Dude, look at your own data, dude. Your own fucking data proves. Your own data literally proves that it's on a curved surface.
The oceans aren't curved.
He doesn't want to accept it. So where does it show your plane pitching below horizontal in order to fly around the ball over a 2-hour period?
You don't understand how
That
fucking
plane was
pitch
doing
works.
500 miles an hour.
Bro, you didn't even know what that meant 2 seconds ago, bro. You're not an expert, relax.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but I understand his
I
question.
don't know much about it, but I'm now an expert.
No, well, I'm sorry. I don't study this all day.
It's called Insta expert syndrome. When 2 seconds ago you didn't know what you were talking about. Now you're like, well, technically, like, man, be quiet, bro.
I did.
You can't even figure out the oceans are not curved. Just go back to the drawing board.
Well, that's a retarded argument.
Not
I already
really.
debunked that.
It can
I already
either
debunked
be.
that.
You didn't debunk anything because we asked you to show us.
In the beginning of the
We're not
conversation,
asking you about up here. We don't care about how it looks. We're talking about how it measures, dude. Any smart globetard will say, yeah, it looks flat. Well, that's a W. We're talking about how it measures that way. If the water, first of all, physics of water doesn't do the whole water hill thing. It doesn't form into these mounds, hills, sagitta, whatever you want to call it, for boats to go over. So water just doesn't do that, period.
Yeah,
Not
but the
in
goal
any
of
body
nature.
of water, whether that's a swimming pool, whether that's a pond, a lake, an ocean, etc. It all behaves the exact same. It's not curved, period. And then you brought up satellites, pictures from space, which show curved water, which doesn't match reality, where it's not curved. So just take the L, bro. Just hold the L, dude.
So satellites and science is wrong. So
And science is, you don't know what science is, bird brain.
the curvature of the horizon literally proves the Earth.
The horizon,
Yeah, it does. If the Earth was flat, then the horizon would appear perfectly.
That's not true.
Regardless,
Okay, let me just help you out. I'm going to step away for just a second. I'm just going to help you out for a second because you guys always do this incorrectly. I'm going to just say this and I'm going to pass the sticks. If the Earth was flat, nothing would change. The only thing that would change is you, my friend. Right? The Earth is the way it is. Let's just get that clear. The Earth is currently the way it is, and it's always been and always will be. That will never change. Okay? Flat Earthers are just simply pointing at the Earth as it is and saying this is the flat Earth. So when you come in here and say, "Well, no, guys, if it was flat, it would be all these things that I just made up in my head." Right? That's
Yeah.
not how this
Okay.
works.
How about this?
It's
Okay.
just
Let's.
flat. Hold on. I'm going to step away for a second. It's just flat the way it is. So nothing would change. So if you start your sentence with, well, if it was flat, blah, 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 you're just wrong. All right, I'll be back.
Oh, nice argument. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean,
Dude, it's not even that. We can literally use our naked eye to prove how it's not flat. Like for example, if the Earth was flat and if there was a ship on the ocean, wouldn't it
nothing would
gradually?
change. I just told you. I'm going to mute you.
The entire ship
Until
would
you
get
understand.
gradually.
No, I'm going to mute you until you understand the point. If the Earth is flat, but you should never start your sentence with that because you don't know. First of all, you don't know what that means. And second of all, if the Earth is flat, it's just the way it is, my friend. The way it's always been and always will be. That will never change. The Earth doesn't change and morph and shift into something else if it's flat. The only thing that changes would be you. If I waved a magic wand over your head, I made you a flat Earther tonight. You wouldn't wake up and see boats differently and see across the Earth and I'll see all this different stuff. You'd see exactly the same Earth you've always have seen and the same Earth that we see as flat Earthers. I'll be back.
Check it, CB, in text chat. I won the debate. You couldn't win a chook raffle, mate.
Won the debate. Let's go.
How do you work out you won a debate?
How do you feel that elementary school science debunks your tinfoil hat theory?
What tinfoil hat theory, mate? I go outside, I observe no curvature, I feel no spin.
No, that's wrong.
Instantly, hey, you don't just start fucking talking over someone, that's rude. Why would I instantly start assuming that it's anything other than what my God-given senses tell me?
Mate, listen, I was using my God-given senses with my naked eye.
So
Argument.
you've seen curvature.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're a rude little prick and I'm giving you a taste of what it's like. So you've seen curvature.
I know how it tastes like. Now let me continue talking. I apologize if I interrupted
So
you.
you've
Let's
seen
reset.
curvature. Where have you seen said curvature?
So listen. I'm not done talking, dude.
We can play it the old-fashioned way. Where have you seen this curvature? You know, using your God-given senses, one of them being sight. Where have you seen it?
All right. Yeah, again, the ship argument.
The ship argument.
Yeah, I sent it in side chat. I already typed it because you fucking muted me.
The ship argument. Well,
Yeah.
I've got a ship argument for you. Daz68 at 50 minutes past the hour has posted up a image of 2 oil rigs.
The fuck is this shit?
What the fuck is this shit? This is you getting sunk, ship inclusive.
I don't know what you're talking about, but anyways, if you look at the I could just say it actually because there's no point. I'm just telling you to read something that you're not gonna read. You're always yapping about the naked eye and using common senses. First of all, your literal friend.
Okay, personally, I don't give a fuck. Just
Damn.
answer the question. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D? We'll make it easy for you because you don't sound intelligent.
Are you a flat earther?
This guy is
Fortunately
just.
for this
I
guy.
think he just lost the debate.
We never had a debate. You don't realise that. You're too stupid.
I was just asking whether or not you're flat earth or not. I just got here. I don't even know what the debate's about.
Boondog. We weren't talking to you, mate. I was talking to Maxim.
I know. That's why that's why I'm trying to get filled in on the conversation.
Yeah, that's all right. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Oh, it's a
Maxim's
show.
going to answer a question for us.
It's not a discussion. It's a show. Okay, I got it.
It is with this one. Maxim, A, B, C, or D? Where is the horizon?
Are you done?
He's not answering. This
I'm
show's
just
kinda
waiting.
boring, man.
I'm just
Pick
waiting
it up.
until he stops chimping out.
I'm just waiting for you to answer the question. It's a very simple question. You've got a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right.
Yeah, it's actually. Let me do some math. Actually, there has to be math involved. Okay.
Math involved.
Well, yeah, it's math.
B,
It's just,
C, or D?
I'm actually.
Past the hour.
I'm a math professor. 1 second.
No.
All right, I did my calculations, and it looks like that A. Looks like 1 second. Is that? It looks like A is further, so 9.41 meters is obviously further away.
It doesn't
from
say meters, it says
6.21.
miles.
Well, we like to use mathematics here, unfortunately, and according to your friend, which uses mathematics to look at the horizon of the fucking
I only
ocean.
asked where the horizon is. There's no mathematics in it yet.
I mean,
It's
there
either
does.
line A, line B, or line C.
I mean,
or
it
D.
does say 9.41 meters, and it does say
meters.
6.20.
You've got to learn to read.
Dude, again, this doesn't prove shit. I already told you, this does not prove anything.
Answer the question. Where's the horizon?
What do you mean?
Where is the horizon in that image?
Yeah, it's 9.41.
So the horizon's 9.41.
Yeah. The horizon's further away. So it's
The horizon's
9.41.
beyond.
Well, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't judge. You have
Yes
to
or no?
understand 9.41 is the horizon. It's further away from 6.21.
That's where the oil rig is. At
I understand that answer doesn't satisfy what you want me to answer, but you're wrong, and mathematically speaking, you're also wrong. So
I'm wrong in what? And mathematically speaking, I'm wrong in what?
Mathematically
I haven't given you
speaking.
any mathematics yet.
I literally see 9.41.
I literally see. All you're looking at is an
6.21.
image for now. I asked
Which
you
is
where
the bigger
the
number?
horizon was, and your answer
Already
was
answered.
9.41.
Yes, it's the ship, it's the platform.
In light of the multiple choice question, ladies and gentlemen, of A, B, C, or D, and a marker on the side of it, some maths so-called professor is not so intelligent. So let's try again, so you don't look so bad for the boys and girls at home. Where is the horizon in the image? A, B, C, or D?
It's 9.41.
9.41 is a label that's been put on there for a reason, which I'll
it's not
explain
just
to you
a
later on.
label, it's a number.
If you have a look down the right-hand side, there's markers there, A, B, C. for your convenience.
Yeah, dude. It's the
Yeah, so
platform
which
habitat.
one is it?
That's the horizon. It's further away.
So the horizon's A.
The horizon's platform habitat.
Platform habitat's platform habitat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. What is a horizon?
What do you mean? How's that? In the context of to prove
Okay,
how
look up a
it's there?
dictionary definition. Horizon. What is it?
Is this in the context to prove how it's a horizon?
Well, you don't even know what a horizon is. I asked you where the horizon is, and you keep telling me it's a fucking oil rig.
What did I tell you in the beginning of everything? I said it's furthest away. That's why it's the horizon. Fuckwit.
The horizon.
I've been saying that
Answer the
literally
question.
9
It's very
times.
simple. It's not a gotcha question. A, B, C, or D. It's really simple.
I already answered it.
Your answer
Whatever-
was 9.41.
Whatever that fucking whatever that is.
Are you stoned or stupid?
9.41.
Okay, we'll try the different method. Where is the horizon in that image? Behind the oil rig, in front of the oil rig, or in between the oil rigs?
It's behind the oil rig.
Excellent, thank you very much. Now the problem you've got, and this is where those numbers come in.
That's
Listen
exactly what I
carefully.
was saying.
Yeah, it makes them. This is where you can use your mathematics because you're probably good at it. 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. Times the square root of the observer's height in feet, sorry. Now, that image is from 1 foot of elevation. So 1.22 times the square root of 1 equals, oh look, 1.22. That's where your geometric horizon should be.
It's approximately. It's actually not 122.
Oh, yeah, what is it there? 1.2245 something or other.
1.10. You fucking retard.
1 point what?
1.10.
1.10.
Yeah. You square root the 1.22. It's 1.10.
Your funeral. Anyways. So
You understand? I'm a math.
excellent.
professor.
No. That's all right. Don't stroke your cock too much yet. Let's use your numbers. You're happy to use those. I'm quite happy with that.
Just
So-
got the dude. Oh my
Shut up and
god.
listen.
Fucking the bombs, bro. It's that easy.
Elevation, so square root of elevation. So that image is from 1 foot. Yes or no?
Yeah,
You don't know. Right. Elevation is
talking
1
about?
foot times your 1.10 you said equals
What are you
1.1 miles. So the issue you've got, my friend, is you've already quite clearly pointed out the horizon is beyond 9.41
It stays
miles.
the exact same, you fuckwit.
You've already pointed out the horizon's up the back, dumb shit. Hello?
1 foot? You're using 1 foot? Dude, it stays the same. You failed.
No, it
failed, like,
doesn't.
multiplication.
You're the maths expert. Let's say someone observes a
1
horizon
foot
and they are
multiplied
6 foot
by-
tall. How far is the geometric horizon?
Right. So you went from 1 foot to 6 foot.
You're the one that said they stay the same. Maxim,
where's 6 foot
you
here?
made the claim that they stay the same. So how about
Where's
you
6
do the
foot?
equation again?
No, I'm just using what's labeled here. The observer height is 1 foot. That's the
Excellent.
number
So
you
1
use.
foot,
Where is 6 foot coming from? Where is that?
because
where's
you're
this
the
number?
one that made the claim that they
It
stay
came-
the
I'll tell you
same.
where-
So
it
I
came
gave you a
from your
different
ass.
number to work it out. Why do
It
I
came
bother
from
dealing
your
with these fuckwits?
fucking ass.
A bee's dick short of booting you. This is how it works, Boy George. Number 1, the horizon that you claimed is up the back should be down the front. Now, you've got 2 options. Number 1, we live on a flat fucking plane. Or number 2, the bastard is 10 times bigger than what you claim it is. Or what your balls-hard science claims it is. I don't care which way you lean. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd rather I'd rather trust mathematics than visual perception.
So
Fucking
you'd rather trust the maths.
yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So
rather
trust
do
your
that.
maths.
Rather
So if
do
you
that.
live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, given 1 foot of elevation, your horizon should be at 1.22 miles, or in your case, 1.10. Miles.
Is this
The horizon, if you care to look, is clearly beyond a marker, which is the left-hand oil rig, of 9.41 miles. So your mathematics just debunked your globe. Welcome to Flat Earth, sunshine.
My mathematics says that 9.41 miles is further from 6.21 miles. That's what mathematics says. Your argument is, well, the perception is different. I don't give a fuck what your perception says. I care about what mathematics says.
No, we're going by the given mathematics, not my perception.
Fucking random bullshit geometric mathematics.
Random bullshit. You're the one who thinks you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, not me.
And you worship what, dude? I mean, okay. I mean, I'm looking down the ground. The Earth is flat, guys. I'm using my visual perception of things. The Earth is flat. I'm looking down right now.
We're talking about this image.
The Earth is flat. No, the Earth is flat, bro. I'm just using
Your
my
mathematics proves it. What's wrong? You're backpedaling. I thought you had this covered.
You don't realize that I'm being sarcastic, right?
You do realise I am too.
I think bro just got debunked. He's just mad.
Your maths debunked your globe. Have a nice day.
You gave me your fucking numbers to calculate what's going on.
What? So you disprove that they are correct?
What?
What, you're calling out that they're wrong?
Okay, listen. 1.22 miles literally fits perfectly with the round Earth physics. You understand that, right?
1.22 miles fits perfectly with ball-tard physics. Yeah? That's what we're trying to tell you. Except this photo, or this image, disagrees with that. Because those oil rigs, we know the distance from where that image was taken to those oil rigs. That's why they are posted on there for your convenience.
This is the max. When you gave me those numbers, I literally just calculated the maximum geometric horizon.
Yeah, and what did it come out as?
It stands 1.20. So it's 1.22 miles in distance of the fucking image you gave me.
Excellent.
And also,
and by the way, 1.22 miles is the geometric horizon. You've already told me the geometric horizon is beyond 9.41.
I'm a mathematical. Let me talk. It's 1 foot above the sea level on the round Earth. So this distance literally derives.
No. That image is taken 1 foot above sea level.
Dude,
you're laughing because you're going hysterical. You've just realised your own mathematics and your own claim is debunking your own ball.
I mean, that's just a claim, right?
Well, actually, that's a one frame out of video footage.
Their bases are hidden behind the curve, but their tops still remain visible because they rise above the curve. Literally proves how the Earth is flat. You're literally just using your fucking.
So where's the horizon again? Hello?
The horizon's on the sphere. That's what it is.
The horizon's on the sphere.
Yeah.
So the horizon.
That's at the height of 1 foot.
Just want to say nothing can be obstructed from view from the curvature in front of the horizon.
The height's at 1 foot, and again,
yes,
1.10 miles or kilometers.
Do boats start disappearing bottom up before they get to the horizon?
It's before.
After they go behind it, beyond it.
Before the Earth's curvature blocks the view. It is before.
So boats don't start disappearing bottom up from view.
It's before.
After they reach the horizon. It happens before they get to the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
It's before, yeah.
No. Are you dumb? That's not the claim. We're not arguing with your fucking weird version of the globe. We're going to argue with somebody who understands what the actual globe claims are.
It's only hidden behind the curve now, right? But the top still remains visible because they still rise above the curve, which debunks the whole argument. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, buddy. Sorry, not sorry.
In your globe, nothing can begin to disappear bottom up before it gets to the horizon.
Remember, it's geometric. It's a ball.
Just
It's geometric. You disagree with that?
Yeah, geometrically speaking, we
So
use
it's not
mathematics.
geometric.
when we use geometric
Yes or no?
when we-
Make up your mind, sunshine. It can't be one or the other. It either
when,
is geometric
when did I
or it's
claim?
not.
First of all, when did I claim it's not? I'm literally telling you mathematics, or you choose to deny mathematics because again, you're a flat earth.
We're not disagreeing with your mathematics. You did it perfectly. You've calculated out that your balltard is a lot bigger than what it should be.
It's so easy
Or it's
to
flat.
debunk people.
What that image does, and this is where you're going to have a mental flip out, is breaks down the alleged claim of a radius of 3,959 miles. That's all it does. It picks it up, kicks it the fuck out the door. Bing, gone. See you later. Have a nice day.
That's supposed to be an argument.
At it, but that's all it does.
Dude,
It
you know
debunks the alleged radius of the Earth.
the Earth's radius quite literally proves the Earth being sphere.
No, your equation that you keep clinging to is dependent on the observer's height. You can put a different height in there if you like, and it will change that distance.
If the Earth
What are you
was
laughing
flat,
for? Because that's how it works.
That's right. If the Earth was flat,
Stop, Maxim. You've got this idea in your head that the equation we've given you is a flat Earth measurement. No, it's not. The equation you're given is where the geometric horizon would be, given radius of 3,959 miles.
If the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a
We're not
consistent
talking about
radius.
if the Earth's flat. We're talking about a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Technically, it's not literally a ball. It's not what you think it is.
See where you want to go. See you later. Unless someone else wants to converse with it.
No, he's not listening to you. He's not listening to anyone.
Wait for it. He'll be in text chat. I won the debate.
Right.
Visual perception. I won the debate. Didn't take long.
Wow.
His own mathematics. He claimed he was a maths professor or something. His own maths. He did it himself. And debunked his globe. And he's too stupid to even see it. Oh, I love these children.
Exactly. If he's saying that objects are being obstructed bottom up from view before they've reached the obstruction part, and he's debunking his Earth curvature, it must be another reason why you can't see the bottom of that object. But it's not Earth curvature. It hasn't reached it yet.
Oh, the king gets.
And what's this bullshit? I won, that's why he ran away while I'm still sitting here, you fucking idiot.
Why'd you mute me, big boy?
I muted you because you're a moron, and I don't want to infect anyone else with it.
The Earth cannot.
The Earth cannot what? Cannot be a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Because that image debunks it. Like we're trying to tell you. It's really simple.
Does he know how to prove the globe?
Oh, well, you can talk to him if you want. See if you can squeeze it out of him.
Okay, I've been told that there's a globe. It sounds like you're the man who might have some proof.
I'm a mathematical professor at Harvard University.
Excellent. Okay, so
You know who I am? You know who I am?
You sound like a dumbass so far.
1 second. Let me introduce who I actually am, because I'm actually very popular.
No, I don't give a shit who you are. I just want the proof. Fuck
My
you.
name is Adrius Jamil, and I am
My name is Slim Shady.
Yeah, no, I don't care about you.
Professor at the facility.
I don't care about you. I'm not asking about you. I'm not interested in you. You're irrelevant to me. Okay, so I just want to know if you have any globe evidence. That's all I'm interested in.
Well, yeah, this argument the guy just proposed to me literally debunks him. Quite literally.
So he proposed an argument that actually proves a globe, or what?
No, he proposed an argument which debunks the flat Earth theory.
I'm asking for a proof of a globe, dude. Listen, Harvard professor, please.
Yeah. I mean, did you hear what I was saying about this guy when he was asking me a gazillion questions as I was just destroying them one by one?
No, I didn't hear you destroy anything.
Oh my God!
Maybe.
Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ.
Except for maybe yourself.
About the radius argument, by the way, I mean, it literally proves the Earth being flat, because if the Earth was flat, if it were flat, then there wouldn't be a consistent radius. Yeah, there wouldn't be a consistent radius to calculate the horizon. So
There isn't a what radius are you talking about? What radius? You were just shown, right?
This is
you were just shown an observation which literally discredits and destroys your radius value.
No, because you're using your fucking...
Okay, tell me what the radius is.
You're using your... What's it called?
I need to know what this radius is, for starters.
You're using your perception of what you think it is through your naked eye, because you're obviously retarded. You don't understand how distances work.
You obviously have no clue what the radius you think you've proven is. How'd you prove it then?
Using math.
Okay, you use math to prove a
The
radius.
average radius, yeah, this is the average radius. It's I'm Canadian, so it's 6,371
Yeah, so
kilometers.
3,959 miles.
6,000. It's 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, so you just looked that up. So how did you already have the proof in hand without even knowing the radius to begin with?
Well, actually, I've been talking about it for the past hour now with this guy because I am a professor. So
No, you haven't. Stop
Yeah.
appealing to your wannabe authority. It doesn't.
you
it doesn't
literally,
mean anything to us.
first of all, you're not the authority. You're a retard. There's a difference.
Is the guy a professor? To mention something, I'm a dead shit.
You're low IQ.
Mute button. So authority, that boy.
Is he a professor? No, he's not. He's a clown, Miggy. That's a LARPing clown.
Let me.
He's no professor.
Oh, he's just. Is he seriously LARPing?
Yeah.
Let me talk to him real quick.
All right, I'll give
I only got a few minutes.
It's so easy. I'm not even trying, by the way. This is just too
I know.
easy.
You're low effort, low
Maxim,
IQ. we know.
Maxim. Maybe that's why you suck so bad. Okay, maybe
What's your
start trying
question?
then.
Everybody be quiet.
So I was just wondering, what field are you in? Are you really a professor, or are you just saying that?
Like what?
Exactly.
You're not a professor?
What are you talking about? Field?
You just said-
You're asking me.
You just said you're a professor.
Yeah, I'm the Department of Applied Mathematics, like the probability statistics and such, data science, and mathematical physics.
Okay, so the reason why you think the Earth is a globe is because it's more probable.
Because shut the fuck. Listen, let me talk. I don't want you to say anything. You're uneducated. It's because of the Earth's radius. The radius of the Earth literally.
Where'd that come from?
Earth literally.
You need
proves
data from the
the
field
Earth's
first before you get a radius. You don't just have values, right? We're having you solve for X, so we need the data from the field where that came from. So you got that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, how did you?
Yeah, one
how
second.
did
Shut
they
up.
figure-
Shut the fuck up. Let me talk.
Yeah, why do you gotta be an asshole, dude? You don't have to be an asshole. Just tell us how you got.
Yeah, because you were insulting me, and I treat you like a
I
dog.
didn't insult you. I was just asking you what your field was, and you said,
Yeah, good for
statistics
you.
and whatnot.
Anyways, to calculate.
So you're just gonna be a big old douchebag?
Not to calculate. We need the data
You're gonna
from
be a
the
big old
field.
douchebag?
No. We don't need calculations. Thank you. We're looking for data from the field, raw data collected so that you have this radius value. So it wasn't just default automatically known. Someone had to have measured it. So who did the measuring? Got that?
I don't specifically know who measured it, but what we do measure
we
is the
need data
surface
from
area.
the field. Hold on. We need data from the
Are
field.
you gonna let me? Yeah, we
No,
have the
we're not.
data, retard.
Okay, great. Who collected it?
Yes, let me answer this. It's a surface field. To make...
No. Who collected the data? Why don't we start with that?
Okay, I don't know if you're trolling, but what is this?
No, he's right.
You're saying
he's asking you a specific question. He's right. He's asking you a specific question. Where was the data collected? How long ago was it collected?
Who collected?
why don't we start there?
Mathematicians, scientists, and space agencies. I don't fucking know.
That's ambiguous, dude. We want to know specifically who.
I don't know. Why does it matter? I don't fucking know.
Because it's important if the foundation of your understanding is coming from somewhere that's verified, or you're just believing that somebody verified it somewhere.
Let's just use common sense, gentlemen. You think it's just someone verified? Well, 1 second. Let me talk. You think it's just some random dude out of the closet? Like,
no, I think it's some random idea out of the closet. The idea, not a person. I don't think anybody's ever done what you think in your mind somebody has done. So that's why I'm asking you this specifically. And maybe if you've never looked into it, you're going to now realize that nobody's ever.
Gentlemen, you have to understand that none of you guys want to talk about the actual mathematical argument to prove how.
Why are you diverting away from the thing that's most important? Is to like
I'll tell you why. Because this is what we call semantics. You're just tab dancing.
It's not, dude.
You're looking at the biography.
Very specific information as to like who's ever done the measurement.
Dude, it's a lot of people. It's like more than 20 probably. I can't name them off the top of my head.
Yeah, but you don't even know the method. That's the most important part of it. Like, forget the people. We're talking about the method.
I literally was telling you the fucking method. The method is the surface area, the magnetic field, and the gravitational field. That's how you calculate. That's where the data is coming from about the Earth's fields.
Yeah, well, give me some numeric values to get this method figured out.
Yeah, for example, when we look at the land area, it's been of 29%. The water area, I think it's around 70%.
How do we get those values, Maxim?
By measuring the surface area.
How do we do that?
It's by
read faster.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But see, that's what we're getting to, Maxim. No, it's not really some information that you can verify or you can like go look for because it doesn't exist. And that's all we're saying.
I don't know the what's it called, the blueprint of it. Right, but I don't think that's an argument. You're just saying before that.
Yeah, it's always it regresses back to the original point, right?
Big Bang theory before that. So you just reject the Big Bang. You reject all these.
No. We're not talking about Big Bang, Maxim. We're only talking about
that's
specifically
not the
Earth curve.
We're talking about the perception of how we measure things, and obviously your methodology.
No, it's not the perception, dude. It's a method. It's a method by which the Earth allegedly was measured. So we got these numeric values as to like the radius, diameter, circumference, right?
Okay, how about this? Can you prove that all these values and all these people are wrong? Can you do that?
No, because if it's something that's made up, I can. If it's something that's made up, listen. If it's made up, I can easily hand wave dismiss it as not being validated because you can't validate it.
That's a presupposition. That's literally presupposition.
No, it's because if I tell you that like the flying spaghetti monster exists and I don't have any evidence to validate it, I can't give it to you as an evidence that it exists. Because if I say, well, you can't disprove the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist, then it does exist in some way.
Okay,
that's not right.
Can you disprove the calculations of the surface area and such?
Yeah, disprove calculations is not actually disproving measurement. Because calculations are just mathematical constructs. They're not actual reality like measurements when you go outside in the field like CB was saying. And collect data. That's not what you're doing. No one's doing that. As a matter of fact.
Sure. I don't know. I think you're just retarded then.
No, I think you're just misinformed, dude. Like most people on Earth are misinformed. They think that this data has been collected some way, measured. That's fine. No one's blaming you for that. We all come from that same spot that you have.
No, but you don't have a clue on what you're talking about. If you actually knew what you're talking about, you would educate me how it doesn't make sense, but you're not.
Listen,
you're just saying
I am.
You don't know.
Listen to this, man. And when you kind of put it in a logical statement, basically, how the Earth has been affirmed to be a globe. If you put it in a logical statement, there's no way that you can derive from a kind of like a syllogism, right? You can't derive it from a premise conclusion that the Earth has been affirmed to be a globe. There's no way that you can put that in a logical statement in any way because it hasn't been. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, maybe you have this idea that somebody told you that the Earth is a globe and statistically it's probable based on
mathematics. This is just silly. This is just semantic. Like we went from actual arguments to you just backpedaling to every single equation of
listen,
everything.
Maxim, this is you coping because you think you're upset. You're upset. Listen, you're upset because you don't have a rebuttal. So
Like,
you're
that's-
taking it out.
no.
You're taking it out on me because you think that the best way to go about it right now is to save face. You're coping.
How can I rebuttal aboutism? It's a fallacy. It's not. It's like literally illogical. You cannot refute something being logical because like
Yeah,
you're just
you're-
saying what about.
No, you're trying to throw what I'm saying. You're trying to discredit the thing that I'm telling you, but it can't be discredted because you haven't validated.
What is the origin of the human species?
Maxim, we're not talking about the origin of the human species, dude. We're only specifically talking about the Earth and like the method to measure it.
Yeah,
that's the only thing we're talking about.
Wait, do you know? Yeah, I'm just comparing the essence of how you measure.
I only got like 5 minutes left, Crit. I'm gonna get out of here in a moment.
I'm winning the debate. Winning the debate.
I only got like 5 minutes, so I really just want to I'll be out of your hair. Trust me, I won't
Absolutely, this guy's getting destroyed. Like unironically, he's getting destroyed.
Did you go through the 3 questions with him, or is he?
I yet to hear an argument.
Oh.
Well, he's failing to produce the evidence right now because when I gave him the floor to actually tell me how the method was derived, he didn't have an answer to that, and we regressed all the way back to this foundational understanding, and it was an I don't know. So it doesn't I could take him to 3 questions, but he won't be able to foundationally give me the answer. He'll just be kind of spinning my wheels. I
don't know does not refute anything, okay? Because I'm not making a positive claim. Therefore, I'm not literally getting disproven at all. You're literally just asking.
You are disproven because the idea that the Earth is the idea that the Earth has a numeric value. Dude, Maxim, stop being scatterbrained, bro. I'm actually just speaking to you directly.
Again, it's a motion fallacy. Calm down, dude. I'm winning the debate.
You're not winning a debate. This is not debatable. You haven't presented an argument. What is your argument, Maxim?
How can I disprove a negative?
What is your argument, Maxim?
This guy's destroying you.
If you think this is a debate, what is your argument?
I already listed the argument. The radius proves how the Earth is not flat. The radius of the Earth proves
how
the Earth is not flat.
So if that is your argument and you think it's a debate, listen. If it's an argument and you think it's a debate, how was the information for the radius claim derived?
I don't know.
How was it? How was the information collected from the data from the field?
Through specific equations of things like the gravitational pull and such.
All right, but what is that based on? What is that referencing? That information you just said.
Based on the exact what I said, the gravitational pull. What do you mean?
Okay, the gravitational pull. As to what are you referencing here?
The gravitational fucking pull, you monkey. What do you not understand?
All right, you monkey. Do you know what gravity is?
Yeah, of course I know what gravity is.
What is it? What is it, Maxim? What's gravity?
Yeah, dude, gravity. I'll tell you actually Emerson's definition. It's the invisible force, which is it's the invisible force in relation to S's energy distinction.
The experts say it's not a force, so
it's an invisible force in relation to S's energy distinction.
What theory? What theory does that
like the distinction between essence and energy.
Maxim, what theory does that reference?
Metaphysics and philosophy and science.
No, but what specific theory does that reference?
What do you mean, Isaac Newton? I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're.
I don't know. You tell me. If you have a great understanding, of gravity, you'd be able to lay out the premise for your argument.
Wait, you're saying you don't believe in gravity?
Not saying I don't believe. I'm asking you what you know about gravity.
I already
Pay
told
attention
you.
to the dialogue, man. I'm asking you a question.
It's not a dialogue. It's just a diatribe, dude. These are random fucking questions.
Yes, great. But your answer was something very ambiguous. Again, you didn't specifically tell me what gravitational theory.
This is what we call semantics.
Oh, here we go.
Semantical,
I know, and that's the reason why. The reason why we're getting. Listen, dude, the reason why we're getting down to it is because you don't have a clue of what you're talking about.
That's just a claim.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's an assessment of our conversation. It's an assessment that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's your subjective assessment. Obviously, you're going to say it's wrong.
It's not subjective. It's apparent to everybody here that you don't know what gravitational theory supports the claim that you think is supporting right now. What specific gravitational theory are you supporting right now?
That's just a claim. That's not an argument.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me then. If you think you have a gravitational theory that you can support, then give it to me. What theory is it?
Semantical and semantical. Why would it continue?
Okay, so you're not going to give me the theory. You're not going to give me the theory. You don't have a good understanding of what gravitational theory is.
Why would I?
So you're just basically saying words right now without any support for your claim.
Why would I continue to be a jester clown? This makes no sense. Like,
Okay,
not a single molecule.
So we're going straight to ad homs. We're going straight to ad homs because you didn't have an answer.
I said me. I referred to myself.
You didn't have an answer. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to mute him because I'm talking.
This is just
Shut
I won the debate.
up, dude. I'm talking. Wait. You're fucking interrupting, dude. Just wait. You didn't have a claim for. You didn't have an argument for the claim of gravitational theory. Did he dip?
Probably.
Yep.
Fucking asshole.
Run away. Actually, I'll make sure he stays away for a couple of days.
Nah, man. Fucking
don't do that. Let him come back.
Let him come back.
All right.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back.
I was almost gonna give him the Hadouken, man, but
Hadouken.
Dude, I'm fucking
who it was. What his name?
I'm fucking dude.
Maxim.
Lately, I've been feeling. Can you guys hear me?
Hey, mate. Yeah.
Crit, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, lately I've been
from the get-go Alpha. Right when he first come in, he was exactly the same. Didn't matter what you presented. I've won the debate. It's all semantics. He just everything but what you were discussing.
Yeah, I know. I like it because it's a challenge how I just like get into their mind and like undo all their bullshit. So I like it. I like the challenge. Every mind, it's something new. I like how to navigate what they're talking about. I like to undo that shit that they're. Go ahead.
Sorry, how many times did he say semantics? We're like, bro, man, shut the fuck up. This guy.
He's trying to use a word because he wants to have a good footing on like what he's saying. So he wants to basically say that everything we're talking about doesn't matter when it does. Specifically, the thing that he was claiming, he doesn't have an understanding. And I already knew that because listening to what he was saying, all these words, and it's like that guy that says, well, we have the numbers, the figures, the data. Like, no, bro, you don't know any of that shit. None of it.
Well, it's also like that other dude that's like using all the big words. You remember this sound clip right here?
Yeah. Shit, I gotta get going, man. Anyways, I'll be listening.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that was coming through clear, but that clip gets me so weak.
Gluteus maximus of the equation. And we also have to ask ourselves, what is the Quagheim hopscotch of the...
Like these guys, like they come in off of some sort of college lecture, and they just start using like words they don't understand and stuff. This freaking guy, bro. Classic.
So we got this character who came in on server mute. Hala Barava.
Yeah, I had my loudspeaker on. I was playing some healing frequencies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I muted him earlier. Sorry, Heretic. He was feeding a bit of feedback, so I just cut it down.
I thought there was some globe chaos to be had.
Well,
we try to play the healing frequencies into this room for some reason.
No, I have a loudspeaker in the back. Monitors.
Yeah, you're trying to play it for people in this channel, or was
what's
it
your
for you?
stance on this debacle?
No, I have it as background music. You guys can't hear it.
Yeah, that's cool. What's your stance
It's like
on this debacle?
It's like
Are you a flat
lo-fi.
earther?
It's like lo-fi beats.
He's talking over you, Matrix.
Yeah, I got a bit of that. Are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
Well, Creation Bear knows me.
Oh.
What should we ask him?
Shit. Yeah.
Wait, is this fucking? Is this
He's fresh and fit guy?
Is this Latter Day Saints? Is this Latter Day Saints?
This is equalizing the game.
Oh,
yeah. I talked to you.
All right. Yeah.
Like, a couple days ago, you're in here. I remember talking to you too because we talked
talking about Creation Bear. Yeah, Creation Bear knows me since like the other server.
Yeah, like how there was a breakdown with the moderators and they kept banning all the flat earthers. And I'm like, dude, that's like, I don't know. Yeah, I know we talked about how there's a switch up with the moderators and whatnot. And like the new, I thought you were going to DM me a link to the new server, but I never got it.
Big Mo's been busy. According to his schedule, he's been either in the studio with Myron and Walter, or like he's just doing his own live streams. He's been like super, he got a super packed schedule. I don't even know his schedule, to be honest.
Wait a minute. How you? So, hold on. You're a fresh and fit, bro?
Yeah. This is Richard.
Let's freaking go, bro. Hell yeah. W Big Mo, W Myron, W Bill, W Chris.
Exactly.
W Walter. That's awesome, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I got something for you guys. Like, say if you wanted to complete this sentence, would this be one of the answers? If I was wrong about the flat earth, one way I could figure it out is a mega church super pastor who's got or if I was wrong about the flat earth, one way I could figure it out is with a 1980s toy collector. Or if I was wrong about the flat earth, one way I could figure it out is with an interesting guy who thinks science can't prove things. Does any of that make sense? Does that seem like it would be like a method that someone could use? Like, if I was wrong about the flat earth, one way I could figure it out is something somebody said in a final experiment. Like, where are the guns, Nathan Oakley?
Sorry, who is the question to? Is it to the fresh and fit home?
You got to finish the sentence.
Let's go with the mega church pastor.
The mega church super pastor?
Super pastor.
Yeah, a McDuffie. So if I was wrong about X, one way I could figure that out, I could figure out how I was wrong about X, is with a McDuffie. McDuffie would help me out. Just illogical, broken worldview where they're like, I believe that mega church super pastors are liars, and when they post a video talking about how it's okay to lie, well, I could actually use what they say to know that I was wrong. That's like
crazy,
irrational, illogical. Like, come on, dude, let's fix this shit. And then blocked.
They've given up on their own worldview, Craig. They just have been scarred and hurt by us so much at this point. They're just trying to get back. They're trying to get their get back. Elijah knows what that means. They're trying to get some clap back, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to get it. They're only going to try to get that out of like making hit pieces and stuff like that, clipping us out of contact, etc. But I mean, if that makes them feel good, go for it, bro. But like, there's not a globe, period. Like, if you want to try to prove that, go for it. But getting clap back, getting your lick back is not it. That's not it,
dude. McToon himself fucking said when he was talking to Caleb in the live chat from, I guess they're in Santiago or wherever they are down on their way back. They were sitting in a room in South America somewhere, and him and Will Duffy get on they start talking, and Caleb asked them, "Hey, did you guys, did Witzer in them? Do they do any like long distance, like measurements of the land?" And McToon himself was like, "Well, the ice is irregular. It's not like water." And he makes the flat gesture, right, with his hands. He goes, it's not like water. And then he goes, where it's all the same elevation. But he made the flat. Oh, bro. I'm like, this guy cooked his own fucking horn, bro.
You got to show that.
I put in that video that I posted.
Oh, okay.
I'll post that video again that I put on X. A lot of people are DMing me laughing about that shit. I'll put the video right now. But you got to watch it all the way through, though.
People say, the flat symbol where they hold their hand out like that. You'd be like, hey, how did the final experiment, how you think the final experiment's going? And it's like McToon yelling at Nathan how it's really going. And then McToon doing the flat symbol.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Here, watch. I'll post the video again. You can take a look at it if you didn't watch it the first 10 times that I posted it. Every time I see new people in here, I'll put it in here so they go watch it.
We can pin it too.
Yeah, pin it, bro. It's McToon saying that the water. He's like, because the ice is irregular. It's not like water that it's. And he makes a flat symbol, and he goes. And then I also included other times where he said that there's no curvature found in the curve model or the flat Earth model. He literally said that 3 years ago, and I clipped that too. I made a stupid little funny video about all of it because I interjected with what the fuck. He even says oh yeah, my dad went to space, just dumb shit, bro. But yeah, go ahead and check it out. Watch it. It's fun, fucking funny.
Is Caleb the guy who gave the flat Earth model on McToon's show? Say this is how the sun wouldn't set.
Most likely because Caleb is all about he got really big on TikTok, and he started getting, he was going to go to an event to go talk with Jaron Whitsid and Dave Wise and all them, Mark Sargent. He was I think he even went to one of the Flat Earth conferences or whatever. And he was one of the guest speakers. He got big really quick because he would get 150,000 followers, and then TikTok would cancel, ban his account. Then he'd open him another account. He'd get 100,000 followers, then TikTok would ban him. He has 10 accounts by now that kept getting banned, but he gets thousands of followers, and then they ban him. They censor him big time. But yeah, I posted the video.
There's a dude who's gonna DM me. And said I don't like this channel, and I'm like, why? Because all you guys do is talk. I'm like, it's a Discord server, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Are you serious?
You want someone to juggle or some shit? I mean, what the fuck are you looking for? He goes, well, no, I meant I wanted to hear some debates, and I'm like, yeah, debates happen on and off, and people talk and they hash things out, and then all of a sudden they find the topic to debate.
Right.
I go, how about this? When I think there's a debate happening, I'll tag you. I said, okay, sure. I go, so just DM me so I remember to tag you. And he didn't.
He did it?
No. Now I got to figure out who the fuck it was, or just forget about it.
Yeah, it's probably not even worth it if he's crying that he wants to hear debate. Come on, dude.
All right. So what's next? Who's next?
Or that he wanted to hear debate. He didn't actually want to debate himself. He just wanted to hear people debate it.
That Maxim guy was a clown.
That guy was an idiot, dude. He guys like that are a waste of fucking time because there's no if your whole life or your whole fucking argument is we have the math and we prove the radius, and then you get asked how do you prove the radius, and then he goes and he uses something that includes the radius to prove it. Dude, you can't use the radius to prove the radius. It's waste of fucking time, dude.
That's just semantics. That's semantics.
That's just semantics,
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, you beat me to it.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy.
It's just semantics. Is that what he kept saying?
Yeah.
Over and over again.
What a fucking moron.
Yeah, you're just doing semantics.
fucking clown right there.
Do you guys believe him when he said that was his field, like the math stuff? He thought that was his field.
Nope.
He said no.
No.
All right, brother. See ya. So, yeah, I didn't believe him either, but he was saying some weird stuff. I don't know, dude. You guys always tap so hard.
Well, the horizon apparently is not a factor of 1.22. It's 1.10.
Yikes.
That's a problem for him.
Can we get this Hal idiot who's always chat skanking to mic up? Hal, please. Please give your cope on the mic.
Hal doesn't mic up for some reason.
Well, one Hal will, the other Hal doesn't.
Suspected that it's a person that we've drop kicked once before, and they don't want to talk because they know that we'll know who it is.
Well, no, their accounts are. I mean, unless it's an old sock, but there's two of them, and one of them will mic up, the other one won't.
Why not? Mic up and tell us why you won't.
Like they don't really want to be recorded. Maybe they don't like the sound of their voice. Like they feel not really confident with the topic.
Don't listen to it.
Yeah. Oh no, their voice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just telling them as somebody who hates the voice, just don't listen to it.
Oh yeah.
Or you could just have a look and go, "What is a HAL 9000? An antagonistic bastard."
Well, yeah, it's like one of those original movies. Yeah, from like where the kind of like the flaws in thinking, robotic thinking, AI thinking. That the people who programmed, I mean, minor spoiler, the people who programmed the computer to assist the astronauts gave it some kind of weird throwaway line in its logic. It said, "Hey, if something's hindering the mission, you'll make sure that you'll help the crew and get rid of that."
I'm not dead. Fuck.
So at some point, the computer deemed the biggest threat to the mission was the people themselves.
When?
He killed all the crew except for all the crew that were in hibernation. So
fuck. When?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. You got the floor. This guy
sounds
seems like he wants to talk.
It's gonna be a good debate.
I was just asking when.
When what?
Well, I think he was talking about like the Operation Desert Storm, when the when the Americans entered the Iraqi airspace, and we had
Yeah, you're a waste of time. Thanks anyway.
He was talking about a movie, but anyways.
That was not me.
Yeah, that guy's even drunker than you.
I thought that was Hal at first. I thought he joined the chat.
He would never. He's the chat skank peanut gallery.
A lot of guys spiraled all day today, huh? I heard I was in and out, but all day, dude. There's a lot of dudes that they're coping hard.
The old Flatter-day Saint, he came here.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that the Flatter-day Saint was trying to get into the server, and I'm like, well, this is gonna be fucking great. But he couldn't figure out how to validate his account with his phone, and he's like, "Crit, will you help me out?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, I can help you out." He's like, "Can you get me on the server?" I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "Thanks." I'm like, "No problem." Like, right after you validate your account, apparently I think he's on the server. You just can't talk. Like you got like a rank 0 unless you validate your phone. And then he's like, okay, I'm not on the server yet. I'm like, did you validate your phone? No. That's a problem. You got to do that. This is a pretty big server. They want tons and tons of socks. So every sock must have like an email or a phone or something, some way to validate. And he's like, huh, how do you do that? I'm like, yeah, well, if you need help with it on that side, like you can't do it, you can open ModMail. He's like, how do I do ModMail? I'm like, click on it and send them a message. Which mod? I go, the ModMail. Click the ModMail and send a message. Say, you've got these set of conditions that are stopping you from doing the process, the security process they have set up. He's like, what's that? I go, well, to validate your account that you're great. You're not helping me out. I'm like, okay. How? I don't know how. I thought, dude, this is like the most patient I've been in a very long time.
That's funny.
I can see why everybody wants in. It's an awesome place to fish for Globers. But yeah, that's a lot of bullshit.
I mean, because I think he's just used to joining whatever sort of small servers that people make and whatnot.
Yeah, this place is it's fun because it's just packed full of freaks that are gonna flip out about flat Earth.
Yeah, but they don't even know what it is. I mean, if anything, if I wanted to debunk, I want to debunk. My whole life is debunking. You got to learn what the topic is before you can even challenge it. They'll come in and be like, yeah.
No. That is like that. It feel is that like that's like the most important thing to me. When people start saying, "Oh, it's not flat. It can't be flat." That's what you just said is exactly why I attack. I'm like, well, what is it? What is this flat thing you're discussing? Because I guarantee they don't know what it is. I went to ChatGPT and I was like, give me a word that does not exist. Right. And it just came up with a word called floor blitz. And so I started using this in my argument. I'm like, if you come to me and you say, hey, bro, like I got some floor blitz. And they're like, no, floor blitz, that's wrong. It's like, what do you have to know what this thing is to then debunk it or whatever, like you were saying. So I agree with that point on so many levels. That's one of my biggest issues when it comes to these globetards. They don't even know what they're quote unquote debunking. Sorry to cut you off, brother.
No,
that's like a really good.
It is a good one too, because that highlights one of the things. I won't say his name because he's kind of calmed down. But there's been this anti-flat earther who's called flat earthers flurmen or flurfers, and then he would act like he can't read anything. He was a text guy too. He can't read anything you post unless it's absolutely perfect English, all punctuation. Periods, commas. If it was even a slight error, like say if you spelled the TEH, the whole sentence, he couldn't parse out any of it. None of it. I have no idea what you just said, Crit. That wasn't even English. And then say you flurfers don't have a low education. You can't even type English. And I'm like, dude, how is it possible that just inverting two letters shuts down all higher brain function, as you also make up complete words out of thin air that you think mean something? How do you do that? Just walk me through that. I'll say the Earth is a globe if you just thread that needle for me. How can you type "you flurfer" as your whole logical string, and then if I type out something, you don't know what it means at all. You can't even understand English as English with a minor typo in the sentence.
You also got to love it when they go for the grammar win. Sort of related to what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, the grammar win's funny because I'm trying to blank on it. No, that wasn't him. Okay. Well, anyway, there was one of the atheist comedians who had talked about that Christians did this to him when he would debate Christians, that they'd always go for the grammar win. And he goes, I purposely type like shit when talking to these people just because they freak out over it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, just don't care.
Like purposely start messing stuff up, like leaving words out or whatever, like.
Well, I don't go that far, but if I fuck something up, I'm not fixing it. I don't care.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of why I came up with those, like, now you know why, comments and, like, you do you,
Yeah.
Their goal is to not understand. And if they don't understand it, then somehow it can't be true. That's like their worldview, what they base. I go, sure, do you understand what the globe is? And then yes and no. They understand it and they can't articulate it. Or they understand it and they can't take questions on it. If your whole worldview is based on what you understand and what you don't understand, there's a lot of people in on it, man. There's a lot, That's what a QE used to say, a comment for that, where explain to me the sugar peptide transfer mechanic of, evergreen flora in the Northwest Rockies. And they'd just be like, huh?
All right, let's get a Glober in here. It's time to cook.
I'll just channel my past self.
Your past self was never that bad.
Nah, he never really cared that much.
Me neither, dude. I never argued against a flat earther. Not once.
I just
Never.
remember, like, my dad bringing it up because my sister went flat Earth, and he's like, "What about all the other planets?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's stupid, eh?" And that's about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nah, dude. I
honestly say too, CB, is I never went
Yeah.
Baltardia and attacked flat earthers or anything. I took it out on myself. Like, I nearly wore a track in my friggin' lounge room doing laps for a 3-week period, but yeah, I never jumped on any servers and started attacking people.
I went down a debate rabbit hole when I started to, like, get the flat Earth bug, I guess, if you want to call it that. Started trying to find, like, globe proof. I was like, let's listen to the flat earthers argue with people who believe this stuff. I'll probably find the proof, right? And the more and more I did that, the more I was like, holy shit, this is real.
I have kind of a complex, story. Because, I wish mine was just like, oh, I heard about it, I looked into it, and I'm like, damn. But I had some jingoism, some ego and pride attached to the topic. America's flag on the moon. I was like, God bless America. No, any other country in the world was, 50 years behind America. Explain that. If you think the Earth is flat, what you're actually saying is that you don't think God blessed America to win the space race. So I added in context that wasn't there. And as soon as I was able to let that go, I was like, hey, let me question the Apollo program. How do I know that? And then that's when I got called a flat earther, like debating Apollo. I was like, I'm skeptical. Yeah, I'm skeptical of the Apollo program. And you get these freaks who they absolutely love the Apollo. I mean, I wasn't like that. I wasn't like, if you disagree with the Apollo program, I'm like, yeah, if you disagree with the Apollo program, you're kind of like a douchebag, like, what's wrong with you? But I saw atheists, like atheists of the 1960s and stuff, they really disagree with it. And many of them still to this day, like the real sort of second wave atheists. So I was like, that's where my mind was at the beginning. I wasn't thinking about, geometry and math, and observations. It was just more of a, why would they lie? If it couldn't be, right? Like, how would they lie about that? And once I realized that the U.S. federal government has always lied. They've never told the truth about anything. And when they're busted, they just lie again. Then I'm like, okay, sure, now I need to look at the topic and I went into Glober Spaces and Flat Earth Spaces on Facebook, and the Flat Earth Spaces where people like, yeah, we welcome disagreement, ask your questions, here's why the Earth is flat. The Glober Spaces was just a trap and troll. They just wanted to get flat earthers in there, make fun of them for a while, and then ban them. And I'm like, wow, like this, and it was advertised. The Glober Space was advertised as having a curated collection of experts. Literally,
yeah, that's what I thought. Like I was like, okay, they have all these experts and stuff over there, right? I was like, okay, surely I'm gonna find somebody who knows enough about this to like squash all this flat Earth shit. Just didn't happen. It was all sophistry.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened with me. So I joined this Facebook group, and it was like the flat Earth ended or something like that. And the tagline was, we've got experts who can answer any question you have, like to your education level. They are literally the pinnacles of their, I remember it wasn't exactly that, but you're really close.
You know what? Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, they said, and then it went on to say, they got multiple doctorate degrees, that these people know the globe model like the back of their hand. At the end of these conversations, there will be no doubt in your mind the Earth is a globe. And all it was, like, you asked a question and then got roasted. We got a bunch of people freaking out. And I'm like, dude, what's going on here? Where's the experts? And then they said, oh, you just have to get roasted for a little bit to make sure you're not a snowflake, to make sure, that you're actually serious. You won't troll the expert. Because if you start trolling, then the expert won't waste their time on you. And this went on for about 4 or 5 days. And then one day I just saw I was banned. And then, but then the guy who owned the page said, oh, hey, I got to tell you something, man. This page is complete bullshit, right? No one here, probably the highest degree that someone has here is like associate's degree, if that. These are, a bunch of trailer trash, idiot losers. We just are using social media like a very low brow. It doesn't get people to come in who think the Earth is flat and then fuck with them. He goes,
yeah, the Earth is round.
We hardly ever get anyone who comes in with
and
serious
here
questions.
we go.
I just one of these experts right now.
Yeah,
we got one, Crit. We got one. We got a live one.
Yeah, just one more thing. He basically says, we hardly get anyone who actually is here serious, so they didn't know how to even respond to it. And then I was like, oh, yeah, no problem. I mean, that's really what I thought was going to happen. So you think you know someone, and you prove me right.
I just came in here. Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
No,
we don't believe it. We know it.
Yeah, fact.
Okay. Is there do you have like some sort of reasoning or like evidence or something?
Yeah, it's flat, bro. It measures flat.
What do you mean by it measures flat?
Let's see.
I
mean, one person per Glober.
Okay.
Which word in the sentence was most confusing? Measure? I feel like it's a pretty easy word to understand, right? Measure.
It's very vague. Like, what do you mean by it measures flat? Like, what do you mean?
Okay. So if we were to like measure the surface of, say, a lake, a very large lake, maybe even like the surface of an ocean, we would look for deviation away from some sort of straight edge. So
okay, well then, what do you say about like the horizon or whatever, or like
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure these are all things you've heard. Yeah.
Well, let's get a quick definition for horizon, real quick. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to like understand why you think that.
It's just a question. You brought up horizon, so let's just get a quick definition, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, sure. Like you'd look at something, and then after a few miles, however distance it falls away.
Definition.
Whatever. The horizon is it's accompanied to the curvature of the Earth.
Ooh, perfect. Okay, cool. So when we go to, say, like an ocean and we see the horizon, you're saying that is the curvature?
Sure.
Okay. Are you aware of how big the globe is claimed to be? Or
I'm not. No, I'm not aware. No.
All right, well, we can start there then, maybe. Look, because we would need to know how big it is to then be able to dictate how far away the horizon would be. There's a basic video. Someone could probably find it for us.
I don't want to watch the video.
That's
can
no,
you
no,
just
we
explain
don't have to
to
watch
me?
it. We don't. Yeah, I got you. I was going to, bro. You're a little eager today, huh? It's just a very very simple, like 60-second video from a
Who's
channel.
actually- wait, hold on. Who in here actually believes that the Earth
fuck,
is flat?
dude. Yo. Pump the brakes, dude. We're going to talk about the horizon. You were the one who brought it up. Let's not run away from the thing you brought up. Channel's called How Stuff Works, Brain Stuff. Okay, it's just it's like a science, mathy type of channel. And they talk about the horizon. They're saying that if your head is in the water, or you're like in the ocean, your head is like 8 inches above the water, the distance to this horizon or this curvature would be 1 mile. If we scale that up a little bit, so 1 foot off the ground, the distance would be 1.2 miles. If you just Google how far can a human see, it might say 3 miles. This is for like an average person who's like 5-6 feet tall. Okay, so this is about the distance off the ground will dictate the distance to the horizon or the curvature as you just dictated.
Okay, wait. Hold on. I
Are we
just have
tracking
to
so
ask
far?
something. I just have to ask something really quick.
All right. Off topic or on topic?
Very, very on topic. So you genuinely believe that the Earth is flat? You're not.
We know it's flat. You already asked that.
Like, well, hold on. I need.
Let's go back to the horizon. Dude, no, no one's trolling. No one's
I'm not done.
LARPing. Dude, I'm just gonna mute you.
Creation Bear.
We already answered this question. We already answered your question. All right. Why are we looping back to the first question you already asked? And we gave you an answer.
I just
we
need to know
it's
who
flat.
else
It's
is
not
involved.
a belief. Everyone in this
actually,
channel is a flat earther, hardcore, 100%. We're not LARPing or trolling or whatever. It'd be easier for you to believe that, huh?
Sure,
I bet it would be easier for you to believe that. Let's go back to the thing you brought up, the horizon. I gave you some numbers. Do you even remember what I said?
Yeah, you said 3 miles. Yeah.
For a 6-foot observer. Okay, great. So you can certainly put this to the test. If this is the curvature, they're telling you how far away it should be. Okay. So you go to a lake, you go to whoever is saying the Earth is a globe, my friend, like
NASA?
you. Sure.
Me, yeah.
All right. So you can test this. You can go to any ocean, any lake, if it's large enough, and put this to the test. So if you're 6 foot and you go to a lake that's 10 miles wide and you're seeing across the whole lake, and they're saying you should be able to only see 3 miles, do you see an issue there?
I'm 5'10". Can it still work?
You wouldn't be able to see 10 miles, my friend, based off of this claimed globe math, this round earth that people believe in. And that's what we've done. That's why we don't believe in things. We know because we've tested it and measured it. How do you
Have you measured Antarctica?
Are you like? Are you good?
Can I ask about like the lie, like the round Earth lie? You know what I mean? Like why? Like yeah. No. Proving the like.
If you're just gonna ask a bunch of questions that you don't care about and then move on, what's the point of us engaging in good faith?
I'm more
trying to give you I'm trying to give you a sincere answer, but you're like, let's just move on to something else.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I mean,
maybe we'll just want to answer your questions then. Maybe we'll do the one asking. Maybe we'll ask the questions then. Maybe we'll
I'm
ask
more
the questions.
interested in the lie. Like what is
You're
the
not.
What is the round Earth lie? Like why do people believe that the Earth is round whenever it should be flat? Blah blah blah. Like why are they hiding that it's flat? Whatever.
It's not really hidden.
Explain that.
Yeah, well, if they can get a bunch of zombies like you to believe whatever they say, it sounds like a W for them.
That's what I mean. Like who is they? Like why do I believe that the Earth is round and then you believe?
Why do you?
Flat?
Because you don't.
I don't believe it's flat. I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat.
I don't know. I guess that's
you
what
just
was taught
believe
to me or
so.
whatever. Yeah.
But we were taught the same thing, dude. You gotta like.
So like,
worry
who
about
is
yourself.
telling you? So like, who is perpetuating that it is round, and then why is that?
Everywhere, everyone, all the time. What do you mean?
And then why? Like, what is the goal? Like, why does it have to be round?
Well, maybe maybe they're not lying. Maybe there's a bunch of believer zombies like yourself roaming around. Like,
Why does the Earth have to be round? Why does everyone have to believe
It's not
round?
Who knows?
Bro, dude. Look, dude. Let me just say this. you need to almost put yourself in the shoes of like a detective or an investigator. So you work for some precinct or something. You need to get to the bottom of the truth. Go out there and find evidence, like who's like blood, bullet shells, etc.
What is
You're
the
over here
bottom
like,
of the truth?
Well, why would
What is the
I
truth?
can't possibly fathom things. Let's get to the bottom. Let's look at facts. Let's look for evidence.
I'm asking
okay?
you.
And
So
one of
I
those
believe my
evidences-
whole life that the Earth is round, and you're telling me that
No,
it's
man.
flat.
Let's talk about the facts, the evidence. I don't care about your like you having it. You're struggling trying to believe something. We can actually put facts in front of you, and you can deal with that as it is. How about that? We talked about the water and how the water is measurably not curving.
Okay, sure. You could tell me like facts about how the Earth is flat, but why are
There you
people
go.
trying
That's
to
all
tell
you would
me?
need. That's all
Why
you
are
need.
governments and science
Ask
organizations
them.
trying to tell me that the Earth is
Go
round?
ask them.
Why?
Go
Like,
ask
why
them,
would
dude.
they want me?
You're not trying to get to the bottom of the
round?
truth. You're not trying to get to the bottom of
I'm asking
anything by
you,
asking
like, I
questions like
mean-
that. You haven't stopped yapping, basically. We're trying to help you move on because asking, well, why? That's not getting to the bottom of the truth. We can put facts in front of you, and that's all you need. The facts.
If you wish to know why someone's lying, it's probably best to ask the person that's telling the lie.
Yeah, but your flat
Yeah.
Earth truth is a reaction to what we already know.
We don't know. What do we know?
The mainstream opinion is that the Earth is round. So
Okay,
why?
great. What facts do they have?
What?
What facts do they have for that?
What fact? I'm not like
What
I'm
facts
asking
do
you
they have for
why.
that?
So everyone on Earth like believes that the Earth is round. So you're telling me that the Earth is flat. So why?
Yeah,
like,
it's
why is
measurably
that?
flat. Why? Don't
then-
worry
and-
about them.
And then why would like scientists and governments want us to think that it's round?
Bro, let's just talk about the facts, dude. Like, it doesn't matter why they would lie. In fact, there's probably a lot of reasons, but that doesn't
Yeah, 'cause
matter.
it
It's not
makes no
getting us to the
sense.
bottom of the truth. All right, fine. Let's play with that a little bit. If I can tell you anything and you'll believe it, that's a win for me. Right? You're in here defending something you don't even understand.
Yeah,
Okay?
I don't really.
That is
but
a
I mean, it
huge
seems pretty
win. That's a
simple.
huge win. As a huge win for
I mean, like the Earth is round. It's
whoever
like a
that is.
ball. It's like an oval shape, probably.
Yeah. Okay, who's
like that?
How do you know that?
Like a planet. I don't know, from like NASA or whatever.
So you just believe it, right? So why would they lie? Well,
Sure.
if they,
Yeah,
if, they have,
sure.
if they have a bunch of clone zombies like you who just believe things that you don't understand, that's a win for them. So
Well,
that's a good reason why they would lie. Because then you're
Sure,
a good
yeah.
little boy. You're a good little boy.
Yeah, sure.
And you listen.
Absolutely.
They
Yeah.
can say jump, and you ask how high. That's a huge win. That's why. That's why
Sure,
I'd lie.
yeah.
If I could get somebody to do
Absolutely.
what I want and believe what I say, then I'd do that I'd do that 10 times out of 10.
So,
And you're
Sure,
doing
yeah.
that.
curiosity,
Absolutely. Yeah.
So there you go. You got your
Correct.
question answered. We'll move on to the facts now. Go ahead, Matrix.
When you were younger, did you ever put your hand up and say, "Excuse me, how did you get the distance to the sun?" When you were taught this at school?
Are you asking if I ever asked the teacher how far away the sun is from the Earth?
No, I'm asking if you ever questioned the information you were given. You had the opportunity to.
Yeah, sure. Expand.
You did.
Yeah.
Did you
sure.
or did you not?
Yeah. Continue. Go ahead.
How are you supposed to prove whether or not he did that or not? This is a very bad question.
The reason for it.
You guys believe in flat Earth? Like I'm not like.
No, we don't. Are you like, dude? Are you like?
Go ahead.
Are you
Say whatever
there?
you
Are
want.
you like listening? Are you gaming right now? Because you asked the same question 3 times. We've already answered it. No, we don't.
Some
believe in
Australian
flat
guy
Earth.
asked me if
We know
I
it's flat.
like asked my teacher
Oh
something.
my god, dude.
Well, we can support the flat Earth with some pretty simple physics. Just those of water will do the trick because water flattens out at rest, right? It seeks a level surface. Pretty much everybody knows that. So if it's doing that over the scale of, say, a lake or
Right.
an ocean, well, you've got a planar Earth, not some sort of ball.
That's a LARP right there. That's a LARper. There you go.
What's the
Dude,
problem?
we're just gonna move. We're just gonna move on from you, dude. You're low IQ. We're having a high IQ
Yeah,
conversation.
point out
here,
the
dude.
problem with what I told you, though. It has to follow that if the water seeks its level, the Earth itself is a level plane.
Water in the ocean curves around the Earth.
Okay, now you got to prove that because that's never.
How many of you got like?
Okay, but
Can I ask this? How much of this?
We're just gonna move on,
like Christianity or whatever. Like
zero.
it's
That's
based
not
in
been part of our
observation.
presentation at all.
is any of this biblical? Where you think that like the Earth, like
No, dude.
It has
No.
nothing to do with that. This is how the Earth is directly observed, measured, experienced, and practically used.
Well, the biblical part's interesting for him because he believes the majority is always right. Otherwise, they would have to have a reason to lie.
I'm just curious.
The majority of people are Christians.
Well, I just gave you an argument from physics, and you went, "This must be about the Bible, right?"
Like, what does the flat Earth look like?
Who hurt you?
Like,
Oh my
so if you were like, like 100,000 miles away from the Earth and you were looking at it.
Okay, dude. Okay, slow down.
Like, what does it look like?
Let's follow one topic to a full conclusion. Topic A: do flat earthers believe in the flat Earth? No, it's not a belief. You know it. Belief doesn't change objective reality. B: it's like, well, what was the next topic?
Is it about Christianity?
Why they would lie?
Where does
Okay,
Christianity? Yeah, where does Christianity detail the physics of water? Fill me in.
I just brought that up because that has to deal with.
Yeah, you just made a left turn.
No,
Not
really.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
It has to deal with two things. Number
I'm not
one,
really trying to like own you guys or whatever. I'm just trying to.
You're owning yourself.
Dude, listen.
Sure, yeah.
You
Sure.
think the majority can't lie to you without a reason. The majority is Christian. So are they all in on it? Or is somebody lying to you?
I think you're all fucking retarded. That's what I think. I don't like. I don't think anyone's lying to you. I think that you're.
You don't know what we think.
Not me.
I think that you've all found a community where you can convince yourselves that you're in on something. What I think is that you've convinced yourself that you're in on something that's true and that like everyone else is false.
Based on what?
Be quiet, Muppet. Have you been outside to an ocean ever in your life once?
This is a touch.
Yeah, of course. I was
okay. So then there's no convincing. We're not in here jerking each other off in here. We're going and measuring the Earth directly, clown. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It's nothing to do with us feeling good or us being a community of brothers or friends. It's about the Earth, dummy. Why don't you go outside and test it for yourself, clown?
Well, how about this? Maybe he might not know, but do you know that what book, if you believe their story, or they're in on it or whatever, what book did the astronauts bring to the moon so that it would be preserved forever in case like aliens found this solar system? Direct quote.
I don't fucking know. Didn't they also bring back like moon rocks or whatever?
Yeah, but what do they leave? What book do they leave on the moon?
I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Which book would you bring? How about that?
I don't care. What are you talking about?
Well, what book? Say if you're going to bring one book to the moon.
I don't give a shit. Why would I bring a book to the moon? I don't care. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the astronauts brought one book to the moon and left it there.
What? And then left it on the ground? Like left it on the moon dust?
Well, no, they left it on the seat of one of the lunar rovers.
What would I bring? I don't know.
What book would you bring?
I don't know. I don't read.
Okay, well, the astronauts decided the best book to bring to leave on the moon, sit it right there on one of the lunar rovers, was the Bible.
Okay.
So if you think the Bible is like X, Y, and Z, why do you think the astronauts disagree with you? Are they lying about it? Did they lie? Do you think they lied? Are they in on it? How is the majority? All the astronauts are Christian conservatives. Are they all? If they're the majority rules in your worldview, how are you to question them?
Your brain is completely fucking rotten. I'm sorry. I feel bad for you.
You said that you can't question the majority. Right or wrong. This is your worldview. You cannot question the majority.
I'm not questioning anything. I believe that we went to the moon.
And so, but you don't believe in Christianity.
I believe that the Earth is round and that we went to the moon.
But
so I don't know what you're saying.
You don't believe in Christianity.
I don't know.
Okay, that is a hard contradiction.
Why? Because the astronauts believe in what? Like what the fuck are you talking about?
You've got Copernicus,
Oh, so the guy that went on the moon believes in God, so that means God's real. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you stupid? Like, what?
Is he lying to you?
You are the most low IQ in this panel, dude. Be quiet.
Yeah, is he lying to you? Let's parse it out. How do you know that he was wrong?
So the guy that went on the moon put the Bible on the moon, which means something. Like, what are you talking about?
There's no
lie. Do you have a secular version of the globe that doesn't include
a secular version of the globe? Yeah, sure. Whatever, I was taught throughout my life, whatever, science, all that shit.
That's a biblical version of the globe.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is round. Like, if any of you in this chat actually believe, like, genuinely believe, and you're not LARPing, if you genuinely believe,
you're fucking respawning, clown NPC. We're just gonna move on. You're too low IQ. He left anyway.
Making me sneeze all over the place, man.
Well,
that's retarded, bro.
He hasn't really thought out his worldview yet. Because it's quite interesting for someone to come in here and be like, they want to be against everything that they don't like. And then once they realize that some of the things they're for and against are contradictory. Like, he's going to be against flat earthers because he doesn't like them. And he's going to be against the Catholic Church because he doesn't like them. Well, you've got a problem now. Because where is your non-Catholic Church version of heliocentric? Who did that? Who did that? It's interesting because before the CIA did a controlled demolition of atheism, like up until like the 1990s, atheists were the most powerful speakers in the room. You'd see an atheist come into the room and you'd be like, damn, that dude's about to say something insightful, like poetic. Like it's gonna provoke thought. This dude, this is what happened. Where they included Dawkins, Hitchens, Bennett, Harris, these guys who and now atheists can't. The atheists can't even think about anything. They're just reacting, just constantly reacting to stimulus that they don't even understand. Like 4 times you had to tell the guy, not a belief. We know it. We know the earth is flat. No one here is LARPing. No one's here. You're not victimized. If you think people are LARPing, what should you do next? He can't even follow one thought to an action. Like if I know there's a group of people
in a snow globe.
Yeah, if I think a group of people
try to get a Glober up pretty quick though, guys.
Yeah.
If we have one, I think we had a few that were freaking out.
One of them left. We have Schizo.
It's because of Krampus.
Well, maybe we don't. Okay. Or we do, but they're scared.
Schizo, what's up, dude?
Hey, what up, man? I'm just saying, like, it could all just be an illusion. We might be in a snow globe, for all we know.
Here we go.
Describe the floor of this snow globe.
Like a magic snow globe that looks like outer space, but it's not.
Yeah, you failed.
Outer space. The sky looks like outer space to you?
There might just be a force field. An electromagnetic force field.
LARPing clown.
Our polar magnetic field is shifting. There's a polar shift happening.
And nobody's wasting time on your dumb ass because you're clearly just a troll.
No, I'm talking about the electromagnetic field of the Earth.
Okay. What do you want to say about it? And why didn't you answer anything that was put to you before you went there?
Because I just got here.
Am I talking to Schizo or Fe Christ? No,
I don't know, man. Maybe both of us. He's not responding.
Never mind.
I'll say some
I got it. I got it figured out. Never mind.
I'm just saying, how can we have like circular shapes of magnetic fields if the physical matter itself is not round or circular?
I don't know. Measure it to be round or circular, then.
And gravity's kind of weird, you know? Like, what about gravity?
Well, you probably don't even know what it is.
I don't know. It's like it behaves like a warping of space-time based on the amount of density and matter in an area.
Well, you got the current lore pretty much right. Most of them don't. Like, that's Einstein, you know? What you just brought up, and that is like...
I'm not trying to describe it as a force.
Current, global paradigm, and usually they go to new. So
no, a lot of people try to describe it as a force, and I'm not trying to do that because we're beyond that. It's not a force. It's the effect of what matter has on space-time.
It's based on imagination, basically.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe consciousness has a type of effect on space-time.
That's not space time. That's called the immaterium, and that's in Warhammer 40k.
I don't know. I'm an avid enjoyer of the Dune series, so I think that spice does exist, but it is accessed on a quantum level.
So you believe in like what the Shadorak also? Is there going to be the perfect human being that's going to lead humanity to a new age of enlightenment?
Well, the idea of a perfect human being will always be some type of goal.
Was that Jesus?
You could say that, but then it'll be like cloning yourself and then trying to transfer your consciousness by detaching your nervous system and brain from your existing body and installing it into a new body or some shit like that. But that's just beyond the point. I mean, it could happen regardless if the Earth is flat or not, to be honest with you. And that's kind of why I'm here, is seeing where it all connects.
How about this space flat?
Now, whether or not like clone yourself and going to the moon or to Mars is really worth the money for it. Is it really worth the cost that it would take to wake up on Mars or on the moon or whatever? Yeah, some dark tech, dude. To be honest with you, is really dark because you could potentially preserve your nervous system in a conscious-like state for a while before you put it in a new body and become animate again.
Was that called altered carbon? It just feels like you're randomly blurting out sci-fi franchises plot device.
No, I'm talking about what's literally physically possible at this point so far. What we have the technology to do. I don't know what we're gonna have 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, but I know it's gonna be something along the lines of science fiction.
Why?
Because we're already on an exponential path of advancement.
Like where?
with all technology, to be honest with you, we'll be able to upload our consciousness and become the internet, to be frank, man.
What about Comrade? Does he want to try to make any sort of case, or maybe just ask a question?
Well, Hal's in the chat. He keeps talking about moms. So
Nah, Hal keeps just chat skanking. He's just kind of a bitch.
It's just bothersome. It's like he's got a demented like problem.
Well, Hal, you still have to follow the rules in text chat, which makes it a little bit more difficult because sometimes text chat can be interpreted many different ways. And they're listening so they can hear us, because I know I've seen him respond to stuff in VC. So be careful, dude. Like, if people are being upset by what you're posting because it's, like, you think you got cover and you can just say whatever you want, it's not going to happen, dude. Your goal here, by joining this channel, you consent to have a serious discussion about the nature of creation. It says right there, you're welcome to stay. But if you're going to troll, you're going to get removed. Just go up there and read the rules. The rules are clear as day, plain English, written to like a very low education level. We try to get as many people in the conversation as possible, so that the rules were written out with very low-level grammar and understanding. There ain't a lot of big 5-cent words in there, $2 words. Very simple. Are you here for a serious conversation? No? Bye. Yes? Welcome.
What I want to know is what they're hiding. Like, why would they try to keep it from us like that?
Who's they?
Like the globe acceptors, the ones that accept the narrative of the globe that has been presented to them and brainwashed them, kind of thing. I want to know why.
Well, that's one thing. They're hiding the globe. I mean, have you found this globe, this mysterious unicorn, this globe model that supposedly exists? Have you been able to find it? I haven't. I mean, it'd be great if someone showed me the model. It'd be like, hey, we got a model. You do, and it represents reality. Yeah, it's perfect. It explains everything. You got a model that explains literally everything.
I mean, it'd be great if the Earth was just like this planet out floating in space or whatever. But to be honest with you, I think it is the center of at least our universe, and we should continue thinking of it as that.
Can I see that? Can I see this model that you're not hiding and hiding? In plain view, like I just can't see it for some reason. Like it's there and not there.
Well, basically, it makes the Earth seem like the speck of dust in a universe full of particles and planets and stars all over the world. And we're stuck here believing that this speck of dust that we live on is all that we got. And it's kind of depressing, to be honest with you. Nobody really wants to face that reality. We want the Earth to be the center of all things reasonable. And it scares them to believe that it could be as irrelevant to the universe as everything else.
You lost.
Do you still believe in outer space?
Yeah, you lost me there, dude. So if Earth is unique in the whole visible universe, there's nothing like it. Not one thing, even its shape. Like everything in the universe is a circle or a sphere, except for the Earth is a pear. Earth has water, life, trees, poetry, everything you can think of. All the things that exist here don't exist anywhere else.
Isn't that funny?
And somehow you got that it's worthless. It's just another speck.
Yeah. Yeah, why should it be unique when you can't see any of the things that actually go on here? in anything else, anywhere.
To me, it sounds like the opposite.
So are we a slave to an entertainment
It obviously is unique. You can't point to anything else like it at all.
Is unique valuable or is unique worthless? Like one of a kind.
Is unique what makes the universe appreciate itself, because we are just the universe experiencing itself as conscious beings here in the human form. That's all we really are on the grand scheme of things, is the universe experiencing itself.
Yeah, that's okay. Now you reference the movie Contact. Okay, dude, you are programmed, like literally.
We're all programmed to an extent, but then isn't the transcendence of that to realize beyond what you've been programmed, who you are beyond that, whatever that isn't constricting you or holding you to be a specific way, what you are, that in spite of and despite that, do you become that you express yourself as a contribution to the universe.
Okay, now you're talking about the Matrix. Okay, next franchise.
I don't know, man. You can go ahead and label these franchises on me, but it's just what I've been thinking recently. You know, it could be whatever brand or identity that you apply to it. But if it's coming from a single source and there's multiple inspiration vectors, then it has to be unique at a specific point. It's indifferent to things that you've been experiencing before. The earth can be flat, the earth can be round, and in the grand scheme of things, it's not whether or not either is true, but how you live your life regardless of that. And that's like a reality that this channel doesn't really get once in a while. It probably should, but it doesn't. It's funny. We think we can name or like measure the age of the universe from our tiny little speck here on Earth. It's just kind of hilarious to me.
There's really some profound insight going on here.
Well, think about it. If there's these massive black holes at the center of the galaxy that are forming it by its infinite gravity within it, then how do we not know that it's affecting our tools here on Earth to measure the age of the universe? Because those are some massive black holes.
Yeah, you're wasting your time. There aren't any.
There's no black holes? Oh, shit, dude, that's even crazy. What if they're just like super highways between galaxies that we could travel?
Just a mathematical construct based on a bunch of assumptions. Just reifying the construct now, basically.
What if the universe is a white hole in a black hole, so the infinite absorption of one black hole, it contributes to the infinite expansion of the universe inside of it?
Dude, you're lost in the sauce.
Oh, man. It's a fractal physics.
Outer space would first have to be real for any of that shit to follow. There's a few base assumptions that have not...
It's a fractal physics. Whatever's inside of the existence is the same outside of it.
It's just philosophy, dude. You're not talking physics now.
It's like a physical philosophy.
Yeah.
It's not materialism though, because it also considers that not everything that exists is physical.
Well, if we could start with proof of the spinning ball and then outer space and the solar system and all that, then maybe we'd have a groundwork to operate from here in this conversation. But none of that's there. So.
Oh, that's just a Google search away, bro. If you're really interested, you'd find it.
Yeah, you're getting really complicated, man. Just stick to some surface measurements and then go from there.
I started a VC to talk to all those people who think it's just a Google search away because I went past that stage of just Google searching it, you know? And none of you guys who think that have actually been able to find it anywhere, which is kind of interesting.
It's literally just a Google search away, man.
Well, here, how about do a solid? Maybe I'm not typing the correct terms in. What did you Google exactly?
I don't know. I Google things like, can AI tell us whether or not flat Earth is more than just an unconfirmed projection? And they say things like, you have to do your own research. And it's very mysterious.
Yeah, you don't do your own research? Who does
I do my own research all day, every day, bro. And I always know that it's a subjective projection.
So who does your research if you don't do it?
Bro, look, you don't understand. I'm trying to tell you that all the research that you could possibly run across on the internet from any subjective search will be a subjective projection that is unconfirmed by science yet. So it's all just quantum waves in the field of quantum entanglement.
Okay, maybe you misunderstood my question. If you don't do your research, who does your research for you?
It's a combination of both. Not only do I do research on what has already been researched, but I also try to do my own research in a archive of research.
Okay, so the research that you don't do, who does it for you?
I don't really have an interest in the research that I don't do because I do research.
Okay, so when you said a flat earther tells you to do your own research and you didn't like that answer, who would do that research for you?
Oh, bro, I'm not trying to say the Earth isn't flat. I don't know if you recognize what I've been trying to say.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you told me that the proof of the spinning ball was just a Google away. So I mean,
that's where we're at.
It's right there, man. They put they do. It's been
okay, so there's proof.
Model.
Okay, so there's
Earth has recently been only a thing to question recently.
So there's proof of a spinning globe, but you're not saying it's not flat.
Yeah, dude, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be the messenger here. Like, this is what they believe, and this is what you guys say you believe.
How can there be proof of something that you don't know it is?
Look, man, the way things could be is that everything on Earth is the center of the universe, and that it all really relies on what we do here. To be honest with you, that could be what it is. I'm not saying that it isn't.
And a lot of different things.
Look, man, we got microplastics in our brain because we have the shit that we eat and drink, and it blows my mind to think that we've gotten to a point where we can edit our genetics, and now it doesn't even matter because we got fucking microplastics that are fucking everything up.
Right.
Regardless if the Earth is flat or not, we got some serious issues here on Earth, man.
Put the bottle down. You don't need that.
Maybe I should. You know, I have been drinking a little bit. And it is a little late where I'm at. I don't know how late it is where you guys are at, but it's like 2 a.m., 2:30 right now.
A Pacific Coaster.
Yes, sir. 2:39 a.m. We up. We lit. Actually, he's lit right now.
I have a
Holy
quick
smokes, dude.
question.
Please say
How do
this.
we
Yes.
how do we calculate the velocity of a celestial under
Oh,
like the
here
flat
we
Earth
go.
science here?
Here we go.
Because if a celestial has no mass, how do we calculate velocity then? I'm confused.
Celestial. You're referring to the star?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out like what causes a lunar eclipse or an
Lord.
eclipse to occur on a flat Earth anyway.
Do you even know like what the stars are or what the meaning is?
No, that's what I'm trying to ask.
It's not really a focus of the investigation. I mean, it's not really. It's not reliant. Whatever. It's being able to explain it or not explain it has no bearing on what the surface geometry that we can test and measure.
Then why does it happen then?
I don't know.
It just happens.
It's not important. It's not going to dictate whether the Earth's surface is curved or planar.
Yeah, it happens for reasons that you can do nothing to verify.
So just unprovable. It just happens.
Well, what the fuck are you going to manipulate to demonstrate what it does?
You saying it doesn't happen?
Yeah. I don't know what you're going to manipulate in order to demonstrate its effects on the star and like what it's doing.
Right, that's if you want to do quote unquote science on it, like you said, but I don't think you know what they are at all to begin with.
Yeah,
That's why I asked you.
there's no known mechanism you could possibly test, manipulate to produce any change in that star to show, okay, that's the thing that made it move like that or whatever. Nobody knows. It's guesswork.
And why is that?
Oh, because of what I just said. There's nothing to manipulate. What mechanism could you possibly fathom that you could then...
What proof did you conclude that your mechanisms were unable to identify that as? Because what system of metrics are you using to identify that?
System of metrics? There's nothing to actually manipulate, dude. What would you suggest? What do we start playing around with to see if the star speeds up, slows down, stops, whatever? What?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's nothing known to man. All you can do is look at it, form some sort of mathematical construct, come up with ideas, but you can't actually verify anything about it.
Even with that's even what Einstein said. The position of this light, either here or there, was what he was looking at. The metric wasn't that the light just disappeared or did something. It's like, I think it should be there. It's slightly not there. It's like over here a little bit.
So the only thing we can prove through our metrics of science is just the Earth is flat? That's it?
No.
Science question.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's kind of embarrassing that he's trying to come off as the science guy, but without knowing what science is. That's a huge L, bro.
Yeah, you're trying to determine the cause of an effect in science. When you're using the scientific method, you're trying to determine the cause of an effect. So you mentioned an effect, like the things moving in the sky. What you would do if you were applying science to it is manipulate something you're supposed to be the cause and try to demonstrate
it's
whether...
distorted by gravitational lensing, bro.
Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, you just had to
by gravitational lensing, bro.
Yeah, you just had to interrupt at the crescendo of the point for some reason, right? Should I just mute you so that doesn't have to happen again? Well, hopefully you got it. You're gonna take whatever variable it is that you're supposed to be the cause of whatever effect you saw. You're gonna manipulate it and see if you get that effect or not, right?
You're going to do all sorts of gymnastics, whether it be mental or mathematical. You're going to try to get the proof of what you think is actually happening, and it will be
Talking to the other
mathematical.
guy right now. I'm trying to get him to understand. He asked a question.
Yeah, you'll get it. You might get it mathematically, but that doesn't mean it represents what's actually happening, and it's only a projection, whether you can confirm it or not.
Okay, yeah, that makes some sense. If you're trying to come up with a mathematical description of the sky and the things in it, you can't verify it. That's what I started out saying. Right now, what I'm telling them is that you can't apply the scientific method to determine the cause of anything going on up there.
Yeah.
So just like a light just moves around in the sky. That's just it.
It's LED.
You don't know what it is to say then where it is, why it is, how it is.
What is it? What it is?
You don't know.
Explain.
No one knows, dude. I don't know. I'm not sitting here pretending to know. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known, nor will you.
I know as well as you do.
So it's a light that moves at a certain amount of time.
Hold on. What extra information could you possibly gather that we couldn't gather?
Well, does this light move in a certain type of
Why are you asking questions, dude? Like,
yeah, it
I
does.
mean,
I beat you to the point, like right out the gate, just by asking, "What are they?" You didn't answer.
Questions for.
Well,
if you just said, "Oh, I don't know," then we could just we can move on to another more poignant topic. That's more on focus of what we actually discuss here.
Why don't we want to talk about
always?
Because you don't know what they are. It's an unknown. They're completely unknown.
And that's an accepted opinion within the community.
It's not really an opinion unless you have actual facts, which they try to get you to drag out. But you don't have any. So let's just move on to something more relevant, like I don't know, the ground.
But then you like disprove the ability of anything related to it, right?
Out of control.
Schizo, you're just talking. You're just mumbling through everything. Might have to meet you.
That's funny.
Yeah, you had your turn to talk, but now we're talking to someone else who's got some epistemological ideas he's trying to work out.
For some reason,
what if it's not as chaotic as we think it is? What if it's more peaceful than that?
You're the one making it chaotic by mumbling through everything everybody says.
For some reason,
I'm just trying to introduce some ideas that we haven't been talking about.
For some reason, I picture that while he's interrupting. Just some dumbass.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
Well, you keep distracting. Like we're trying to get somewhere with Comrade here, you know, and you just keep mumbling through all the.
You guys are bickering over details. I'm trying to get into an existential idea.
Schizo, was that? Is that?
Thanks for letting me know that. We don't really want that right now, so I'm going to put you on mute. Thank you.
Is that Branch? It kind of sounds like Branch, no? I'm tripping.
No, it's not Branch.
So get back to Comrade. We got to take control. So, Comrade, what's going on, dude?
You're the bomb, dude.
I mean, I'm just confused about celestials, okay? Someone tells me in chat that they have mass and weight, so there's some explanation to them, right?
Mass.
How does that help you figure out what the Earth is?
I'm just curious on if the Earth was flat, how does like a lunar eclipse occur then? Under its theory that if the Earth is flat, then
Well,
you don't have to know.
Describe to me what a lunar eclipse is. What do you think that is?
it is an object blocking a source of light.
Okay.
An object.
Yeah. No, describe.
Where did you get object from?
Well, no, hold on. I think he might fuck it up. He doesn't know what he's even looking at.
Facts.
Okay. So a lunar eclipse, describe it. What does that look like from an orthographic view? Like line these things up. What do you think that is? See now, frantic Googling.
Like, I mean,
well, yeah, he already fucked up when he said object.
Use your noodle, not your Google. What is a lunar eclipse? What is that?
He's
it's going to be what? Well, what is it for you guys?
Oh, here we go. So you're just buying time now.
Yeah, he's trying
I mean, I don't really need to buy time.
Okay,
Which is exactly what you're doing.
You said that a lunar eclipse does something for you. What is it? What is a lunar eclipse?
Well, a solar eclipse is an object blocking
Okay,
light.
don't worry about solar
And
eclipse.
a lunar eclipse would be an object refracting light off
See,
of
like,
itself.
holy shit, dude. Like, this is what I'm saying. You don't know what you're even looking at. You had to Google this shit.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Like, you said, like, hey, flat
thing you brought
earthers,
up.
this lunar eclipse can't work. You're like, what is that? I don't know. I have to look
I
it
never
up.
said it can't work. I want to understand how it can work under the flat earth.
You don't know
I'm not
what it
trying
is. You
to
don't even know
control
what it
the
is.
What did Neil
This was
deGrasse
my
Tyson?
initial point.
What did Neil deGrasse Tyson say about the lunar eclipse? It was what?
I don't know. I don't follow that person.
He's an astrophysicist. So why?
Okay, and
he's telling you what it was, and
okay, what was it then?
that's what I'm saying. Go look it up, and then say, "Huh? I wonder how flat earthers would explain that."
I mean, you probably already know by asking that question. It seems quite redundant. I'm not sure why.
I don't know what your take is. I know what my take is. I know what he said, but I don't know what you took from it.
No, I don't know. I don't know what he
Nothing.
said.
Okay, so no take. All right.
I mean, you're asking about someone I haven't heard say something. So, I mean, what did he say?
Yeah, do you care even what he said?
Well, if it's concluent to this conversation, you should inform me.
Well, he said
we try not to have a genuine conversation here.
He said flat earthers are proof that free speech exists in America.
Okay.
Do you agree with him or disagree?
I don't really care.
Okay,
it's
so you
not a
don't
really
care,
relevant
yeah.
opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's why now I know not to use anything from Tyson because you like to deny experts. I get it.
Is he an expert on your legal rights? I'm not sure exactly what that opinion is. Is it because he just likes making fun of
he's
you?
kind
Is
of
that why?
He's an
Is that
expert.
because he made a personal attack against like a certain set of like belief and thought?
No, he's an expert in political, social, and economical debate revolving physics and astrophysics.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what those words mean, or to go right over your head?
No, I understand.
Okay, so what is a political debate revolving astrophysics?
What does a political debate? I mean, it depends on the context of what the argument's being made about.
Which would be what? In the realm of politics, how does astrophysics play?
It can be multiple things.
Like government
It's a very
spending?
broad attempt.
Like which spending goes where? Do you fund both a James Webb and a Hubble at the same time?
Okay.
See, it just seems like you're willfully unequipped to handle this conversation right now. You don't know what's being discussed. You don't understand it.
That's why I'm asking questions. I'm not having any type of position here to make a directive against you.
All right, sure. So a lunar eclipse is when the Earth supposedly comes between the sun and the moon.
Okay.
So would it be possible to have both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time and witness a lunar eclipse?
Under what pretense?
Under a lunar eclipse. If the sun first, Earth second, moon third, going left to right. If the sun is being blocked, the Earth is blocked or the Earth is blocking the sun, creating a red-ish shadow on the moon. Is it possible for the sun to be in the air daytime and the moon to be up in the sky daytime?
Yes, I believe so.
Can you draw it out for me? Let me see what that would look like.
No, you want me to draw that out for you?
Yeah, because you think it's possible. Can you just draw it? I'll take it as possible, Just give me a drawing. What does that look like?
Well, I've seen the moon in the sky when it's day out, right? Haven't you?
Yeah. Now what we're looking for is you got the sun being blocked by the Earth, casting some kind of shadow on the moon, with the sun above the Earth in its daytime, and the moon above the Earth too.
So I'm concluding that you disagree.
No, you said that it's possible. I'd like to see how, if you can draw this out. I mean, I'd like to see it.
I'm just wondering what you disagree with.
He's basically saying, how can you have the sun above the Earth and the moon above the Earth, but also the Earth in between them at the same time?
He doesn't answer questions, guys. I don't know if you noticed this.
Well, no, he said it's possible. So let's draw it out. Let's see if it's possible. If you
Here's what I drew. I drew it up for you. I put it in the chat. I got you.
Okay. Did he run away?
No.
That's a CB masterpiece, by the way. That's an original.
You gotta sign it then.
Oh yeah, let me sign it. Yeah. Dude, I honestly don't think he really wants to think about it. At least that's what I'm picking up.
Yeah, it will generally like this. It's like his idea is like, I'm wondering how flat Earth works. How does a solar eclipse work? Then goes on to say, oh, I meant to say lunar eclipse, but I said solar eclipse for some reason.
Well, I mean both. I mean they're generally the same, right?
No, not even close, dude.
Not really, bro.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Okay. How about this? Just right. What do you think a solar eclipse is? What's that?
I already told you. Don't you remember?
No, you didn't.
I did actually tell you.
Okay, we'll say it again. Anything worth saying is worth repeating.
I said it's a object blocking the light of another object, or a form of light.
I just held my hand up to my ceiling fan. Is that a solar eclipse? I just held my hand up to my ceiling fan. Is that a solar eclipse?
Why are you blocking light from your ceiling fan?
Yep. My hand.
You're eclipsing your fan then, right?
Okay. And that's a solar eclipse.
I mean, if we want to go into semantics of the language of what an eclipse is, I mean, we can go there.
Hyper-Pacific. Like hyper-Pacific. What is it? Define it.
Define it.
Yeah, define it.
Am I Webster's dictionary now?
Yeah.
No, the words you use, you should know what they mean, or at least what your intention is to articulate.
Crazy.
You should know what you mean when you say things, dude.
I mean, do you not understand what an eclipse is?
No, we don't think you do.
You don't understand, and I would say you have no idea how to even articulate.
So then inform me then. Inform me what your definition of eclipse is then.
Well, why did you invoke it? Let's start there. You invoked it.
It's just off of assumption.
So you want me to explain your assumption to you?
Yeah, just to explain what eclipse is. You seem to be the subject expert.
Because why? Where did you get that from?
Why not? It's your assumption. Am I not able to assume?
You've got an assumption that you can't explain or take questions on.
My assumption is that you're a subject expert, supposedly, in this thing. So.
When you see the word flat in Earth, what word made you go into assumption about sky, moon, eclipse, sun?
I'm just curious on how it works.
Okay, but which
dude,
word?
You're such a weasel, bro.
Which word? Flat 24/7, flat Earth AMA, or make a claim to debate. Any of those words drew you into an assumption to ponder words you won't define or explain, then ask me about stuff you really don't care about.
No, I do care about it. I'm curious.
Was your original question, how does an eclipse happen on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if the Earth is measured flat, and it is flat, an eclipse does happen, and there you go. But what the eclipse is, that would be your assumptions of what it's happening. No one knows what's happening up there, really. But it does happen above the Earth.
That was an amazing point. But we addressed that right out the gate, bro. You don't even know what these things are in the sky. So they're worried way too much and stuff that are unknowns anyway. This is like 30
None
minutes
of
out.
us,
You're like,
none of us know then.
no one in human history knows what those things are, bro. I mean, that's my stance. I actually heard this quote back when I believed in the globe that the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and stars. And you're in here asking questions that maybe like whoever made this world might have the answers to, but I certainly didn't make this place. I just found it like this. So I don't have the answers. If you want to know more about the reality we existed, you should get in line, bro, because we want to know too.
You'd probably start with the Earth first. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Figure out the Earth first, then you can start worrying about the sky. But the sky is going to be a bit hard to determine what the ground is. Just check the ground first.
That's why it was important when you said lunar eclipse to see if you even knew what that was, and you didn't. You started defining a solar eclipse. Then when you tried to define solar eclipse, your definition was so vague and so broad that you could demonstrate it yourself in your own room with a flat floor. Then you said you don't know how it would work, even after your own definition works just fine right here in my room. My room's floor is not curved. It's definitely not curved, so therefore flat. Then you went into you're just curious again. Then you went into, oh, I must be claiming to be an expert. As why? Because of an assumption, which then drove me into asking you what caused, like if you want to talk about science now, what was the cause of your assumption? And you couldn't answer that. You don't even know cause and effect of relationships inside what you do. Like if you were to lift your hand up in the air, and I'd be like, hey, what caused you to lift your hand up in the air? And you're like, I don't know. Cosmic ether dust. You know, like, I'd be like, fuck, really? Because I mean, I thought, I'm like, hey, I'm going to lift my hand up in the air to demonstrate that. You know, Simon Says or whatever. But it'd be a big question mark. You don't know. It's like you're just stumbling about the world, doing things, and you don't know why you're doing them.
Okay, and?
It causes you to make these wild assumptions that are based on absolutely nothing, and then get upset when you think that people aren't able to follow what you're saying. You are not following what you're saying.
I don't really think I'm upset.
You don't really think? Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. This is a sharp panel tonight. Well, at least on our side.
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's definitely been an interesting panel. It's like after the Black Swan, like there's a sharp decline in the content of globalism. This is the same thing.
Like, yeah, that's just a tip. Like, figure out what the ground is first, and then go from there. But yeah, the Black Swan is probably a good idea to figure out what the ground's doing.
Because it was interesting too. Because a lot of times the globalists will come in here and shit talk the Black Swan. It's the dumbest shit ever. I don't know who came up with that, but they are completely whacked. They're wiggity whacked. You're like, okay, yeah, I agree with you. The original Black Swan was an answer to why you see too far. Flat earthers are asking globalists, how can I see over the physical curve of the earth? And they said, well, it's called superlumin. You're like, what the fuck is that? What's super? I know what looming is, but how did you add the word super in front of looming and just say it's like it works? It works like that. And
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what the Rumpus said, that superlumin is the effect of the curvature of the Earth being loomed up, over, and around the curvature of the Earth. And you're like, well, that must be happening like how many times here? It's like it's 17, something like 17 times that the curve of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around the curvature of the Earth. So you get this perfect view of being able to see, like all the way to the other side of these oil rigs. So then QE's like, well, how about this? Why don't we take it out of the purview of some sort of meth-fueled, redefining terms, inventing a new type of refraction, and just look at it from a geometry question. Oh, no, you can't, global sense. Oh, you can't do that. That's dumb. That's dumb to take measurements and use geometry. You just got to accept that the Earth has an atmosphere and it can loom in mysterious ways that you just call it Superman. Like there's looming and superlooming. And just so you're like, okay, Rumpus, so what's the limit? What would be the limit with superlooming? Okay, let us know. Let's finally get a claim on the table, and we can know for sure exactly what is the optical limit of looming, superlooming. Then Rumpus tells everyone there is no limit. With enough superlooming, you could see the back of your head. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
What, I think so wait here. So Rumpus, so you're trying to tell me that on the globe you could see infinitely far, all the way to the back of your head. And he's like, yeah. Wasn't that a troll comment for flat earthers? Hey, flat earthers, if the earth is flat, why can't I see Eiffel Tower? And now you're saying if the earth is a globe, you would see the back of your head. And he's like, yeah. And later on, the Rumpus tapped out. I'm not sure what. He was a friend of this guy called George, who passed, and he decided to leave the community too. And Rumpus picked it up. And the Ruhif. And the Ruhif decided that his version of Black Swan was going to be you could check out your own ass. So he had to make it a little bit more degenerate. It's like, so Rumpus or Ruhif, if superlumin's a thing, yep, it's a thing. Okay, what is the limit now? How far can I see, so I can test your globetard? He said, sure. The limit would be you could check out your own ass. Huh. Interesting. So you made your globe unfalsifiable. Yes and no. Well, okay, so how is it falsifiable? You'd have to demonstrate that superlumin doesn't exist. Okay, how would I demonstrate that? You can't. You can't demonstrate it. Okay, what would falsify superlumin? Nothing. Okay, so it's unfalsifiable. Yes and no. Oh, shit. Well, thank you for that, globalists. Well done. Well played. You seem to like and don't like your own Black Swan, and you also don't want to talk about geometry and measurements at the same time. Well done. Golf clap. So this is like, now we got the final experiment where they're like, hey, this observation of the sun will demonstrate the Earth's a globe. Okay, can you show globe? No. Okay, what does it do then? Oh, actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the globe. It demonstrates the Earth's not flat. Can you show flat Earth? Nope, can't do that either. Okay, well, how about this? Why don't we compare it to some of your past claims? Which way does it rotate? Which way does the sky rotate in the south? Clockwise. Okay, perfect. What way did the sun go? It went counterclockwise. Oh, but counterclockwise is now clockwise. So clockwise is a new counterclockwise. Got it. Okay. Oh, it's a final experiment, is it? So that means you're done now? You're ready to move on? Oh, no, it's not final. So beginning, the new final is a new beginning. Huh, interesting. Okay, so how about this? What are you going to do with this information? You got a final experiment that's going to, not finally, but you got a beginning experiment that's finally going to begin the debate. Oh, you call up Nathan Oakley and scream about where guns are located at. Huh, interesting. Okay, so then you go back at the end and you leave like a day before the equinox for some odd reason. Like this would be the day to stay. Like you'd literally have the sun like almost like one point in the sky and not move at all. Not this little wobbly thing it did. So you'd have it just fixed right in one spot, unmoving. It'd be a pretty amazing thing to see. Then you decide to say, nah, fuck that. And you go back and do a podcast where you say, hey, what did the flat earthers do? You guys recorded the sun. Did the flat earthers do anything? Like, oh yeah, the flat earthers took some geometry and measurements. They took some observations, long distance. Oh, but it was dumb for them to do that. You're like, why? Why was it dumb? Well, because the ice isn't flat like water is. And then make the flat earth symbol for flat water. Holy shit, McToon. Like, wow. Like the lore here, the lore inside this final experiment will be entertainment on repeat. I'm going to love the reruns. This has been just from the very beginning, a mega church super pastor decides he wants to end the debate of flat earth versus globe earth because he loves the Bible and he thinks that flat earthers are heretics for, not believing in the Bible and talking about the Bible or something. So he has a friend, Wendy, on Facebook. They have a falling out and he's upset that he burned that bridge. And now he's rather being upset at his own behavior, he wants to be upset at flat earthers. So he tries to start a Twitter war with some flat earthers and ends up with egg on his face. So then he withdraws from the community for a while, circles of wagons, meets a Mick Looney Tune. They try to preach to his church about how bad flat earthers are. They start, the people of the church are just yawning, like, what's this idiot on about? And then he decides to release a podcast video, McDuffie, saying about how it's okay to lie. And you're like, well, no, it's not okay to lie. That's called bearing false witness. So don't do that. Don't risk your eternal soul for nothing. If you're going to, the price of sin is death. So, don't write checks you're not willing to cash. And then they decide to go on the final experiment. They get to Chile, and the globalists don't want to have anything to do with the final experiment. What they want to do is follow the flat earthers around. McDuffie tells them, you can't do that. It's in the contract that each content provider is going to provide their own content. So the globalists then go to their hotel rooms to protest. Then he tells them to come out of their rooms. They won't. So they decide to play with Star Wars toys instead. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. This is the way it went down. Like, people, like, it's kind of like, hey, How I Met Your Mother. It's like, how did the globalists conduct their final experiment? Well, they started off playing with toys in their hotel rooms after they couldn't record flat earthers. Then they went to Antarctica, screamed about guns a lot, and then went home and talked about how flat water is. Wowzers. What an exciting time to be alive.
Ben and Jen, you want to spiral about any of that?
You couldn't make this shit up, could you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is comedy.
Maybe Dude wants to spiral about something.
Okay.
Dude's lighting up here.
I was going to ask if there's a flat earther's favorite car.
Brown probe.
Well, you're a
brown
moron.
probe?
Let's go
Okay.
with Dude, maybe.
Rinkin Continental.
The two of you quiet. What about Dude?
Hey guys, it's pretty late here. I'm fucking high. I thought
Are you high enough
that-
to see the curve?
Yeah, bro, all the way.
Yeah, man.
I was just wondering, like, do you not think they actually went there
Went where?
to Antarctica?
Were they above it or under?
Under what?
Huh? I don't get your question, bro.
Were they above or under?
Well, how can you be under Antarctica? You'd be dead.
But you said where? So was it above or under?
Sorry, man. English is second language. I'm not that far into understanding it. What
So
the fuck?
ask a clarifying question. You want to know under what?
I was wondering if you believe that they actually went there or not.
Yeah, under.
Am I saying wrong words? What was that?
No, I don't. No, you're okay.
So actually, just let it go. Once it fell flat. Once
I just heard the best flat Earth argument I've ever heard. It was aircraft carriers' decks are flat; they're not curved.
That used to be that was a globe argument. That was
Oh, it was.
Yeah. There's this gal. I think her name is Emily. She's part of a debooking squad. And she said that flat earthers couldn't explain how the curve of the deck of an aircraft carrier matches the curve of the Earth.
It's not curved.
Well, that was her claim. Like, I got a screenshot. It's part of the highlights of some of the dumbest shit globalists have ever said. The question was, what's your explanation for why aircraft decks match the curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
What do you?
Well, another good one, a flat Earth argument is like, if the Earth is curved, then why aren't the bottom of your shoes curved? Why aren't levels curved?
That was yesterday. That was Rich Evans. You'll see that. Like Rich Evans said, where do you see the curvature at what level? And Jenna said, what elevation? What elevation do you see the curve of the Earth? And it was like you don't see it. 50,000 feet, whatever. Well, however she filled it out. And Rich Evans said, you see it at ground level. And you're like, holy shit, dude. Ground level where? Like what level? What elevation of ground level? Like sea level? Do you see it on the top of Mount Everest? What level? What elevation are you talking about? Then he said 1 foot.
I took a picture last week at 100 feet at the ocean.
You're like, okay, sure, 1 foot. So you got 1 foot at ground level. He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, where's your other foot? Is that up in the air? And he's like, yeah. So you got 1 foot touching the ground, and you can see the curve of the arch of your foot. And I'm like, well played, Rich Evans. You did it. You found the curvature at 1 foot. But now you put your other foot down, and the weight of your body just pounds your feet into the ground or something. We never.
There's
really
a picture
got there.
from 100 feet up at the ocean.
Well, just define it. Well, if you see curvature, just mathematically define that motherfucker, and let's test it.
So what about surveyors? Don't they account for curvature?
That's a good question. That's a hard one. That's a hard question.
It is? Why? Why is that hard?
We're not surveyors.
Yeah, surveyors. You'd have to kind of be a surveyor, I think.
Well, from where I'm standing, I watched one video of Dave McKeegan, and he actually illustrates the formula that they use. I think it's automated now, but it used to be that they would calculate it, and there's G in that formula. Oh no, there's some other, not G. Anyway, there's some letter that corresponds to a curvature, and they use it if they have to measure like very large distances where curvature would actually take effect. But before that, they don't use any. They don't account for curvature, so they actually measure plane, like level shit. That's where flat earthers take their arguments from.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Can you show like your indoor plumbing? Where does the curve account for? Where's that at? Where's that?
What he's saying is they measure angles and they measure it flat, and then there's a formula to account for some sort of curvature. It's a formula, but they actually measure the Earth flat.
Yeah. So basically, they take a bunch of flat measurements, and then they like add them together, and using that formula that accounts actually for the curvature.
Yeah, And what you were trying to say, I was listening to you. You meant that you're looking for that letter. It's the R. The R.
Yeah.
Because they include a radius.
G was in buoyancy. Sorry. It's another argument. Yeah, that's all I know, guys.
Did the bird brain guy leave? Define what the eclipse is. I don't know. I need to tab in more and see who's
that was wild, bro. I can't believe that stuff. I got this. They bring something up, and you ask them about it, and they're like, "Huh? What?
Who? Huh? Where?
Who's talking right now? What? I don't understand."
See, I did post the meme there, like no one's talking about the sky, but I didn't look. Do you remember what his username was? Oh, Comrade. There we go. It was Comrade.
Next time they say, "You guys are all retarded," I'm going to ask, what do we think? No. Give me my position. Like, steelman it. And then if they can't, once they... Go ahead.
You are mentally a flat earther.
Just ask him to describe how Earth curves measured, and they'll be explaining how flat Earth's measured within 2 seconds.
Hey Ben, please look at the height of the ISS on Google Earth. Go zoom out 400 kilometers and tell me how if this picture is photographed from the ISS, which it probably is. Why is the Earth still flat? Mister, I posted curvature. Nice try.
ISS is sus.
I use NASA themselves as proof for flat Earth.
Isn't ISS super low?
No, the ISS is at 400 miles. 400 kilometers, which is
it's like a lower orbit.
It's 250 miles.
But it's not very much.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Clay.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, it's you say it's very low. Okay.
Clay,
but this is your
Clay. No one ordered the Yappuccino. Okay.
Yeah. So this is your Google Earth model, right? And this is at the height of 400 kilometers, which is where the ISS is supposed to be. So, I don't know, my Earth is too big or the ISS is too close to Earth is very useless in that perspective.
I mean, somebody's lying, like either ISS or Google.
Well, Earth is just flat. That's just what it is.
The ISS has been caught lying a bunch of times.
I don't care whatever they call it. I don't care what the ISS is or what they do or how it flies. What I care about is that it still shows a flat Earth on that altitude. And I personally, I don't talk for everybody else in this group, but I personally say that there is an ISS up there and that you can go on very high altitudes, and that there is machinery to utilize flying in these altitudes.
Like alien like spaceship flying, or like how do you think it holds up there for so long?
I don't know. I don't know how the medium works that they're residing in. I do
Maybe
not know.
maybe they're just
Well,
they're
maybe,
touching the
right?
shield. Yeah, they're touching the magic shield, and
Yeah. You don't know yourself, sir. See, you're just making maybes. So let's not make any maybes. Just say we do not know.
Alright.
We both do not know.
let's relax. Okay.
But what we get is some nice. I'm relaxed. I'm just, I already woke up. It's 12 p.m. in Germany.
Yeah,
I'm not
I haven't gone to sleep yet.
lying in my bed. Yeah, see, so that's probably why you're thinking I'm too energized. Anyways,
Probably.
yeah. Anyways, Earth is, no matter how high you go, always flat. Doesn't change.
Have you gone so high? I'm pretty high.
No, I
right
haven't
now,
gone so high.
I should.
Yeah, me too.
Well, how do you know it's flat?
Because I use NASA, and they supposedly go very high altitudes, and Earth
And
is still
that-
flat.
That doesn't match Google Earth, right? That's
Yeah, your model,
Okay.
it doesn't match your model, whatever they see up there.
Okay. Well, it's a strong argument, but maybe Google Earth got it wrong.
Yeah, of course, because it's not a globe.
What do you think it is? A donut or?
No, the Earth is just a topographical planar surface, just like it is observed, measured, and
What about other planets? What are they?
what are other planets? You're already making the fallacy of invoking something that
Some
you
more
don't know what it is in the first place. You just see lights in the sky, man. You don't know what these lights in the sky are. You have been told a story. Yeah.
Didn't the Russians pretty much land on Venus for 15 minutes or something?
No, bro.
Oh man.
Was that
That's
fake?
lies, bro.
Before their spacecraft melted? That's pretty crazy.
One thing about conspiracy theories that bothers me the most is that I'm from Russia,
Yeah.
and Soviet Union watched America go to moon, and they're fucking not friends, right? Why would they conspire against what? What's the purpose? To hide
the purpose
Bible
I would have
from
seen
people?
Dude, look that
if
up
we faked
again.
it,
Yo,
just
hold on.
it would be.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Look that up again.
Yeah.
The last director of Roscosmos, Dmitry, something or another. He had an exit interview with a Russian state TV, and they asked him, "Hey, as the outgoing Russian boss, what's one thing you would like to tell all the young boys and girls of Russia?" He said, "Certainly, my biggest takeaway from being in charge of the Russian space program for all these years is that there's literally no proof that America ever went to the moon."
Nice.
Rogozin. Was that Rogozin?
Yeah, there it is. That's his name. I just can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
Dude,
If we
you have to know a thing or two about Rogozin. Let me give you a little bit of an insight. This guy is a Russian nationalist that was throwing Zikhail in 2010. Then he got an interest of the government, and they basically just took him, and he just says whatever the fuck he Putin tells him to say, propaganda. It's a shit show in Russian politics right now. They're competing for the worst fucking speech.
Okay, Mr. National Socialist, what is this guy right there that I posted that is being cheered up by the crowd? Is this an ex?
Look at that jaw.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Who's the guy that is
not
being
Mr.
cheered?
Socialist, man. I'm not socialist.
Yeah. You talked about Nazis, so I'm asking you, the guy that is being
Werner von Braun?
hauled up into the yeah, exactly. You got it. The guy being cheered by the masses is an ex-Nazi who worked for the German Nazi regime.
Yeah, he did. But he wasn't a fucking diehard Nazi. He was they're given the choice to die or work for the party.
What are you talking?
Yeah. that makes it way better,
But he wasn't
right?
he just had to do it.
Yeah, it makes it way better. Oh yeah, of course. He's
What would
just
you do?
Nazificated, right?
Chinese if you're Chinese. What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, he wasn't like throwing people. He wasn't throwing people in. Well, that's like everybody they brought over.
What he was doing.
The reason I mentioned that he was like nationalist because in 2010 there was a big rise of nationalism in Russia, and after revolution in Ukraine happened, they started like cleaning that field. Like they started like imprisoning people. People started going missing, and at that time period, a lot of nationalists became like very pro-government. They basically like took candy, like not the whip. So that's when he started making his political career. So he started from like basically serving the government, and he actually used to govern Rosnano, which it's like a sector of Russian government that supposed to do innovations. It didn't fucking work at all. He fucking took a bunch of money, then they just put him in another ministry. So he's not a reliable source at all. Like you just Google his name in Google, like you just Google his name, you're gonna see so much like dirty shit that he's in.
Yeah. Like say we didn't go, right? Like say that we didn't go. Like it could have been feasibly used to basically bankrupt Russia by competing with them in the space race. Them spending a whole bunch of resources, like needlessly.
Yeah. That could be a reason for sure. But as I'm saying, like Soviet Union, which has nothing to do with Rogozin because it was before his time, they watched America go to moon and they acknowledged it. And
you watched animation, you watched TV. That's all.
These are crazy photos.
That's the same thing everybody watched.
Soviet Union watched animation, you say, and TV.
Yeah, of course they watched animation.
Well,
no one can go to the moon. No one went to the moon. It's just all bull crap.
Apollo missions though have the fingerprints of a very famous Hollywood director, and who is filming a space like the record space, like a record worldwide, phenomenon space movie at the same time that the Apollo missions were going on.
Oh, you can get footage of America shooting rockets up. We just sent some tapes. Like, here, you guys, take a look at these bitches.
Okay, so let's just set that we think that America and Soviet Union conspired like together to make America look great to go to moon, right? Is that
who said that?
Where we go? No, that just comes out as a result of the like nobody went to moon. It's all.
Is it hard for you to imagine that human beings lie? Have you ever lied? Have you ever lied for the advantage of some kind of advantage for yourself? Have you ever done that?
Sure, I might.
Oh, okay. So let's imagine. So let's imagine you just lie for a certain advantage, such as giving people a different paradigm to think about themselves, like living on a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, and evolving from pond scum. To reify that whole paradigm, you gotta just create a very big lie, so people just think of themselves that they're just worthless, and it's just all by sheer coincidence that they live on this blue planet in their paradigm, right? And how would you reify that? Yeah, let's just fake a moon landing, for example, right? So don't tell me that it's hard to grasp the concept of why humans lie. If you look into the mirror, you know why we all sometimes lie. It's just for the convenience of doing something beneficial for them yourself.
I believe in conspiracies.
I believe in I believe in conspiracies. What does that even mean, man?
Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. You're so toxic, bro. Relax, okay? I'm not here to make a hustle or something. Like, I'm just here to talk normally. I believe in conspiracies, and I'm coming from a country where there's fucking lots of conspiracies. There's like almost nothing but conspiracies when it comes to a government. But this is the thing, it's very limited. People who involved in those conspiracies is a very small group of people, and they can operate that conspiracy. But when you're telling me that millions of people are involved in some kind of conspiracy with the idea that make people feel worthless, and they don't They despite the wars, the ongoing political situations, just to uphold that conspiracy. This is a little bit crazy for me.
Why do you think that millions of people need to be involved to create a fake moon landing? It's just the only people who would really know what it is maybe the director and the people who built the movie set and the two people that actually walk around in the movie set. The rest just does what they are trained to do. They sit there and they watch the same video as everybody else does on TV.
Yeah,
I don't see why you need many people. You don't need many people to create big hoaxes.
You just need 4 people that are convinced in a crowd, and then like everybody else just follows suit.
Yeah.
I was saying about
all you need is a box called a TV.
Yeah.
The whole point I was making that Soviet Union, which was a not friendly country, acknowledged everything, and I just don't see how it's possible. That's it.
See, the thing is, mate, if you're having issues like it's bothering you that people could be lying about something, that's your problem.
Yeah, you believe everybody. So you just but he said the whole place is conspiracy people, but he believes them. That doesn't even make sense in the same sentence.
So there should be some kind of value they gain from it, right?
No. From liars? What are you going to gain from liars?
Well, they lie for some reason, right? They lie.
Well, what are you going to know? Listen to what I'm asking you. So the physics are a lie. The stuff's a lie. The planet's a lie. The stuff they're talking about is all a lie. What did you gain? Nothing but a damn lie. You're an imaginary friend. Space. Cool.
How did you come up with that everything is a lie?
How did I come up? Well, how is it the truth? Show me physics in outer space. That has to be a lie because you can't demonstrate none. That has to be a lie because you're not doing it. Go horizontal that way and increase in elevation. You ain't doing that.
Do you believe sea levels curve, mate?
Do you believe sea levels curve? Drop a rock. No, you ain't got to believe nothing, bro. Drop a rock and make it stay the same height. If you think you're on a ball and you can stand on the top of a big-ass ball that's so huge you couldn't imagine, and you can drop something but it stays the same height, show me that. You do not live on a ball. You don't even know what the physics of a ball would even act like. You live on a flat earth, and everything is based on a horizontal reference. Get real, dude. They lie to you about everything because they're dumb. What more do you want? You got a bunch of retards that can't figure nothing out. Then they don't want to tell you about it because they're retarded, right?
So the
they
whole
confuse
world,
each other. Well, what you? No, the whole. What do you mean the whole world? You don't know the same shit they don't know. The same shit I don't know. Same shit I can't do. You can't do.
Lied to gain that.
Oh man! When my parents told me about the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, do you think they were in on some grand conspiracy? Or do you think it's just because they have been taught this paradigm of, oh, let's tell our kids there's a Santa Claus until they figure out it's not true?
Yeah,
they don't really believe in Santa Claus, right?
Yeah, obviously, but when I was a kid, I did, man, because my parents told me and I trusted my parents.
Right, but you can go sit on Santa Claus's lap at the mall. So to say, oh, you retards to believe in Santa, yeah, it would be easy to believe in Santa because they put a fucking guy in a suit there and you sit on his lap and you got pictures of him at your house with you on his lap and your parents and whoever too. So that's not far-fetched that a little kid would believe that. That's the same type of idea. You got pictures to reinstill reality that isn't real. A picture, just like Santa. So your globe
and you
is
got
no
parents,
different than the Santa Claus picture. Go ahead.
And you got parents parroting what they have been introduced to because they think it's right to just tell your kids that there's some kind of Santa Claus because they think until they get older they figure out it's actually untrue anyways. But they're not in on some grand conspiracy. They just repeat what they have been taught.
You want to try what you mate, is draw a picture of sea level. Tell us what it looks like.
Can we
show us what level looks like or straight, and then draw a curve or a frown or a happy face. I bet you they're not the same thing. Why are you laughing? Elevation only works on a horizontal. It's not funny. Go
pretty
outside.
serious.
Find out. No, seriously. Find out how your elevation can follow an arc up close and personal. It's not a joke, dude. If you can't, you're seriously on a flat Earth, and there's no other thing you can be on. I don't care what the fucking government said or who else.
Pencil in his hand with a piece of paper and draw sea level, and I want you to tell me what it looks like.
All right, you guys are. Can you let me speak, please? Regarding that example you said with parents, right? And how many people are involved in that conspiracy? So it's like every parent out there knows about Santa, and like that you should tell kids that Santa is real, so they believe in magic, right? So that conspiracy works because everybody is in it, and the group is limited, right? It's limited to your
That's not a
parents.
conspiracy. That's a way of life. People just do it for fun. They just do it because they do it. They learned to do it. They were taught to do it. They didn't conspire to do it. They didn't get together in a big room and say, hey, you guys, we're going to lie to these kids. Because some people's parents weren't alive when the other people's parents have never talked to any other parents. Some parents are only two people who just found out they're going to tell their kids Santa's bringing them something because they felt like it. Some don't. So what I'm telling you is just saying goopy shit like you know some statistic about who's going to do what, when, and where. That's just stupid. All you have to understand is if you can't reproduce anything these dudes are talking about, then don't kill. Then what are you talking about?
I just feel like if somebody goes out and reproduces it, like you're just gonna say it's not an
Reproduces what? That's the funny thing. You don't have it yet, but you think you live on a globe. You need to figure out what you need to reproduce to prove you live on a globe. Isn't that funny? Today, 2024, you have no clue what it is that you can prove to me that you live on a globe with, but I can prove to you the elevation is flat. Every rip.
Not really, man. Like there's
really. Show me the elevation doesn't follow a horizontal line. Drop something, it goes down. Every millionth of a millimeter, you drop something, it goes down from a horizontal line. Every millionth of a millimeter, you raise it up. That's how our elevation works. You go show me something different.
And it goes down because it
up close and personal. Show me something not do that. Show me it go down and stay the same elevation, globe guy. You know, from the radius around that circle that drops below itself and goes back down, up and around, that's equal altitude. So that means you throw a rock outside and it goes down with the curve. It's supposed to be the same height, bud. I don't think you know math, do you?
If I throw a rock, it's supposed to land
it's supposed to be the same height as it drops below itself around a ball. Young man, tie the string to the center of a sphere, take the rock and pull it 1 foot out around that ball. What are you going to do? You're just going to draw a perfect circle 1 foot around that other circle, correct, young man? That's going to be your equal altitude of elevation. That's going to be the rock you drop. Try to picture this rock you throw. It's connected to the gravity string from the center. You throw it that way, gravity pulls it downward at a fucking certain rate, the arc rate of the curved earth, right? And now it's touching the ground. How high is it when it's touching the ground over there below you versus when it was touching the ground above you? 39.59. Still supposed to be the same height, son. So drop something outside and show that it's the same height.
To be honest, I got like 5%.
To be honest, you don't know how circles work now. You don't know how spheres work now. Now you're just lost.
Yeah, I'm fucking lost now.
I know you fucking are. You need to figure out how a sphere works. Go figure that out, lost boy.
Oh my god.
What? Dude, why are you so toxic, bro?
I'm not toxic because you don't know how fucking elevation works.
I'm talking to you normally.
You're the one that's toxic, trying to lie to everybody.
I'm toxic?
Yeah. Yeah, liars are toxic.
I haven't raised my voice once.
You need to raise the attitude and attribute of fucking elevation. I don't care what you raise without demonstration.
You are stating that, right?
You can raise ignorance all you want without demonstration. It's not going to help you.
That.
You can whisper.
Aren't you the one stating that?
Yeah, I'm whispering the truth. Listen, real close.
Why am I supposed to
elevation, how do you demonstrate yours? I demonstrated mine just to you. Anything below that horizontal line
I didn't see the demonstration,
goes down. Anything that goes up, go do it. Go drop an altimeter.
Is this the demonstration?
It's going to drop. In altitude, it's not going to stay the same. You need to figure out how your altimeter stays the same while dropping.
I'm just curious. You're making a point, right? And you want me to go and prove your point. Is that what you're saying?
No, all you can do is prove my point, retard.
Oh man.
Okay.
No, not all, man. Not okay. Definitely guaranteed. Bet your money on it.
I mean, like, I know it's a
No,
touchy
I mean,
feeling
like,
for
show
some.
me the arc of the curve on the wall. Draw it. I'll draw a
I know
horizontal
it's a
line
touchy
that's flat
feeling,
earth.
bro, but
Watch how
let's try
easy
to
this
keep
is
it
that you
civil,
can't
right?
do it. I can draw a flat earth horizontal line. Can you draw an earth curve next to mine? Watch how you break. Watch how you're
You
broke
can
now.
draw a line.
No, an earth curve, motherfucker. Get with the program, slow guy.
Man, you're just so
I'm going to
fast.
draw the
I
straight
can't
line,
keep up.
retard. You're going to draw your earth curve next to it.
Well, why do you
I'm
feel
just gonna
like
hang out
it's
while people
normal?
are mean to me. It's great.
Why do you feel like it's normal?
I don't
to,
know.
like,
Why do you feel like you can't draw an arc line? Why do you feel like that's beyond you and all your Russians or your scientists or any Americans you know? You guys can't draw a fucking line, an arc.
Why are you draw sea level first, mate?
Why? Because you're a liar and you're trying to act like you have any common fucking sense in here and you don't. I can draw a horizontal
when
line
did
on
they,
the
like-
wall that's
Today
flat
on Flat Earth Thugs.
Can you draw the curve? Yeah,
When did
cool
they, like-
story. Yeah, go draw your horizontal line for flat earthers.
You're not answering the question, are you?
Okay, hold
Brother,
on.
the
hold on,
horizontal
hold
line
on.
answers it all.
No, hold
Go
on.
I didn't say a thing about horizontal line.
Listen, pay attention. If DMOC isn't answering and his answer is too long-winded, he's going on and on, these are contradictions that you're doing here. Because if you want him to answer, that puts, okay, as soon as you ask a question, you put yourself in a very dangerous position. Because if you don't understand the answer and adjudicate the answer as something, you have broken your worldview. This proves that it doesn't matter if DMOC answers or don't answer. Your whole worldview is based on the contradiction. So how about this? Instead of asking DMOC a question, just answer your question. What do you think? And then DMOC can then give you feedback on that and then work it out.
Become friends.
That sounds good. Regarding what do I think?
Yeah, whatever your question was, had to do with something, a horizontal line.
I didn't say a thing about
or
it.
was it about how they would be in on it?
Maybe I'm that high, but I remember asking that. That was that gentleman that was going on about horizontal lines.
You're out of your depth, Donnie.
I mean, what does it mean to you that, like, a conspiracy? Like, what is that to you? Just, I mean,
conspiracy. What conspiracy is like to me?
Yeah, versus truth. What are the two? How can you separate a conspiracy from just the fucking truth, regardless?
I think that the truth comes out with time. For example, we had that conspiracy about the flu in 2008 or something.
No.
Sorry?
Airplane wings flew around.
Off topic. Yeah.
Oh, off topic. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it really off topic? Because I'm making an example of conspiracy.
that thing.
Yeah, we don't talk about that in here. You might get expunged.
Okay, I won't. So, a conspiracy comes like it stays a conspiracy for a long, long time, and if more people are involved in it, the less likely like it's an actual like thing.
But man,
you're gonna need a flat Earth for time, mate.
Lots of people just can't hold a secret that long.
yeah, if you kill a bunch of people, you definitely can. Like,
Well, I don't know, man. I just don't think that. Like, okay, you killed someone, right?
Compartmentalization.
Then another guy came in, like, I don't know. There's gonna be some leaks. There's gonna be some. I don't know. I just don't. I don't feel like there's gonna be a conspiracy that involves like.
What do you think we're talking about right now?
Compartmentalization.
Flat Earth?
And you might want to look up Gus Grissom.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go on that are pretty weird, but if we're talking about it right now, It irks me that you guys always say that. What the hell do you think we're talking about right now? Apparently, it's not been under wrap. Now, apparently, it's out in the open, and everybody knows except you that the Earth is flat, not rotating, right?
When you say everybody,
space. Yeah, everybody with common sense, except the ones who are in on being ignorant. Anybody who doesn't want to know the truth is in on the conspiracy. Anybody who wants to know the truth is in on the truth. See how that works? If you want to be in on a cartoon conspiracy, that's all you're going to do is be a glober. It's all you can be. Not know nothing, think you know stuff, cartoon. Now, if you want to be a truther, then you can be. And that's the whole other option.
So those everybody's are different, right? When you say like everybody, it's a common sense.
Yeah, there's flat earthers, there's round
It's a manipulation tactic.
there's concave earthers, there's hollow, there's all kinds of different types of people who have different things that they feel like is true because that's what they see the aspect of in reality. Now, them versus you, I would pick any day. At least they're telling me what they really actually believe reality is for their own self and not saying Billy Bob taught me this or told me this with a picture. And I believe him. I believe you, boss TV boss. Whoever believes the fucking Cartoon Cube TV's got something wrong with him anyway. What are you guys even talking about? Conspiracies and all this shit. You either believe some dumb shit or you don't. You buy the fucking lie or you don't. That's your guys' fault for buying that shit. Nope, somebody got to pay me to buy that shit. It's the other way around for me, buddy. You got to pay me to buy your dog shit, David Copperfield magic. I'm not buying it. Get off stage.
All right. When you say everybody, you don't mean like a majority, right?
Who and who? I mean, if you ain't them, then the next guy is, and I'm a different guy than you. So there's two people right now that are different talking right now. So I mean, you're everybody, and the people that fall into your category for everybody, that's your category of everybody. Mine fall under the everybody of truth. So whoever the hell you look out and see who wants to have the truth. So if your grandma wants the truth, she falls under my category. If you don't, and Daddy does and don't, then he falls under your category. It's common fucking sense.
I guess I'm the next guy, you know. Yes, because I bought all this shit that they're saying on TV, to be honest.
Something wrong with you.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting that you're sitting here in the Discord and claiming that there is a flag with no fucking clue or evidence. All right, or no research or nothing.
Then why are you can't? If you ask now, if you think we have no evidence inside, if Globetard is true, no one here has evidence. You can.
There's a lot of things. All right.
You can never ask for evidence. You just shot yourself in the foot. So do you want to start over? Let's start over. How about this? Start over.
All right. So here's the thing:
how you would ask for something that you think doesn't exist.
Yeah, because we're talking about facts, dude. Like facts. It's science. It's not philosophy. It's not psychology. Right? It's 1 + 1 = 2. There's a lot of organization, right? Over there, you just go and buy medicine, whatever they just say in the research. You just go blindly. You don't do like fact check behind them, all right? And you just follow them. Why, when it's come to the Earth as a globe or fly, is a big deal to you to accept it? All right, especially when they portrayed a lot of stuff that it refers. Take day and night, for example. Do you have an explanation for that? Do you have explanation
the sun lights up the day? And when the sun gets away from you horizontally that way, then it gets a little darker. What do you mean?
No, but it's much simpler when the Earth is rotating. All right, so there's a face of it facing the sun.
That didn't make any sense. How do you film? They just filmed the sun above their head with a stationary tripod stuck to the Earth stationary, while the top of the tripod spun and followed the sun. That means the sun moved and the Earth and they didn't. Do you understand that?
No, not really. I would appreciate it if you rephrase it.
They watched a hula hoop sun above their head for up to how many months? Not setting, going in circles above their head. The camera moved. The swivel on the camera had to move to follow the sun. The pod was stationary. The little legs, stationary, stuck in Earth.
Right.
Now Earth was moving The
Yeah,
legs
I
would
would
have
take
to
this.
be moved. The
I
legs
take
would
this
have
with
to
a grain of
rotate,
salt.
and the top part would be stationary, and the Earth would just rotate around in a circle, and that would be stationary on the sun. If we
All
were
right.
rotating and not the sun, son.
All right. So I'm very skeptical. Do you have a link for that? Like I could just do fact check and read the whole thing?
Wizard, you just give us some proof of Earth curvature. Tell us who measured it, when, and how.
It's very simple. Do you accept YouTube links, or should it be like any
describe
preferred
it.
website? that you like?
Just describe it.
Sorry.
Describe
What
how
do you
it's
mean by?
measured, who measured it.
So that's how it works. Like I need to memorize a whole 1 hour, YouTube video to explain it to you over here. And if I couldn't, that mean Earth is flat. This is how you do it, guys.
Who measured it?
Did you even check that experiment that he mentioned of the camera and the things that moves and doesn't move? Did you do it yourself? Have you done any experiment of that?
You believe you live on a globe, right?
No, I'm sorry. You asked me like to if I measured it myself. That doesn't make any sense because nobody in Earth.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I said who measured it.
Are scientists. All right. Take Biruni, for example. The Arab guy have done it like maybe 100 years ago, something like that. Have you read it?
How did he measure curvature?
I can't give you a link. I asked for a link. I didn't even testify for what you're saying. I told you, give me a link. I need to read it. All right? Because neither you or me are qualified to go deep in such a thing. We're not a scientist. Let's be honest about it.
Al-Biruni measured the height of a mountain using an elevation.
All right, I'll give you a link. Do you have the patience to read that?
And then he calculated a depression angle from eye level to sea level.
So are you okay to give you the link and you read it and tell me what do you think about it? Or where will you find
I know all about it.
So tell me what's your
up close and personal. Where did you find the curving water away from a horizontal line? Where did you see that at with your own eyes that you're convinced that water curves away from a horizontal line somewhere?
All right, and if Earth is a flat, why would we still have this level of water? Like the water should decrease with time because it has to escape. Like when you pour some water over the ground, it disappears. Why it goes down? Because water is high dense than sand. This is why it escapes, right? So why we still have?
Is sea level curved?
Yeah, why not? Like there's a lot of things far beyond our understanding. I'm not claiming that we reach to the ultimate knowledge.
You know what level is?
Do you know something, guys, called quantum physics?
Why are you asking a question instead of answering? You said, why not? That's a question.
I told you I'm not a scientist. I was just asking you to give me a link.
You don't know what horizontal or level means? You got to be a scientist.
I do know horizontal level means. I'm not that. So I'm not a fucking moron. But again, like you're trying to question my knowledge.
That's what he asked you is what horizontal and level meant. Now you're trying to get scallop.
All right. Let me use your own way so you would understand me. Like, okay, you take mitts, right?
Draw a horizontal line and a level line, and then draw an arc on the wall.
No, relax. I'm gonna listen to you. You take mitts, right? You take medicine.
No,
everybody
I don't take anything but